Tang Ning had died of sheer boredom. Curled up on the floor and clutching a tattered sheet around himself, he was assaulted by a foul stench, a rancid blend of sweat and foot odor that rushed straight up his nose. With a look of disgust, he flung the sheet aside and opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. He found himself inside a crumbling mud house, its walls veined with cracks, the northern window having collapsed, leaving a jagged gap. Through the opening he saw a torrential downpour outside. Great trees were bent double by the wind, and the incessant creaking and snapping of breaking branches echoed in his ears. Beyond, the rain and mist stretched undulating mountains cloaked in a lush jade green. He sneezed several times in succession, then wiped away the tears brought on by coughing. His vision swam with darkness, and waves of chill and heat alternated through his body. From experience he knew he was running a high fever. Yet only a minute ago he had been perfectly fine. How had he suddenly fallen ill? Could this be a dream? Tang Ning frowned at everything before his eyes. The very next moment a sharp pain lanced through his skull, and memories that did not belong to him flashed past like a revolving lantern. When he finished absorbing the memories, the corner of Tang Ning's mouth twitched. Is this some kind of joke? During the National Day holiday he had merely lain on his bed in boredom for 7 straight days. And now he had inexplicably transmigrated. Worse yet, he had crossed over into the Huagua of the 1960s. The body's original owner shared his exact name, also called Tang Ning, 20 years old this year. The original Tang Ning lost his mother at the age of 3. When he was 5, the village organized a hunting party. During the hunt, his father Tang Shantung went into the mountains and was gored to death by a wild boar while saving Tang Erniu. Before dying, he entrusted his son to Tang Erniu's care, asking him to raise the boy to adulthood. At the time Tang Erniu agreed readily, but what promise could withstand the erosion of time and gratitude's slow fading? At first Tang Erniu did treat him with a semblance of diligence. Yet once he had tricked away the 100 yuan that Tang Shantung had left for his son, he ceased behaving like a decent human being. He not only worked the boy like a beast of burden, but his entire family used him as their punching bag. Whenever anyone was in a foul mood, they would beat and curse him out, while even giving him the nickname, Old Yellow Ox. An old yellow ox fit only for toil and not for a decent meal. If not for pressure from public opinion and their desire to use him as free strong labor to earn work points by treating him like an ox and horse, Tang Erniu's family would have thrown him out long ago. Once the original Tang Ning turned 16, whispers began to circulate in the village. People said that after all the work the original Tang Ning had done for Tang Erniu's household, and considering that Tang Shantung had once saved Tang Erniu's life, why hadn't Tang Erniu yet arranged a bride for the boy? In earlier years, when the original was still young, Tang Erniu was unwilling to lose such robust labor and simply ignored the matter. But now at 20, with sound limbs and a handsome face, it truly defied reason not to propose a match for him. However, Tang Erniu had 2 sons of his own, both already of marrying age. When even his own boys had yet to find wives, how could he possibly arrange a bride for the original Tang Ning? All the more so because of the money it would take. Tang Erniu and his wife Li Xiaoyi began harboring thoughts of driving the original out. Yet because they owed Tang Shantung a life, they continued to claim to outsiders that they treated the original as their own son. If they were to suddenly throw him out for no reason, the villagers' spittle alone would drown them. It was not until 3 days ago that the original Tang Ning abruptly developed a fever that would not break. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Erniu's family announced that he had contracted an infectious disease. They claimed they had no choice but to send him back to the old house to recuperate, while assuring everyone they would still take good care of this nephew. In truth, their plan was to let him die of illness so they could openly seize his homestead. Caring for him had never been part of the arrangement. Thus, after the original returned to the old house, Tang Erniu did not visit even once. Aside from a ragged undershirt on his back and a chipped bowl for drinking water, he had nothing at all. He struggled on for 3 days and finally died of illness in this stormy weather. And then inexplicably Tang Ning had crossed over into his body. Sniffling, he tipped his head back and let out a long weary sigh. Starting off this miserable, how am I supposed to survive? Ding dong, the daily special lottery system is now activating. Today's surprise specials are as follows: special antipyretic medicine 1000 vials, silk-filled quilts 1000, a whole roast sheep 1000, insulated water cups 1000, storage chests 1000. Today's special lottery price 1 cent. Detection complete. As this is the host's first time triggering the system, a recharge will grant 2 lottery draws. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. At the same time, a virtual great wheel appeared before his eyes. It was evenly divided into 5 colorful segments, each marked with one of the lottery items. At the very center of the wheel gleamed a solid golden pointer. Tang Ning was stunned. "My God! System, is that you?" He sprang up from the straw bedding as if launched by a spring, shouting in excitement. His already hoarse voice even turned a bit shrill. At the same time, he pinched himself hard. Pain lanced through him sharp enough to bring tears to his eyes. Even so, the wheel before his eyes did not vanish. "It is I, host." The system's voice remained icy and emotionless, yet to Tang Ning it was like celestial music. "Would you like to recharge for a draw?" Tears of excitement welled up as Tang Ning nodded like a pecking chick. "Recharge, recharge, draw, draw, draw." A heaven-sent system, how could he not rush to it? The awkward part was that after rummaging through every pocket on his body, twice even patting down his crotch, he did not have so much as a single cent. Not one. As if sensing his embarrassment, the system's voice sounded again. The host may also choose to exchange items of equal value, excluding items obtained through system lotteries. Tang Ning's eyes widened as his mind raced. Out of the corner of his eye he suddenly caught sight of the chipped bowl on the floor. Pointing at the broken bowl with a trembling hand, he asked weakly, "Brother System, would this broken bowl do?" He no longer held out much hope. He was already thinking that if it was not enough, he might as well throw in his underwear too. To his surprise, the answer came, "It will suffice." Tang Ning's face flushed bright red with excitement. "Ding, you have successfully recharged 1 broken bowl. Would you like to begin the lottery?" "Start at once." Even before the words had fully left his lips, the golden pointer began to spin slowly at first, then faster and faster. After what felt like 81 full rotations, it gradually slowed and came to rest on the segment marked antipyretic medicine. "Congratulations, you have drawn 1,000 vials of special antipyretic medicine. Drawing continues." As the system's voice fell, the golden pointer once more whirled into a blur. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1,000 whole roast sheep. Both items have been placed into the system's attached storage space. Please check." At the same time, a dazzling cube floated before Tang Ning's eyes, 2 of its cells automatically flipping open. Inside, one compartment was neatly packed with 1,000 vials of antipyretic medicine, while the other was filled with 1,000 whole roast sheep arranged in perfect order. The cube was composed of many small squares, each a separate pocket of space where items could be stored and retrieved at will. At the moment, however, Tang Ning had no desire to study its structure. His stomach was howling in protest, saliva all but pooling on the floor. Filling his belly clearly took precedence. The roast sheep were freshly cooked, requiring no further preparation, each one sizzled with oil, the aroma so rich that Tang Ning could not help but swallow hard. Ignoring the medicine for now, Tang Ning took out 1 whole roast sheep, tore off a leg, and began to devour it with gusto. The mutton had been roasted to a perfect crisp outside and tenderness within. With the first bite, his mouth was flooded with hot juices. A rich meaty fragrance instantly overwhelmed his taste buds. Delicious. Even with a raging fever, the flavor was so divine his very soul nearly flew from his body. Outside, rain poured in sheets, the road utterly deserted. There was not even a ghostly shadow to be seen, much less a person. Tang Ernier's family could not wait for his death, so they certainly would not come by. Which meant that even if he ate meat at home, he did not need to worry about being discovered. Otherwise, in this era of communal kitchens and shared cauldrons, if he were caught cooking a private meal, he would be in for a world of trouble. Only after gnawing an entire leg of mutton clean did Tang Ning feel something finally settle in his stomach. He wiped his greasy hands casually on the wall, then took out a vial of special medicine from the storage space and drank it down. After finishing the medicine and eating another half-pound of roast mutton, he let out a satisfied burp. Bracing himself against the wall, he stuck his head out the window, opened his mouth, and caught a few mouthfuls of rainwater, barely quenching his thirst. Then, head heavy and feet light, he staggered back inside and collapsed onto the straw. On the ground lay more than half a roast sheep. Tang Ning immediately retrieved it back into the storage space. The cube-like space was part of the system itself and felt to him as though it were linked to his very blood. With just the slightest movement of his consciousness, he could store items within or take them out at will. Best of all, each compartment of the cube came with its own preservation function. Food stored inside would not spoil and would remain at peak flavor. The only pity was that it could not hold living creatures. Before long the medicine took effect and his eyes drifted shut as he sank into a deep sleep. After a single night's sleep, Tang Ning woke up completely revitalized. The fever had subsided, his nose was clear, his throat no longer hoarse, and strength had returned to his limbs. He kicked his legs and twisted his waist to test his body. Hey, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be genuine. Even in the future, no medicine or 4-drip could work this fast. Suddenly a notification chime echoed again within his sea of consciousness. Ding, today's special offer items have been refreshed. 1,000 Type 95 automatic rifles, 10,000 rounds of ammunition for each rifle. 1 second-hand broken electric fan. 1 unabridged novel. 1,000 years of isekai Supreme VIP. 1,000 packs of wet toilet paper. The items on the floating disc refreshed once more, completely different from yesterday's selection. Yet at a single glance there was not one truly practical item. He glanced around the house, even calling it bare and desolate would be flattering. What did Tang Ning need most right now? Food, you damn system. Do you dare to give me 100,000 gene of rice? And what on earth is an unabridged novel supposed to do for me? Is that something a young man like me should even be reading? Besides, what would I do with it? Now that I have a system, how could I possibly lack a girlfriend in the future? And that 1,000-year isekai Supreme VIP was even more outrageous. He did not even have a phone. Today's special draw price is 5 mao. Hearing the system's words, Tang Ning was completely stunned. The next instant he let out a shrill scream like a startled marmot. Brother system, what's wrong with you? Yesterday a draw only cost 1 fun, how did it suddenly become 5 mao today? Are you robbing me? The price had risen 50-fold compared to yesterday. What a profiteer, this damned system. The system quickly explained, the price of the daily lottery draw is refreshed randomly along with the special offer items, but it will never be lower than 1 fun. Tang Ning was momentarily speechless. The system continued, the host need not lose heart. If any item you draw remains unsold after 1 month, this system can activate a special buyback, purchasing it at 1/10 of its normal selling price. The special buyback function is activated once a month. Alright. Tang Ning felt the system was for the most part still reliable. His gaze then settled on the Type 95 rifles. Compared to the other things, guns were still relatively practical for him. After all, he lived in the mountains, who knew when he might run into a black bear and need a gun for self-defense. As for food and other supplies, he could only wait for the system to refresh again. Fortunately, he had drawn 1,000 whole roasted sheep yesterday. Those would tide him over for a while. He would not starve to death just yet. Of course, he knew that after prolonged hunger, gorging on such greasy food could easily cause diarrhea. But better diarrhea than starving to death. Sensing Tang Ning's emotional fluctuations, the system issued another prompt. Please recharge. Tang Ning fell silent. He had no money. A flush crept up his face. Brother system, do you want a pair of 60-year-old underpants? They may not be new, but they're absolutely authentic. Just as his words fell, there came from outside a sound like heavy raindrops beating on banana leaves, followed by someone pounding on the door from outside. Comrade Tang Ning. Comrade Tang Ning, are you there? It was a very pleasant female voice. Quite naturally, a name surfaced in Tang Ning's mind, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was an educated youth sent down to the countryside, 23 years old, fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs, and above all kind-hearted. Pitying the original Tang Ning, she had secretly brought him meals several times. Once when she encountered Li Xiaoyi beating and cursing the original Tang Ning, she even stepped forward to shield him and argue on his behalf. In private, she had more than once urged him to resist Tang Erniu's family and not allow himself to be exploited. Her heart was good. Unfortunately, the original Tang Ning was naturally timid and ultimately failed to live up to Jiang Shui's earnest efforts. Even until his death, he had never dared to resist Tang Erniu's family. Lost in thought, he did not respond. The main door was knocked again, and this time Jiang Shui's voice grew more urgent. Comrade Tang Ning, are you there? Tang Ning. Tang Ning. Tang Ning opened the door quickly. Jiang Shui pounded the door with both hands, anxiety etched across her face, worry clouding her eyes. The educated youth dormitory was at the northernmost end of the village, separated from the villagers' homes. On ordinary days, whenever something happened in the village, the educated youths were always the last to know. That morning, only when she went to the canteen to get food did she hear that Tang Ning had been driven out by Tang Erniu's family. Fearing that something might have happened to him, she hurried over right after getting her meal. Seeing that there were no footprints outside the door, her heart instantly sank halfway. Had Tang Ning really not stepped out in the 3 days since he was driven out? What had he been eating? Could something truly have happened to him? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Gritting her teeth, Xuanhuan braced herself to ram the door. With a creak, the main door was pulled open from within. Xuanhuan, thrown off balance, stumbled and nearly crashed headfirst into the wall, but Tang Ning reacted quickly and grabbed her just in time. Once she regained her footing, Xuanhuan looked him up and down and asked with concern, "Comrade Tang Ning, are you all right?" Tang Ning was briefly stunned, then shook his head. "I'm fine. Why did you come?" Xuanhuan patted her chest, her face still filled with lingering fear. "As long as you're fine, as long as you're fine. I heard you were sick and driven out, so I came to check on you. I knocked for so long and you still didn't open the door. I thought something had happened to you." She glanced around, and seeing no one nearby, she pulled him inside the house. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some food. It's still warm." Back in the main room, she took off her rain cape, revealing the outline beneath a gray short-sleeved shirt. From Tang Ning's countless hours of studying Island Nation films, he could tell the shape was exquisite, like a ripe peach exuding a faint alluring fragrance. Her black hair was dampened by the rain droplets sliding down her long fair neck into the hollow of her collarbone, silently adding a trace of seduction. Tang Ning suddenly felt parched and quickly averted his gaze. "Do not gaze upon what is improper," he reminded himself inwardly. The next moment, warmth spread across his palm. Looking down, he saw half a cornbread bun and a boiled egg wrapped in a handkerchief. They must have just come out of the pot, steam curled upward hot enough to sting his hand. Xuanhuan smiled at him, revealing a row of small white teeth, bright and dazzling. "I snuck this over for you. No one saw me. Hurry and eat." Tang Ning pressed his lips together. He had gnawed an entire lamb leg last night and was not particularly hungry now. Yet, meeting Xuanhuan's concerned gaze, he still took a bite of the cornbread bun. It was made from cornmeal mixed with dried wild greens and steamed rough, and astringent, scratching his throat as it went down. It truly did not taste good. After a couple of bites, Tang Ning could not swallow another if the stuff was simply too dry. Seeing him stop eating, Xuanhuan tilted her head slightly. "Eat, why did you stop? By the way, where do you feel unwell? Is it serious?" Tang Ning shook his head. "I'm much better now." He pushed the boiled egg into Xuanhuan's hand. "I'll just eat the cornbread. You eat the egg." "Oh, I already ate." "You're ill, you need something nourishing." Tang Ning glanced at her. The girl stood a little over 1.60 meters. Because of malnutrition, her cheeks were sharp, making her eyes seem especially large. The educated youths lived even harder lives than the villagers. How often could she afford to eat eggs? He feared she had gone to considerable trouble just to obtain this single egg. Tang Ning's expression darkened. "Sister Xuanhuan, if you don't eat the egg, then I won't eat the cornbread either." He still had whole roasted sheep stored in his spatial space. He simply could not conveniently take them out now. Otherwise, he would have given Xuanhuan an entire roasted sheep to repay her kindness for this single meal. Helpless, Xuanhuan accepted the egg, peeled it, and split it into 2 parts, keeping the smaller half for herself and handing the larger half to Tang Ning. "We'll eat it together, or I'll be angry." Since she had already said so much, it would have been pretentious to refuse again. Tang Ning had no choice but to accept it and pop it into his mouth. Seeing this, Xuanhuan also began nibbling her portion in tiny bites, the egg's fragrance instantly filling her mouth. After savoring it for a moment, she tilted her head and asked, "What happened between you and your uncle? Why did he drive you out?" Tang Erniu was younger than the original Tang Ning's father, so the original had always called him uncle. Tang Ning let out a mocking chuckle. "What else could it be? I've lost my value to them, that's all." Seeing her blinking at him, he felt a warmth rise in his chest and began recounting everything that had happened. By the time he finished, Xuanhuan was seething with indignation. "That's truly too much. As a literate girl, she could not bring herself to curse. She circled back and forth between too much and this is bullying to vent her anger. Tang Ning found it quite amusing to watch. After the two chatted a while longer, xuanhuan noticed it was getting late and said she had to leave. Tang Ning suddenly recalled that he still had not recharged the system. He glanced at xuanhuan, embarrassment flickering across his face. Sister xuanhuan, could you lend me a little money? I'll pay you back once I have some. Xuanhuan froze for a moment. She realized that when Tang earlier drove Tang Ning out, he had likely not given him any money at all. She glanced around the room. Never mind money, the place was so empty there was not even a single bowl. Coming back to herself, she reached into her pocket and pulled out 50 fun, handing it to him. I don't have much either. I only have 5 mao on me, it's all yours. Tang Ning accepted it gratefully. It's enough. Thank you, Sister Shua. I'll pay you back 5 yuan when I have money. Xuanhuan smiled and waved her hand, not taking his words to heart at all. 5 yuan indeed, this fellow could not even scrape together a single mao. No need to pay me back, no need. After Xuanhuan left, Tang Ning immediately funneled the money into the system and began the lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recharging and obtaining a lottery chance. The special lottery begins now. With the system's announcement, the golden pointer began to spin once more. It must be a gun. Tang Ning watched the rapidly spinning pointer, silently praying in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn 1,000 Type 95 automatic rifles, each with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Golden light flashed before Tang Ning's eyes as the cube space automatically opened another square. Inside were indeed neatly stacked 1,000 rifles. What man doesn't love guns? Even though Tang Ning was currently in rags and penniless, he couldn't help but reach out to touch the rifle. The cold touch revealed a barrel caliber of only 5.8 mm, yet it could penetrate an 8 mm steel plate within 100 meters while still retaining a slight lethality. The lethality cannot be underestimated. With this thing, hunting a bear would be a sure shot. Glancing out the window, the rain was still falling. The footprints left by Xuanhuan in the yard were already filled with water. With a spark of inspiration, a plan emerged in his mind. There were still 999 roasted whole lambs in the system, and he could secretly sell them for money. In these times, although strict regulations prohibited private transactions, there were always those willing to take risks to fill their bellies, engaging in guerrilla trading with the commune. Of course, this tacit approval is not unlimited. If caught, one would have to bear the consequences. However, to sell roasted lamb, he would need to venture into the mountains, preferably to hunt some goats in return. Of course, even if he couldn't hunt anything, it would suffice to let the villagers see him enter the mountains. This way his source for selling lamb would be easily explained. Gradually the rain stopped, and outside the sounds of children calling for friends began to rise. It was the height of summer, and the cicadas were easier to catch after the rain. Groups of children bent down on the ground searching for holes. Seeing small ant-sized openings, they cautiously pried them open, usually catching cicadas that had yet to break through the soil. In half a day's time they could catch a bowl full, take them home, and roast them over a fire. Delicious. Tang Ning put the rifle back into the space, pushed open the yard door, and walked towards the mountains amidst the children's laughter. Not long after walking a few hundred meters, he encountered several people standing at the entrance chatting idly. Noticing Tang Ning heading up the mountain, one middle-aged man greeted him. Tang Ning, didn't your uncle say you were sick? Why are you out? As Tang Ning approached, the middle-aged man quickly covered his mouth and nose and took a few steps back. The Tang Ernier family claimed he had contracted an infectious disease. In these times, if a family lacked money, even a fever could go untreated, forcing one to endure. If one were to catch an incurable disease, they could only wait to die. He certainly didn't want to die. Lai Zi. The moment he saw the man, Tang Ning's mind automatically recalled his name. Lai Zi was somewhat of a local celebrity, lazy and a gossip, his tongue longer than a woman's. He was always backbiting and was at the forefront of gossip. At over 40 years old, he still hadn't found a wife. In the past, Tang Ning wouldn't have cared about such a person. But today was different. He needed someone to spread the word about his hunting trip. Tang Ning, having just recovered from a serious illness, looked unusually pale, resembling someone afflicted with a terminal disease. He deliberately coughed twice, took a step forward, and said loudly, It's Uncle Lizy. I've gone 3 days without food and am going into the mountains to hunt something to eat. His words flew out with saliva and a gust of wind blew splattering Air Lizy's face. Air Lizy's face changed and he stepped back repeatedly, just about to scold Tang Ning when he saw him walk away without looking back. Those nearby burst into laughter. Air Lizy, you know he has an infectious disease and you still rushed to talk to him, aren't you asking for death? It just rained and the mountains are so slippery. What can Tang Ning catch going up there now? He has terrible luck. Every time the village organized a hunt he never caught anything decent. Going into the mountains alone he won't catch anything, surely just a wasted trip. Air Lizy's face turned pale, wiping his face with his sleeves, glaring at Tang Ning's departing figure with malice. Perhaps he'll die directly in the mountains and won't come back. Just as his words fell, a voice suddenly came from behind. Who are you saying will die? Li Xiaoa appeared with a basket, excitement barely concealed in her eyes. Tang Ning had been sick for 3 or 4 days. Even a robust laborer wouldn't be able to endure 3 or 4 days without food and water, let alone feverish Tang Ning. Could it be that Tang Ning really died? Air Lizy glanced at her and sneered. Tang Ning, that guy went hunting up the mountain in such heavy rain, with thunder booming. He might have been struck by lightning, seeking death. Tang Ning went into the mountains. Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy actually didn't die. Even in such a state he had the energy to head into the mountains. A nearby woman sighed. He did go. His face is as pale as death. He even sways while walking. I think he might be the hunted instead. Li Xiaoa was initially disappointed to hear that Tang Ning was alive, but upon hearing this her eyes darted around and she hurriedly ran home. Arriving at the door she saw Tang Ning squatting under the eaves smoking. Seeing her return he lifted his eyelids and asked in a flat tone. How was it? Did he die? Li Xiaoa set down the basket and shook her head. No, I heard that the short-lived ghost went into the mountains. He sways while walking. He probably still has a fever. Tang Ning paused in his smoking, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He going into the mountains is good. If he dies up there it won't concern us and we might get the homestead. Li Xiaoa rubbed her hands together. I think so too. The discussions about Tang Ning went unnoticed by him. The higher he climbed the harder it became. He alternately leaned on trees and stones, laboriously climbing the mountain. After more than an hour he hadn't seen a single animal, let alone a human shadow. The surroundings were silent, occasionally broken by the thud sound of water droplets falling from the leaves. Tang Ning could walk no further and sat down on a large stone beside him. The half-steamed bun and half-boiled egg he had for breakfast had already been digested. He was about to retrieve a leg of lamb from the space to gnaw on. Suddenly, about 50 meters to his left front, a rustling noise emerged. Tang Ning was startled. He swiftly turned his hand and pulled out a Type 95 automatic rifle, loading it. Crawling forward he pushed aside the waist-high thicket to look. There he saw a goat grazing on grass on the lower platform. Tang Ning was delighted. He raised his gun and aimed. In his previous life he had been a soldier and enjoyed playing real-life CS, so firearms were not unfamiliar to him. In fact, he was quite adept. The goat's figure appeared in his sight. Tang Ning aimed the gun at its head. Perhaps it sensed the danger. The goat became restless, no longer focused on grazing but instead took bites while looking around. Its hooves anxiously scraped the ground. Now was the moment. Tang Ning decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bah! With the sound of the gunshot, blood mist splattered from the goat's head and it collapsed softly to the ground. Beautiful, a headshot. Tang Ning clenched his fist, shouting excitedly. He slung the gun over his back and slid down the slope to the goat's side. This goat was quite substantial, weighing approximately 60 jin. Though he had only hunted one, at least he hadn't returned empty-handed. Satisfied after admiring his masterpiece for a while, he summoned the goat into the cube space. He casually wiped his hands on the grass. It had just rained and the grass had water droplets which helped clean them. However, his clothes were covered in a layer of mud. There was no water nearby, so he had to endure and wash when he got home. Tang Ning took out a leg of roasted lamb and started to feast. With his belly full, Tang Ning finally felt a bit warmer. He picked up his gun and began his descent. By the time Tang Ning returned to the village entrance, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing no one around, he stored his rifle in his spatial storage, hoisted the goat onto his shoulder, and stepped into the village. On the way, a few children were persistently catching cicadas. When they saw Tang Ning walking by with the goat, they gathered around him, chattering excitedly. A goat. It's a goat. Brother Tang Ning, where did you get this goat? Tang Ning panted, responding intermittently. I got it from the mountain. Having just recovered from a serious illness, my body still not fully restored, I climbed a mountain and carried the goat for this short distance, yet my calves are trembling. The children exclaimed in awe. Wow, Brother Tang Ning is amazing. He caught a goat. Brother Tang Ning really caught a goat. The children's shouts echoed loudly, attracting the attention of nearby villagers who came out to see the commotion. Oh, isn't that Tang Ning? He actually didn't die on the mountain and even caught such a big goat. My goodness, I thought he had been taken away by a bear. This kid really has some skills. Of course he has skills. It just rained heavily with thunder rumbling. Who would dare to go into the mountains? Only this kid would risk his life. Someone catching sight of Lizzie couldn't help but tease. Lizzie, didn't you say Tang Ning would die on the mountain? Not only did he not die, but he also brought back such a big goat. What do you have to say now? Lizzie's gaze was dark as he disdainfully glanced at Tang Ning's back. So what if he caught a goat? He's still a short-lived ghost. He contracted an infectious disease, he might die right after this meal. Some people who initially considered asking Tang Ning for some goat meat upon hearing this completely abandoned the thought. Goat meat is rare, but their lives are worth more. One mouthful of goat meat is not worth catching a disease. At this moment, Tang Ning had already returned home. He placed the goat on the ground and began rummaging through his belongings. Finally, he found a backpack in the corner. The edges were a bit worn, but it was still usable. He cleaned the backpack thoroughly, stuffed a clean cloth into it, and put the backpack into his spatial storage. With no change of clothes, he could only take off his vest, wash it, and wring it out to put it back on. The cold fabric clung to him, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, it was summer. He would soon acclimate to the temperature and the clothes would dry quickly. After finishing these tasks, Tang Ning glanced at the sun outside, estimating it was almost 4 o'clock. Departing at this time, he could reach the commune just as the workers were getting off work. The Huai Mountain commune had a steel mill, a textile factory, and a brick factory housing many workers. He should be able to sell a good amount of goat meat there. Without hesitation, Tang Ning hoisted the goat onto his shoulder and stepped out the door. On the way, he inevitably encountered some villagers. Hey, where did you get such a big goat? I caught it from the mountain. Tang Ning, where are you taking the goat? To the commune. Similar questions continued until he finally left Lutang village and his ears were quiet. Looking around at the 5 people, he stored the goat back in his spatial storage. Walking without the load, he moved much faster. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Tang Ernyo's house was strange. Li Xiao stared wide-eyed at her youngest son Tang Tsung, her face filled with disbelief. What did you say? That short-lived ghost caught a goat. How is that possible? The sickly child actually didn't die on the mountain. Tang Tsung plopped down onto a bench. How is that impossible? It's all over the village. Lizzie and the others saw it with their own eyes. It can't be fake. He had thought that Tang Ning had already died from his illness. He didn't expect that Tang Ning had gone into the mountains and even brought back a goat. Initially skeptical, he had asked several people, all of whom confirmed the story in detail. Tang Tsung furrowed his brow. Dad, if Tang Ning isn't dead, our land property is doomed. He had 2 older sisters and an older brother. His elder sister and second sister were already married. Only his elder brother and he were still unmarried. His father had said that the family's property would belong to the elder brother, and once Tang Ning died, the land would be his. He was already 18 this year and should be getting married. If he didn't acquire the land, how would he marry? Li Xiao, hearing her youngest son's words, became anxious. That can't be. We must get the land. What are you going to do as the head of the family? Tang Ernyo took a puff from his pipe, his face displaying impatience. What can I do? That little bastard isn't dead. What do you want me to do? I can't just go kill him, can I? Li Xiao was momentarily at a loss. Killing was certainly out of the question. Ever since they had driven Tang Ning away, the villagers had been watching their family closely. Tang Ning's death must not be associated with them. That little brat is quite resilient. Eldest brother Tang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dad, that goat can sell for quite a bit, can't it? Since Tang Ning isn't dead yet, why don't we just take the goat back? You and Mom raised him for over 10 years, he should repay us. Tang Tsung clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed. Yes, Dad, let's go take the goat back. That little bastard won't dare refuse. We can keep 10 or so gene for ourselves and sell the rest at the commune. Mentioning goat meat made him swallow hard. That was genuine goat meat, and he hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Not just him, even Tang Ernyo, Li Xiao and Tang couldn't help but salivate as if they could already smell the aroma of goat meat. Li Xiao couldn't help but say, as the head of the family, let's go ask that little brat for the goat now. When everyone is asleep at night, I can secretly stew it for you and the 2 sons to whet your appetites. Before, when they had no meat to eat, they didn't realize it. But now that they knew goat meat was on the way, the craving in her stomach was instantly ignited. It made her feel restless as she wished she could hold fresh goat meat and take a few bites. Tang Ernyo squinted. When Tang Ning had come to their house, he had carried 100 yuan. However, back then Tang Ning was still young and naive, and the money had long been tricked away. Besides, he often didn't feed Tang Ning, who had grown up without costing the family much. However, his son was right. If it weren't for him, Tang Ning would have died long ago. Since the little brat caught a goat, he certainly should show some gratitude to his uncle. Tang Ernyo grinned. No rush, let's wait until everyone goes to the cafeteria for a meal before we look for that little brat to ask for goat meat. This matter of asking for goat meat must not be known to outsiders, otherwise it would harm the family's reputation, and the 2 sons hadn't even mentioned wives yet. Tang and Tang Tsung exchanged glances, understanding Tang Ernyo's intentions, and nodded in unison, saying, all right. Lutang Village. As the bell for meal service rang, Lu Chong sneaked into Tang Ning's house with Tang Tsung and Tang only to find it empty. The yard was quiet, freshly drenched from the rain, with mud everywhere, each step creating a puddle. The passing breeze felt damp and warm against their skin. Tang Tsung glanced around. Father, it seems the bastard isn't here. Tang rushed inside to search, finding nothing but firewood and a pile of junk. Father, there's indeed no one here. Tang Ernyo surveyed the surroundings with a sneer. You can run from a monk, but not from the temple, just wait here. The 3 of them quietly sat on the woodpile waiting. Meanwhile, Tang Ning had arrived at the entrance of the Huai Mountain Commune steel factory carrying a backpack. In the summer it got dark late and the sky was filled with fiery clouds. Groups of workers chatted and laughed as they exited the steel factory. Tang Ning scanned the area. Sure enough, he spotted several suspicious individuals mingling in the crowd, both men and women, each carefully holding a towel over a basket or something hidden in their arms. As workers came out, they quietly approached and cautiously asked a question. Under the probing gaze of the workers, they carefully lifted the cloth covering their baskets or revealed items from their clothes. Then the 2 would quietly negotiate, ultimately completing the transaction. Tang Ning suddenly understood. He pulled out a clean cloth from his backpack and wrapped it around his head. Spotting a woman with curly hair, he approached her cautiously and whispered, Sister, would you like some freshly roasted lamb? He had already filled his backpack with whole roasted lamb when no one was paying attention. The system was so powerful that by the time he arrived, it had already divided the lamb into smaller portions. Each portion weighed a pound and was wrapped in oil paper for easy handling. The woman looked at him in surprise, her nose twitching as a rich meat aroma filled the air. Her eyes lit up and she quietly asked, Is it freshly roasted? Tang Ning perked up and immediately began to promote his product. Sister, it's definitely fresh out of the oven with guaranteed quality. I promise after 1 bite you'll want a second. How about it? The woman giggled at his flattery. You little rascal, I could be your aunt. How much is it per pound? Tang Ning chuckled. 2 yuan per pound plus a pound of meat ticket. Of course, if you don't have a meat ticket, a grain ticket or vegetable ticket will do. The woman frowned slightly and lifted her foot to leave. 2 yuan? That's too expensive, more than the price of raw lamb by 2 or 3 dimes. Sister, you must understand, raw is not the same as cooked, and you won't find anyone using quality ingredients like I do on the street. Moreover, my whole roasted lamb is made from lambs weighing around 15 pounds at the prime time when the meat is the most tender, making a significant difference in taste. How about this, sister? Let me give you a piece to try, and if you find it delicious you can buy more. The woman hearing this found it hard to leave. The tempting aroma of the roasted lamb was simply irresistible, wafting into their stomachs and stirring their appetites. Every passing worker glanced towards the two. Even a vendor selling radishes approached. Tang Ning took out a small bundle from his backpack, opened the oil paper, and the golden brown roasted lamb immediately caught everyone's eyes. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. Tang Ning handed a piece of hind leg meat to the woman. Sister, try it and see how tender it is. The woman had already been drooling, and upon hearing Tang Ning's words she quickly took the lamb. Though the meat had been out for a while and was no longer hot, it did not affect the taste. She hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth. Wow, it's really delicious, spicy and numbing. This is the best lamb I've ever had, not gamey at all. Young man, how did you roast this lamb? Tang Ning smiled but did not answer her question directly. Instead he asked, Sister, would you like 2 pounds? The woman, seeming to have plenty of money, nodded eagerly. Give me half a lamb. Tang Ning did not expect his first business deal to land such a big customer, grinning from ear to ear. Sure thing, sister, please wait a moment. Half a lamb weighed 7 pounds. Tang Ning directly handed 7 small packages of lamb to the woman. Sister, here's your 7 pounds of lamb, a total of 14 yuan. The woman glanced at the lamb she received and worriedly asked, You're not shortchanging me, are you? Oh sister, feel free to weigh it. 7 pounds is guaranteed, and if it's even a little less I'll compensate you with a whole roasted lamb. The woman weighed it and felt it was about right, then happily said, All right. She placed the lamb into her canvas bag, counted out 14 yuan and 14 pounds of grain tickets, and walked away satisfied. The workers who had been observing the situation rushed over in a swarm, eagerly asking, Young man, do you still have roasted lamb? Give me 2 pounds. Young man, I want 3 pounds. Hey, don't push. I want 4 pounds. Hey, is there none left? I still want to buy 2 more pounds. Tang Ning slipped his right hand into his pocket to discreetly stow away the money, continuously agreeing. Yes, yes, yes. There's more in the backpack, all freshly roasted. Everyone don't rush, I'll get them for you right away. Some, however, found the price too high and shook their heads to leave. But there were also those like the woman who asked for 3 to 5 pounds right away. Overall, Tang Ning's business was quite good. Meanwhile, Tang Erniu, Tang Song, and Tang An had been waiting at Tang Ning's house for 2 to 3 hours. As it grew dark, Tang Song could no longer sit still. Having not eaten a single bite for dinner and sitting for several hours, he felt faint and dizzy. Moreover, the house had not been occupied for a long time and the mosquitoes were starving, making them 3 walking blood bags, nearly devoured by the insects. Tang Song slapped 5 or 6 mosquitoes dead, rubbed his hands on the ground and cursed, Who knows where that bastard has run off to? Father, should we head back? After all, you can run from a monk but not from the temple. We can come back tomorrow. Tang An wanted to wait a bit longer, but he couldn't bear the mosquito bites and added his suggestion. Father, Tang Ning still hasn't returned. I think he probably went to the commune to sell lamb. If we keep waiting here we might not get any lamb at all. It would be better to come back early tomorrow and directly ask him for money. Tang Song looked at Tang Erniu eagerly. Father, what my elder brother said is right, let's head back. That dog bastard didn't burn wormwood and I've been bitten all over by mosquitoes, I can't stand it any longer. Currently there were no mosquito coils and very few could afford floral water, so the villagers of Lutang village used wild wormwood to ward off mosquitoes. Tang Erniu was also covered in bites and could no longer hold out. Seeing his 2 sons agree, he nodded and abruptly stood up from the ground. Let's head back first. Until the last ray of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, Tang Ning sold 3 roasted whole sheep for a total of 80 yuan, along with various coupons including grain tickets, meat tickets, and soybean product tickets weighing around 80 jin. The 3rd roasted whole sheep still had about 3 jin unsold, which he directly wrapped in newspaper and stuffed into his backpack. He planned to give it to Jiang Shui as a token of gratitude for lending him 50 cents. Seeing that there were not many people on the road, Tang Ning shouldered his backpack, intending to buy some daily necessities at the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as he took a step forward, he was blocked by someone. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man in his 30s carrying a basket. Tang Ning recognized him as the vendor who initially pulled workers to sell radishes. Tang Ning glanced at him and asked calmly, "Brother, is there something you need?" Although his expression was indifferent, he was actually on high alert. The times were chaotic and robbery was common. He feared being targeted by someone with ill intentions. Zhao Yuqian smiled awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Brother, do you have any roasted lamb left?" He rubbed his hands together, appearing quite embarrassed. "I don't have enough money. Can I trade some radishes for a bit of lamb?" His business was poor and he had brought a basket of radishes, not even selling half of them, but thinking of his hungry children at home, he still wished to bring them something delicious. With not enough money in his pocket, he contemplated trading radishes with Tang Ning. However, radishes were of little value and he wasn't sure if Tang Ning would be willing to exchange. Seeing his awkward demeanor, Tang Ning discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. "Sure, I still have 3 jin of lamb meat. How much do you want?" "Right now, roasted whole sheep is all I have, and swapping for some radishes to make soup or a cold dish would help balance things out, which is exactly what I need." Since he needed to buy something at the supply and marketing cooperative anyway, he thought it better to make the exchange right there. Zhao Yuqian quickly raised a finger. "Just half a jin will do. He'll trade you 1 yuan and these radishes." Tang Ning heard the price while selling lamb meat earlier. He gave all the radishes to Tang Ning and pulled out all the money he had, which was only enough to buy half a jin of lamb. Tang Ning nodded, took out 2 portions of roasted lamb from his backpack, poured half of one portion into the other and handed the remaining half to Zhao Yuqian. "I don't have a scale, but this half jin is definitely not less." Zhao Yuqian received it with both hands, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, brother." He happily wrapped the lamb back up and stuffed it into his clothes, handing all the radishes in the basket to Tang Ning, then pulling out 1.5 yuan to give to him. Tang Ning accepted the money, packed all the radishes into his backpack, nodded to him and left. The cooperative would be open a bit longer. When Tang Ning arrived at the cooperative, there were only a few customers inside. The sales clerks were gathered together chatting. When they saw him come in, they rolled their eyes and ignored him. Tang Ning felt nothing of it. After all, he had seen many dismissive salespeople in his past life. He quickly bought 10 jin of mixed grains and 10 jin of coarse flour, along with a pair of cloth shoes, a teapot, a clay jar, and toothbrushes and toothpaste as daily necessities. The sales clerk's expressions changed immediately when they saw him buy so many things. "Comrade, why are you buying so much?" Tang Ning smiled. "I'm purchasing for our village." The clerk nodded and no longer asked questions. Tang Ning paid, packed the items into his backpack and left the cooperative. Tang Ning didn't rush home but went directly to the youth station. By the time he arrived, it was almost 10 p.m., and the entire village was quiet, with the occasional sound of barking dogs piercing the silence. Jiang Shuai was clearly already asleep, and when awakened she was still a bit dazed, her hair a tangled mess. Upon hearing that it was Tang Ning looking for her, her sleepiness instantly vanished and she became fully alert. She threw on some clothes and ran outside. "Tang Ning, what happened? Why did you come at this hour?" The girl furrowed her brow as she scrutinized him, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Tang Ning smiled, pulled out 2 portions of roasted lamb wrapped in oil paper from his backpack and stuffed them into her arms. "I caught a mountain goat today and roasted some lamb. I brought it for you to try." Jiang Shuai stared at him in shock. The aroma of the roasted lamb aggressively invaded her nose, making her swallow hard. Instead of praising the deliciousness of the meat, she expressed deep concern. "It rains so heavily and the mountain is so slippery. How did you go into the mountains? What if something dangerous happened?" Tang Ning felt warmth in his heart and shook his head. "I was careful. By the way, I sold the extra goat meat and this is your 5 yuan back." He pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Jiang Shuai's eyes widened. She recalled how Tang Ning had said he would lend her 50 cents and return her 5 yuan. At the time she thought it was a joke and didn't take it to heart, but unexpectedly before the day was over he actually gave her 5 yuan. That was a whole 5 yuan. Even if she earned 8 work points a day, it would take her 10 days to half a month to earn it back. Did he just give it to her? But even if Tang Ning offered, she felt reluctant to accept and hurriedly pushed it away. No, I can't take this money. You've already given me lamb, so just keep it." In her arms the lamb weighed at least 2 or 3 jin, and 5 mao wouldn't even buy half a jin of lamb. She didn't want to accept the lamb either, but it smelled so good that her cravings stirred and she couldn't bear to return it. However, Tang Ning wouldn't take no for an answer. Sister Shui, you've taken such good care of me. The lamb is just my small token of appreciation. It doesn't count. I must return the money I owe you. After saying this, he didn't give her a chance to refuse, shouldered his backpack and turned to leave. Hey! Jiang Shui wanted to call him back, but Tang Ning was tall and quick, vanishing in just a few steps. Helpless, she could only put the money into her pocket. Forget it, I'll pay him back tomorrow. She felt it wasn't a good idea to chase after him in her disheveled state. After closing the door, she returned to the dormitory. After the commotion, the female youth in the dormitory were awake, and upon seeing her return they couldn't help but tease. Xiao Shui, when did you become so close to Tang Ning? He came looking for you before dawn. He wouldn't be pursuing you, would he? With Jiang Shui, there were 4 female youths in the dormitory who had a very good relationship. They often joked around without any harm. The one speaking was named Fang Hui. The other 2 youths, one was named Xuanhuan and the other Jiang Ai, couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Our Xiao Shui is so lovely, it's only natural for him to pursue her. Yes, but I see this Tang Ning is a bit dull and usually doesn't like to interact with others. He doesn't really match with our Xiao Shui. Jiang Shui felt her face flush as she listened to them talk more and more animatedly. She threw the roasted lamb on the table and lunged at one of them. You little rascals, your mouths are so loose, you dare to tease me, see if I don't tear your mouths apart. The group began to playfully wrestle. Suddenly Fang Hui sniffed the air. Hey, stop fooling around, what smells so good? You all hurry up and smell, it's so fragrant. Li Wenwan leaned closer to Jiang Shui's chest, sniffing vigorously, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. It's roasted meat. Not only has Xiao Shui grown up, but she also smells like roasted meat. Jiang Shui pushed her away with a slap, fixing her disheveled hair. Nonsense, it doesn't smell like roasted meat. She pointed at the roasted lamb on the table. Here, it's roasted lamb just delivered by Tang Ning, still warm. Come on, let's eat. The few of them came from different cities, but due to their difficult lives they treated each other like sisters. Usually if anyone had something good to eat, they would share it with each other. That's how they managed to get by. Jiang Shui walked to the table, tore open the newspaper and stuffed a piece of lamb into her mouth. Suddenly the rich aroma of meat dominated her palate. She then walked to the bedside, stuffing a piece into each of Fang Hu's 3 companions' mouths. The 3 girls were momentarily stunned, and it took them a while to start chewing slowly. So fragrant, really delicious. It's so tasty, I've never had such good lamb before. Jiang Shui's mouth was stuffed full, and after eating 2 pieces she reluctantly stopped. Jiang Ai, fiddled with her fingers, hesitatingly spoke. I'm full, let's save the rest for next time when we crave it again. Hearing this, Jiang Shui nodded, repackaged the lamb and hid it in the cupboard. After eating the lamb, the girls were even more excited, each eagerly batting their eyes in gossip. Xiao Shui, isn't Tang Ning in quite a predicament? Where did he get the roasted lamb from? Tang Ning had been driven out by Tang Erniu, and the whole village was already buzzing about it. Jiang Shui put the roasted lamb down, opened the window to disperse the smell, and whispered. He hunted a goat in the mountains yesterday and had it roasted. Meanwhile, Tang Ning had also returned home. As he opened the door, he could see a mess of footprints on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight, varying in size, clearly not from a single person. Tang Ning's expression darkened immediately. Someone had been here. Moreover, he suspected it must be Tang Erniu's family. After all, many people had seen him hunt the goat in the mountains, so it was no surprise that the news reached Tang Erniu's ears. Given the original owner's understanding of Tang Erniu, he was afraid they might have ulterior motives. Tang Ning closed the door and walked toward the house. It was evident that the house had also been rummaged through. The wheat straw bed he had laid out last night was kicked into disarray, and firewood was scattered all over the floor. Tang Ning indifferently withdrew his gaze and placed his backpack on the ground. The grains, flour and cloth shoes he had bought in the black market had long been stashed away in his space. Besides that, there was still 72 yuan left in the space. These items stored in the space were absolutely safe and wouldn't spoil. The most important thing was that if someone got jealous and reported him, it would ensure that nothing could be found. Tang Ning leaned against the firewood pile and sat down, lighting a small fire. He washed the clay pot he had brought back, tossed in a handful of mixed grains, added water and suspended it over the fire to cook slowly. Dinner consisted of mixed grain porridge, roasted whole lamb and cold radish salad. A bite of radish followed by a bite of roasted lamb was a decent mix of flavors. However, after just a few bites he couldn't eat anymore. It was just too hot. Earlier in the morning there had been a slight breeze with the rain, but now the treetops were completely still. Sweat streamed down his forehead, making him feel as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He didn't dare to take off his clothes. The mosquitoes here were large and fierce, buzzing incessantly. Even without taking off his clothes he was already covered in bites which were both painful and itchy. Tang Ning was tormented to the point of despair, unable to help but lament. When will this life come to an end? It's so damn torturous. The next moment a cold mechanical voice from the system rang out. Ding, today's special discount lottery has begun. Tang Ning paused and quickly got up from the ground. Instinctively he glanced outside. It was pitch dark. It must have just passed midnight. Ding, today's special surprise is as follows: 1,000 smart vacuum robots, 1,000,000 yuan in ride-hailing coupons, 1,000 ultra-smart toilets, 1,000,000 pairs of disposable chopsticks, and 1,000 solar-powered fans. Tang Ning was directly stunned as he looked at the dazzling lottery wheel. Damn system brother, this is amazing. To his surprise, the system was so generous that it directly offered a solar-powered fan. Although the fan didn't cool as effectively as an air conditioner given his dire situation, he couldn't be picky. He was grateful for the fan, at least it would provide some relief. Moreover, it was solar-powered and didn't require plugging in, making System Brother incredibly thoughtful. Today's special discount lottery price is 5 yuan. Just after praising the system for its thoughtfulness, Tang Ning said, "It's increased tenfold, what the hell?" Tang Ning directly recharged to purchase it. After all, he still had over 70 yuan left, so money wasn't an issue. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a special lottery chance. Would you like to draw? Draw immediately. Beginning lottery. The golden pointer spun wildly again, finally landing on the solar-powered fan. Congratulations to the host. Tang Ning didn't wait for the system to finish speaking and eagerly opened the cube space. Sure enough, one of the compartments opened automatically, revealing 1,000 neatly arranged solar-powered fans inside. The small fans were about 8 inches in size, with 5 buttons on top for power and wind speed settings levels 1, 2, and 3. The operation was very simple. The small fans came in various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, gray, white, and pink. Tang Ning directly took out a high-end black one and eagerly pressed the start button, setting the wind speed to maximum. Suddenly a cool breeze blew towards him. Tang Ning raised his eyebrows in surprise. While the wind it blows is actually cooled, this effect is comparable to an air conditioning fan. He took out 3 more small fans and placed them in the 4 cardinal directions, ensuring that he would be surrounded by wind. The top of the small fan had a button that would make it oscillate when pressed. However, Tang Ning didn't want it to oscillate. After all, he had 1,000 small fans, he could simply take out a few more to blow air, going for a luxurious setup. Tang Ning sat on the ground contentedly, feeling the cool wind blowing from all directions. Finally, I don't have to suffer from the heat. He looked at the drafty earthen house with a furrowed brow. I need to mix some mud to seal the holes tomorrow. Forget about building a house for now, he didn't have enough money. It seemed he still needed to hustle for cash, at least to make his living conditions a bit more comfortable. Lost in thought, his eyelids grew heavier and he unknowingly fell asleep. In his dreamy state, Tang Ning was unbuttoning Jiang Shue's blouse. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open and a wave of heat rushed in. Tang Ning shivered, his eyes still closed, instinctively hiding the solar-powered fan in his space. Turning to look outside, he saw that the already precarious courtyard door had been kicked to the point of being completely destroyed. It shook for 2 seconds before falling directly to the ground with a crash. Tang Tsung stepped on the courtyard door and rushed into the main room in just a few strides, pointing at Tang Ning and scolding, "You bastard, where's the money from selling the goat? Hurry up and hand it over." Tang An followed behind him, coldly watching Tang Ning. "Tang Ning, our family has raised you for so many years, and now that you've hunted a goat, how come you didn't bring it to us?" Tang Ernio was last smoking a pipe, took 2 puffs and snorted coldly. "Tang Ning, I don't expect you to repay the kindness of raising you. As Tang and Tang Song are of marrying age, if you have any conscience left, give your uncle the money from selling the goat. Uncle can also find brides for your 2 younger brothers. Tang Ning stood up from the ground looking at the 3 of them with sarcasm. Repay the kindness of raising me. Tang Ernie, do you really have no shame? Did they really think he was as easy to bully as the original owner? Did they think he would just obediently give it to them? He wasn't a fool. Tang Song had a hot temper and couldn't hide his emotions. Seeing Tang Ning scolding Tang Ernie, he exploded, pointing at him and yelling, "Bastard, you dare say that again? Who are you cursing?" Tang Ning crossed her arms. "Who am I scolding? Of course it's you. Don't act so innocent. The 100 yuan my parents left me has been cheated out of me by you all. I've worked like a horse in your family for over a decade, earning every bit of food and drink with my own labor points. Have you ever provided for me? Look, I'm already 20, it's time to talk about finding a wife. You all are unwilling to spend money on me, and when I fell ill you kicked me out directly. Then you spread rumors that I contracted an infectious disease attempting to seize my land after I die from my illness. And you still have the nerve to say you've raised me. Do you really think I'm a fool?" This outburst left Tang Ernie unable to maintain his composure, his face darkening instantly. Tang glared at Tang Ning with a face full of rage. "Tang Ning, clean up your mouth. Hand over the money honestly, or don't blame us for being rude." However, he felt a hint of confusion. Tang Ning had always been particularly weak under their oppression. No matter how they beat or humiliated him in the past, he never dared to resist. Every time Tang Ning had something good in his hands, as soon as they spoke up, the timid Tang Ning would obediently hand it over like a lapdog. He had never dared to curse at them like today. Had he lost his mind from the fever? Tang Ning had no intention of letting them off easily and launched a direct counterattack. "Why should I hand over my hard-earned money to you beasts? Instead, you should return the 100 yuan you cheated from me, or don't blame me for being ruthless. You're looking for death." Tang Song couldn't hold it in any longer, lunging at Tang Ning with claws outstretched, aiming a punch straight at his face. When Jiang Shui and Fang Hui arrived, they happened to see this scene. Jiang Shui's expression changed as she shouted sharply, "Tang Ning, be careful." Releasing Fang Hui's hand, she rushed towards Tang Ning. Seeing the fight break out, Fang Hui turned and ran outside, shouting loudly as she did so, "It's bad, village chief. A fight has broken out. Tang Song and the others are going to kill Tang Ning." At that moment, Tang Song had already pounced in front of Tang Ning. He was furious at Tang Ning's words and directly launched a deadly attack. Tang Ning scoffed lightly, not taking him seriously at all. In his past life, apart from his love for real-life CS, he was also passionate about martial arts. He had learned Chinese Kung Fu since childhood, mastering military boxing, Luohan boxing, Liuhe boxing, and Shaolin long fist. Not to mention Tang Song alone. Even if the 3 of them teamed up, they were merely delivering food to him. In the blink of an eye, Tang Ning shifted his foot slightly, turning his body to evade Tang Song's punch. He grabbed Tang Song's wrist with his right hand and squeezed hard, raising his left leg and kicking straight at his stomach. Tang Song felt a moment of paralysis in his body, and the next moment he flew away. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood with a loud wow. He felt like his internal organs were shattered, unable to get up for a long time. Jiang Shui just ran into the courtyard and was startled to see this scene, her eyes widening in shock as she stood frozen. "Xiao Song!" Tang Ernie's eyes nearly popped out as he put away his pipe and lunged at Tang Song. Tang Song's vision blurred and he opened his mouth directly, fainting. "Xiao Song! Xiao Song!" Tang also called out, "Little brother!" However, no matter how they called out, Tang Song showed no response. The father and son were deeply disturbed, their eyes turning bloodshot. Tang Ernie grabbed a wooden stick and swung it at Tang Ning. "You little brat, I'll fight you." Tang was not willing to fall behind, charging at Tang Ning alongside him. Seeing Tang Ernie and his son attacking Tang Ning together, Jiang Shui was anxiously pacing. "Tang Ning, be careful." Tang Ning showed no fear at all, even winking at the girl. Secretly regretting, he thought if only Tang Ernie and his 3 beasts had come a little later in his dreams, he would have undone every button on that girl. In a moment of distraction, Tang Ernie roared and charged forward. Tang Ning flexed his wrist, stepping forward rather than retreating, and caught the wooden stick aimed at his face. Tang Ning was taken aback, pulling back with all his strength. Yet the stick remained unmoved. Tang Ning chuckled coldly and suddenly let go. Tang Ning stumbled back a couple of steps, and before he could react, Tang Ning closed in, delivering a series of xuanhuan punches that sent him flying. He happened to crash onto the unconscious Tang Tsung. Tang Tsung spat out a mouthful of blood, waking up immediately. Wow! Jiang Shui's eyes lit up, her fair face unabashedly showing admiration for Tang Ning. Tang Ning was stunned for a second. Seeing Tang Ning effortlessly take down Tang Ning, he couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. Turning around, he saw Jiang Shui looking at Tang Ning with admiration, instantly feeling jealous. Wildly swinging the wooden stick, he charged forward, shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Tang Ning shot him a disdainful glance and swiftly knocked him down. Li Xiao, who was rushing over, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed and she immediately rushed towards the three men on the ground. "Head of the household? Xiao Tsung Xiaoan. How did you end up like this?" Looking at the blood on Tang Tsung's lips, she was filled with rage as she pointed at Tang Ning and scolded loudly. "Tang Ning, you heartless little beast, how could you beat up your uncle and two younger brothers like this? Don't you have any conscience left?" Last night Tang Ning and the others didn't wait for Tang Ning and couldn't stand the cold, so they went home first. This morning they came to find Tang Ning for money. Li Xiao originally thought the little beast would obediently hand over the money to the three of them waiting peacefully at the door for good news. To her surprise, she heard Fang Hui shouting throughout the village that Tang Ning and the others had started fighting with the little beast. She immediately knew something bad had happened. They probably took advantage of the little beast's illness to kick him out, causing him to hold a grudge. Thus the little beast was unwilling to give money to her husband, and the three of them with their fiery tempers directly resorted to violence. However, while they could discipline the little beast privately, if it became known throughout the village, it would harm their family's reputation. After all, Tang Ning and Tang Tsung hadn't found wives yet. Worried in her heart, Li Xiao hurried over to see the situation. Who knew upon arriving she saw Tang Ning kicking Tang Ning away. Tang Tsung's face was smeared with blood. She panicked, immediately pointing at Tang Ning and reversing the narrative, not mentioning that Tang Ning had come to ask Tang Ning for money. Li Xiao didn't care that it had just rained and the ground was muddy, sitting down and holding Tang Tsung, crying while hitting her thigh and scolding. "What a sin! We've raised you for over a decade, even a stone should be warmed up. We don't expect you to repay us, but you absolutely shouldn't lay a hand on your uncle. How can this old body withstand your punches? If you want to hit, just kill me. This old woman has lived long enough. How could you be so heavy-handed against your uncle?" Fang Hui shouted as she ran. Half the villagers had come out to watch the commotion. Listening to Li Xiao's lament, others couldn't help but feel sympathy and began to discuss among themselves, "What's wrong with this Tang Ning? Tang Ning raised him for over a decade. How could he lay hands on Tang Ning? Sigh, he's not his biological child after all. How is this any different from raising a wolf? Could it be that Tang Ning felt that Tang Ning kicked him out and bore a grudge, which is why he beat him up like this? Then that's even more unacceptable. Tang Ning has an infectious disease, and no one would dare let him stay at home. If he dies alone from his illness, fine, but if the whole family gets infected, won't that lead to extinction?" "Exactly. I see Tang Ning as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Although Tang Ning won't let Tang Ning stay at home anymore, Tang Tsung still goes to the canteen every day to bring him food. They haven't neglected him at all." Li Xiao, hearing the villagers' discussions, opened her mouth and cried even louder. Her voice was truly sorrowful, making listeners weep. Village Chief Lu Cheng furrowed his brows tightly and glanced at Tang Ning. "Tang Ning, why did you hit someone?" Tang Ning slightly turned to the side, pointing to the collapsed door of the hall behind him. "Chief, they came to me first to act disrespectfully. If I don't hit them, who should I hit?" He glanced at the fainting, crying Li Xiao and shouted loudly. "Everyone, you all just made a mistake." "What mistake?" Someone subconsciously responded. Tang Ning replied expressionlessly. "The first mistake is that Tang Ning has a debt of gratitude towards me. I lived in his home for over a decade, but I never consumed even a cent of his family's food. Everything I ate and used was earned through my own labor. In fact, the 100 yuan my parents left for me was taken by them. Secondly, I do not have an infectious disease, I merely have a common fever. But that beast Tang Ning took all my money and drove me out of the house, leaving me to fend for myself while saying outside that I had an infectious disease just to wait for me to die and seize my family's land for his son to marry. The third mistake is that during the days I was ill, none of them came to bring me food. The food Tang Ning brought was eaten by their entire family. You can go in and take a look. There are only some firewood in the house, not even a bowl. If it weren't for Comrade Jiang Shui, who couldn't bear to see it and brought me half a bun and an egg yesterday, I would have either burned to death or starved to death by now. I had no choice but to brave the heavy rain and go hunting in the mountains. Heaven had mercy on me, allowing me to catch a goat. I sold the goat yesterday afternoon, which is how I got a little money. However, these three scoundrels seem to have heard about this matter from somewhere and came knocking on my door early this morning to demand money from me. When I refused, they cursed and beat me. I want to ask everyone, if someone robbed you of your money and occupied your land, would you fight back? Furthermore, Tang Ning adopted me because my father saved his life. But Tang Ning, ask yourself, have you done anything to repay my father over the years? The final question was raised sharply, ringing with conviction. The crowd fell silent at his direct questioning. They knew Tang Ning lived a hard life, but they never expected him to be schemed against by Tang Ning to such an extent. Upon hearing Tang Ning lay everything bare, Li Xiao visibly panicked. You're lying? Jiang Shui looked up at Tang Ning. The man stood alone against the crowd, his face pale with a sickly hue, but his eyes were particularly deep. When he looked at people, he exuded a chilling aura, making others feel a shiver from within. But at this moment Jiang Shui felt heartbroken. Without hesitation, she walked to Tang Ning's side, shielding him behind her, and spoke loudly. I can testify that Tang Ning is not lying. Jiang Shui, like a hen protecting her chicks, stood firmly behind Tang Ning, speaking loudly. Just now, when I was coming over with Comrade Feng Hui, I heard with my own ears that Tang Ning cursed Comrade Tang Ning as a lowly bastard and demanded that Tang Ning give them the money from selling the goat. When Tang Ning refused, the three of them beat him up together. She exchanged glances with Feng Hui. Tang Ning looked down at Jiang Shui. The girl was petite, and though her speech was delicate, she stood resolutely in front of him. Like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, it suddenly illuminated his heart. Tang Ning's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze towards the girl gradually deepened. Feng Hui had yet to recover from the shock of Tang Ning facing three opponents. Seeing Jiang Shui signaling, she hurried over to stand beside her and spoke loudly. It is indeed as Comrade Jiang Shui said. It was Tang Ning who, after failing to get money from Tang Ning, grew angry and first laid hands on him. Tang Ning and the others did not expect that their actions were seen directly by Jiang Shui and Feng Hui, and that the two would say it out loud in front of everyone. For a moment they felt somewhat flustered. Li Xiao shrieked, "You are talking nonsense. Everyone, don't listen to these two little sluts. That Jiang Shui usually flirts with Tang Ning. Those two might have done something unspeakable together. She said this on purpose. Her words cannot be trusted." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui was both angry and humiliated. She never expected Li Xiao to tarnish her reputation like this. In this era, people's thoughts are still quite futile. If they say she is secretly involved with Tang Ning, her reputation would be ruined. Not to mention, one word from everyone could drown her. The tongue is a deadly weapon. Jiang Shui was so furious that tears welled up in her eyes, pointing at Li Xiao and speaking hatefully. I am not. I swear to the heavens that I am innocent with Comrade Tang Ning. Are you all willing to swear that you did not deceive Tang Ning out of his money, did not want to occupy his land, did not abuse him, and did not seek to rob him of his money? If anyone has done any of this, may they be struck by lightning, suffer a terrible death, and be childless. As the oath was declared, the crowd erupted in an uproar. After all, people nowadays are still very superstitious and do not dare to swear lightly. Curses about being childless are even more rarely spoken. Li Xiao's face turned pale upon hearing her utter the words of being childless. They had all done those things, but they did not dare to swear. In the family, only Xiaoan and Xiaozong were males, and they had not yet married and had children. If they swore, wouldn't it be equivalent to cursing their sons from marrying or having children? But if they did not swear, wouldn't it mean admitting to having done what Jiang Shui claimed? Li Xiao was filled with hatred, thinking, damn that slut, how can she be so sharp-tongued? Publicly slandered. Feng Hui was also angry. Seeing Li Xiao silent for a long time, her eyes darting around, she shouted loudly. Xiao Shui has sworn, why don't you, old lady Li? Swear. The onlookers began to sense something. The girl from Ernie's family dares to swear. Why don't you? You didn't really do those things, did you? Goodness, how old was Tang Ning when Tang Ernio brought him home? Was he 5 years old? Did you cheat a 5-year-old out of his money? That was the money left by the child's deceased parents. So it seems that you really did. A look at the shabby cotton-padded jacket Tang Ning is wearing. It's in such a state that even a beggar wouldn't want it. On the contrary, Tang Song and Tang An are dressed quite nicely. Tang Ernio, how can you treat the son of the charity hall this way and still face the gratitude he owes your life? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Li Xiao became even more flustered. In the cold weather she was breaking into a sweat. The wind blew, chilling her to the bone. She shrank her neck and gritted her teeth, glaring at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui glared back, refusing to back down. Swear that if you did those things, Tang An and Tang Song will never marry, will die at 20, causing your family to be childless. The crowd of onlookers began to cheer. Ernie's family swear? Swear and we will believe you. I. Li Xiao's face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She gritted her teeth, slowly raising her right hand. I swear. I swear. Jiang Shui pressed on. If you deceive Tang Ning out of his money, may your 2 good sons find no place to rest after death. Tang An suddenly looked up at her, disbelief in his eyes. He had secretly harbored feelings for Jiang Shui for a long time, but due to her beauty he felt inferior and had never dared to express himself. Yet today the girl he liked was forcing his mother to swear a curse upon him. Tang An's lips trembled, his eyes reddening in an instant. Jiang Shui, how could you be so heartless? Li Xiao shook her head. No, how could she curse her son to death? Wouldn't that be like tearing her own heart out? Her trembling hand hung in the air as she stammered for a long time, unable to utter a single word. No mother would swear on her own child. She dejectedly lowered her hand. No. The onlookers understood everything. Oh my God, it turns out everything Tang Ning said was true. They really deceived Tang Ning out of money and aimed to seize his land. Truly cold-hearted, such people deserve to die. The benevolent hall shouldn't have saved him back then, otherwise Tang Ning wouldn't have been bullied like this. Putting on an air of being virtuous outside, yet being so cruel to the son of his benefactor. Tang Ning really knows how to endure. He worked like a beast for them for over a decade. If it were me, I would have gone after them long ago. Villager Lu Chong secretly shook his head. Tang Ning's mother died of illness and his father died saving Tang Ernio. The couple left Tang Ning with only 100 yuan. At that time Tang Ning was too young and the benevolent hall feared he couldn't survive alone, so they entrusted him to Tang Ernio. He initially thought that for the sake of the benevolent hall's life-saving grace, Tang Ernio would treat the child a little better. Who knew that Tang Ernio would act unscrupulously, completely disregarding the kindness owed to the benevolent hall, taking the money and treating the child so cruelly. In fact, over the years the villagers had heard some rumors about how Tang Ernio's family treated Tang Ning poorly. However, Tang Ning was a child without parents. Since he didn't stand up to resist, others found it hard to say anything. As the village chief, Lu Chong felt the same way, but now Tang Ernio's family had gone too far. Being strict was one thing, but now they actually wanted to plot for wealth and harm lives. Thus he pointed at Tang Ernio with a face full of anger and reprimanded, Tang Ernio, tell me, what on earth are you doing? Li Xiao burst into tears. Village chief, we did take Tang Ning's money, but Tang Ning also beat up my family and Xiaoan and Xiaotsong like this. They deserved it. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ning pulled Jiang Shui to his side and stepped forward. Village chief, since things have escalated to this point, I have completely torn relations with Tang Ernio's family. The years I spent as their servant were my weakness for not daring to speak out. I acknowledge the suffering I endured. From now on, I, Tang Ning, have no relation to Tang Ernio's family. However, the 100 yuan my parents left me must be returned. Otherwise I will report them to the commune for plotting to harm lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong looked at Tang Ernio, who was still on the ground pretending to be dead. Since that's the case, Tang Ernio, you should return the money to Tang Ning. You all? No way. Tang Ernio, whose insides seemed to have shifted from the beating, was in immense pain. Everything he did to Tang Ning came flooding back, filling him with panic and urgency. Upon hearing that Tang Ning actually wanted the 100 yuan back, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up from the ground, glaring at Tang Ning with bloodshot eyes. You. Even if I treated you poorly, I raised you for over a decade and didn't let you starve outside. That money is what I deserve. You want it back. No way. Li Xiao suddenly seemed to gain confidence, shouting sharply. Yes, that money was spent long ago. We have no money to give him. However, her rolling eyes betrayed her guilt. Tang Ning looked at the two mockingly. Spent it all? Don't think he didn't know that the 100 yuan was pocketed by the couple saved for their 2 sons to marry, and not a single cent was touched. His face darkened. I said I haven't eaten a single grain of your family's food over the years. You merely provided me a place to stay. But working like a beast for you for over a decade is enough to pay for rent. I owe you nothing. Instead, you Tang Ning owe my father a life. Today you either return the money to me obediently, or I'll go to the commune to report you right now. Tang Ning's gaze turned sinister. You dare? Threatening me? Am I a barefooted person supposed to fear someone who wears shoes? At worst, it's a fight to the death. Tang Ning let out a cold laugh. You think I won't dare? He lifted his foot and walked outside. Don't think I don't know. You haven't touched a single cent of that money. Since you plan to refuse to return the money, I'm going to the commune to report. You all one by one won't escape. You little brat. Tang Ning, furious, picked up a stick and staggered towards Tang Ning. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Tang Ning, as if he had eyes on his back, suddenly sidestepped, turned crouched, and swept his leg in one fluid motion. Tang Ning missed hitting Tang Ning and instead fell face first into the mud, his face and body covered in dirt resembling a muddy monkey. Ha ha ha. Seeing him in such a ridiculous state, everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Shui couldn't help but bend her eyes, secretly giving Tang Ning a thumbs up. That's enough. A hint of amusement flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. He lightly coughed and returned to his expressionless demeanor, making a decisive statement. Tang Ning, your family owes Tang Ning money. You return it to him. Village chief. Li Xiao screamed in shock. Interrupted repeatedly, Lu Chang's expression also grew grim. If you don't want to return the money, then you can offset it with work points. For the next year, all your family's work points will be counted towards Tang Ning. You handle it yourself. After a pause, he added, Tang An and Tang Song still haven't found wives. If you continue to cause trouble, it will ruin their reputations, and they will truly struggle to find brides, and you too will have the time to cry later. Li Xiao was momentarily stunned, looking to Tang Ning for help. Head of the family. Of course she didn't want to return the money. However, today's incident had escalated too much and they were in the wrong, so she wasn't afraid of others. What she feared was that those gossipy women wouldn't hold their tongues, ruining the reputations of her 2 sons. Her sons were at the age to find brides. If their reputations were damaged, no girls would dare marry them. Tang Ning pulled himself out of the mud. Glancing around, it was no surprise to see a crowd of onlookers. He knew the money had to be returned. He looked at Tang Ning and gritted his teeth. I will bring it to you in a couple of days. Tang Ning wouldn't give him the chance to renege on the debt and crossed his arms. No need for a couple of days. I'm going back with you now to get it. In a couple of days, who knows what scheme this old fox might come up with. He had no time to accompany them in this mess every day. Lu Chong made a direct decision. Give it to me now. Tang Ning took a deep breath. He never imagined that this time he not only didn't manage to steal the money for selling Tang Ning's goat, but also ended up losing 100 yuan. The key was that he had lost the honest and kind reputation he had built up over the years. Tang Ning gritted his teeth in hatred, taking several deep breaths, and spoke darkly. I'm going to get it for you right now. Holding his stomach, he was the first to head outside. Li Xiao also helped Tang An and Tang Song up, and the 3 glared fiercely at Tang Ning before stumbling after him. Tang Ning didn't place much importance on the few of them. He looked at Lu Chong with a humble expression. Village chief, I hope you will come as a witness. If I go alone, Tang Ning's family might take the opportunity to cheat me. Although I'm not afraid myself, with the village chief present they wouldn't dare be so arrogant, and it would save me trouble. Lu Chong nodded slightly. Seeing Tang Ning now truly standing tall, he felt a sense of happiness for him. Let's go. Tang Ning, let's go support you. Someone in the crowd shouted. The village chief and Tang Ning walked in the front, followed by a throng of people. Jiang Shui and Fang Hui brought up the rear. Li Xiao turned back to see the large group behind her, feeling secretly resentful. If I had known, I should have killed this little brat when he was young. Tang Ning pressed his hand against his chest, his face filled with malice. Father, I will remember this grievance today, and I will make this bastard pay double in the future. Recalling Jiang Shua's disdainful gaze towards the bastard, he felt his blood surge with anger, wishing he could tear Tang Ning apart. And that wretched Jiang Shua. He liked her so much, yet she colluded with Tang Ning against him. He would not rest until he avenged this bitterness. Tang Tsung wiped the blood from his face and said hatefully, eldest brother is right. Father, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear lack of firewood. I will make that bastard Tang Ning pay the price. Seeing the two brothers united, Tang Ernio felt a bit relieved in his heart and nodded. You two must remember what Tang Ning took from our family today. You must double back in the future. Understood, father. The two brothers replied in unison. Shortly after, everyone arrived at Tang Ernio's home. In front of so many eyes, Tang Ernio dared not play any tricks. He hobbled out with a wooden box, counted out 100 yuan, and handed it to Tang Ning. Here is 100 yuan. Tang Ning took the money and began to count it in public. Not a penny more, not a penny less, just right. He put his hand into his pocket, taking the opportunity to store the money in his spatial cube. With the 65.20 yuan left over from yesterday, he now had over 165 yuan. In addition, he had spent 20 ration tickets on miscellaneous grains and flour yesterday. He still had various tickets worth 60 jin, all stored in the space. Tang Ning smiled and waved at the onlookers. Thank you all for speaking up for me today, otherwise I might not have been able to get this 100 yuan back. When I return from the mountain with a goat, I will treat everyone to goat soup. Good. Everyone applauded and cheered at his generosity. This kid went up the mountain in the pouring rain yesterday, not only unscathed but also brought back a goat, proving he has some skill. Everyone was willing to give him a good deal. After leaving Tang Ernio's house and waiting for the crowd to disperse, Jiang Shua smiled and called out to Tang Ning. Tang Ning, congratulations, you've finally rid yourself of the Tang Ernio family. As she spoke, she walked to Tang Ning's side, walking alongside him. Fang Hui walked beside Jiang Shua, smiling at him. Thinking of Jiang Shua's earlier defense of him, Tang Ning felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Thank you for standing up for me with Fang Jiqing earlier. Thanks to you, I was able to smoothly get my money back. Jiang Shua smiled with her lips pressed together. Remembering she came to return the money, she quickly took out 5 yuan from her pocket. By the way, here's the 5 yuan back. I can't accept it. Tang Ning frowned. This is for you. Before he could finish, a warm paper bill infused with the girl's body heat was directly stuffed into his palm. His palm brushed against her soft little hand. Tang Ning couldn't help but caress it. Her skin was delicate and soft like a peach, exuding an addictive fragrance. Jiang Shua's charming face flushed red, her big eyes sparkling with moisture. There was an indescribable allure about her. She quickly withdrew her hand and scolded. What do you mean returning? I only borrowed 50 cents and not 5 yuan from you. Besides, the package of roasted goat meat you gave me last night, selling it would not fetch just 5 yuan. I absolutely cannot accept this money. Tang Ning looked at her disapprovingly. But, before he could finish, Fang Hui interrupted. Comrade Tang Ning, just take it. Otherwise Xiao Shue won't be able to sleep well tonight. Jiang Shua had tossed and turned last night, always muttering about quickly returning the money to Tang Ning. It felt uneasy to have it. Sure enough, as soon as it got light, she dragged herself along to accompany her. She didn't expect to encounter the matter of Tang Ernio and his son looking for Tang Ning right away. Seeing her resolute attitude, Tang Ning didn't insist any further. He put the money into his pocket, and with a thought, the money automatically entered the spatial cube, joining the remaining 165 yuan. He glanced at the two and smiled. Sister Shua, since you don't want to accept my money, how about I treat you to goat soup? Coincidentally, there's still some goat meat left from yesterday. The goat he caught yesterday was still in the spatial cube untouched. After all, the two girls had helped him today. Especially Jiang Shua, who was falsely accused by Li Xiao of having an affair with him. This isn't like the later generations where people's thoughts are open. In this era, once one's reputation is tarnished, it becomes difficult to find a partner, and one risks being scolded for lack of decorum. Treating them to a meal of goat soup would improve their diet and serve as a token of gratitude. No need. Jiang Shui instinctively tried to refuse. She had already eaten the goat meat yesterday and felt embarrassed to take advantage of Tang Ning again. However, Tang Ning wouldn't give her the chance to refuse, directly making a firm decision. Sister Shui, it's settled then. If you don't agree, I'll just return this 5 yuan to you. Fang Hui tugged at Jiang Shui's sleeve, persuading her. Xiao Shui, this is Tang Ning's goodwill, don't refuse any longer. Yes, Sister Shui, you helped me out so much today, I must give you a chance to thank you. Jiang Shui bit her lip. Well, okay then. Thinking of how Tang Ning's family was destitute with nothing but a pile of firewood and no pots, bowls, or plates. So she suggested, since you don't have a pot at home, why don't we cook at our place? We happen to have stocked up some large cabbage and a few steamed buns, we can make do with that. Tang Ning also had the same intention and nodded. Alright. Sister Shui, you two go ahead, I'll go get the goat meat and find you at the educated youth point in a bit. After catching the goat yesterday, he hadn't processed it yet, it was still whole. He needed to go back, kill the goat, skin it, and cut some meat to take over. With Jiang Shui and Fang Hui following him, he found it inconvenient to operate. He could only let the two go back first. Alright, we will wait for you at the educated youth point. Jiang Shui agreed and pulled Fang Hui away. After Jiang Ning watched the two leave, he also headed home. His house, including the yard, was only about 40 to 50 square meters. The yard had a low mud wall and he could see the layout of the yard clearly from the wall. The main room was divided into 2 rooms, one for the bedroom and one for the kitchen. The large gate of the yard had already been kicked off by Tang Ning, revealing a pile of firewood stacked inside. Tang Ning walked in and closed the kitchen door. He took out a dagger from the spatial cube, placed the goat on the ground, and began to skin it. Skinning was not difficult for him. In his past life he had skinned rabbits, so he knew exactly how to do it. After finishing, Tang Ning found the backpack he had used yesterday. He directly cut off 10 jin of goat meat and stuffed it inside. After thinking for a moment, he also took out 2 jin of coarse flour from the spatial cube. When he boiled the goat soup, he planned to surround it with some pancakes, otherwise just drinking the soup wouldn't be filling. He found a piece of rag to cover the backpack, then tossed the processed goat into the spatial cube. After cleaning up the blood on the ground, Tang Ning finally shouldered the backpack and headed towards the educated youth point. After the villagers watched the commotion, they all returned home as it was too hot outside and everyone preferred to stay in. Tang Ning trudged to the educated youth point, hearing the girls inside chattering as he reached the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. Coming. Jiang Ai opened the door and poked her head out, seeing Tang Ning outside, immediately breaking into a smile, revealing her small white teeth. She turned her head and shouted towards the courtyard. Sister Xiao Shui, come out quickly, it's Tang Ning. Jiang Ai was the youngest among the several female educated youth. With a doll-like face, her eyes curved into crescent moons when she smiled, adding a touch of childishness. She was restless, pulling the door wide open to let people in. Come in quickly, Sister Shui and the others are busy chopping cabbage and boiling water. Jiang Shui and Fang Hui told her when they returned that Tang Ning was inviting them for mutton soup. Tang Ning nodded and slipped inside. Jiang Shui also heard the commotion and came out. The room was stuffy. She had just been working, her little face flushed with messy strands of hair sticking to her face, exuding a unique charm. No one saw us on the way, right? Everyone ate at the canteen. If they were caught secretly eating mutton soup, it would be troublesome. Tang Ning shook his head. No, there was no one on the way. That's good, come in quickly. Jiang Shui took the basket from his hand and led him into the kitchen. Xuanhuan was chopping cabbage and Fang Hui was tending to the fire. The room was filled with smoke and heat. As soon as they entered, a wave of warmth hit them, and fearing the smell would be noticed, they didn't dare open the windows. Seeing Tang Ning, the two greeted him and then busied themselves with their tasks. You sit down and rest for a while to well cook. Jiang Shui moved a stool for Tang Ning, encouraging him to sit close to the stove to warm up. She opened the basket and pulled out the mutton, her eyes widening in surprise. My goodness, how much mutton is this? Fang Hui and the others looked up, their eyes wide with envy. This must weigh at least 10 jin, right? Tang Ning, we can't eat this much, you have to take the leftovers back later. Jiang Shui was momentarily startled, quickly regaining her composure. She cut off about a jean and tossed it into the water for cleaning, planning to throw the rest into the basket, but was swiftly stopped by Tang Ning. Sister Shui, don't worry about saving for me, we have plenty of meat for lunch today. Don't let the steamed buns get cold, I also brought 2 jean of coarse flour, let's make pancakes or we can cook noodles. Jiang Shui looked at Tang Ning, then at Jiang Ai and the others who were eagerly staring at the meat, smiling. That works. She cut the remaining mutton in half and instructed Jiang Ai to use the flour Tang Ning brought to make the dough. Let's make mutton noodles to eat. Naturally, no one had any objections. One woman was chopping vegetables, another washing meat, one kneading dough, and another tending to the fire, with clear divisions of labor and a harmonious collaboration. Tang Ning found himself unable to help at all. Of course, even if he wanted to, the women wouldn't let him. Helplessly, Tang Ning could only sit on the stool listening to them busying themselves while chattering away. The topic shifted from Tang Ning's morning beating of Tang Ernier to the mutton soup. Then from the mutton soup to the customs of their hometowns before returning to the mutton soup. Tang Ning was sweating profusely, restless. Jiang Shui noticed his flushed face and handed him a fan. It's too hot in here to use this to fan yourself, or go outside for some fresh air. I'll call you when the food is ready. Fang Hui chimed in, yeah, Tang Ning, you should go cool off outside, it's too torturous in here. Although it was hot outside too, it was much better than being stuffy and stagnant indoors. Tang Ning looked at the girls, even in short sleeves they were all sweating and red-faced like boiled shrimp. No way. On such a hot day, even if the food was ready, he wouldn't have an appetite. He put down the fan and said softly, then you'll go outside for some fresh air. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside, even taking the basket with him. The girls glanced at him, none paying him much attention, and continued with their tasks. Unexpectedly, not long after, Tang Ning returned with the basket. Jiang Shui looked at him in surprise. Why are you back? The food isn't ready yet, you should go cool off a bit longer. Tang Ning turned around and closed the door, smiling. You all are cooking for me, how can I just go cool off? I brought you something good that can help you cool down. The 4 girls exchanged glances and spoke in unison, what good thing? As soon as the words left their mouths, they saw Tang Ning pull out a small fan from the basket. Wow! Is this a fan? Why is it so small? This is my first time seeing such a fan. Jiang Ai exclaimed, stretching her hand to gesture. Hey! Why is there no power cord? I remember fans need to be plugged in to work. Xuanhuan searched everywhere for the fan's power cord. Fang Hui couldn't help but laugh. Tang Ning, we don't have electricity here, even if you have a fan you can't use it. Just put it away. Jiang Shui frowned slightly, expressing her concern. Tang Ning, where did you buy this fan? It's so small and has no power cord, making it completely useless. Did you get scammed? Tang Ning chuckled and waved his hand. Sister Shui, I wasn't scammed. Don't underestimate this small fan, it has a strong wind and is incredibly refreshing. Plus it doesn't need to be plugged in, it's solar powered. As long as you let it bask in the sun, it can be used. The 4 girls' eyes widened in surprise. It can be used just by soaking up the sun. Is that true? Tang Ning didn't reply but directly pressed the start button. Everyone heard a buzzing sound and the fan blades began to spin slowly. As Tang Ning pressed another button, the speed of the blades increased and a refreshing breeze blew towards them. The girls' mouths dropped open, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Oh my god, it really is spinning. My goodness, this is simply too magical. It's my first time seeing a fan that can spin without being plugged in. It really is, as Tang Ning said, although it's small it has a strong wind. It's so comfortable, Tang Ning smiled and said, and it can even oscillate. Have you seen this little stick? If you poke it in, it can oscillate. If you pull it out, it won't oscillate anymore. Wow, it really does. Jiang Shui tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Tang Ning, where did you get such a good thing? Is it expensive? If it's not too pricey, I'd like to buy one too. Every day the temperature was around 37 to 38 degrees Celsius and the surface temperature must be at least 50 to 60 degrees. Not exaggerating, if you put a raw egg outside to sunbathe, it would be cooked in no time. At night it's impossible to sleep. But since there was no electricity in the village, even if they wanted to buy a fan, it would be useless. Seeing Tang Ning bring back a fan that didn't need to be plugged in, she was instantly tempted. With this contraption they could sleep well at night. Faced with this issue, Feng Hui, Jiang Ai, and Li Wenwan all looked at Tang Ning with eager eyes. They also wanted to know if it was expensive. This fan is small, it's just right for one person to use. And it can be taken anywhere, such a good thing they all wanted one. Tang Ning smiled. Yesterday while selling mutton at the black market I encountered a vendor selling them. Not expensive, just 2 yuan each. If you want one I can buy it for you next time I go to the black market. Seeing a nail on the wall, he directly hung the fan on it and turned on the oscillation mode. Instantly the heat in the room was dispersed somewhat. Finally it wasn't as stifling as before, making people feel anxious. Oh Tang Ning, do you only have your shuejia in your heart? I want a small fan too. Jiang Ai, being naturally friendly, had already regarded Tang Ning as her big brother during this short time. Hearing Tang Ning's words, she couldn't help but tease the two. Feng Hui and Li Wenwan exchanged smiles and spoke in unison. That's right Tang Ning, we want one too. You can't be biased. Jiang Shue's eyes were filled with water, utterly shy. She pinched Feng Hui's arm. You naughty girls, if you keep talking nonsense I'll teach you a lesson. Tang Ning chuckled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone can have one. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. This woman was indeed terrifying when gossiping. As they spoke, the water in the pot boiled and everyone was eager to eat mutton, so they stopped teasing Tang Ning and Jiang Shui. Jiang Ai rolled out pieces of white dough into thin sheets and cut them into finger-width noodles. Jiang Shui blanched the meat to remove the smell, cleaned it, and placed it into the pot for slow cooking over low heat. Apart from the wild ginger and salt they had saved up before, there were no other spices. Even so, the aroma of the stewed mutton still filled the entire kitchen. Fortunately, the youth commune was located at the village's outskirts and was downwind, so not many people came around on ordinary days. It wouldn't attract others' attention. Once the mutton was tender, the noodles were added, followed by the cabbage and salt, and after simmering for about 5 more minutes it was ready to eat. Jiang Shui first served Tang Ning a large bowl filled with more meat and noodles and less cabbage. As for Feng Hui and the others, they merely exchanged ambiguous glances at the two without saying anything. After all, the mutton belonged to Tang Ning and they were already very satisfied just to have a sip of soup. Besides, there was still more than half a pot of meat left, enough for them to enjoy. Tang Ning took the bowl and, not being polite, picked up a piece of mutton, blew on it and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as it entered, he was nearly overwhelmed by the strong gamey smell of the mutton. It was truly because he had eaten so many good things in his previous life that his stomach had become spoiled. This wild goat meat without spices or sesame oil, though stewed enough to be tender, was indeed indescribably bad. He looked up at the girls. After Jiang Shui served him, she also prepared bowls for Feng Hui and the other 3, and only then did she serve herself. The girl carefully held the bowl, first sipping the milky broth, then biting into the mutton, chewing it slowly. Perhaps finding it delicious, her dark pupils brightened briefly before curving into crescent shapes, eating with great satisfaction. Tang Ning shook his head with a bitter smile. It truly is easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. At this moment, having something to eat was already good enough, why complain? He picked up a chopstick full of noodles, casually blew on it and slurped it into his mouth. After eating at the youth commune, Tang Ning was about to head back. Jiang Shui wanted to give him the leftover mutton, but Tang Ning refused. I still have some, leave the leftovers for you to eat. You are too thin, you need to nourish yourself. Tang Ning placed the mutton on the cutting board, picked up the backpack and left. After all, this was all girls here, and as a big man, if someone saw him here it would affect the girl's reputation. Jiang Shui watched his figure disappear from sight before closing the door and turning back inside. Seeing her return, Feng Hui pulled out 2 yuan from under her pillow and handed it to her. Here, take this money. Next time you see Tang Ning, ask him to help me buy a small fan. Although it was a joke, life was hard for everyone now. Asking Tang Ning to help carry things was already a hassle for him, they couldn't let him spend his own money. Seeing this, Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan each took out 2 yuan and stuffed it into Jiang Shui's pocket. Get one for us too. Jiang Shui was anxious and pulled out the money to return it to them. You are the ones who asked him to help carry things, not me. Why give me money? Just give it to him yourself. Huh. Li Wenwan pushed the money back to her, pulled her hand to sit on the bed and smiled. What are you talking about? I think Tang Ning is interested in you. Jiang Ai leaned closer. Hee, I think so too. The way he looks at you is different from how he looks at us. Besides, he was secretly watching you while eating. I saw it all. Fang Hui sat on Jiang Shui's right side. Don't you have any feelings for him? I see you care a lot about him. Aren't we just creating opportunities for you to get to know him better? Jiang Shui stomped her foot. You guys. I won't talk to you anymore. She buried her head in the bed, ignoring them. Only her 2 ears exposed turned bright red and her heart began to race. Oh, little Shuijia is shy. Look, she's shy. Tang Ning, fearing running into someone on the way, took a shortcut home. Looking at the precarious house, he furrowed his brow tightly. Living in such a house is too dangerous. If the rain gets any heavier, it might collapse and he could be buried inside at any moment. Who understands the plight of the family? Traveling back to the 1960s and not starving to death but being buried alive first. How embarrassing. He had to fix the house first. After thinking for a while, Tang Ning cut 2 kilograms of mutton and put it in his backpack. Instead of going home, he headed straight to the village chief's house. When Tang Ning arrived at Lu Chang's house, he was playing with his granddaughter, making her spin a top. The top was carved from wood with a round little ball at the bottom. With a flick of a whip, it spun rapidly. The little one was dressed in a bellyband and barefoot. When her grandfather tapped, the top spun rapidly. She grinned widely, showing her toothless smile, and danced with joy. Upon seeing Tang Ning, the little one pointed at him. Ah! Lu Chang turned around, saw Tang Ning standing at the door, and greeted him with a smile. Oh! It's Tang Ning. What brings you here? He jiggled his granddaughter in his arms, pointing at Tang Ning to teach her. Arya, call him Uncle Tang Ning. Arya waved her little fist. Oh you yeah. Lu Chang's daughter-in-law Qin Jingjing heard the commotion and hurried over to take Arya. Dad, let me hold her. Brother Tang Ning probably has something to discuss with you. You two talk. Gently pinching Arya's cheek, she said softly, little sweetheart, Grandpa is busy with something. Let's go inside. She nodded at Tang Ning and turned to take Arya inside. Lu Chang waved Tang Ning in. Come in quickly. Tang Ning followed him inside, and the village chief's wife Li Hongying poured him a glass of water. Here, have some cool tea to quench your thirst. Cool tea wasn't made from tea leaves but from cool boiled water. They referred to it all as cool tea here. Lu Chang took a puff from his pipe, the smoke swirling around obscuring his expression. What's the matter? My house is so dilapidated that it can't be lived in anymore. Even a strong wind could blow it down. I want to rebuild it, and I would appreciate your help in organizing this. Tang Ning reached into his pocket and discreetly took out 150 yuan from his spatial cube, handing it to Lu Chang. Uncle Lu, I grew up without parents and I have no one to help me with this housing issue. You are the village chief and an elder esteemed in our village. After much thought, I came to ask for your assistance. Here is 150 yuan. Please help me find a few knowledgeable uncles to build 3 brick houses. As for the labor cost, we can go with the market price. If the money isn't enough, just let me know and I'll find a way. Li Hongying poured tea for Tang Ning and then sat down on the kong to sew shoes. Qin Jingjing held Arya playing with a small yellow bean to entertain her. Upon hearing this, both of them looked at Tang Ning in surprise. Lu Chang did not take the money, instead puffing on his pipe with a series of puffs. Oh you. Yo ho. In the room, aside from Arya's excited baby talk, no one spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chang nodded. Alright, since you trust me so much, I will help you organize this. Logically, even if Tang Ning lost his parents, he still had Tang Ernyo. It shouldn't be his place as an outsider to intervene in the housing matter. However, this morning Tang Ning had fallen out with Tang Ernyo's family. Even if they hadn't had a falling out, they would prefer him dead and would never help him build a house. Sigh. He is a pitiful child. Since he has come to ask for help, I should lend a hand if I can. However, he did not accept the money from Tang Ning but instead said, how about this? I won't take your money if the village will handle the construction of the house for you. You can come with me to the brigade office to hand the money to Accountant Tang. At that time the costs for bricks, mud, sand and labor will be recorded one by one and you will have a clear view of how the money is spent. He agreed to help Tang Ning with the house but truly didn't want to get involved with the money. By having the village take charge, if Tang Ning is dissatisfied later he can directly approach the village. If he were to take this money privately and something went wrong in the middle, it would be difficult to explain. Upon realizing Lu Chong's intentions, Tang Ning understood. He put the money in his pocket and smiled broadly. "All right, I will listen to your advice." Lu Chong nodded, greeted his wife and daughter-in-law and was about to take Tang Ning to the brigade office. Tang Ning finished the tea Li Hongying poured for him and pulled out 2 jin of mutton from his backpack, placing it on the table. He smiled modestly. "Aunt Li, sister-in-law, I am leaving now. This 2 jin of mutton is what I hunted from the mountains yesterday, it's fresh. Please stew it for Arya to eat." Li Hongying, putting down her shoe soles, hurriedly stood up to refuse. No, what are you doing, child? We cannot accept this." Lu Chong noticed the commotion and looked at his wife holding the mutton, furrowing his brow. "Tang Ning, what are you doing? Take the mutton back, I could still manage to help you even without it. Hurry and take it back." His voice was kept low, fearing it would attract attention and lead to misunderstandings. Tang Ning scratched his head, looking sincere as he spoke. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Li, am not worried about the matter not being handled well. This mutton was from yesterday's hunt, left over from selling. I can't eat it all by myself, and with the heat it could spoil. It would be a pity for it to go to waste. I just took a little for Arya to help her health. If you don't accept it, is it because it's too little?" "Oh dear, how can you say that?" Li Hongying looked at the mutton in her hand, then at Lu Chong, momentarily unsure whether to refuse it. She also craved the meat. Though Lu Chong was the village chief, their living conditions weren't any better than others. Throughout the year they could hardly touch any meat. But if they accepted it, the head of the household was the village chief, and if others found out, who knows what they would say about the family. Lu Chong sighed. Knowing that Tang Ning was being intentional in his words, this child had previously only known to work hard. To put it bluntly, it would take 3 sticks to make him utter a peep. Unexpectedly, after falling out with Tang Ernyo's family, he had become perceptive. Glancing at his wife, he nodded. "Since it's the child's sincere intention, let's accept it." Li Hongying then stopped refusing and honestly accepted it, constantly saying, "This is too much to ask. 2 jin of mutton could sell for several yuan." Tang Ning grinned. "It's nothing, aunt, I'm off now." "Hey, take care." Li Hongying quickly set down the mutton and followed him to the door, closing it behind them. Once back inside, he saw his daughter-in-law using her fingers to dab a bit of brown sugar powder into Arya's mouth. He quickly interjected, "Arya is still young, she can't taste it yet. Make sure she eats more brown sugar so that you can produce more milk for the baby." His daughter-in-law had given birth this time, but for some reason she couldn't produce milk and the baby often cried in hunger. This brown sugar was a precious item that the old man had worked hard to obtain. Seeing the brown sugar on the table, he chuckled a couple of times. "But now our family has mutton, which is excellent. When night falls, I'll secretly stew it for you to drink, hoping it helps with your milk production." Qin Jingjing smiled slightly. "I'll listen to you, mother. By the way, how did Tang Ning get money to build a house? It's surprising that he could take out 150 yuan. Even if his father-in-law is the village chief, he couldn't save that much money in a year." Li Hongying sighed, rubbing the needle on her head, and picked up the shoe soles to continue sewing. That money was left to Tang Ning by his parents, but it was embezzled by that blackheart Tang Ernyo. "Tang Ning had a fight with Tang Ernyo's family this morning, and your father helped him forcefully reclaim it." Qin Jingjing nodded. "No wonder. I thought Tang Ning didn't even have a decent set of clothes. Where did he get so much money?" She had returned to her mother's home in the morning and only learned about Tang Ning's situation after coming back in the afternoon. While the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking, Tang Ning followed Lu Chong to the brigade office. The village accountant Tang Wenshan was 31 years old and had attended school for a few years. At this moment he was sitting at his desk writing something. Upon seeing Lu Chong and Tang Ning, he quickly stood up to greet them. "Village Chief Comrade Tang Ning, what brings you here? Please have a seat." He moved 2 benches in front of them. Lu Chong nodded, walked over and sat down, inquiring about Accountant Tang. "Is Lao Zhang and Xiao Tian around?" Lao Zhang is the village branch secretary Zhang Hongliang and Xiao Tian is the captain of the production team that Tang Ning belongs to Tianguang. To discuss the matter of building a house for Tang Ning, they needed to consult with both of them. Having more witnesses is beneficial. Oh, they're here, I'll go call them right now. Tang Wenshan replied and hurried out of the accountant's office, calling out at the door. Before long, two men, one tall and one short, approached. The tall one was the production team leader Tianguang and the short one was the village party secretary Zhang Hongliang. After some pleasantries, Lu Chong brought up Tang Ning's desire to build a house. Lu Chong had a cigarette in his mouth. Tang Ning's house is indeed uninhabitable. If it collapses one day, it could lead to a tragedy. What I mean is, let's organize something from our village to help him build 3 brick houses. He gestured at Tang Ning. Tang Ning immediately understood and took out 150 yuan from his pocket to hand to Tang Wenshan. Accountant Tang, here is 150 yuan, please count it. Tang Wenshan glanced at Lu Chong, then at Zhang Hongliang. Seeing Zhang Hongliang nod, he took the money and counted it. Zhang Hongliang looked at Tang Ning and then turned to Lu Chong and Tang Wenshan, frowning. Isn't Tang Ning's land insufficient for building 3 houses? They all understood Tang Ning's situation. It was indeed difficult. Previously, Tang Ning had not been assertive, and as outsiders they had to turn a blind eye. Now that Tang Ning had fallen out with Tang Ernio and sought help from the village, they couldn't stand by anymore. Otherwise, if the house really collapsed one day and caused a casualty, they would also bear some responsibility. Thus, without further ado, Zhang Hongliang and Tianguang agreed to help Tang Ning build the house. Tang Wenshan pondered and said, "Isn't there no one living to the west of Tang Ning's house?" Tang Ning quickly replied, "No one. My house is the last one on the west side." Zhang Hongliang nodded and looked at Lu Chong. "Chongge, how about we expand to the west? The terrain there is a bit low, so we need to bring in more soil to raise it. This will increase the costs. Normally 150 yuan would be more than enough to build 3 mud brick houses. But since Tang Ning wanted to build brick houses, the expenses would naturally be higher. Adding soil for the foundation would cost even more, requiring at least 200 yuan as a base." Tang Ning hurriedly said, "Money is not a concern. If it's not enough, I'll find a way to make up the difference." Lu Chong had initially wanted to advise him to build 2 mud brick houses, but upon hearing this he swallowed his words. "In that case, let's expand his land to the west. However, it has been raining continuously, and once it stops, we'll need to plant the fields first. We might not have the manpower to start building the house immediately, and we will have to wait until after this busy farming season." Tang Ning was taken aback and slapped his forehead. His mind was so focused on quickly getting money to build the house that he had forgotten the village had just harvested wheat and everyone was waiting to plant sorghum after the rain. With the rain stopping in the next couple of days, everyone would be busy working in the fields to earn work points, otherwise they wouldn't have food to eat next year. In reality, no one was available to help him build the house. Tang Wenshan scratched his head and said awkwardly, "But Tang Ning's house is uninhabitable. If it rains heavily or there's a strong wind, what if the house collapses?" Tang Ning came back to his senses and said, "How about we first find someone to help me repair the house? For the time being, I can manage." Zhang Hongliang waved his hand. "That won't do. Your house is too dilapidated. It requires major repairs before it can be lived in. Since you plan to build a new house, why waste that money? I remember there's still space at the male youth point, right? Why not move there temporarily?" Tang Ning feared that the small dilapidated house might collapse and bury him. Naturally, he nodded in agreement, "Sure." Tang Wenshan handed the money back to Tang Ning. "Since we can't start construction for now, Tang Ning, you can keep this money for yourself." Tang Ning shook his head repeatedly. "Hey uncle, I'll need it as soon as I come over, so just keep it here. You can help me guard it. I trust you uncles." Tang Wenshan hesitated. "This." Lu Chong knocked on the ground with his tobacco pipe and made a decision. "All right, since Tang Ning trusts us, just take it. We just need to help him get things sorted out. Building a house is a significant matter, and since it has been raining these days, we should prepare what we can in advance. Wenshan, you should go to the commune tomorrow to inquire about the price of bricks and tiles. If the price is reasonable, let's secure it first to avoid being rushed later and making mistakes. I don't need to mention the accounts, every penny must be recorded clearly." With the village chief's order, Tang Wenshan had no choice but to accept the money, nodding, "I understand, village chief." Lu Cheng then turned to Zhang Hongliang and Tian Guang. Hongliang, let's go find some workers tomorrow and confirm the major and minor laborers. We need to gather some timber while we're at it. The wages will be deducted from this 150 yuan. If it's not enough later, Tang Ning, you'll have to think of a way to make up the difference. If there's extra, well, return it to you. Tang Ning replied, I'll follow uncle's arrangements. Tian Guang said, then I'll take people tomorrow to measure the land and see how far we can expand, marking the area first. After leaving the team office, it was already dark. Tang Ning said goodbye to the village chief and others before returning to his place. He had eaten a lot at noon and hadn't exercised much, so he wasn't hungry. He sat on a bed made of wheat straw, chewing on a straw while contemplating his future plans and waiting for the system to refresh again. After giving 150 yuan to Tang Wenshan, he was left with only 25 yuan. This amount was obviously insufficient for building a house, so it seemed he would have to make another trip to the commune tomorrow. This time he planned to sell solar-powered small fans. After all, it's hot now and solar-powered fans are a necessity. Selling them to the workers at the commune should be easy. While he was lost in thought, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared before him. Tang Ning's spirit jolted. The system had refreshed. Indeed, the cold voice arrived as expected. Ding, today's special lottery has refreshed. 100000 sets of 5-year simulated college entrance examination papers. 1000J 25th generation stealth fighters. 100000 indoor smart humidifiers. 1000 Simmons beds. 1 pair of black stockings. What the hell? Tang Ning stared at the dazzling lottery page with wide eyes. He initially thought that getting a Type 95 automatic rifle from the system would be impressive enough. He never expected that the J20 could also appear, and to top it off, it was 1000 units at once. This couldn't help but stir his blood. The J20, codenamed Fang Long, made its maiden flight only in 2011. If he could draw this thing, he could directly crush the Americans. Wouldn't his life be great? However, he only dared to hype himself up in his mind. The most pressing issue now was still solving the problem of food and clothing. Even if he could draw a J20, he couldn't give it to the country, nor could he utilize its proper function. Therefore, what he truly desired was actually those 1000 sets of Simmons beds. Heaven knows he had been here for a few days and had only slept sitting up, almost forgetting what it felt like to sleep on a bed. The system announced, today's lottery ticket price is 15 yuan. Tang Ning rolled his eyes. System, are you watching my money? May I ask if the host would like to recharge? The system replied evasively. Recharge? Tang Ning said irritably. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully recharged 15 yuan and obtained a special lottery chance. May I ask? Without waiting for the system to finish, Tang Ning interrupted, start the lottery immediately. Ding. The lottery begins. The golden pointer spun wildly before finally landing on a mattress. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn 1000 mattresses. Until the control panel disappeared from view, Tang Ning continued to gaze longingly at the J20. Damn it, once I have the strength, I must draw a J20. With the J20, who cares about the little things? My mom wouldn't even need to worry about it. Tang Ning opened the cube space. A brand new compartment opened automatically containing 1000 double mattresses. To his surprise, each mattress came with a double quilt and pillows. Tang Ning. The system is so thoughtful. He immediately took one out and placed it on the ground. The system, as per his request, placed the mattress in a sheltered spot. Tang Ning eagerly jumped onto the mattress, bouncing a couple of times. So soft. It's big and soft. He buried his head in the pillow and rolled around twice. The quilt was made of silk and down, light and soft when draped over him, simply too comfortable. Tang Ning was almost moved to tears. He took out 4 solar fans from the space and placed them around the bed. Lying flat on the bed, feeling the cool breeze blowing from all directions, a smile of joy crept onto his lips. So comfortable. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Remembering that Tian Guang would come over to measure the land soon, he hurriedly climbed out of bed. He stored the mattress and fans back into the space. He then took out a leftover roasted whole lamb from the system and began to nibble at it. The small dilapidated house was drafty and the aroma of lamb was blown away by the wind before it even had a chance to emerge. He didn't need to worry about Tianguang smelling the scent. Not long after finishing breakfast he heard Tianguang's voice from outside the yard. Tang Ning. Tang Ning turned his head and saw Tianguang and two young men standing outside looking at him over the low wall. They were both village officials, one named Zhang Tao and the other Lu Heng. Wang Gu Tao Gu Hen Gu. Tang Ning quickly ran out. The yard's gate had been kicked down by Tang Erniu and he was too lazy to fix it. As long as there was a door in the main room, that was enough. You guys came over so early, have you eaten? Come in. Tianguang said with a smile. We've eaten. We won't go in, let's hurry and measure your land to estimate how many bricks and tiles you'll need so Tang accountant can arrange the materials. He went to the commune early this morning to check on the bricks. Tang Ning nodded and led Tianguang to the easternmost corner of the house. Zhang Tao took out a measuring tape to measure while Lu Heng recorded. Before long the two had measured Tang Ning's land. Tianguang looked at the data in the notebook, gazed a bit to the west and said to Tang Ning. Your land is less than 7 meters wide. I'll add more than 5 meters to the west, reaching 12 meters, which will be more than enough to build 3 brick houses. What do you think? As he spoke, Lu Heng and Zhang Tao had already started measuring with the tape. Tang Ning thought for a moment. If he built 3 tile houses measuring 12 meters wide and 10 meters long, that would be 120 square meters, more than enough for himself. If he added a small yard and built 3 side rooms on each side, it would be enough for marrying 2 or 3 wives. However, with the current funds it was barely enough to build 3 tile houses, so he needed to earn more money quickly. Alright, thank you, Guang Gu. Hey, what's there to thank? Your application was approved by the village, I'm just helping you run some errands. After having Lu Heng place a small wooden stake at the edge of the land as a marker, the 3 left. The news of Tang Ning wanting to build a house spread quickly in the afternoon. Huh? Tang Ning wants to build a house. A brick house. Where did he get the money? Didn't he just get back 100 yuan from Tang Erniu? That's still not enough to build a brick house. He's still young, lacking consideration in his actions. He could have taken 50 yuan to build 2 mud houses and saved the other 50 for marrying a wife. How do you know he hasn't considered it? I heard that Tang Ning gave the village chief 150 yuan to help him arrange the house, and the village chief and the village secretary are looking for workers all over the village. Moreover, Tang Ning even said that whether it's a big worker or a small worker, they would all be paid 150 yuan. Is that true? Wow, is Tang Ning really that wealthy? He used to live in a cowshed at Tang Ernius and wore ragged clothes, barely scraping by. Where did he get so much money? He must be capable. Tang Erniu is truly heartless. Who knows how much he has pocketed from Tang Ning over the years. Now that I think about it, what kind of life did Tang Ning live following Tang Erniu? They fell out and he casually took out 150 yuan to build a house. Hey, do you think the village chief has found people to help Tang Ning build the house? Have they gathered enough workers? No way, I need to hurry and ask. Naturally, Tang Ernius' family also heard about Tang Ning wanting to build a house, infuriating Tang Erniu to the point where he picked up a bowl to smash. Li Xiao hurriedly went to stop him. Don't smash it, don't smash it. If you smash it, we won't have a bowl to eat from. Tang Erniu was taken aback. Li Xiao quickly grabbed the bowl and held it to her chest, angrily scolding, "We were too good to that little bastard before he actually hid so much money from us. 150 yuan, that's something you wouldn't even save in a year." Previously she had turned the cowshed where the little bastard lived upside down and didn't find where he hid the money. Tang Tsung slammed the bed in frustration, his chest heaving violently. That little bastard actually used our money to build a house. Dad, are we just going to accept this? Tang sighed. It's the village helping that animal build a house. Can we go to the brigade to make a fuss? In the evening, Tang Ning returned to Huai Mountain Commune with a backpack. Inside the backpack were 30 solar fans that Tang Ning had prepared in advance. Covered with a layer of ragged cloth, it blocked the probing eyes of outsiders. The steel factory probably hadn't closed yet, as the machines were rumbling and there weren't many pedestrians at the entrance. The small vendors scattered their eyes, constantly scanning the pedestrians on the road, nerves tightly wound, ready to bolt at any sudden situation. When Zhao Yuqian saw Tang Ning, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly waved at him. Brother, over here, come this way, don't stay over there. Last time he traded half a gene of roasted lamb with Tang Ning for some radishes, and Tang Ning had directly given him an extra 3 taels. He wanted to thank Tang Ning yesterday, but Tang Ning hadn't come. Tang Ning recognized the radish vendor and immediately walked over, placing the backpack on the ground and squatting down next to him. Zhao Yuqian glanced at him, smiling. Brother, you probably don't come out to do business often, right? Let me tell you, when waiting for customers, make sure not to lean against the wall that blocks your escape route. He glanced around, pride written all over his face. Look at the place I chose, it's a thoroughfare. If something happens, I can run down that road. Tang Ning nodded earnestly. I've learned something, thank you, big brother. Zhao Yuqian grinned. Brother, are you selling roasted lamb today? Why didn't you come yesterday? As soon as he approached, the radish vendor eagerly asked after sniffing hard. Tang Ning shook his head. I'm not selling roasted lamb today, I'm selling solar fans. I was busy dealing with this yesterday. The reason he said that was also to give the solar fans a reasonable origin. The carrot vendor felt a bit disappointed. Oh, you don't have roasted whole lamb? Well, he couldn't even smell it anymore. As they spoke, the bell signaling the end of the shift at the steel factory rang, and both of them turned their gazes, promptly standing up with their respective baskets. Sales had begun. Workers streamed out of the factory one after another. A woman with curly hair spotted Tang Ning and her eyes lit up. She rushed over, pulling along a woman of similar age. It turned out to be the first woman who had bought roasted whole lamb 2 days ago. Her eyes shone with excitement as she spoke to the woman beside her. Lao Huang, this is the young man I told you about who sells roasted whole lamb. I bought it from his place the other day. She then asked Tang Ning. Young man, do you remember me? Hurry and bring out your roasted whole lamb, my sister here is craving it. While she spoke, several others gathered around Tang Ning, all clamoring for roasted whole lamb. Young man, do you have any roasted whole lamb today? I want to buy another couple of pounds. That roasted whole lamb from the other day was really fragrant. My husband has been thinking about it since he tried it, saying I didn't buy enough and urging me to come and buy more. I also came yesterday, but I didn't find anyone. Young man, why didn't you come yesterday? Do you have plenty of roasted whole lamb today? Is it enough for us? We even brought you new customers, can you give us a discount? They chattered away, each expressing their thoughts. Tang Ning quickly stood up to greet the customers, apologizing. I'm sorry everyone, but today I don't have any roasted whole lamb. However, I have something even better in hand today. Hearing that there was no roasted whole lamb, the crowd's expressions turned disappointed. But when they heard he had something good, they all stopped to listen. The woman who spoke first asked curiously. What good thing? Tang Ning hurriedly took out a solar-powered mini fan from his basket to show everyone. It's a solar-powered mini fan, don't underestimate its size, it has great power and the breeze it produces is very cool. The best part is that it doesn't need to be plugged in. Just let it soak up the sun for an hour each day, or even place it under the moonlight or a light for an hour, and it can work continuously for 20 hours. With it, neither the elderly nor children will feel hot and they can sleep well at night. He spoke rapidly, but his enunciation was particularly clear, ensuring that everyone could understand his meaning. What solar-powered mini fan? It's so small, without even a power cord, how can it possibly blow air? This young man truly is a businessman, he could talk someone to death. This statement resonated with everyone. Exactly, a fan needs to be plugged in to work, how can it blow air just from sunlight? This is unheard of, are you trying to fool us? This kid must be crazy about making money. He's talking nonsense, let's go. We won't be fooled. Young man, your lamb is well roasted, but you should stick to selling roasted whole lamb, honestly don't try to sell those gimmicks. Similar comments echoed around, even Zhao Yuqian looked at Tang Ning with a skeptical expression. Tang Ning wasn't angry, he directly locked his gaze on the woman who spoke first. If this fan can blow air, wouldn't you know whether I'm lying or not if you try it out? Sister, this is the switch, if you don't believe me, press the switch and see if it turns on. The woman, disappointed for not being able to buy lamb, couldn't bear to see Tang Ning boasting like this. She thought he wasn't a sincere person. She understood wanting to sell something, but deceiving people was a matter of character. She huffed coldly, impatiently grabbing the solar fan to press the switch. But she was stopped by the woman next to her. Hey Hongjia, are you really going to press it? What if you press it and it doesn't turn on? That kid might say you broke it and swindle your money. The woman known as Hongjia's expression changed. Oh no, the enemy is too cunning, she hadn't thought of this. Tang Ning looked helpless. Sister, don't worry. If it doesn't turn on, not only will I not swindle your money, I'll even give you 10 yuan back. Now you must believe me, right? The reason he dared to say this was because he had confidence in the system. Each fan in his basket would definitely turn on. After all, up till now the system had never let him down and every prize he drew was top-notch. Hongjia's eyes brightened with disbelief. Are you serious? If it doesn't turn on, you'll give me 10 yuan. 10 yuan was almost equivalent to half a month of her salary. Zhao Youqian, who initially intended to sell carrots, was anxious and kept signaling him. These were all small businesses, how could Tang Ning play like this? What if that piece of junk fan didn't work? Wouldn't he be losing money? However, he was practically straining his eyes, yet Tang Ning remained unfazed. Hongjia smiled with satisfaction. Let's give it a try. If this fan doesn't work, not only do you owe me 10 yuan, you must never deceive anyone again. Just sell roasted whole lamb honestly or I will report you. Before she finished speaking, she forcefully pressed the switch. In the next moment, the crowd heard a buzzing sound and the fan blades began to spin, picking up speed and sending a refreshing breeze their way. The woman stood in shock, her eyes gradually widening and her mouth forming an O shape. Others also looked incredulously at the scene before them. My heavens, how is this possible? It's working without being plugged in. Oh my, am I dreaming? How did this little thing start spinning? The wind it blows is so cool. Little brother, what's the working principle of this fan? How much is it? This time even those who doubted now believed, for facts speak louder than words. Tang Ning ignored other questions and quoted a price. It's not expensive, just 2 yuan plus 6 cloth tickets. Of course, if you don't have cloth tickets, you can use other tickets instead, like meat tickets, vegetable tickets, or food tickets, as long as it's not less than 2 pounds. For tickets like enamel cup tickets or thermos bottle tickets, just 2 will do. After all, workers' wages back then were only about 10 to 20 yuan. Selling it too expensively would be hard. 2 yuan was already quite reasonable. Anyway, this fan was almost free for him. Selling one would earn him a profit. Hongjia quickly took out 6 yuan from her pocket, pulled out several cloth tickets and handed them to him. Young man, give me 3 of these fans quickly. I need to bring 1 set for my daughter and 1 for my son. With this fan that doesn't need to be plugged in, they won't be hot at night and we won't have to pay for electricity. The man was unwilling to be outdone. Give me 2. Brother, you're sure every single one works, right? Just 1 hour of sunlight will make it last for 20 hours. Yes, big brother. You can test it on the spot. If any of them don't work, I'll take the blame. As he spoke, Tang Ning took the money from Hongjia and handed her 3 solar fans from his basket. He then took out 2 more and handed them to the man. Tang Ning busily worked while passionately promoting his goods. Limited quantity, only 30 available, everyone, don't miss out. Everyone was convinced that the solar-powered fans could operate without electricity, and upon hearing Tang Ning's words they went wild, fearing they might miss out. What? Only 30? Young man, hand me 2. I'll pay, I want 1. I want 1. Don't shove, oh my dear mother, leave 1 for me. Zhao Youqian was completely stunned by this scene. Was it really possible to buy a small fan for just 2 yuan? Was he seeing things, or was the world going mad? Why not buy a few jin of meat with those 2 yuan? If it's too hot, one could drink more cold water or wash their face a few more times. Isn't that how everyone gets by? Regardless of Zhao Youqian's thoughts, Tang Ning's business was unaffected. In less than an hour, all 30 solar-powered fans were sold out. Zhao Youqian was left dumbfounded. This business was truly amazing. If he also had a fan that could blow air without electricity, wouldn't he be making a fortune? An idea quickly took shape in his mind. Seeing Tang Ning packing up to leave, Zhao Youqian gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 yuan from his pocket. This was all the money he had saved through hard work over many days. With a fawning smile on his face, he approached Tang Ning to inquire. Brother, where did you get this fan that doesn't need electricity? Can you tell me? Rest assured, if I make money, I won't forget your great kindness. As he spoke, he shoved the 2 yuan into Tang Ning's hand. Tang Ning's eyes lit up. After selling 30, he kept one for himself, and there were still 969 solar-powered fans left in his storage space. Selling them himself, braving the wind and rain, was not only hard work but also risky. It would be better to wholesale them to others. This way money would come in quickly and it would be less effort. Not just solar-powered fans but other items could also be wholesale, allowing him to count money every day while having plenty of time to chat with Sister Jiang Shua and deepen their relationship. With this thought, a smile appeared on Tang Ning's face. He glanced at Zhao Youqian, pocketed the money and smiled. "Big brother, what should I call you?" Tang Ning still didn't know Zhao Youqian's name. Upon seeing the money was accepted, Zhao Youqian's eyes brightened. "I'm Zhao Youqian, just call me Lao Zhao." Tang Ning nodded, briefly introduced himself and then got straight to the point. "My name is Tang Ning. I can't tell you where these goods come from, but if you want to sell you can wholesale from me. I guarantee you'll make a fortune." Zhao Youqian initially showed disappointment at the first sentence, but upon hearing the second he nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. I want to sell. Brother Tang Ning, how do I get these fans?" Tang Ning held up 2 fingers. 2 yuan each plus a receipt. Zhao Youqian's smile froze disbelief in his voice. 2 yuan each? You sell them for 2 yuan each and I have to buy at the same price. How am I supposed to make a profit? If it weren't for Tang Ning having the goods, he would have cursed you. Wasn't this just playing with him? Tang Ning laughed. Lao Zhao, don't rush, let me explain. These fans can run without electricity, saving costs and allowing families to sleep well at night. They're easy to sell. You saw the scene today. Many customers who didn't buy are looking to reserve from me. You can buy for 2 yuan and sell for 2, 5 or even 3 yuan. Not to mention selling a lot in a day. If you sell 10, you can easily make a profit of 5 yuan. This is definitely more than what you earn selling radishes. That's true. Zhao Youqian couldn't help but nod, swayed by Tang Ning's words. After all, when he sold radishes he could earn only a few jiao on a good day, and on a bad day he might even end up with nothing. However, he had witnessed the explosive sales of Tang Ning's fans firsthand. Seeing Zhao Youqian's interest, Tang Ning seized the opportunity. Moreover, I guarantee that I am the only one with these solar-powered fans in stock. You will be the first to get them from me, allowing you to seize the opportunity to sell in various communes, build a customer base and quickly dominate the market. Even if someone else wants to sell solar-powered fans and compete with you, you will have already made a fortune and built a large customer base, making it impossible for them to outpace you. Although he didn't understand what it meant to dominate the market, he understood one principle: opportunities are fleeting. Whoever is bold, who dares to think and act, will become rich. Moreover, he had witnessed Tang Ning earn 60 yuan in just an hour. That was a sum he wouldn't make even if he sold radishes for an entire year. Imagining a day when he could also earn dozens of yuan in a day made his breath quicken. Zhao Youqian, invigorated like he had been given a shot of adrenaline, grabbed Tang Ning's arm and said in a rough voice, "Brother, don't say anything else, I will follow you. I'll take 10 of these solar-powered fans first." He wanted to take more, but after emptying his pockets he could only afford that many. Furthermore, he couldn't spend all his money. He had to leave some for emergencies at home. Zhao Youqian felt the determination on his face turn awkward and his face gradually flushed. Brother, I don't have any money in my pocket right now. Can I pay you tomorrow?" Tang Ning smiled and patted his hand, comforting him. "Lao Zhao, don't worry. I don't have any stock on hand right now. Even if you have money, I can't deliver it to you. Here's the deal, I will prepare 10 solar-powered fans for you tomorrow. Bring 20 yuan and we'll exchange cash for goods. As for the 2 yuan you just gave me, consider it a deposit. As long as you don't maliciously damage the fans when returning them, I'll refund you the 2 yuan if you decide not to sell later." When he sold the solar-powered fans earlier, Zhao Youqian had watched the whole process. His backpack was already empty. While he had stock in his space, he couldn't just pull out 10 out of thin air. That would scare someone to death. So he had to make an excuse about not having stock and promised to get it for Zhao Youqian tomorrow. Zhao Youqian then remembered that Tang Ning had sold out all his stock and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll listen to Brother Tang Ning. Oh, one more thing, since this is a small business, I don't offer credit. From now on, when you get goods from me, we settle cash and goods directly, avoiding unnecessary conflicts." Also, I hope you won't disclose our business arrangement, otherwise our cooperation could end at any time. Zhao Yuqian nodded in understanding. Brother, don't worry. You're helping me earn money and I'm not someone who's ungrateful. I will keep our matters to myself, and even if something goes wrong in the future I will never expose you. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yuqian, Tang Ning went to the supply and marketing cooperative to initiate a large-scale procurement. Towels, basins, shorts, enamel, mugs, soap, he bought everything that was lacking. In the end he bought 30 pounds of mixed grain flour, 20 pounds of white flour and 20 pounds of mixed grains along with some vegetables. Estimating that it would be enough for him to eat for a while, he stopped there. He spent half of the 60 yuan earned from selling solar-powered mini fans, leaving him with 30 yuan. After deducting the 14 yuan spent on the mattress, he had a total of 30 yuan and 20 cents. Among various receipts, the grain coupons were nearly used up, but there were still some meat coupons, cloth coupons, and other miscellaneous receipts left. From this trip to the commune he earned more than others would in a year, but spending money also went quickly. However, he still had plenty of goods unsold, meaning he could extract more resources every day without worrying about not making a profit. He was deep in thought and completely unaware of the 5 sneaky figures following him. By the time he realized it, 3 masked men had already blocked his path. Instantly Tang Ning frowned and instinctively scanned the area around him. He was already far from the commune with no one in sight. Aside from himself and the 5 masked men before him, there was not a single soul. It seemed these men had been tailing him all along. The leading man pointed at Tang Ning arrogantly. Kid, if you don't want to suffer, hand over all the money and things you have. They had been eyeing him ever since he sold the whole roasted lamb the day before, intending to strike at the right moment, but yesterday the fat sheep didn't show up. Fortunately, they didn't waste their time waiting today. As soon as Tang Ning entered the commune, they recognized him, watching him earn dozens of yuan all night, and then they watched him buy so many things. The other men greedily stared at Tang Ning. Kid, hand over the money and goods and we'll let you go. Otherwise, Tang Ning was almost amused by their audacity. How unlucky he was to have just earned some money through wind and rain only to be targeted. He adjusted the scarf covering his face. Tang Ning replied coldly, somewhat impatiently. I have no money and I won't give my life. The leading man's gaze turned fierce. Ha! You don't want to drink a toast, so you'll face punishment. Brothers, let's get him. The few men quickly surrounded him, their knives and axes pointed at Tang Ning, giving him no chance to escape. They were determined to get the money and goods. Tang Ning remained expressionless, his gaze icy as he reached into his backpack, discreetly retrieving a Type 95 automatic rifle from his spatial storage. He fired a shot into the air. With a loud bang, the 5 men were instantly stunned. They never expected him to have a gun, their faces turning ashen. Tang Ning held the gun with both hands, slowly sweeping the muzzle across the faces of the men. Whoever the gun was pointed at instinctively dropped their axe or knife and raised their hands in surrender, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Good man, spare us, let's talk nicely. They weren't petty thugs, sometimes they flipped goods in the coop to sell. Having seen Tang Ning earn so much money these past few days, they were tempted to act. They never intended to do anything to him. After all, this was their first time committing robbery and they felt uneasy. They thought they would just beat him up and take the money and goods. Usually when people encounter such situations, they tremble in fear and obediently hand over their money. Who would have thought that Tang Ning was tough and even had a gun? As they faced failure in robbery, fearing for their lives, one person was so scared that they urinated their pants, trembling and begging for mercy. Good man, don't shoot, this is our first time, we don't dare anymore, we won't do it again. Some even knelt before Tang Ning, crying and begging for mercy. Watching the few beg for mercy with a cold gaze, Tang Ning squatted down and patted the face of the leading man. Don't let me see you again, scram. Yes. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ran away, crawling in haste. The others also scrambled to get up and hurried away. As they ran, they kept looking back, nervously afraid that Tang Ning might change his mind and shoot them from behind. Once they were gone, Tang Ning picked up the shell from the ground, placed it along with the gun into his spatial storage and walked away leisurely with his backpack. He wasn't worried that these guys would report him. After all, they were robbers engaging in murderous and thieving activities. If they really dared to report him, who would end up being unlucky? Moreover, he had kept his face completely covered throughout, not revealing himself. These people neither knew what he looked like nor where he lived. How could they report him? Even if they traced it back to him, he had stored the gun in his spatial storage. Who could find it? And besides, he hadn't harmed anyone. There were no witnesses, so who could do anything to him? About 15 minutes after Tang Ning left, a group of people dressed in liberation clothes hurried over, looking around. Strange, we clearly heard gunfire from this direction. Why is there no one here? In Lutang village, from quite a distance away, Tang Ning saw a petite figure walking back and forth at his front gate, occasionally glancing around. Sister Xue. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xue's eyes lit up. Tang Ning, you're back. She hurried over to greet him. Tang Ning looked at her flushed little face, his brow furrowed. Sister Xue, what are you doing here? Although he returned earlier than yesterday, it was already past 9 o'clock. Logically, at this time, Jiang Xue should be in bed sleeping. Why was she here? Jiang Xue scratched at the mosquito bites on her hand. I heard from the villagers that you were going to build a house and worried that you might not have enough money, so I gathered a bit with AI and the others. When I found out you weren't here, I just waited here for a while. Afraid of being seen, she had come over just as it was getting dark, not expecting that Tang Ning would not be here. Not knowing where he had gone, she could only wait, and she waited until now. Tang Ning felt a warmth in his heart. After coming over, Jiang Xue was the first person to warm him. Unable to suppress his emotions, he reached out to touch the girl's rosy cheek. Jiang Xue's face turned even redder, her eyes blinking in confusion. You. Realizing she was caught off guard, Tang Ning quickly withdrew his hand and took her into the house. It's hot outside, let's talk inside. Although it was also hot inside with the fan blowing, it was much better than outside. Jiang Xue's face was flushed with embarrassment and she tried to pull her hand away, but Tang Ning held it even tighter. She looked up at the man, first biting her lip, then a sweet smile spread across her face. Ultimately, she stopped struggling. Catching a glimpse of her sweet dimples, Tang Ning silently smiled. Once inside the main room, he noticed her hair was wet with sweat, her short sleeves clinging to her body, accentuating her graceful curves. Tang Ning let her sit on the straw, then turned and walked into the kitchen, avoiding Jiang Xue's gaze as he retrieved a small fan from his spatial storage. He sat down beside her and turned on the fan to blow cool air towards them. As the cool breeze blew out, Jiang Xue happily pursed her lips. It's so much cooler with the fan on. Tang Ning smiled. This is for you. I bought a few more in the black market. Later you can take them back to Fang Hui and the others. This girl had a simple mind and her affection was evident in her eyes. He had feelings for Jiang Xue and was willing to treat her well. It was just a small solar fan. As long as he could win Jiang Xue's heart, giving her the things in his space was no trouble at all. However, even if he was willing to given Jiang Xue's character, she likely wouldn't dare to accept. She was kind-hearted and not that kind of materialistic girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have eagerly come to give him money as soon as she heard he was building a house. To be able to pursue such a wonderful girl was his fortune. Jiang Xue quickly shook her head. This fan isn't cheap. Tang Ning wants to build a house and he needs money urgently. I can't just take it for free, I have to pay for it. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she quickly said, by the way, here is 77 yuan. AI contributed 10 yuan, Fang Hui 8 yuan, and Xuanhuan 9 yuan. Although it's not much, it can help in an emergency. She took out 77 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Tang Ning. Although life in the countryside was tough, fortunately the few girls came from decent families. Jiang Xue didn't have much money left, but her parents had just sent her 50 yuan today. The postman had delivered it just yesterday afternoon. She took all of it out and gave it to Tang Ning. After all, she still had 5 yuan left, which would be enough to last her a while. So you're saying you just got 50 yuan all at once? Where did you get that money? Jiang Xue blinked. My parents just sent it to me. I won't be spending much anyway, so I gave it all to you. Tang Ning's pupils contracted sharply, his heart softening completely. This silly girl was truly good to him from the bottom of her heart. He reached out to rub her head and spoke softly. Silly sister, I have money and don't need yours. Quickly put it away. Jiang Xue became anxious. What money do you have? They said you need to build 3 brick houses. Buying materials and paying for labor will cost a lot. Even if you get 100 yuan back from Tang Ning, it's still far from enough. Tang Ning sat down beside her and looked at her seriously. If it's not enough, I can earn it. I can go hunting in the mountains. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Shui's stern voice. You are not allowed to go into the mountains again. Tang Ning was taken aback. Jiang Shui was also momentarily stunned, and then her eyes turned red. The village chief hasn't organized everyone to go hunting in the mountains. Recently, wild boars have been very aggressive, attacking people. What if you encounter a wild boar? Last year she had seen the scene where a hunter from the neighboring village was killed by a wild boar. Just thinking about Tang Ning encountering a wild boar made her heart ache. It was precisely because she was afraid that Tang Ning would go hunting alone that she hurried over to give him money. Seeing Tang Ning in a daze, Jiang Shui directly stuffed the money into his hand, muttering, Even if you want to go hunting, at least wait until the busy farming season is over to go with everyone. I treat you like my own brother, so you don't need to be polite with me. This money, even if you don't pay me back, it's fine. Besides, I took so much lamb from you and didn't act polite. Why are you being polite with me? Ha! Seeing her awkward yet adorable demeanor, Tang Ning couldn't help but chuckle lightly, helplessly rubbing her head. I'm not being polite with you. Everyone is waiting to farm. We can't start construction until after the busy season, so we really don't need the money right now. Jiang Shui was taken aback. She really hadn't thought of this problem. She was so concerned that Tang Ning needed money that she hurriedly gathered Feng Hui and the others to send it to him. When she heard Tang Ning say this, her face turned bright red. Tang Ning, however, smiled with satisfaction. I know you're worried about me. When I need money, I'll definitely be the first to tell you, okay? Quickly put the money away. Jiang Shui looked at the dilapidated house and felt pained instead of taking the money. Even if we start construction after the farming season, the house needs to be repaired first before it can be lived in. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that one day the house will collapse and it will be dangerous for you to be inside. Repairing the house will also require quite a bit of money, so you should take it first. Also, buy yourself a few pieces of clothing. Look at your clothes, they are already too tattered to wear. Tang Ning chuckled. If the house is going to be torn down and rebuilt, why bother repairing it? The village chief said that during this time I should move to the male educated youth point, so I will be even closer to you, and whenever I miss you I can see you anytime. In Lutang village there were only 8 educated youths in total. 4 female educated youths and 4 male educated youths. The village chief was concerned that it would be inconvenient for the boys and girls to live together, so he separated them into 2 courtyards. The male educated youth point was not far from the female educated youth point. They were only separated by a wall so they could look out for each other. A few days ago there was a strong wind and the village's cattle shed collapsed, so the village chief sent several male educated youths to repair the shed. Otherwise, last time when he went to the female educated youth point to eat lamb noodles, he certainly wouldn't have hidden it from the other male educated youths. Hearing that he was going to move to the male educated youth point, Jiang Shui felt a surge of joy. But upon hearing what he said afterwards, she became shy again. What's wrong with this guy today, always saying things that make my face flush and my heart race? Tang Ning continued. I still have dozens of yuan. I have already bought clothes. To reassure Jiang Shui, he deliberately took out a bundle of money from his pocket to show her. The things in Tang Ning's space could be casually sold for daily living and house construction. Jiang Shui, a girl alone in a foreign land, couldn't accept his money. And he definitely couldn't accept the money from Feng Hui and the others. It was the hardest to repay a favor. Tang Ning returned the money to Jiang Shui. Quickly put it away. Seeing this, Jiang Shui had no choice but to give up. Then you'll keep it for now. When you need it, I'll give it back to you. She reached out to take the money from his hand. But Tang Ning wouldn't let go. Jiang Shui was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. You. Tang Ning grinned mischievously and suddenly leaned in with only a fist's distance from her fair face. So close that he could see the fine hairs on the girl's face. He watched as her face slowly turned red. Sister. Do you really think of me as your own brother? His voice was particularly deep, sounding as beautiful as a cello. Jiang Shui felt a tingling sensation in her ears. Her heart skipped a beat and her eyes instantly glimmered with moisture. Tang Ning chuckled, relaxed his grip, and the money fell into Jiang Shua's hand. Jiang Shua blinked in a panic, clutching the money, and quickly turned her head away, unable to look at him. Tang Ning nudged her shoulder, continuing to tease her. But I don't want to be your brother. I like you, sister. I want to date you. Would you like to date me? Under the covers, Jiang Shua's face burned bright red, her breath caught, and she felt both flustered and shy. She truly couldn't understand. How could this person call her sister while also saying he wanted to date her? Her heart was greatly impacted, yet she felt inexplicably delighted. Seeing her act like a little turtle too shy to look at him, Tang Ning decided to deliver a strong blow. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Jiang Shua suddenly turned her head, hurriedly trying to cover Tang Ning's mouth. Jiang Shua was taken aback. If she didn't like him, why would she offend the Tang Ning family for him? If she didn't like him, why would she rush over to bring him food when she learned he was sick? If she didn't like him, how could she willingly give all her money to him for building a house? She liked the man before her, but she had been educated since childhood to be shy about expressing it. The girl blinked helplessly. The word "like" was clearly on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't bring herself to say it, her eyes turning red with urgency. Tang Ning kissed her palm and smiled. If sister is willing to date me, just nod your head. After all, Jiang Shua was a woman of this era, and it was normal for her to be shy about expressing love. Even in later generations, many people are shy about expressing their feelings of liking or love. He simply thought her shy demeanor was cute and intentionally teased her. Jiang Shua was momentarily stunned, flustered as she avoided his gaze, then gave an almost imperceptible nod, her heart racing fast. Seeing this, Tang Ning's lips almost stretched from ear to ear. He embraced her from behind. Jiang Shua's body stiffened for a moment, but the next second she relaxed against him. The two whispered sweet nothings to each other. Tang Ning, having come from the future, naturally had more experience than Jiang Shua. With just a few words, he had her giggling uncontrollably, collapsing into his arms. With a beautiful woman in his arms, warm and soft, Tang Ning was not a saint. He immediately reacted, his gaze burning as he looked at the girl. Jiang Shua lifted her head from his embrace only to meet a pair of eyes filled with desire. She clenched her fists, feeling an inexplicable tension in her heart. But seeing the man leaning in closer, she obediently closed her eyes, her delicate lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Her silent consent drove Tang Ning wild. With a heavy gasp, he pressed forward, holding the back of her head as their lips intertwined, pouring all tenderness into that kiss. After an unknown amount of time, the girl let out a soft moan accompanied by a heavy sigh. Tang Ning finally released her, burying his head in her neck to calm his emotions. Jiang Shua, once the house is built, shall we get engaged? I can't wait to marry you. Jiang Shua's cheeks flushed red, and after experiencing the man's affection, her eyes sparkled with shyness and timidity. So breathtakingly beautiful, just a glance would make any man fall for her. The desire in Tang Ning's eyes deepened. If it weren't for the fear of scaring her in the future, he would have already. Never mind, he shouldn't think about it. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Jiang Shua licked her lips, feeling quite brave this time. Okay. The moment she liked him, she could no longer fit anyone else in her heart, naturally wanting to marry him. However, she still needed to write to her parents to inform them. Tang Ning buried his face in her chest, chuckling foolishly. Sister, you are so cute. Seeing that it was already late, Jiang Shua, worried about being gossiped about, hurriedly pushed Tang Ning away and tidied her clothes, intending to head back first. Worried that she might feel hot, Tang Ning took out 5 solar-powered fans from his space and handed them to her. These are the solar fans I brought back for you. Keep 2 and give the rest to Fang Hui and the others. Jiang Shua then realized and slapped her forehead. Oh right, they even gave me money and said I shouldn't let you suffer and asked me to pass it to you. Saying this, she took out 6 yuan from her pocket and handed it to him. Tang Ning didn't refuse this time and accepted it directly. After all, they weren't in a romantic relationship, so it was fine to take the money. Jiang Shua hugged the solar fan to her chest and walked out with small steps. Tang Ning wanted to accompany her but was pushed back by Jiang Shua. It's too late, you've been busy all day and must be tired. Go to sleep quickly, I'll go back myself. After saying that, before Tang Ning could respond, she jogged away. Tang Ning shook his head and could only close the door and head back. When Jiang Shui returned to the youth station, Fang Hui and the others were already asleep, their heavy breathing filling the room. Jiang Shui stuck out her tongue and turned to close the door. Xiao Shui, you're back. The sound of the door closing woke Fang Hui, who sat up from the Kong sleepily looking at her. Jiang Shui felt a bit shy and walked over quietly. Did I wake you? Fang Hui shook her head, squinting at her. What are you holding? Jiang Shui took out a solar-powered fan and handed it to her. Here, it's the solar-powered fan that Tang Ning brought back for you. Try it and see if it cools you down. Fang Hu's eyes brightened instantly and she was no longer sleepy, her voice rising a few notches. Hurry and give it to me, I want to try it. The commotion woke Jiang Ai and Li Wenjuan, who turned over and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Xiao Shui's back. It's late, you two should hurry and sleep. Fang Hui had already turned on the solar-powered fan and pointed it at her face. The cool breeze felt extremely comfortable. Seeing that both of them were awake, she quickly added. Hey, don't sleep, Xiao Shui brought back a solar-powered fan for you all. Hurry and try it. What? Jiang Ai and the others shot up from the Kong, instantly alert. Xiao Shui, hurry and give me one, I want to try it. It was too hot, and with the windows open mosquitoes came in, but if the windows were closed it was stuffy. They had been either woken by the heat or bitten by mosquitoes every night, and they could no longer stand it. So the past few days they had all been eagerly waiting for Tang Ning to hurry and help them by solar-powered fans. Jiang Shui smiled and took out two more, handing them to Jiang Ai and Li Wenjuan. Quickly turn them on and cool off, it won't be hot anymore. The three of them were quick, opening the packaging and pressing the power button as soon as they got their hands on the solar-powered fans. Instantly a cool breeze surrounded them. Jiang Ai wore only shorts and a tank top, lying sideways on the bed while hugging the solar-powered fan, her waist slightly sinking, her hips slightly raised, showcasing her exquisite curves. She playfully pinched her slender waist and winked at the other girls. Ah, this feels so cool. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Do you see how beautiful I am? Jiang Shui and the others burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, beautiful, stunning, front and back are both impressive. Even if I were a man, I would be completely captivated by you. With the playful mood rising, Li Wenjuan and Fang Hui also started to imitate her, showcasing their own looks on the bed. Their thin summer clothing displayed their figures wonderfully. Each of the three had their own unique beauty, and they were extremely pleasing to the eye. Seeing Jiang Shui still standing below, they all invited her to join them. Unable to refuse, Jiang Shui climbed onto the bed and joined in the fun with them. Laughter echoed as they played until Jiang Shui, slightly sweating on her forehead, breathlessly sat on the quilt, repeatedly waving her hands. No more playing, let's just enjoy the fan, it's too hot. Saying this, she hugged the fan to herself and started to enjoy the cool breeze. Fang Hui also sat down, smiling. This fan is really cool, it feels a bit chilly after a while. Li Wenjuan came over as well. Yes, I'm the kind of person who fears heat, and even I feel a bit cool right now. Jiang Ai contentedly touched the fan. It's most convenient to use it when it runs out of power, just let it bask in the sun and there's no electricity bill to pay. A few girls gathered together whispering. Jiang Shui suddenly slapped her forehead. Right, Tang Ning only started building the house after the busy farming season. He doesn't need the money for now, so I brought it back for us. Ai 10 yuan, hui 8 xuanhuan 9, you all can count them. She handed the money to each person. The money for the solar fans was given to Jiang Shui by them from the very beginning. This money was collected by them to help Tang Ning build his house, which Jiang Shui had not touched, so she returned it all to them. Fang Hui and the others received the money and couldn't help but tease her a bit more. Why did you come back so late after giving money to someone? Don't tell me you ended up giving yourself to him too. Jiang Shui covered her flushed face and glanced at them, embarrassed. He said he wants to date me. Ah. The girls squealed, their eyes sparkling with gossip. So did you agree? Jiang Shui bit her lip. I agreed. Not only did she agree, but she had also been pressed and bullied by him once. Thinking of the man's domineering and fiery kiss, her heart raced wildly. The three girls exchanged smiles. Oh, then we'll just wait for you two to treat us to your wedding feast. Just as the words fell, a knocking sound came from outside the yard. The girls fell silent for a moment, looking at each other. Fang Hui called out, "Who is it?" A deep male voice came from outside. It's me, Li Yaowu. I heard some noise from your side and came to check. Jiang Shui, are you alright? Fang Hui glanced at Jiang Shui. It's Li Jiqing. Jiang Shui frowned slightly and called out. I'm fine, we can't sleep and are just messing around. It's too late, we can't let you in, so go back to sleep, Li Jiqing. Li Yao's voice quickly replied. Okay, as long as you're fine, I'll head back now. You. Make sure to close the doors and windows so mosquitoes don't bite you. After waiting for a moment and seeing no one respond, Li Yao's expression showed disappointment as he turned to leave. Jiang Ai leaned on the window and looked outside, hearing the sound of splashing water before turning back. He's gone. She quickly ran and jumped onto the bed sitting next to Jiang Shui. Sister Shui, does Li Yaowu have a crush on you? Every time there's something going on he only asks you. Hey! Fang Hui gave her a light slap disapprovingly. With that mouth of yours, remember not to speak recklessly in front of Tang Ning. Sister Shui is dating Tang Ning, so don't make him misunderstand later. Jiang Ai blinked and then clapped her mouth shut. Look at me, I won't say anything. Jiang Shui tidied the bed sheets and said sullenly. Regardless of whether he has feelings for me, I have none for him. I'll stay clean and upright and Tang Ning won't misunderstand me. I'll clarify it with Tang Ning tomorrow. Jiang Shui felt quite troubled. She could sense Li Yao's intentions towards her. However, she felt nothing for him and deliberately avoided him, trying not to interact with him. Even when they occasionally ran into each other at work, she made sure to pull Fang Hui and the others along, avoiding any unknown contact with Li Yaowu. Sometimes she would even show a cold face, but Li Yaowu acted as if he couldn't read her expressions and kept coming over multiple times. This made her extremely annoyed. Tang Ning was unaware of what was happening at the girls' youth station. At this moment he was lying in bed waiting for the system to refresh. I wonder what good things will be drawn today. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared before him. Ding! Today's lottery special updates are as follows: 10000 car air fresheners, 10000 realistic dolls for home buddies, 10000 range hoods, 10000 smart luxury massage chairs, 10000 non-toxic mosquito coils. Today's lottery price is 2 cents. That system, you've finally come to your senses today. Tang Ning was secretly delighted after hearing the announcement. 2 cents for a lottery is indeed not expensive. Please recharge. The system coldly and emotionlessly gave a nonsensical reply. Tang Ning had already gotten used to it and immediately completed the recharge, starting the lottery. Today's refresh was quite good. However, he already had Sister Jiang Shui, so why would he want a realistic doll? Sister's hand is softer than anything. As for the massage chairs and range hoods, he completely ignored them. They were useless. Or rather, they currently had no significant value to him. After the house is built, having a couple of range hoods and a few massage chairs in the home would be quite nice. But for now, this thatched cottage simply does not match such luxurious configurations. The car air freshener is even more absurd. He doesn't have a car. It would be best to draw mosquito coils. Although there was a fan, the fan couldn't kill mosquitoes, and at night he would still be awakened by mosquitoes biting him. With mosquito coils, this issue could be easily resolved. He wouldn't have to fear mosquitoes biting him anymore. Fortunately, after the lottery pointer spun wildly, it finally landed on mosquito coils. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 10000 boxes of non-toxic mosquito coils. A flash of golden light appeared and the lottery panel disappeared. A compartment in the cube space automatically opened, revealing 10000 boxes of non-toxic mosquito coils, each containing 40 coils. Tang Ning opened several adjacent compartments. 996 whole roasted lambs. 999 packs of special antipyretic medicine. 964 solar-powered small fans. 10095 type automatic rifles. 1000 double-sized memory foam beds and bedding sets. A dissected goat. 10000 boxes of non-toxic mosquito coils. Dozens of pounds of mixed grains flower pots, bowls, and a pair of cloth shoes. He also had 36 yuan and some receipts, which constituted all of Tang Ning's current assets. Although the cash was not much, if he sold all these things he wouldn't say he could be as rich as a country. But he could say that no one in the entire Lutang village could be found to be wealthier than him. Thinking that he hadn't eaten yet, Tang Ning directly pulled some firewood from the woodpile, arranged it into a small fire and lit it. He then took a clay jar from the space, filled it with some water and mixed grains, and hung it over the fire to boil. Dinner consisted of mixed grain porridge and roasted lamb, leaving him with a full belly. The leftover porridge was directly packed into a bowl and placed in the cube space. The cube space kept it warm and fresh so he could easily drink it the next morning without reheating it. After cleaning the clay jar and putting it into the space, Tang Ning took a cold shower, changed into the new vest and shorts he had bought. He lit a coil of mosquito incense at each corner of the bed and turned on the solar fan to blow towards the big bed. Only then did he satisfyingly burp and lie down comfortably to sleep. The mosquito coils burned for a long time, lasting 7 to 8 hours without issue. In a drowsy state, Lu Chong came over. "Is Tang Ning home?" Just as he was about to respond, Tang Ning suddenly remembered the big bed beneath him and the small fan, instantly waking up. He hurriedly got up from the bed, putting the bed duvet and fan into the space. Only then did he rush to the door to answer. "I'm here, Uncle Lu." As he spoke, he slipped on his cloth shoes and ran to the yard to open the gate. "Uncle Lu, why did you come so early?" Lu Chong glanced at his messy hair with some eye boogers he hadn't had time to clean up, clearly just woken up from his sleep. A flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. "You haven't gotten up yet?" This child usually got up early. He was busy before the chickens even woke up. It was Lu Chong's first time seeing Tang Ning sleeping. Thinking back, Tang Ning had always been bullied at Tang Ernia's house. Even if he wanted to sleep in, it wouldn't work. It was hard to finally break free from the Tang Ernia family and live a bit more freely. Tang Ning awkwardly scratched his head. Which young person in the future doesn't enjoy sleeping in? This was a regular occurrence for him. Moreover, Jiang Shui had left his place just before midnight. By the time he finished dinner, claimed his prize, and went to bed, it was nearly 4 o'clock. All in all, he had slept for less than 8 hours. Yet what he said was, "It's hot outside, Uncle, please come in. If there's anything we can talk slowly inside." As he spoke, he turned his body to let him in. Lu Chong waved his hand. His room was so shabby that there wasn't even a place to sit. It was no different from outside. "I won't go in. The sky looks gloomy and it might rain. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it is. I think you should move to the male youth point today. I already informed them over there when I came. Li Yaowu and the others should have cleared a room for you. Look for anything you need to take and let's hurry up. They'll take you there." The 2 pounds of lamb that Tang Ning gave were secretly stewed by the old lady last night for the daughter-in-law. Today the daughter-in-law has started producing milk and the baby isn't crying anymore. He felt grateful towards Tang Ning and cared for him even more. Afraid that Tang Ning might feel embarrassed moving to the youth point alone, he specially came to personally take him. Tang Ning was taken aback. He had originally planned to move there himself at some point, but he didn't expect Lu Chong to come personally to take him. Since it was a kind gesture, he naturally felt grateful. He quickly nodded. "All right. I don't have much stuff, so Uncle, please wait for me a moment. I'll go pack up." Seeing Lu Chong nod, he hurriedly ran into the room. He washed his face with cold water and brushed his teeth. The mosquito coil had burnt out. He kicked the ashes apart with his foot and tossed the holder into his space. He packed his toothbrush, toothpaste, washcloth, soap, and a jar into his backpack. He also took out a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from his space, slicing up 5 pounds of lamb to put inside. He carried out 2 quilts over his shoulder, which would be spread on the bed later. As for the miscellaneous grains and flour, he didn't take them out. Those things could be eaten secretly. He couldn't make a big deal about it. After all, there had been a famine for years and food was scarce. If others found out he had food, it would easily attract trouble. When Lu Chong heard the noise, he turned around and saw Tang Ning coming out with a backpack holding a wash basin and carrying 2 quilts. His eyes widened in surprise. Although he said for Tang Ning to pack up, he thought Tang Ning didn't have much to bring. He didn't expect Tang Ning to have prepared so many items. "Wow, you've gathered quite a lot of things these days, especially those quilts. They really don't look cheap, do they?" Tang Ning smiled. "I bought them from the commune when I was selling lamb. The quilts were indeed expensive, 5 yuan for the 2. Even if they were more expensive, I still had to buy them. My room has drafts everywhere and no bed. I can't just sleep on the ground bare-chested. I can only manage with 2 quilts for now. Lu Chong inhaled sharply. 5 yuan for 2 quilts. My goodness, he could only earn about 7 or 8 yuan in a month without eating or drinking. Plus the pots and bowls in the backpack. Didn't Tang Ning spend over 10 yuan in these few days? However, what Tang Ning said was right. No matter how expensive he had to buy them, otherwise sleeping would be a problem. He couldn't help but curse Tang Ernio for being ungrateful. After all, he was the son of a savior. How could he bear to bully a child like this? The topic felt too heavy, and fearing Tang Ning might feel sad, Lu Chong quickly changed the subject. By the way, yesterday I helped your uncle Hung Liang gather all the workers. We have 4 big workers and 8 small helpers. Since it has been raining these 2 days, they have some free time, so I arranged for them to go into the mountains to cut wood. We can't work now. Cutting wood doesn't distinguish between big and small workers if the pay is all 3 dimes a day. Once we start officially, the wages for big workers will be increased by 2 dimes. How does that sound? Tang Ning nodded and jokingly said, sure, I don't understand these things, uncle, you can handle it. They'll just make sure to provide enough money for you. If the money isn't enough, just let me know anytime and they'll go into the mountains to hunt some wild game to sell. Although it was a polite remark, Tang Ning trusted him so much that Lu Chong felt pleased. He smiled and pointed at Tang Ning. You kid. Are you not serious about building your house? Come on, give me the backpack and wash basin, I'll carry them for you. With few items, the backpack wasn't heavy. Tang Ning didn't decline and handed everything to Lu Chong. He held the quilts, freeing his left hand, making it easier to walk. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the male youth point. Tang Ning didn't expect Jiang Shui to be here as well. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Shui couldn't help but recall the scene of their romantic moment last night. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Village head Tang Ning, you guys are here. The girls, including Fang Hui, saw the two looking at each other affectionately as if they only had eyes for each other, and they all covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Lu Chong nodded. Tang Ning grinned, glanced at Jiang Shui, then looked at the other girls. Sister Shui, what are you doing here? Fang Hui chuckled. The village head said you were moving over today, so we came to help clean up, right, Xiao Shui? Jiang Shui's face turned red as she quickly glanced at Tang Ning, then hurriedly shifted her gaze away. Her shy appearance amused Tang Ning. Li Yaowu watched their interaction with a sudden sense of foreboding. He began to look at Tang Ning with disfavor. Stepping forward, he stood between the two, blocking Tang Ning's view, forcing a smile as he said, Tang Ning, our room is full, there are no extra beds. Your room is to the west. There's a bed inside, but it was originally used to store junk. You didn't inform us in advance that you were moving over. In such a rush, we big guys can help move things, but we can't really handle the detailed cleaning. I had no choice but to invite Jiang Shui and the others to help. The implication was that Jiang Shui was helping because of him, and it had nothing to do with Tang Ning, so he shouldn't overthink it. Inherently sensitive to the emotions of others, Tang Ning almost immediately sensed the hostility from Li Yaowu as soon as he spoke. Why? After crossing over, this was the first time he met Li Yaowu. Moreover, he didn't have any enmity with Li Yaowu in the original host's memories. Before he could figure it out, Lu Chong was already waving at him from the door of the west room. Tang Ning, come and see your room. It turned out that while they were talking, Lu Chong had already gone to the west room to drop off his things. Tang Ning glanced at Li Yaowu, acknowledged him, and walked towards the west room. Jiang Shui quickly followed. Fang Hui, Jiang Ai, and Li Xuanhuan followed closely behind. Li Yao's expression was grim. The remaining 3 young male intellectuals were named Liang Aijun, Liang Cheng, and Zhang Wentao. Having spent several years together with Li Yaowu, they were naturally well aware of his feelings for Jiang Shui. Seeing Tang Ning draw all the attention from the female intellectuals the moment he arrived, Zhang Wentao felt a surge of discontent. He walked up to Li Yaowu, his face full of displeasure. Yaowu, why do I feel there's something off about the way Tang Ning looks at Jiang Shui? Does he like Jiang Shui? Jiang Haijun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yaowu, you need to be cautious of that brat. Watch out for him trying to steal Jiang Shui from you, Liang Qin said, crossing his arms with disdain. Does he dare? That coward Tang Ning could never muster enough courage to retort when others insulted him to his face. How could he possibly dare to compete with Yao Wu for a woman? Unless he wanted to throw his life away, Jiang Aijuan glanced at him. But I can't shake the feeling that Jiang Shui's gaze towards Tang Ning isn't quite right either. Zhang Wentao gasped, audibly exchanging looks with Liang Cheng as they both exclaimed in unison, "No way, right?" Li Yaowu clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently as he gritted his teeth. Jiang Shui can only be mine. I want to see if he dares to play tricks under my nose. With that he lifted his leg and walked towards the west room. The others exchanged glances and hurried after him. At that moment Tang Ning and the others had already entered the west room. The west room, approximately 10 square meters, had been cleaned thoroughly by Jiang Shui and a few other girls. Upon entering, one could see a wooden bed covered with a straw mat. Beside the bed was a small wooden table on which lay a backpack and a wash basin. It was obviously just placed there by the village chief. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the room. Lu Chong took a puff of his pipe, exhaling smoke rings as he spoke calmly. Although it's a bit rudimentary, it will keep out the wind and rain without issue, and most importantly, it's safe. You can stay here comfortably until the house is built. Live in harmony with Li Yaowu and the others, and you can look out for each other if anything happens. Tang Ning placed 2 down comforters on the bed and smiled as he agreed. I understand, Uncle Lu. Lu Chong gave a few more reminders before leaving. The remaining young people got to know each other better. Fang Huijiang Ai and Li Wenwan had long noticed Tang Ning's comforters. Once the village chief left, they couldn't wait to gather around the comforters, chattering excitedly. Jiang Shui was helping Tang Ning arrange the items from his backpack. She appeared very much like a virtuous wife and caring mother. We should cover the windows with some newspapers and also the wall next to the bed to keep the dust out. Oh, and let's burn some mugwort, then you'll be able to sleep well at night. Li Yaowu walked over and saw Jiang Shui speaking to Tang Ning with a tender expression instantly filled with jealousy. He said coldly, we don't have any newspapers for him to cover the windows, let alone mugwort for him to use. Jiang Shui was taken aback and turned to look at Tang Ning along with him. Li Yaowu walked in with his arms crossed, followed by Liang Cheng and the other 2. Jiang Shui frowned. No newspapers? How could there be no newspapers? Isn't your window covered with newspapers? And mugwort, isn't there a pile at your door? Li Yao's gaze fixed on Tang Ning, his hostility towards him unmasked. Those newspapers are our own, and our walls also need to be redone. We don't have enough for our own use. As for the mugwort, we collected that ourselves from the mountain. Harvest time is approaching and everyone has to work. Who has the time to go gather mugwort every day? Those were all for our own use. Tang Ning, you shouldn't feel comfortable taking our mugwort, right? You're so capable. You should go collect it from the mountain yourself, or else this summer we'll all be bitten by mosquitoes because of you. If Jiang Shui still couldn't see that he was deliberately targeting Tang Ning, she would be foolish. She immediately turned serious. Forget about the newspapers, it's raining outside. How can you expect him to go gather mugwort from the mountain? Li Yaowu, aren't you being too much? Her defense only added fuel to the fire. Li Yaowu sneered, didn't he catch a goat up on the mountain a few days ago? Why can't he go gather mugwort then? Liang Qing chimed in, exactly. We toiled hard to collect that mugwort, why should we give it to him just because he asks? Zhang Wentao looked at Tang Ning and said, we can give it to you, but it's 5 jiao per jean. Pay up and you can take as much mugwort as you want. Jiang Aijuan wore an expression that seemed to say he was doing it for Tang Ning's own good. Tang Ning, I think you should go gather mugwort from the mountain. After all, you were just kicked out by the Tang family and you have no money on you. Jiang Shui was about to argue further when someone pulled her from behind. Turning around, she looked at Tang Ning. Her small face was flushed with anger, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions, anger, guilt, and heartache. Fang Hui and the others also noticed the situation and quickly ran over, chastising, Li Yaowu, the village chief just reminded you to get along well and you start bullying people as soon as he leaves. Exactly, it's just a bit of mugwort and newspaper, it's not some precious item. Once the rain stops, Tang Ning can collect it and return it to you. Whose mugwort can be sold for 5 jiao per jean? Why don't you go rob a bank? Li Yaowu glared at the tightly clasped hands of Jiang Shui and Tang Ning, his face turning pale as he sneered. I didn't force him to pay. If he doesn't want to, he can go collect it himself from the mountain. We don't have mugwort to give him. he said, then provocatively glanced at Tang Ning. Tang Ning, do you want to buy mugwort from us or collect it yourself? Just give me a clear answer, don't hide like a turtle behind a woman. Tang Ning shot him a cold glance. Buy. I wouldn't use your mugwort even if you gave it to me for free, I find it irritating to my eyes. Li Yaowu thought he was going to collect it himself and pointed at him. Good, you said it. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Just don't come begging me for mugwort later. The mountains are not so easy to enter, are they? Not to mention the risk of encountering wild boars. The slippery path could easily lead to a fall off a cliff, leaving no trace behind. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would venture into the mountains. Also, just a warning, do not covet what does not belong to you. After casting a cold glance at Tang Ning, Li Yaowu turned to leave. Liang Chen also pointed at Tang Ning, threatening, Tang Ning, don't let me catch you stealing our mugwort or newspapers, or else don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he chased after Li Yaowu. Zhang Wentao and Jiang Aijuan followed closely behind. What a bunch of people. Pa. Jiang Ai couldn't help but spit. Jiang Shui trembled with anger, looking at Tang Ning. Tang Ning, don't be afraid. We should still have some newspapers on our side, it should be enough to cover your windows. As for mugwort, we have some left too, you can take some from us later. Once the weather improves, I'll go with you to collect some grass to make up for it. In such hot weather, mosquitoes could be quite troublesome. Burning a bit of mugwort could help but wouldn't completely eliminate them. However, she couldn't let Tang Ning risk his life to gather mugwort from the mountain. She looked at Fang Hui and the others. Xiao Hui, Ai Wenjuan, can we share the mugwort and newspapers for Tang Ning? The mugwort was collected by us together, so I need to ask for everyone's opinion. Fang Hui smiled. It's just a bit of mugwort and newspapers, why split it into yours and mine? Tang Ning can take what he needs, once he's done we can think of a way together. It's no big deal. Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan nodded repeatedly, sincerely agreeing. Exactly. Xiao Shuai sisters won't bother with such pleasantries. Since coming to the countryside, the four girls had been inseparable, their bond as close as that of biological sisters. If the mugwort were given to someone else, they would feel distressed, but since it was for Jiang Shui's partner, they had no objections. Moreover, they had eaten so much of Tang Ning's mutton, and he had braved the rain to buy them a small solar fan. They owed him a huge favor. Now that Tang Ning was in trouble, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Jiang Shui held Fang Hui's hand and smiled. Xiao Hui, thank you so much. Fang Hui shook her head with a smile and took Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan with her as they left, leaving space for Tang Ning and Jiang Shui. Throughout the process, Tang Ning had no chance to interject, and the girls decisively made their decision. Although the matter was resolved, Jiang Shui still felt angry and sullen as she made the bed for Tang Ning. Tang Ning first went to close the door, then saw the girl's angry expressions, walking over to hug her from behind. Are you still mad? Jiang Shui paused, lowering her gaze. Tang Ning, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Li Yaowu is making things difficult for you. Tang Ning raised his eyebrows and smiled. Understanding in his heart, Li Yaowu looked at Jiang Shui with an overwhelming possessiveness. If he couldn't see that Li Yaowu liked Jiang Shui, he would be a fool. Sure enough, Jiang Shui sat on Tang Ning's lap, recounting in detail how Li Yaowu had pursued her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault that I got you involved. What's there to be sorry about? The more he likes you, the more helpless he becomes against me. After all, you are already mine. Tang Ning said, pinching her cheek playfully. Jiang Shui, still feeling guilty, blushed at his words and playfully hit him. Who's yours? Be serious or I won't talk to you anymore. Seeing her mood lighten, Tang Ning decided to let it go. The two shared a tender moment before Jiang Shui insisted on getting down. Hey, don't just stand there, get up. I'll help you make the bed. Let's gather some mugwort and newspapers together to cover the windows first. As she spoke, she pulled Tang Ning up from the bed and shook out the blanket to make the bed. The bed was a bit uneven. While it didn't affect sleep, not laying a blanket would make it uncomfortable. Tang Ning watched her actions helplessly. You don't need to gather mugwort from your side, I can handle the mosquito issue myself. He had 10000 boxes of non-toxic mosquito repellent in his space. Why would he need to get mugwort from the female youth group? Jiang Shui frowned and looked back at him. How are you going to handle it? Are you going to pick some in the mountains? Tang Ning shook his head. Don't ask for now, you'll know tonight. Trust me, I have something to repel the mosquitoes. By the way, there are 5 kilograms of lamb in the backpack. You should take it back and secretly cook it for yourself. He changed the subject. At first he thought moving to the youth group would be a hassle for them. He originally planned to invite Li Yaowu and a few other youths to share the 5 kilograms of lamb. After the earlier commotion and knowing that Li Yaowu had his eye on Jiang Shui, he thought, why bother inviting him? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for himself? Fearing Jiang Shui wouldn't want to take it, Tang Ning continued. I can't start a fire here, you take it to cook. I'll come over to eat together later. Jiang Shui finally nodded in agreement. After all, being in the male youth group, she was worried about what others would say, so she took the lamb and left. After Jiang Shui left, Tang Ning made the bed properly, locked the door, and left the youth group with the backpack. He had arranged to meet Zhao Yuqian at noon at the entrance of Xuanhuan village. It was almost 11 o'clock now. If he didn't hurry, he would be late. About 200 meters outside Xuanhuan village, there was a huge stone leaning to one side. Zhao Yuqian squatted behind the stone, sweating profusely. Why hasn't brother Tang Ning arrived yet? He couldn't help but poke his head out to look around. From a distance he spotted a tall man in a gray vest walking unevenly toward him. Zhao Yuqian's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. He waved frantically at Tang Ning, calling out softly, Brother Tang Ning, I'm over here. Tang Ning waved back at him to signal that he saw him and quickened his pace toward Zhao Yuqian. After several days of rain, the ground was muddy and his cloth shoes had already soaked through, caked with a thick layer of mud. Each step Tang Ning took was exceptionally difficult. By the time he reached the back of the huge stone, his hair was soaked with sweat hanging limply on his forehead. He placed the backpack on the ground and wiped his face with his vest, speaking in a hoarse voice. Old Zhao, here are the 10 solar-powered fans you wanted. Check the goods. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a small black fan from the backpack, pressed the switch, and directed the breeze towards his face. The cool breeze hit him and he finally felt alive again. Zhao Yuqian was excitedly rummaging through the backpack to look at the solar-powered fans inside. Seeing Tang Ning like this, his eyes nearly popped out. Bro, you're carrying a fan with you to use? My goodness, a fan that doesn't need electricity is so convenient, you can take it anywhere. He squatted next to Tang Ning, enjoying the cool breeze. Tang Ning waved his hand, his face flushed from the heat, speaking in a rough voice. I'm afraid of the heat. This thing is small and doesn't take up space, so I always carry it with me. When it gets hot, I just take it out to cool off. I came out late and after running here, I'm both tired and hot, so I'm cooling off with the fan. Old Zhao, check the goods to see if they're okay, don't mind me. Zhao Yuqian nodded blankly. Oh, okay. He glanced at Tang Ning and started to rearrange the goods. It was his first time handling such a large transaction and his hands trembled while holding the solar-powered fans. He carefully opened each set, checking to see if they spun and if there was any damage, afraid there would be a problem later and he wouldn't be able to sell them, with Tang Ning not accepting returns. By the time he finished checking the goods, the sweat on Tang Ning had dried and his face was no longer red. He squatted beside Zhao Yuqian, smiling and asking, How is it, old Zhao? Are the goods all right? Zhao Yuqian chuckled and cautiously placed the 10 solar-powered fans back into their packaging, afraid to scratch them. Good stuff. This fan actually runs just by getting sunlight. Brother, you're amazing. How did you get such good items? Once I have money in the future, I'll get 7 or 8 for myself, my parents, my wife, and my kids. Everyone will have one. When it's hot, they can just use it so they won't be afraid of the heat anymore. As he spoke, a longing smile appeared on Zhao Yuqian's face. Tang Ning smiled and patted his shoulder. Old Zhao, as long as you work hard with me, that day will surely come. After selling the solar-powered fans, I still have roasted whole lamb in my space, as well as a Simmons bed and down comforters. Moreover, the system will continue to refresh the products. Any one of those could sell for a good amount. Wanting to get rich is just a matter of moments. But due to the era he lived in, he had to keep a low profile. Zhao Yuqian nodded vigorously, placing the 10 solar-powered fans into the backpack, then took out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Tang Ning. The money included both large and small denominations from 5 yuan to 1 dime, a scattered handful. Brother, here's the 20 yuan, count it. Tang Ning took the money from him. A few coins fell to the ground and Zhao Yuqian immediately panicked, picking them up and handing them back. In less than a minute, Tang Ning finished counting the money. He put it into his pocket, taking the opportunity to store it in his space along with the previous 36 yuan. Now he had 56 yuan in cash. Tang Ning took off his shoes and knocked off the mud, standing up and smiling. 20 yuan is just right. You can sell these 10 solar-powered fans first, and when they're sold out, come find me for more stock. Okay, I'll head back first. Zhao Yuqian stuffed 2 ragged clothes into the backpack, put it on his back, and then stepped away. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Lutang village, Jiang Shui held Fang Hu's hand and together with Jiang Ai and Li Wanwan stood in line for food. After having an unpleasant encounter with Tang Ning that evening, they dared not cook the 5 pounds of lamb he provided immediately. They planned to secretly cook it later that night and invite Tang Ning over to eat. As soon as she entered the cafeteria, Jiang Shui instinctively looked around but did not see Tang Ning. She tugged at Fang Hui. Xiao Hui, have you seen Tang Ning? Hearing this, Fang Hui and the other girls began to look around as well, but instead of seeing Tang Ning, they spotted Li Yaowu and his friends. Jiang Ai spat in annoyance. No, but I did see Li Yaowu and his group. As she spoke, Li Yaowu and his 4 companions approached the girls. Li Yaowu looked at Jiang Shui and said gently, Jiang Shui, are you here to get food too? Jiang Ai was speechless. Are you coming to the cafeteria to not get food? Are you here to get shit? After having just bullied Tang Ning in the morning, he now came to Jiang Shui to show off, leaving her puzzled about his thoughts. Li Yaowu's smile froze, his gaze growing heavy as he looked at Jiang Ai. Liang Cheng was displeased. Jiang Ai, how can you speak like that? That's just how I speak. Jiang Shui was worried that Tang Ning might have gone into the mountains to collect mugwort and had no mood to argue with them. She tugged at Jiang Ai and shot a cold glance at Li Yaowu. Please step aside, you're cutting in line. If you want food, please queue at the back. Li Yaowu frowned. Jiang Shui. However, Jiang Shui didn't want to engage with him, pulling Jiang Ai around him to get to the front of the line. Jiang Ai snorted coldly and whispered, Sister Shui, since Tang Ning isn't here, do you want to get food for him? One had to admit the few pounds of lamb from Tang Ning had completely won over this girl. Jiang Shui nodded. Yes. Li Yaowu and the others would definitely not get food for Tang Ning. If she didn't do it, he would end up hungry. Soon it was their turn. The portions in the cafeteria were fixed and Jiang Shui requested 2 servings. The lady serving food glanced at her, and upon learning that she was getting food for Tang Ning, her eyes sparkled with gossip. She scrutinized Jiang Shui from head to toe. Just before Jiang Shui felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in, the lady finally served her 2 portions of food. Li Yaowu stood right behind Jiang Shui, so he naturally heard every word exchanged between her and the lady, and his face instantly darkened. At this moment, Jiang Shui had already collected the food and was chatting and laughing with Fang Hui as they left. Li Yaowu shoved his bowl into Liang Cheng's hands and chased after them. Liang Cheng was confused. Hey Yaowu, where are you going? The lady serving food impatiently tapped her serving spoon. Are you getting food or not? If not, hurry up and leave. Can't you see there's a line behind? Liang Cheng quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, auntie, you're the best. Please give me half a scoop more. At that moment, Li Yaowu had already caught up with Jiang Shui and the others. Jiang Shui, wait for me. Noticing she was ignoring him, he rushed up and grabbed her arm. Jiang Shui, caught off guard, nearly stumbled and impatiently shook his hand off. Let go of me, what are you doing? Are you trying to be a pervert? Li Yaowu's face turned ashen with anger. What am I doing? Why are you getting food for Tang Ning? What does it matter to you whether he eats or not? Don't you think you're getting too close to him? Hearing this, Fang Hui and the others exchanged glances. Jiang Shui was directly angered to the point of laughter. Why? Tang Ning is my boyfriend. If I don't help him get food, who else should I help? If I'm not close to him, who should I be close to? Li Yaowu's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. What? What did you say? You're dating Tang Ning? Liang Cheng and the others rushing over with their food were instantly frozen in place. Jiang Shui is dating Tang Ning. When did this happen? Li Yaowu had been pursuing Jiang Shua all along, and in their minds Jiang Shua was already his girl. In an instant Liang Qing, Liang Ai Jun and Zhang Wentao all turned to look at Li Yaowu. Li Yaowu was almost driven mad with anger, his eyes bloodshot and his normally fair face now carried an extra edge, making him look exceptionally frightening. "You're dating Tang Ning?" He suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Shua's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. "Why? Don't you know I like you? Have I treated you badly? Huh? What makes me worse than that coward Tang Ning? I've worked for you, bought you gifts, got you snowflower cream, bought you clothes, I've given you my whole heart. What can that poor guy Tang Ning give you? He wears ragged clothes and doesn't even have a decent outfit. What can he offer you? Jiang Shua, you actually dare to date him?" Gripping Jiang Shua's arm with such intensity that she instantly broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. It felt as though her arms were no longer hers. The critical point was she was still holding her food. As Li Yaowu shook her, the soup spilled all over her hand. The soup had just been boiled, although it had been out for a while it was still hot. Her delicate hands turned red instantly. Startled, she screamed and in pain dropped the bowl, struggling violently. "Ah! Li Yaowu, what are you doing? Let go of me." Feng Hui and the others did not expect Li Yaowu to suddenly go mad. After a moment of shock, they quickly reacted and rushed to stop him. "Li Yaowu, what are you doing? Let go of Xiao Shua. You're scaring her. Li Yaowu, are you crazy? Quickly let go of Xiao Shua, you're burning her." Liang Cheng and the others, fearing the situation would escalate, hurriedly pulled Li Yaowu away. "Yaowu, calm down, let's talk this out properly. Yaowu, quickly let go of Jiang Shua, otherwise if someone sees and reports it to the village chief it won't be good." Amidst the chaos, they finally managed to pull Li Yaowu away. However, Li Yaowu disregarded them, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Shua as he questioned in a rough voice, "Why? Why betray me?" Jiang Shua shook her reddened hand and, hearing his accusation, stepped forward and slapped him across the face with a resounding slap. It caused Li Yaowu's head to turn aside. Jiang Shua, infuriated, spoke in a disjointed manner. "Betray you? Did I ever date you? Li Yaowu, from start to finish I owe you nothing. I have never said I liked you. You have helped me with work, but when have I not returned the favor? Have I ever accepted any of the things you bought? Everything I eat, wear or use has not been bought by you. I haven't spent a single penny of yours. Tang Ning may not be as wealthy as you, but I like him and am willing to share hardships with him. You are great in every way, but I don't like you and I don't want to date you. Do you understand? Li Yaowu, don't come to bother me again, otherwise I'll report you for harassment." With that, she left without looking back. Feng Hui and the others glared at Li Yaowu, quickly picking up the scattered bowls and chasing after her. "Xiao Shua, wait for us." When they caught up, they found her eyes red from anger, yet she stubbornly held back her tears. Feng Hui, feeling heartbroken, wrapped her arm around Jiang Shua's shoulder and said softly, "Silly girl, if you want to cry, just let it out." Jiang Shua shook her head apologetically, glancing at Feng Hui and the others. "I'm sorry, because of me we missed lunch today." The food she had collected was spilled by Li Yaowu, and Feng Hui and the others had just spilled their food trying to rescue her from him. Li Xuanhuan waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it doesn't matter if we spill some, we won't starve for missing one meal. Besides, we still have 2.5 steamed buns left and we can just boil some hot water to soak them. That should be enough for us." For the past couple of days there has been no work, and to save on food the village chief has reduced everyone's rations. In the morning there is no rice, and at noon each person can receive half a steamed bun and a bowl of vegetable soup. At night the rations are even less, with only a bowl of mixed grain porridge. Jiang Ai leaned closer, playfully winking. "Besides, brother Tang Ning is capable, he won't let us go hungry. We still have 10 pounds of mutton, right?" Gulp. At the end of her sentence she couldn't help but swallow hard. This greedy expression made Jiang Shua laugh. Thinking of Tang Ning, her mood improved a bit and she smiled. "That's right. Well, secretly cook it when everyone is asleep and call Tang Ning over to eat with us. Let's just endure this meal at noon." The three of them nodded in agreement. After a moment Jiang Shua added, "By the way, we must keep the matter of Tang Ning giving us mutton a secret. Let's not let Li Yaowu and the others find out." After causing such a commotion today, she had completely torn her face with Li Yaowu. He would surely hold a grudge against Tang Ning as well. If he found out about this, it would likely bring trouble to Tang Ning. Fang Hui patted her shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Let's not talk about this for now. I see that your hand is badly burned, so hurry back and soak it in cold water. As she spoke, she carefully blew on the wound on Jiang Shui's left hand to relieve some of the pain. Li Wenwan followed suit, helping to blow on her right hand. Jiang Ai was carrying 4 bowls and a steamed bun following closely behind. It was only after the 4 had walked far that Li Yaowu snapped back to reality from that slap. Liang Chen looked at him with sympathy and asked with concern, Yaowu, are you alright? Jiang Aijuan advised. Why not just forget about it, Yaowu? That Jiang Shui isn't anything special apart from being a bit good-looking. Everyone will go their separate ways in the future anyway. I don't know if Jiang Shui is mentally stable. Why would she choose Tang Ning, that good-for-nothing, over such an excellent youth like you, Yaowu? Just wait, Yaowu. If Jiang Shui doesn't choose you, there will come a day when she regrets it, Liang Qing said. But if you were in Yao's position, would you be willing to swallow your anger after someone took away your love? If it were him, he certainly couldn't accept it. Jiang Aijuan and Zhang Wentao both fell silent. Of course, they were not willing to accept it. However, the girl being taken away was not one they liked. Moreover, Tang Ning was from Lutang village, and judging by the village chief's demeanor yesterday, he seemed to protect that good-for-nothing quite a bit. They were also afraid that if Li Yaowu caused a ruckus, it would implicate them, so they advised him to downplay the situation. Li Yaowu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with intense hatred as he gritted his teeth and said each word slowly. Tang Ning, I've remembered this debt. The moon hung high in the sky and everyone had already finished dinner and gone to bed. Tang Ning still hadn't returned. Jiang Shui anxiously paced outside the educated youth dormitory, occasionally stretching her neck to look around. Tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. Li Yaowu got up in the middle of the night and saw her worried expression, and then recalled the slap she gave him at noon. Anger and jealousy welled up inside him, and he said harshly, What are you still waiting for? Maybe Tang Ning has already been torn apart by wild animals on the mountain, leaving no bones behind. Say that again. Jiang Shui suddenly turned around and glared at him fiercely. Li Yaowu was taken aback. Jiang Shui had always been gentle and soft-spoken. This was the first time he had seen her so fierce. His heart felt bitter, but it was a pity it wasn't for him. With that thought, Li Yaowu nearly went insane with jealousy. He snorted coldly and slammed the door as he entered the room. Fang Hui happened to see this scene when she came out. Upon seeing her, Jiang Shui's previously strong demeanor softened immediately and her eyes turned slightly red. Xiao Hui, do you think Tang Ning really went into the mountains to gather mugwort? She secretly regretted her decision. Had she known, she wouldn't have listened to Tang Ning and believed he truly had a way to solve the mugwort issue. Where else could he go to get mugwort besides climbing the mountain? Fang Hui hugged her and comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Tang Ning is not someone who acts without considering the consequences. Perhaps he went to the commune, just wait a bit longer. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of splashing sounds echoed. The two looked up to see a man nearly 2 meters tall wearing a gray tank top slowly walking this way with a burden on his back. The burden on his back was filled with items covered on top with a large piece of tattered cloth, making it impossible to see what he was carrying. Tang Ning. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up and her anxious heart finally eased. A beautiful smile blossomed on her face like a sunflower, and the dimples on her cheeks were sweetly intoxicating. Jiang Shui let go of Fang Hui and ran towards him. Fang Hui was taken aback and quickly followed. Hearing the commotion, Tang Ning looked up and saw the girl running toward him without hesitation. He stood still, smiling at her. After a night filled with tension, Jiang Shui couldn't even care that Fang Hui was still there. She plunged into the man's embrace and murmured, Tang Ning, where have you been? Do you know how worried I was about you? Angry, she punched him lightly twice, but with reluctance. The punches landing on Tang Ning felt almost like tickling. Tang Ning lowered his head, touched the top of her head, and smiled. Wasn't there nothing to keep the mosquitoes away? I went to get some mosquito repellent and even asked someone for some newspapers. Jiang Shui was stunned for a moment, and the next second she looked up at him sharply. If Tang Ning hadn't reacted quickly, she would have bumped into his chin. Jiang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say you got? Mosquito repellent? Fang Hu's eyes also widened in surprise. Tang Ning smiled and nodded, pulling out a box of mosquito repellent from his burden. I brought back 10 boxes of mosquito repellent, it should last us through this summer. After delivering goods to Zhao Youqian, he asked Zhao Youqian for some newspapers. Back and forth it took him until now. Jiang Shui and Fang Hui stared blankly at the burden. They indeed saw boxes of mosquito repellent in the burden along with a pile of newspapers. They completely ignored the newspapers and stared intently at the mosquito repellent. Heavens! Everyone else uses dried mugwort twisted into ropes to repel mosquitoes. Who would be so extravagant as to use mosquito repellent? And he bought 10 boxes at once. How much did that cost? Jiang Shui swallowed hard, fearfully pulling Tang Ning and whispering, Tang Ning, where did you get these mosquito repellents? We may be poor, but we can't engage in illegal activities. Did you steal these mosquito repellents? She was even worried that Tang Ning might have stolen them. Fang Hui also looked at him nervously and advised, Tang Ning, Xiao Shui is right. Li Yaowu isn't willing to give you mugwort for repelling mosquitoes. We still have some left. You mustn't take a wrong path, or else what will Xiao Shui do? Seeing Jiang Shui's nervous expression, Tang Ning playfully tapped her forehead. What are you all thinking? These mosquito coils were sourced from a friend of mine, and many are already broken and hard to sell, which is why he sold them to me at a discount. They weren't stolen or taken by force, so you can rest assured. When I took the mosquito coils out of storage, I had already thought about this. Thus I specifically had the system process these 10 boxes, cutting them into 2 sections which wouldn't affect their burning. Moreover, the outer packaging was deliberately aged and the brand markings were removed. The system also mentioned that this super whey mosquito coil being produced by it has much better quality with less toxic smoke that doesn't irritate. At this time, very few people could afford mosquito coils. Using an entire tray would inevitably raise suspicions and be hard to explain. By breaking the coils and claiming they were scraps from the commune, Jiang Shui and the others would be convinced. After all, I had indeed been frequenting the commune lately. Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Fang Hui felt reassured. Tang Ning smiled and handed a box of mosquito coils to Jiang Shui. Don't just stand there, hurry up and light the mosquito coils to drive away the mosquitoes. From now on you won't need to use mugwort anymore. That stuff burns poorly, irritates the eyes, and doesn't even kill the mosquitoes. Well, use mosquito coils. I heard from that older brother that these mosquito coils burn without smoke, don't irritate the nose, and can last for 7 to 8 hours. With a fan blowing and the mosquito coils lit, you can sleep well tonight. Fang Hui was taken aback. These mosquito coils. Are you going to leave some for us too? Her heart was filled with excitement and gratitude along with envy towards Jiang Shui. This girl must have done many good deeds in her past life to have found someone like Tang Ning in this life. Not only did he give her meat to eat frequently, but tonight he even brought back 10 boxes of mosquito coils to drive away the mosquitoes. There isn't a second family in the entire commune that even lights mosquito coils. Let alone mosquito coils, some families can't even afford to burn mugwort. Thinking of how Li Yaowu had made things difficult for Tang Ning with newspapers and mugwort at noon, she couldn't help but laugh. She wanted to see Tang Ning embarrassed by mosquitoes, but instead he returned with 10 boxes of mosquito coils. Li Yaowu may have great abilities, but how could he not bring mosquito coils for Xiao Shui? Tang Ning nodded as if it were a matter of course. What else? Li Yaowu made such a fuss today, I couldn't just leave the male-educated youth alone. What if they stole my mosquito coils? He glanced at Jiang Shui and smiled. Besides, you are all friends of Jiang Shui, you take good care of her, so this can be seen as my way of repaying you all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's face flushed and her heart felt sweet. Remembering that she had also had a quarrel with Li Yaowu at noon, she nodded in agreement. Yes, let's keep them in our place and hide them. Don't let anyone know. Xiao Hui, hurry up and light the mosquito coils, turn on all the fans, and call xuanhuan and AI to help with cooking. Remember to be quiet, don't disturb Li Yaowu and the others. Saying this, she shoved the mosquito coils into Fang Hu's arms. Fang Hui nodded happily. All right. She dashed back to the female-educated youth dormitory while holding the mosquito coils. Seeing Fang Hui run into the courtyard, Jiang Shui tiptoed and kissed Tang Ning's cheek. Tang Ning, thank you. The happiest ones with the return of 10 boxes of mosquito coils were undoubtedly Jiang Ai and the other girls. They flitted around like butterflies, lighting mosquito coils in every corner of the room while chattering praises for Tang Ning. Ah, no wonder Tang Ning brother asked us to light mosquito coils if these coils really burn without smoke. Jiang Ai exclaimed in amazement as she watched the glowing mosquito coils. Xuanhuan laughed and said, I thought these scraps wouldn't work well, but they burn just as well as the whole tray of mosquito coils. In no time several mosquitoes have already fallen to the ground. Fang Hui replied, Tang Ning said these mosquito coils are durable and can burn for 7 to 8 hours. We should use them sparingly. We won't finish these mosquito coils this year and we can still use them next year. Jiang Shua wore a proud expression. Looking at Tang Ning's handsome profile, she tugged at his sleeve and softly asked, Have you eaten? Tang Ning shook his head. Not yet. He had eaten some roasted lamb at noon, but he hadn't had dinner. Jiang Shua's eyes curved in a smile. Perfect timing, we haven't eaten either. Don't rush back, I'll stew the lamb for you. You can eat and then go back to sleep. Hearing this, Fang Hui shook her head disapprovingly. Your hand is burned, don't cook tonight. You'll cook with Ai and when you two just wait to eat. As she spoke, she called for Fang Hui and the other girls to help with stewing the lamb and kneading the dough. Tang Ning then noticed her 2 hands were red and pulled her hand, frowning as he asked, How did you get burned? Jiang Ai having heard this turned her head and complained, Li Yaowu burned her. Tang Ning brother, you don't know, at noon Xiao Shua was almost brought to tears by him. Before Jiang Shua could speak, she spilled all the details about what happened at noon, and in the end she indignantly exclaimed, Is he sick? Xiao Shua doesn't even like him, yet he poured that hot soup all over her hand. Our food was all spilled, leaving us only 2½ steamed buns which we soaked in boiling water to eat at noon. The leftover half bun was saved for you, Xiao Shua, in case you got hungry. Li Wanwan couldn't help but mutter. At dinner there was no food in the cafeteria either, and we each only got half a bowl of porridge which left our stomachs empty. It was no different from not eating at all. Fang Hui put the lamb into the pot to blanch it and said with a smile, Thankfully we have the lamb you gave, otherwise we would all go hungry. Seeing Tang Ning's expression darken, Jiang Shua understood his concern for her. She tugged at his arm and comforted him, Fine, I rinsed it with cold water at noon and it doesn't hurt anymore. Fearing Tang Ning would go find trouble with Li Yaowu and escalate the situation, she acted cute and said, Besides, I didn't suffer any loss, I slapped Li Yaowu as well. Having cleared the air, everyone could go their own way in the future and he shouldn't think of pestering her again. This matter was settled. Tang Ning's expression finally softened as he rubbed her head. Got it. Tang Ning and Jiang Shua were not able to help, so they sat by the firewood pile enjoying the breeze while watching the girls busying themselves. Before long the lamb was done stewing. Fang Hui placed several cornmeal pancakes by the pot, each pancake the size of a palm, one for each person. They savored the lamb and pancakes, quickly finishing a large pot of lamb. After filling their stomachs, Tang Ning took a sip of hot water and tossed a box of mosquito coils into the backpack. After thinking for a moment, he also grabbed some mugwort from Jiang Shua. Jiang Shua looked at his actions with confusion. Tang Ning, what are you doing? Tang Ning smiled and replied, I'm going to burn this mugwort along with the mosquito coils. When you light the mosquito coils, add some mugwort to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble. One must be cautious, especially since things had gotten so ugly with Li Yaowu. One can't be sure he wouldn't look for an opportunity to take revenge. So it's better to be careful. Jiang Shua and the others realized the meaning behind his words and quickly agreed. Only then did Tang Ning leave with the mugwort. Tang Ning returned to the mail youth station, and as he closed the door he saw Li Yaowu peeking his head out from the window, expressionless as he looked him up and down. Seeing that Tang Ning had disappeared for a day only to return with a bundle of dried mugwort, he couldn't help but mock. You disappeared for a day and I thought you really had the guts to go into the mountains to gather mugwort? Isn't it just dried mugwort you got from Jiang Shua? Is this little bit enough to burn for a whole night? Tang Ning, if you kneel down and beg me, I might generously share some of my mugwort with you. Most of the mugwort on the mountain is wet, and wet mugwort produces a lot of smoke when lit. So everyone dries it and twists it into ropes to burn. The mugwort in Tang Ning's hands was clearly dried, meaning he must have taken it from Jiang Shua. He crossed his arms and coldly assessed Tang Ning, his eyes filled with disdain. He was sure Tang Ning would kneel down and beg him. Otherwise, with such little mugwort on this rainy day, Tang Ning would not be able to last. Even if he went up the mountain to gather wet mugwort, it wouldn't dry without the sun. Thinking of the scene where Tang Ning would kneel and plead with him, a wave of pleasure surged in his heart. Jiang Shua, I will make you realize what kind of coward you chose. However, Tang Ning directly opened the door to the room and walked in, closing the door behind him. He didn't even spare him a glance the entire time. Li Yaowu was momentarily taken aback, his face instantly darkening, his fists cracking ominously. Tang Ning, I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. Tang Ning took out the mosquito repellent incense from his backpack, lit it, stacked firewood in the corner, and took out 4 small fans from his space, placing them by the bed to blow together. After washing up with cold water, he took off his clothes and lay quietly on the bed, waiting for the system to refresh. The village was very quiet at night, so quiet that he could hear the snoring and mumbling of the male youth in the opposite room. At this moment, Ding, today's lottery discount updates are as follows: Pure Bamboo Scratchers 10000, Happy Soda 10000, Bottles 25 Watt Energy Saving Light Bulbs 10000, Men's and Women's Summer Pajamas 10000, Sets Xinhua Dictionary 10000, Copies. Today's lottery price 6 yuan. The lottery price was quite standard this time, but among so many items he was most interested in the Happy Soda. Now that the weather was hot, this thing was sweet and fizzy. A sip of joy, 2 sips, and you would feel elated. Both adults and children loved to drink it. Selling it would guarantee a market. Of course, the main reason was that he was also craving soda himself. During this time he hadn't had a single snack or drink, and he really missed it. Of course, if it was 10000 sets of summer pajamas, that would be fine too. As for the scratchers and the Xinhua dictionary, Tang Ning felt they were not very useful at the moment. Tang Ning took out 6 yuan to recharge and issued the command to the system to start the lottery. The pure golden pointer began to spin rapidly and finally landed successfully on the Happy Soda. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 10000 bottles of Happy Soda. Just as the system's voice faded, a space in his consciousness automatically opened up. Inside, 10000 bottles of Happy Soda were neatly lined up. The soda came in 300 milliliters small packages with various flavors such as orange, lychee, lemon, and more. Just looking at them made Tang Ning hold back tears from the corners of his mouth. He swallowed eagerly, taking out 2 bottles. Twisting off the cap, he tilted his head and gulped down the soda. The bubbles danced in his mouth, constantly stimulating his taste buds. After finishing 2 bottles in one go, Tang Ning contentedly reclined on the bed, feeling the breeze from the fan while burping, savoring the taste of soda in his mouth. He enjoyed it, squinting his eyes. Ah, refreshing. This is what life should be like. Just then someone knocked on his window. Tang Ning, are you awake? Tang Ning opened his eyes wide. At this moment there was a rustling sound outside the door. Tang Ning. Tang Ning quickly sat up from the bed, opening the window to reveal a messy hairstyle. Jiang Shua, why are you up so early? Wait, I'll go open the door for you. Just as he was about to get off the bed, Jiang Shua stopped him. Don't get up, you might wake Li Yaowu and the others. She looked around and took out half a steamed bun and an egg from her pocket, grinning to reveal a set of small white teeth. I thought you wouldn't have anything to eat in your room since you probably didn't eat anything for breakfast, so I came to bring you some food. The egg was just boiled, so hurry and eat a bit to fill your stomach. The steamed bun was left over from noon yesterday, and she heated it up this morning to bring to Tang Ning. Tang Ning recalled when he first arrived the scene of their first meeting. She had also braved the snow to bring him half a steamed bun and an egg. Smiling, he accepted it. Have you eaten? Jiang Shua nodded. I have. She sniffed and looked around again, whispering, you eat, I'll leave first. Don't forget to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Hey Sister Shua. What is it? Jiang Shua paused, looking at him curiously. Tang Ning whispered, I'll come find you later and you can accompany me to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some clothes. He bought 2 sets of clothes, but it rained and they never dried and they developed a foul smell. He planned to buy 2 more sets of clothes at the supply and marketing cooperative, and also needed to buy 2 pairs of sandals for convenience on rainy days. Moreover, since he was already dating Jiang Shua, he hadn't given her any gifts yet. It would be just right to take her to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy her something. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and nodded with a smile. All right. Then you can come find me later. After Jiang Shui left, Tang Ning also lost his sleepiness. He got out of bed after putting on his clothes. He quickly finished the egg and steamed bun. After drinking some hot water to fill his stomach, he began to brush his teeth and wash his face. He took out 50 yuan from his space and gathered all kinds of receipts before strapping on his backpack and heading out. He called Jiang Shui from the female youth station and they walked out hand in hand under the watchful eyes of Feng Hui and others. The sky was still gloomy and it was drizzling. The ground was soft and stepping on it created muddy puddles. The road was slippery and even though they walked carefully they still slipped several times. Fortunately he wore a raincoat outside so his clothes didn't get dirty. Being with someone you like makes everything enjoyable and even in such a messy situation they couldn't help but laugh together. Tang Ning pulled Jiang Shui up from the ground supporting her as they walked slowly forward laughing. Wait, when I have money I must raise 10 or so big wolf dogs. Then you'll make a sled and during rainy or snowy days we can sit on it and let the dogs pull us along. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up at this. It can be like that? Of course. At that time you'll be the brightest kid in our village. Tang Ning thought more and more that it was feasible. He originally wanted to buy a bicycle but there were no bicycle tickets available so he couldn't buy one for now. Raising a few dogs would be great. In winter they could pull a sled, in summer they could pull a cart and they could also guard the house. It was indeed a good choice. However, when he got a bicycle ticket he would still want to get a bicycle. Seeing the longing in his eyes, Jiang Shui couldn't help but laugh. We're dreaming here. People can't even fill their stomachs right now. Where would we find food to feed dogs? Besides, to feed 10 or so dogs at once is just impossible. Tang Ning smiled. Just because others can't afford it doesn't mean we can't. After all, he didn't lack food in his space. Let alone feeding a few dogs, he could easily feed everyone in Lutang village. Thinking of this, he planned to ask Zhao Yuqian next time he saw him to help inquire if anyone had unwanted dogs to bring a few back. It took the two of them nearly 2 hours to arrive at the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was a red brick house of about 100 square meters. Inside were pots and pans, chickens, fish, meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, clothing, hats, rice, flour, oil, and even farming tools. The hot weather combined with the rain made everyone reluctant to go out, so aside from a few staff members there were only a handful of customers. As soon as Tang Ning and Jiang Shui entered they attracted everyone's gaze. There was no other reason. The two were covered in mud, clearly having just come down from the mountains, looking quite disheveled. Jiang Shui did not notice the attention they were garnering, eagerly pulling Tang Ning straight to the clothing area. She pointed to a blue short-sleeved shirt paired with black trousers hanging on the wall. Comrade, could you please take that short-sleeved shirt down for us to try on? This shirt is not cheap. It costs 3 yuan and requires 3 strips of fabric coupons. Are you sure you want to try it on? The sales clerk glanced at Tang Ning in surprise, then at Jiang Shui. As she said this, she cast a sidelong glance at Tang Ning, her disdain evident. Jiang Shui frowned and replied, displeased. What's wrong with you, comrade? We came here to buy clothes. How will we know if they fit if we don't try them on? The sales clerk was caught off guard, rolling her eyes as she turned to fetch the clothes, muttering under her breath. I'm only looking out for you. If you get them dirty, you'll have to pay for them. Looking at you, it seems you can't afford it. Jiang Shui tugged at Tang Ning, shoving 50 yuan and a bundle of fabric coupons into his hands. The coupons had been saved up over the years. Tang Ning, you pay later. I don't want them to look down on you. When Tang Ning came to the cooperative, Jiang Shui had already planned to buy him clothes. After all, Tang Ning was building a house and last night he had bought 10 boxes of mosquito coils, so he definitely had no money left. Thus when she came out today she brought all her money and coupons, intending to gift Tang Ning 2 outfits. However, their excited arrival was dampened by the disdainful sales clerk. Tang Ning smiled and shoved the money and coupons back into her hand, saying, I have money. He then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, estimating that it was around 50 to 60 yuan, and he had all sorts of coupons for rice, flour, oil, and cloth. At that moment the sales clerk turned around with the clothes, and seeing the money and coupons in his hands her eyes widened in surprise. She had thought he was a beggar, but it turned out he was quite wealthy. Her attitude immediately improved. Comrade, quickly try on this outfit, you're tall and wearing this will definitely make you look even more handsome. Xuanhuan was speechless at how quickly the sales clerk's attitude changed. Tang Ning, however, was used to it. Many sales clerks and shop assistants in his past life had this same demeanor. He didn't feel upset. Instead, he took the clothes and went to the fitting room to try them on. With his tall and sturdy build, he looked like a walking clothes rack. An ordinary outfit made him exude a sense of restraint, instantly attracting the attention of many young women and wives. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up as well. Indeed, clothes make the man wearing this outfit. Tang Ning possessed an elegant demeanor with a hint of rebellious charm, looking extraordinarily handsome. She nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice. Looks good, looks good. We'll take this one. She was about to pay. But Tang Ning stopped her, turning to the sales clerk and saying, "Comrade, could you help me pick 2 beautiful skirts for this young lady to try on, and also 2 pairs of women's sandals and men's sandals? Oh, and besides this outfit, please help me choose a set of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt." Buying 2 more outfits would only give him 4 sets of clothes for changing, which wasn't too much. Xuanhuan's clothes were also old, either patched or frayed. Moreover, he had never seen Xuanhuan in a skirt. She always wore long pants and short sleeves, or long pants and shirts, which were not convenient for running errands. Now that they were here, it seemed reasonable to prepare 2 outfits for each of them. Not only the sales clerk, but even Xuanhuan was astonished, her eyes wide. Xuanhuan pulled Tang Ning, her beautiful eyes darting toward him, signaling him to stop. "Tang Ning, you only need to buy 2 outfits for yourself. I have clothes and don't need to buy more." Was he out of his mind? Buying 4 outfits and 4 pairs of sandals would cost at least 10 yuan, right? No matter how wealthy one was, this was not how to spend money. The sales clerk stammered in an attempt to persuade him. Yes, comrade, why not listen to this young lady and buy a couple fewer pieces?" Tang Ning smiled. "Let's do it my way." Men's shoes size 42, women's shoes. He looked down at Xuanhuan's feet and guessed. Size 36. After spending so much time together, Xuanhuan understood Tang Ning's character well enough to know he was a man of his word, so she could only stiffly nod. Yes, size 36. At first the sales clerk looked down on Tang Ning, but upon seeing him willing to buy 2 outfits for Xuanhuan, she was almost envious. "Comrade, your man treats you really well. Finding such a good man is hard, even with a lantern." Since they didn't look like siblings, she guessed they were a couple. Xuanhuan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she opened her mouth to explain. He's not." But the sales clerk had already turned to help them pick clothes, leaving her to awkwardly shut her mouth. Tang Ning playfully nudged her shoulder, his tone teasing. "She's not wrong, I am your man." "You shouldn't say that." Xuanhuan shot him a playful glare, but inside she felt sweet. She tugged at Tang Ning's hand and whispered, "Hey, when I ask you to buy me clothes, you have to keep this 50 yuan. Otherwise Tang Ning would spend money extravagantly, and Xuanhuan always worried he might run out of cash. "Silly girl, save the money for yourself. Wait until next year when you marry me and it can be your dowry." His words made Xuanhuan's face flush again. Tang Ning found it quite amusing that this girl, who usually seemed carefree, was unexpectedly shy, blushing frequently. While they were talking, the sales clerk had already picked 2 skirts and 2 pairs of sandals for Xuanhuan. One skirt was white with red polka dots and the other was linen-colored. One pair of sandals was red and the other was white, both simple and elegant styles. Tang Ning nodded in satisfaction. The sales clerk had a good eye. The sales clerk handed the clothes to Xuanhuan. "Comrade, your skin is fair. These 2 outfits will look great on you." Girls usually feel happy receiving gifts, and Xuanhuan was no exception. She accepted the clothes and eagerly went to try them on. When she came out, she twirled in front of Tang Ning. "How do I look? Is it nice?" Tang Ning's eyes lit up and he nodded with a smile. "Looks good, especially good." The stunning young educated woman he had seen in novels had suddenly come to life. Xuanhuan's face was truly flawless, from every angle beautiful, without any blemishes. At that moment, wearing a red polka dot dress with fair skin and black hair, she looked like a delicate flower, vibrant and bright with a touch of artistic flair. She looked extraordinarily beautiful. Xuanhuan also tried on the linen-colored outfit. It must be said that the sales clerk had a keen eye. Both outfits showcased different charms on Xuanhuan. Tang Ning also tried on a gray short-sleeved shirt and shorts. They bought some vegetables, pork belly, bread, sugar, and salt, spending a total of 23 yuan. After leaving the cooperative, Tang Ning took Jiang Shui to the Xingho restaurant in the commune to eat. Only then did they return home with satisfied hearts. Tang Ning sent Jiang Shui back to the female youth station, and it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Fang Hui and the others looked at the two, both dressed in new clothes and carrying large and small bags, and they were all surprised as they approached. Wow, Tang Ning bought new clothes. Those clothes look great, just like a leader. Shui, your dress is really beautiful, it shows off your figure perfectly. Oh, and what's this in the bag? Jiang Shui playfully glared at Tang Ning, pouting her lips to complain to her 3 girlfriends. All of this was bought by Tang Ning. You don't know, I only asked him to buy 2 outfits for himself, but he wouldn't listen. He insisted on buying me 2 dresses and 2 pairs of sandals. It made my heart ache. What hurt was Tang Ning's money. He was already struggling, yet he spent so freely on her. It truly made her feel both touched and heartbroken. The commotion here caught the attention of Li Yaowu and a few others. Fang Hui glanced at Li Yaowu and Liang Cheng, who were peeking from the wall, and curled her lips, deliberately speaking loudly. Hey, that's Tang Ning caring for you. Willing to spend money on you. Those 2 dresses and 2 pairs of sandals must cost at least 7 or 8 bucks, right? Besides Tang Ning, which man would be willing to spend so much on you? Jiang Ai also noticed the situation and sarcastically chimed in. Exactly, some people think they are really impressive looking down on this, and that, not realizing who the true poor fool is, in their own words. We are lucky Shui is dating Tang Ning. If she were with someone else, she wouldn't even be able to drink the northwest wind, and if someone bought her a little something, they would brag every day. Lucky that Shui didn't take a single stitch from that person, otherwise wouldn't it be the talk of the entire village? Li Yaowu trembled with rage, slipped and fell directly from the wall, making a loud bang. Liang Qing, Zhang Wentao, and Jiang Aijuan hurried to help. Yaowu, are you okay? Li Yao's eyes turned red, his face filled with malice, and he shook off their hands, getting up from the ground and heading back inside without looking back. He looked utterly disheveled, limping. Liang Cheng and the others exchanged glances. They had deliberately used mugwort and newspapers to trouble Tang Ning, originally waiting for Tang Ning to come begging them after being unable to bear the mosquito bites. Who knew not only did he not back down, but he also took Jiang Shui to the supply and marketing cooperative early in the morning to buy clothes. This comparison completely left Li Yaowu in the dust. Hearing the commotion next door, Jiang Shui and the others couldn't help but laugh. Tang Ning, preoccupied with delivering goods to Zhao Youqian, placed everything on Jiang Shui's side, borrowed a carrying basket from them, and hurriedly left. By the time he reached the entrance of Zhangzhuang village, Zhao Youqian was nearly turning into a stone waiting for his husband. As soon as he saw Tang Ning, he rushed over, greeting him like a brother and smiling widely. Seeing him like this, Tang Ning had a guess in his heart. Old Zhao, the solar-powered fan, sells well, right? Ha ha ha, Zhao Youqian laughed heartily, then quickly covered his mouth when he realized he was too loud, looking around like a thief. Then he pulled Tang Ning over eagerly, saying, Brother, you were right, this little fan is selling like hotcakes. I sell them for $2.50. Everyone is scrambling for them. 10 went in no time. In reality, he sold them for $3 each, afraid Tang Ning would think he was making too much money and didn't dare to tell the truth. Tang Ning didn't bother with how much he actually sold them for. This was basically a no-cost deal for him, wholesaling to Zhao Youqian without hard work or risk, just collecting the money. As for how much Zhao Youqian made, that was his own skill, and Tang Ning naturally wouldn't be jealous. Moreover, the more he sold, the more Tang Ning earned. Old Zhao, how much stock are you getting this time? Zhao Youqian's eyes lit up, showing 2 fingers. Brother, get me 20 more, that's 40 bucks, and I also have cloth tickets, grain and oil tickets, matches, etc. You can count them. As he spoke, he stuffed a thick stack of cash into Tang Ning's hands. They had agreed from the start that for the first batch of goods Tang Ning could do without tickets, but from the second batch onwards both money and tickets were necessary. Tang Ning accepted the money and tickets, counted them in front of him, and then put down the basket, taking out 20 solar-powered fans to hand to Zhao Youqian. On the way, he had put 30 in the basket, leaving him with 10. Zhao Youqian checked the solar-powered fans just like the first time, confirming that none were damaged and that each fan spun. Tang Ning squatted beside him, watching and thinking of the last time he was robbed. He reminded him, Old Zhao, selling solar-powered fans may be profitable, but you also need to be careful. I suggest you don't always sell at the steel factory entrance. If there are nearby factories and other communes, you can try to avoid being targeted by ill-intentioned people. Zhao Yuqian was taken aback, immediately understanding his meaning, and gratefully said, Yes, brother, thanks for reminding me. I won't go to the steel factory tonight, I'll sell elsewhere. Tang Ning nodded, asking Zhao Yuqian to help him find a few good dogs when he had time. Then he took the basket and left. Before returning to the village, he stored the remaining 10 solar-powered fans, $40, and all the tickets back into his space. Tang Ning glanced at the magic cube space. There were still 934 sets of solar-powered fans left. There were still 9,990 boxes of non-toxic mosquito coils. Cash amounting to $67, along with various tickets for rice flour, oil, chicken, fish, meat, eggs, cloth, shoes, tea, jars, feed, and over 70 other types of tickets. The rest had basically not changed. When he returned to the female youth station, Xuanhuan and the others had already gone to the cafeteria to bring back food. Seeing him return, Xuanhuan hurriedly poured him half a bowl of mixed grain porridge. I guessed you wouldn't have time to get food, so I brought you a portion, and it has been kept warm over the fire. Hurry and drink it to warm up. Tang Ning took the mixed grain porridge, took a sip, and pointed to the basket in the corner. Didn't we buy pork? Perfect for making braised pork tonight. Fang Huijiang Ai and Li Wenjuan, who were originally sitting on the Kong mending clothes, quickly put down their clothes and gathered around to look. Oh, you guys bought pork belly too? Why so much? On the way back, he was so focused on looking at Jiang Shua's new clothes that he really didn't notice the meat. Jiang Shua quickly hushed the others. Tang Ning smiled. I bought it together with Jiang Shua at the supply and marketing cooperative. She can vouch for me. The source is definitely legitimate, so you can eat with confidence. Jiang Shua and Fang Hui exchanged glances and chuckled, knowing that Tang Ning was alluding to the misunderstanding from yesterday when they thought he stole coal. Jiang Shua gently nudged Tang Ning's shoulder with her elbow, playfully glaring at him. Tang Ning grinned, quietly drinking the porridge, then adjusted his stomach before taking the clothes and sandals he bought in the morning to head next door. Jiang Shua handed the meat to Fang Hui to put away, then went out to see Tang Ning off. However, the door of the male youth station wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Jiang Shua walked over, curious, and asked, What's wrong? Why can't you go in? Tang Ning shrugged helplessly. The door has been pushed from the inside, it won't open. What? Jiang Shua pushed it, but the door didn't move at all, and her face immediately turned ugly. Jiang Shua kicked the door panel. Li Yaowu opened the door and let Tang Ning in. She never expected Li Yaowu to be so despicable, directly locking the door from the inside to prevent Tang Ning from entering. Li Yaowu heard the commotion outside and slowly walked out of the room, crossing his arms and coldly stating, The door is broken. If it won't open, let Tang Ning climb over the wall if he has the ability. Liang Cheng and the other 3 male youth also came out to watch the excitement, cheering, Yeah, didn't you all praise Tang Ning for being capable? Can't he handle such a small matter? Tang Ning, if the door is broken, just climb over the wall. It's not a big deal. Tang Ning, why do you always rely on women to stand up for you when something happens? These women are really embarrassing us men. In fact, it had nothing to do with them, they just couldn't stand seeing Jiang Ai and the other women always surrounding Tang Ning. What is this? Jealousy makes one lose their sense of self. Climbing over the wall? Jiang Shua's breath became uneven with anger. In this era, everyone would place shards of glass or broken pottery on top of the walls to prevent thieves. One could easily get hurt. How could Tang Ning possibly climb over? Li Yaowu and the others were deliberately retaliating against Tang Ning. Fang Hui and the others heard the noise and rushed out, quickly understanding what was happening and starting to curse. Seeing that several female youth were defending Tang Ning, Li Yaowu resolutely refused to open the door. No matter how Jiang Shua and the others pleaded, he only said one thing. The door is broken, it can't be opened. Tang Ning was also taken aback. He didn't expect Li Yaowu to resort to such childish tricks. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Cheng walked over with his hands behind his back. What are you all doing? The crowd turned their heads. Jiang Shua and the other female youth said, Village Chief. Tang Ning replied, Uncle Lu. Li Yaowu and the others' arrogant demeanor faltered. They didn't expect the village chief to come at this moment. Lu Cheng nodded, noticing Tang Ning and several female youth standing at the door. He subtly raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, this kid has quite the charm with women. What surprised him even more was that in just a few days Tang Ning had managed to wear new clothes. The brand new long pants and short sleeves gave the kid an air of nobility, making him look even more handsome. Despite the many thoughts in his mind, Lu Chong maintained his usual stern expression. "What are you all doing outside?" Jiang Ai, unable to hold back, immediately spilled the beans about Li Yaowu troubling Tang Ning. Li Yaowu, scared, quickly opened the door and said with a bow, "Village chief, don't listen to this girl Jiang Ai. I was just joking with Tang Ning. It's drizzling, how could I really keep him outside?" "It was just a joke, just a joke." Liang Cheng and the others echoed, Yes, we were just joking." Jiang Shuai was not inclined to let him off easy. "Joking? Just yesterday the village chief left, and right after you made Tang Ning by your mugwort, is that also a joke?" Li Yao's face turned a mix of green and white with anger as he pointed at her and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. When did I sell mugwort?" Fang Hui sneered. "We can all attest to it, it was 5 dimes per pound. Otherwise why would Tang Ning be allowed to touch your mugwort? Yesterday Tang Ning even brought back mugwort to repel mosquitoes for us. It was the mosquito coils they ordered yesterday. The mosquito coils Tang Ning brought back produced no smoke at all but managed to kill all the mosquitoes. There wasn't a single mosquito left in the room, and with a small fan blowing they slept comfortably. But this matter could not be spoken of outside." Li Xuanhuan nodded seriously. "Yes, village chief, we can all vouch for that." Li Yaowu and Liang Cheng were about to explode with anger. Clearly they had known each other the longest among the 8 youth. Why were Fang Hui and the other women all protecting Tang Ning? They hated it in their hearts, but they insisted they hadn't done anything, or they would say it was just a joke. Both sides argued their points, and Lu Chong was getting a headache from the noise. He was almost fed up. He waved his hand to stop the bickering. "All right, that's enough, stop talking." He shot a warning glance at Li Yaowu and the others. "I let Tang Ning move in because I believe you can maintain a good revolutionary relationship. If anyone pulls any tricks behind my back, don't blame me for not giving him face." There were distinctions in closeness. No matter what, Tang Ning was one of their villagers, and if there were conflicts with the youth, he would definitely protect Tang Ning. Moreover, a few days ago Tang Ning had given him 2 pounds of mutton, solving the issue of his granddaughter's food supply. He was grateful to Tang Ning in his heart. As soon as the village chief spoke, Li Yaowu and Liang Cheng's faces turned pale as they shrank their necks like quails. Yes, village chief, we will definitely maintain a good relationship with comrade Tang Ning and will never dare to make such jokes again. Under the eaves one must bow their head if they were originally outsiders unfamiliar with the place. Not to mention the village chief, even ordinary villagers were not to be offended. After all, the village had close-knit relationships. Offending one household was equivalent to offending an entire family. It wouldn't be difficult for them to deal with a few little rascals. The village chief gave a slight and looked at Tang Ning. "You come in with me." After speaking, he led the way into the courtyard, heading towards the west room. Tang Ning nodded to Jiang Shuai and the others before following him with his things. Jiang Ai, seeing the village chief protecting Tang Ning, felt a sense of pride and snorted at Li Yaowu and the others, linking arms with Jiang Shuai as they returned to the female youth's point. Fang Hui and Li Xuanhuan followed closely behind. Not to mention Li Yaowu, even Liang Cheng and the others were infuriated by this scene. Inside the west room, Lu Chong just entered when he saw a small fan placed by the bedside. Lu Chong exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you bought an electric fan? How are you using it in a room without electricity?" Feeling hot, he took out the fan from his waist and waved it. Tang Ning stepped forward to turn on the fan, directing it at him, and poured him a cup of cool boiled water. "Uncle, sit down and have some water. This fan doesn't need electricity, it's solar powered. I saw it at the commune and thought it would be convenient, mainly because it's too hot at night and I can't sleep without a fan." Feeling a cool breeze, Lu Chong widened his eyes in surprise. My goodness, it really spins without needing electricity. After glancing at it curiously, he turned his attention away. He couldn't afford such a thing. He accepted the tea mug and took a sip, the sweetness making him raise his eyebrows. "Oh, you even put sugar in it?" Tang Ning scratched his head and chuckled. "Jiang Shuai and the others just gave it to me. Earlier in the morning he bought 3 pounds of white sugar, leaving 2 pounds at the female youth's point and bringing back 1 pound. Lu Chong nodded and drank several big gulps before starting to get down to business. I came over to tell you that I have already arranged for workers to go up the mountain to cut wood. Including today, they have been cutting for 2 days and the wood has been stacked at the old courtyard for you. The wages were 3 yuan and 3 dimes. Uncle Xuanhuan has also inquired about the price of bricks and tiles. Currently there is a famine everywhere and prices keep rising. Red bricks are 3 dimes each and tiles are 2 dimes each. If you think that's acceptable, tomorrow Uncle Xuanhuan will help you reserve some first. Otherwise we are worried about the prices increasing after the busy farming season. Lu Cheng chuckled, amused by him. You little rascal. By the way, what's going on between you and Li Yaowu? Tang Ning, not wanting to bother him with such trivial matters, shook his head. Just a small conflict, nothing serious. Lu Cheng saw that he was unwilling to speak and did not press him further. He placed the tea jar on the table, picked up a fan and stood up. Alright then, if you need anything just let me know. I'll head back now. Tang Ning agreed and stood up to see him off. Just as he closed the courtyard door, a fierce wind rushed in from behind with a thunderous force. The sense of danger sent goosebumps all over Tang Ning's body. He quickly moved aside. Bang! A wooden stick as thick as a calf crashed heavily against the door, producing a loud sound. Dust from the wall fell in clumps. Li Yaowu, seeing his attack miss, directly withdrew the stick. Liangqing, Zhang Wentao and Jiang Aijuan each held wooden sticks, grinning as they formed a semicircle around him. They surrounded Tang Ning outside the wall. Seeing this, Tang Ning frowned slightly and before he could speak, Li Yaowu pointed at him. Tang Ning, don't think that just because the village chief is protecting you, you can look down on me. Since you dare to compete for women with me, why not fight me? If you lose, stay away from Jiang Shuai. Liangqing arrogantly clapped his hands with the wooden stick. Tang Ning, be a man and face us openly. Don't hide behind women like a coward, Zhang Wentao and Jiang Aijuan chimed in. If you don't fight, you're a coward. From now on, whenever you see us, kneel and call us grandpas. Tang Ning raised his eyelids and glanced at them, his gaze indifferent. What if I win? Li Yaowu and the others exchanged glances and laughed as if they had heard a hilarious joke, their laughter particularly arrogant. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? He says he will win. Ignoring their mockery, Tang Ning said calmly, if I win you. He pointed at Li Yaowu and continued, you will no longer harass Jiang Shuai. Furthermore, all of you. Starting from Li Yaowu, he pointed back at them one by one. Kneel down and apologize to me, shouting 3 times, Grandpa, I was wrong. From now on, when you see me, avoid me. Li Yaowu's smile faltered as he glared at him fiercely. Alright. However, let's make it clear first, today, regardless of who loses, none of you can go to the village chief to complain, or else you'll be in trouble. They were 4 against 1, and with Tang Ning being such a weakling, how could he possibly win? Liangqing and the others shared the same thought as Li Yaowu. Tang Ning nodded and disdainfully beckoned them with his finger. Let's do this together. This nonchalant attitude directly provoked Li Yaowu and his 3 companions. Li Yaowu roared, you're asking for death. Grabbing a wooden stick, he struck toward Tang Ning. Liangqing, Zhang Wentao and Jiang Aijuan followed closely behind. Tang Ning swiftly sidestepped Li Yaowu's overhead blow. Simultaneously, he quickly grasped the descending wooden stick, forcefully yanking the person towards him, and delivered a powerful knife hand strike to Li Yao's elbow. With a loud crack, Li Yaowu let out a blood-curdling scream. His forearm was shattered by Tang Ning. Before he could catch his breath, Tang Ning kicked him squarely in the chest. The large man was unexpectedly kicked away, landing face first on the ground, sliding against the wall. At that moment, Zhang Wentao and Jiang Aijuan had already flanked him from the left and right. Tang Ning remained unfazed, suddenly executing a spinning kick, knocking both of them to the ground. With 2 loud bangs, Liangqing launched a sneak attack from behind. Tang Ning turned his head, punching like the wind, as fast as lightning, delivering a series of punches, each one precisely landing on Liangqing's abdomen. Blood spewed from Liangqing's mouth as he was sent flying. Jiang Aijuan and Zhang Wentao struggled to get up, wanting to continue fighting, but after receiving a few punches from Tang Ning, they were completely out of commission. From the start of the battle to its end, it took less than 2 minutes. Li Yaowu and his 3 companions were all down on the ground, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Tang Ning stood in the middle of the 4. Do you still want to fight? His gaze swept over them, causing each to fearfully retreat, anxious about receiving another beating. No, no, we don't want to fight anymore. Li Yaowu covered his broken arm on the verge of tears. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail Tang Ning would possess such formidable strength? Fighting unarmed against 4 opponents without any fear. He even started to doubt himself. Could it be that they were too weak? It must be said that at that moment his thoughts coincided with those of Tang Ning. Tang Ning frowned as he looked at the surrendering individuals stepping forward with dissatisfaction. Get up, let's continue fighting. He hadn't even warmed up yet, how could they stop? No, no, we really don't want to fight. Liang Cheng and the others, pale with fear, scrambled backward. Tang Ning frowned, are you really not going to fight? We won't fight, we won't fight. Tang Ning fixed his piercing gaze on Li Yaowu, what about you? Li Yaowu wanting to curse but reason told him not to. Reluctantly he nodded. I won't fight either. Tang Ning with a hint of disappointment gazed at the group with half-closed eyes. Alright, then will you come one by one or all at once? The 4 were filled with shame and anger. They had lost even when fighting 4 against 1 and now they had to kneel and apologize calling Tang Ning grandpa. They had completely disgraced their ancestors. Liang Qing quick-witted began to play the emotional card. Tang Ning, we truly know we were wrong. In the future we will definitely avoid you. You are magnanimous, please don't hold this against us. Jiang Aijuan quickly added, yes Tang Ning, we were not acquainted when we fought. Please forgive us this time. Zhang Wentao nodded repeatedly. Yes, in the future we definitely won't trouble you or Jiang Shua again. While saying this he tugged at Li Yaowu's clothes. Yaowu, don't you agree? Li Yaowu with eyes filled with rage could only nod in frustration knowing he couldn't win a fight. Ha! Tang Ning chuckled. If I had lost today, would you let me off easily? Li Yaowu and the others were momentarily speechless. Of course not. Not only would they not let him off, but they would also humiliate him in any way they could. Tang Ning, without needing to see their expressions, already knew what they were thinking. Exactly. He pointed at the muddy ground beneath his feet and said coldly. A real man keeps his word. Each of you must bow 3 times and shout 3 times, Grandpa, I was wrong. Not one less or I won't hesitate to beat you until you call me Grandpa. So who will go first? Tang Ning was losing patience and didn't want to waste time with them. Li Yaowu and the others exchanged glances but no one moved, adopting an attitude of defiance. They didn't believe that Tang Ning could really beat them to death. Tang Ning smiled. I love a tough nut. Saying this he grabbed Li Yaowu by the collar and started punching him in his vulnerable joints, landing several blows that made him howl in pain. Stop. I'll call. Tang Ning finally withdrew his hand. Li Yaowu, enduring the humiliation, said, Grandpa, I was wrong. Tang Ning spoke coldly. There are still 2 sentences left. Li Yao's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly as he shouted with his eyes closed, Grandpa, I was wrong. Grandpa, I was wrong. Tang Ning nodded generously, letting him off the hook, and patted his face. Good grandson, remember to take a detour when you see Grandpa in the future. Now scram. Li Yao's breath hitched, his jaw clenched tight, veins bulging on his face filled with hatred to the point of breaking. Tang Ning paid no heed to his animosity. A strong person does not need to bow their head. His gaze swept over Liang Cheng and the others. Terrified, their faces turned pale as they suppressed their humiliation, crawling on the ground to him, bowing their heads and calling him Grandpa. At that moment Jiang Shua and the others were nestled in the kitchen enthusiastically discussing how to make braised pork. Jiang Shua vaguely heard some commotion outside, pricking up her ears to listen for a moment before asking Fang Hui and the others. Hey, did you hear any noise? Fang Hui and the others fell silent, listening carefully for a moment. No. Fang Hui, who was perceptive, knew Jiang Shua was worried about Tang Ning and reassured her. Don't worry, the village chief is next door. Li Yaowu and the others wouldn't dare to do anything to Tang Ning. Jiang Shua pursed her lips and nodded. That's true. Let's quickly clean up and make some dough. Once everyone is asleep we can braise the pork and make some pancakes to eat. Li Wenwan smiled and said, I still have 2 radishes hidden. Should we make some radish soup? Jiang Ai clapped her hands and laughed. That would be great. I still have some sweet potato vermicelli on my side. We can cook soup together. Tang Ning had 4 big grandsons now, so he returned to his room to lie down. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, but his mind was racing. If the previous interactions with Li Yaowu and the others were mere skirmishes, today would mark a complete rupture. Li Yaowu and the others must be harboring intense hatred for him and would definitely seek revenge. After all, no man would willingly accept such a significant loss. Moreover, Li Yaowu was inherently cautious. He wasn't afraid of retaliation, he was just afraid of trouble. After all, everything he consumed and used was acquired through the system's lottery. Although he was very careful, one could not guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Tang Ning scratched his head in frustration. Do I really have to go back to living in the old house? Just then. Ding! Today's lottery special updates are as follows: top-tier ultra-smart luxury tents 1000 sets, badminton rackets 10000 pairs, 125 motorcycles 1000 units, top-tier sound systems 1000 units, green radish 1000 pots. Today's lottery price is 1 yuan. Tang Ning. Tang Ning suddenly sat up sharply from the bed, staring in astonishment at the lottery page. What the hell? To be honest, he wanted both the tent and the motorcycle. Based on past experience, there was not a single item produced by the system that was subpar. This top-tier ultra-smart luxury tent should be even better than he imagined. With this tent he should be able to solve his housing problem. But he also wanted the motorcycle. With a motorcycle he wouldn't have to rely on bus 11 for his daily commute, which was tiring and time-consuming. Tang Ning frowned in a dilemma and tentatively asked, "Can I recharge more money to draw twice?" The system's cold voice ruthlessly shattered his hope. No, Tang Ning choked. Fine. Then I can only leave it to fate. After recharging, Tang Ning chose to draw lots, secretly praying, I must draw the tent. Although I want the motorcycle too, if I have to choose one, I still prefer the top-tier ultra-smart luxury tent. After all, the most pressing issue now is to solve the housing problem, and moving out means he wouldn't have to sneak around to eat meat anymore. Who knows, he might even be able to enjoy some fun with Sister Jiang Shui. Thinking about Jiang Shui's magnificent figure trembling beneath him, Tang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, Tang Ning's luck was still off the charts. It was the system that was still powerful. As the pointer stopped on the luxury tent option, the system's prompt sounded, Congratulations host, you have drawn 1000 sets of top-tier ultra-smart luxury tents. A flash of golden light, and in front of him appeared the magic square space, automatically opening a compartment. Inside were the 1000 sets of top-tier ultra-smart luxury tents. The specifications of the tents varied. The largest, when unfolded, could cover an area of about 500 square meters. The smallest, unfolded, would still occupy about 7 or 8 square meters. I want to see just how top-tier and luxurious this tent is. Tang Ning rubbed his hands together and directly took out the smallest set of tent. There was no other choice, his room was too small, so he could only fit the smallest one. Tang Ning unfolded the system and couldn't wait to dive inside. As soon as he entered, an intelligent voice greeted his ears. Welcome, master. Would you like to turn on the cooling system? What the hell? Tang Ning was stunned, his mouth agape. No wonder it's top tier, it can cool the entire room. At that moment he looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, nodding repeatedly. Turn it on. Ding! Cooling system has been activated. Would you like to activate the soundproof system? Tang Ning. Can it even be soundproofed? Then when he's with Jiang Shui in the future, wouldn't this girl be able to scream her lungs out and no one would hear? Tang Ning immediately tested it. Activate the soundproof system. Okay. Soundproof system activated. Instantly the sounds of wind and insects outside disappeared completely. Tang Ning couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Even if we die, we must love. It's not complete without being thorough. After screaming his heart out, there was not a single sound from outside. It really was soundproof. However, it wasn't over yet. Master, would you like to turn on the exhaust and dehumidification system? Master. Would you like to activate the panoramic system? Tang Ning was engrossed in his operation when he was suddenly drawn to the panoramic system. He immediately began to study it with great interest. Activate the panoramic system? The next moment Tang Ning's mouth dropped open in shock. What the hell? The entire tent had turned transparent, allowing him to see the outside scenery from every angle without obstruction. He suddenly thought of something. Tang Ning dashed outside. Upon seeing this, he was instantly astonished and his mouth dropped open. What the hell? From the outside the tent still looked like that ordinary tent, a dark blue color, unremarkable, as if it could be blown away by the wind with no change whatsoever. Moreover, even with the panoramic system activated, no one could catch a glimpse of anything inside. Tang Ning's heart stirred. With this tent, couldn't he enjoy a night view while having fun with Sister Xuanhuan? Just thinking about it felt thrilling. He couldn't wait to pull someone in for an experience right now. Phew. Calm down, calm down. Tang Ning took a deep breath, clearing his mind of any indecent thoughts. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. At that moment someone knocked on the window from outside and a voice like a golden oriole came through. Tang Ning, are you asleep? Xuanhuan knocked on the window and asked in a low voice. Tang Ning was startled, immediately shaking off his fantasies and awakening. With a thought he stored the tent back into the magic square space. Climbing onto the bed, he carefully pushed open the window. Xuanhuan's flawless, beautiful face immediately came into view like a fairy under the moonlight, stunningly beautiful. Tang Ning. Xuanhuan beamed with a sunflower-like smile the moment she saw Tang Ning, her cheeks displaying sweet dimples that captivated the heart. Unable to resist, Tang Ning leaned in and kissed her dimple. Xuanhuan playfully punched him lightly, saying, "What are you doing? We're still outside." Tang Ning stayed in the west room, where one window faced the courtyard and the window by the bed opened to the outside, revealing a winding path. He chuckled. "What are you afraid of? There's no one around. I just missed you." Xuanhuan's face flushed slightly, her heart felt as sweet as honey, and she nudged him gently, whispering, "Hey, stop fooling around. Aren't we supposed to eat braised pork? It's already stewed, let's go." Tang Ning was taken aback, having forgotten about it. "Wait, I'll be right out." He closed the window, quickly dressed, and jumped out of bed, walking cautiously to the yard to open the big door. The window above the bed was too small, otherwise he would have jumped out directly to avoid sneaking like a thief. When Tang Ning stepped outside, Xuanhuan was already waiting by the door. The two walked hand in hand back to the female intellectual youth station. The braised pork had just been served. One must admit that Fang Hui truly had exceptional culinary skills if the pork belly was stewed to a golden brown, glistening with oil. Before they even entered the kitchen, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Beside the braised pork was a large plate made of bamboo. The plate was filled to the brim with pancakes, the outer edges coated with a layer of oil, making them incredibly appetizing and mouth-watering. Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan were helping to serve the bowls, which contained refreshing and delicious radish soup. Seeing the two return, Fang Hui quickly called out softly, "Just in time, the radish soup has just finished cooking, come over and eat." Xuanhuan pushed Tang Ning, urging him to sit down, while she quickly turned to lock the big door from the inside. Fang Hui handed Tang Ning a pair of chopsticks with a smile. "Quick, try our cooking and see if it's the flavor you mentioned." Tang Ning smiled back. "I know Fang Hui's cooking well, just looking at this braised pork makes it irresistible," he said, picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it in his mouth. Instantly the rich aroma of meat stimulated his taste buds. The tender meat was soaked in the broth, fatty yet not greasy, lean yet not tough. It was so delicious that his eyes nearly rolled back. Jiang Ai watched, swallowing her saliva. "How is it, Tang Ning? Is it good?" Tang Ning smiled and gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising the dish. "Delicious, it's so good. You all sit down and eat." Xuanhuan pulled Jiang Ai to sit down, taking her place beside Tang Ning, smiling. "There are still 5 pounds left in the house. If you want to eat more, I'll secretly stew some for you tomorrow. The 10 pounds of lamb you gave last time, there's still 5 pounds left, I'll also braise it for you one day." The meat was given by Tang Ning and she didn't mind cooking it for him at all. While speaking, she also picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight. The 3 girls were so engrossed in eating that they hardly spoke. This was truly the best meat they had eaten since coming to the countryside. Although they had also stewed lamb twice, it lacked oil and ingredients, and the lamb was gamey, making it far less enjoyable. Unlike this time, the pork belly had rendered a lot of lard. Every piece was glistening with oil, and it also contained white sugar and spices. It was truly a silent feast. 1 man and 4 women enjoyed a piece of pork belly, a pancake, and a sip of the delicious radish soup, their mouths gleaming with oil. Meanwhile, Li Yaowu knocked on the door of the village party secretary Zhang Hongliang. Secretary Zhang, open the door quickly, it's Li Yaowu, I have an urgent matter. Secretary Zhang, hurry up and open the door. Zhang Hongliang, who was sleeping, was abruptly awakened by his wife kicking him. Wake up, there's someone knocking at the door outside. Who is it? Zhang Hongliang sat up grumbling as he shouted towards the door. Who is it? Annoyed, he thought, why knock on the door at this hour when everyone is sound asleep? Can't you just say what you need to say? Li Yaowu paused before continuing to knock harder on the door. Secretary Zhang, I am the intellectual youth. Li Yaowu, open the door quickly, something serious has happened. After being beaten by Tang Ning in the evening, he not only suffered physical blows but also felt an immense humiliation. No, it wasn't just him. Liang Cheng and the others also hated Tang Ning to the bone. The four of them tossed and turned at night, unable to sleep, thinking of ways to get back at Tang Ning. Who would have thought that before they could think of a plan, they discovered Tang Ning sneaking into the female intellectual youth station in the middle of the night. The female intellectual youth station was full of girls. Wasn't he being a lecher? Upon discovering the truth, Li Yaowu trembled with excitement, immediately instructing Liang Cheng and the others to keep an eye on Tang Ning while he ran to find Zhang Hongliang. Lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Soon the big door creaked open from the inside, revealing Zhang Hongliang's dark face. What is it? His tone was not pleasant, considering it was the middle of the night and anyone would be in a bad mood when dragged out of a warm bed. Li Yaowu inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and gazed intently at him. Secretary Zhang, it's bad news. That bastard Tang Ning has gone to the female intellectual youth station and is acting lewdly. Zhang Hongliang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Tang Ning? How is that possible? That kid has always been honest and upright. To put it bluntly, he usually can't even muster the courage to speak up. How could he act lewdly towards the female intellectual youths? Seeing that he didn't believe him, Li Yaowu became anxious. It's true, Secretary. I saw it with my own eyes. Not only did I see it, but Liang Cheng and the others also saw it. They are currently keeping an eye on Tang Ning at the female intellectual youth station. I'm worried something will happen, so I hurried over to inform you. Zhang Hongliang's breath caught, his face paled in fear. Oh my god. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes and rushed out, but after taking 2 steps he quickly ran back, shouting into the house. Wife, don't sleep. Get up and find Lu Chong, tell him to hurry to the intellectual youth station, something serious has happened. After saying this, he hurried towards the intellectual youth station. His heart was racing with anxiety. Why was Tang Ning so reckless? If he wanted to discuss marriage, couldn't they help arrange it? Why did he think of acting lewdly at the female intellectual youth station? There was a girl there with a strong background, even he had to show her respect. If Tang Ning offended her, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. A man of his age nearly sparking a fire with his 2 legs. When he arrived at the female intellectual youth station, he indeed saw that the door had already been kicked open. Inside, the sounds of arguing could be heard among Liang Cheng and others. Tang Ning, it's the middle of the night and you're not asleep. You actually came here to act lewdly towards the female intellectual youth. If we hadn't arrived in time, several girls would have been in trouble because of you. Look at me, I'm going to beat you to death. Oh my god, there's actually meat. Where did you get so much meat? Tang Ning, you even stole meat. Tang Ning, you're truly a scoundrel? Ever since moving here you've been bossy and aggressive towards me, and now you even have the audacity to treat girls like this. I spit on you, you're nothing but scum. Just wait until the village head arrives, you will see how to deal with you. Zhang Hongliang's face turned pale as he hurried inside. Li Yaowu followed closely behind, a look of delight on his face. Tang Ning, this time you won't escape death. As soon as Zhang Hongliang entered, he saw half a plate of braised pork on the table, the savory aroma wafting through the air, causing him to swallow involuntarily. He looked around once more. He noticed that both Tang Ning and the girls Jiang Shui and others were fully dressed with grease on their mouths. His eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't it said that Tang Ning was harassing the female youth? This didn't look like harassment at all, it seemed more like they were having a meal together. Liang Chen saw Zhang Hongliang and seemed to have found his backbone, pointing at Tang Ning to complain. Secretary, you arrived just in time. Tang Ning has been harassing the female youth and even stealing meat. We caught him red-handed. Lu Cheng walked in just in time to witness this scene and quietly approached Zhang Hongliang, planning to observe the situation. Zhang Hongliang glanced at him and then at Tang Ning. Tang Ning, is what he said true? Tang Ning shook his head and declared solemnly. No, I didn't harass Jiang Shua and the others. Before he could finish, he was harshly interrupted by Li Yaowu. Are you still trying to argue? What else could it be if you sneaked into the female youth's room in the middle of the night? Jiang Shua and Fang Hui were enjoying their meal when Liang Cheng and the others suddenly burst in. Caught in the act of stealing, Jiang Shua and the other girls turned pale with fright, not immediately regaining their composure. Hearing Li Yaowu slander Tang Ning as a harasser, they became anxious. Jiang Shua shot a cold glance at Li Yaowu. Tang Ning didn't harass anyone, I called him over. No way was she going to let Tang Ning bear the label of a harasser. Fang Hui and the other girls quickly chimed in. Yes, we called him over, he didn't harass anyone. On the contrary, you knew Jiang Shua had a partner but still kept pestering him. I think you're the one harassing him. Li Yaowu was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. What kind of charm had Tang Ning cast on these women, making them willing to risk their reputations to defend this beast? In the middle of the night, unmarried girls bringing a man home. How could they still have any shame if others found out? Liang Aijuan reacted quickly. Even if he didn't harass you, he definitely stole the meat, right? If looks could kill, Tang Ning would have been dead 1,000 times over. Thinking about how they had been forced to kneel and call him grandfather in the evening, Jiang Aijuan wished he could kill him immediately. Tang Ning sneered. Who said I stole the meat? The meat was bought by me. I saw that the girls were having a hard time, so I came to treat them to some meat. Is that wrong? Zhang Wentao exclaimed angrily, you're lying, you broke man. How could you afford to buy meat? This meat must have been stolen by you. Damn it. They had only eaten half a bowl of grain porridge each that night, barely enough to fill their stomachs, and were already starving. Tang Ning, this beast actually brought Jiang Shua and the other girls to hide away and eat meat? How could he stand for this? He had to make sure to kill this son of a dog today. Zhang Wentao turned to look at Zhang Hongliang and the village chief. Secretary, village chief, if you just arrange for someone to inquire who lost meat, you'll know for sure that Tang Ning stole it. Lu Cheng glanced at his swollen face with a complicated expression. Poor. Didn't you have eyes? If Tang Ning was poor, how could he suddenly take out 150 yuan to build a house? And how could he have spent 5 yuan to buy 2 quilts? Not to mention just the clothes on his body must have cost 2 or 3 yuan, right? Oh, and the lamb, Tang Ning didn't even blink when he gave him 2 pounds of it. Who would be willing to do that? Tang Ning scoffed. Steal. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small receipt, throwing it onto Zhang Wentao's face. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The receipt from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is right here, clearly stating that I bought 10 pounds of pork belly. Li Yaowu and the others quickly leaned over to take a look and indeed saw the receipt from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, their eyes widening in shock. It truly was this beast who bought the meat. When did he become so wealthy? Tang Ning coldly laughed, grabbing Li Yaowu by the collar and slamming his face onto the table with a loud bang. Come on, tell me whose family had so much meat for me to steal. These guys really had short memories. They had just been taught a lesson in the evening, and now just a few hours later they bounced back in front of him. Damn it, all he wanted was to eat some meat quietly. Why was it so hard? Li Yao's eyes turned red with anger as he struggled violently under Tang Ning's grip. However, Tang Ning held him as easily as if he were a chick unable to break free. Liang Chen, Liang Aijuan and Zhang Wentao had not expected the secretary and village chief to be here, and yet he dared to act. Recalling the humiliating scene from the evening, the 3 of them turned pale and retreated a few steps. Jiang Shua and the other girls felt a rush of delight upon seeing Li Yaowu being beaten. He deserved it for all the scheming. He was asking for it from Tang Ning. Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Wentao had yet to recover from the shock of the 10 pounds of pork and were rendered speechless by Tang Ning's sudden attack. Eyes wide open, Li Yaowu couldn't take it anymore. He felt utterly humiliated and was in excruciating pain. But he couldn't fight back against Tang Ning. He roared like a trapped beast. Village Chief Secretary, are you just going to watch him bully us? Although we are educated youth, we have contributed a lot to the village over the years, right? If you are going to protect him like this, I refuse to accept it. Zhang Hongliang finally came to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Tang Ning away. Tang Ning, let Li Yaowu go, let's talk it out. For the secretary's sake, Tang Ning was willing to give face. As soon as he spoke, Tang Ning immediately released Li Yaowu. Once Li Yaowu regained his freedom, he stumbled backward a few steps until he felt safe from Tang Ning's grasp and stopped, still feeling apprehensive. With bloodshot eyes, he rushed to complain to Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong. Village Chief Secretary, ever since Tang Ning moved in, we may not treat him like a brother, but we've been sincere to him. But what about him? He resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. Look at how he beat us. My arm is broken and the three of them are all bruised and battered. We can't continue living with someone like him. Even if he couldn't get Tang Ning in trouble today, he had to drive him out of the educated youth spot. Liang Qing instantly understood his intent and echoed, yes, village chief, we were just joking with him in the evening, but as soon as you left, Tang Ning beat us up like this. Living with him, I'm afraid I might lose my life one day. Zhang Wentao and Liang Aijuan also chimed in to voice their grievances, showing the village chief their injuries. However, none of them mentioned calling Tang Ning grandfather. How embarrassing. Tang Ning crossed his arms, looking at the group with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. You say I hit someone just because you say so. Where's the evidence? I could just as easily accuse you of internal strife and mutual fighting and then frame it on me. Jiang Shui immediately chimed in, exactly how could Tang Ning alone defeat all four of you? Perhaps you should think a little before framing someone else. Jiang Ai followed closely, could it be that they are just too useless? 4 people couldn't even beat Tang Ning together? Zhang Wenwan and Fang Hui, though silent, looked on with scornful expressions. In any case, even if Li Yaowu and the others shouted to the heavens, they wouldn't believe that Tang Ning could take on 4 and remain unscathed. Wasn't that just absurd? These people were truly resorting to any means to wrongfully accuse Tang Ning. Not only Fang Hui and the others, but even Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong found it hard to believe. The two exchanged a pained glance, and in the end it was Lu Chong who spoke up. Li Yaowu, you didn't let Tang Ning use mugwort before, then blocked his way and wouldn't let him enter the house, followed by framing him for harassing female educated youths and stealing pork. Now you come up with yet another ridiculous idea to drive him out of the educated youth point. What exactly do you want to do? If he couldn't see that Tang Ning had conflicts with Li Yaowu and the others, he would be a fool. However, regardless of any conflicts, they shouldn't wrongfully accuse Tang Ning like this. Harassing female comrades, stealing pork, each of these accusations could ruin a person's life. As for the matter of Tang Ning taking a girl to steal pork, he hadn't even thought about it. Although everyone was eating in the cafeteria now, who could guarantee that they weren't secretly keeping some good food for themselves? If they really investigated, no family in the village would escape unscathed, including the few village officials. Zhang Hongliang also spoke up, the village chief is right. I have watched Tang Ning grow up and he has never blushed with anyone, let alone fought. To claim that he fought all 4 of you alone is incredibly absurd. Li Yaowu and the others, really? Who said Tang Ning couldn't fight? Didn't you see how he brutally beat us in the evening, forcing us to call him grandpa? That was true, they hadn't seen it. Feeling exhausted, they wondered if they still had to live with that beast Tang Ning. Lu Chong glanced at Tang Ning and spoke to the crowd. All right, since it's a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang Ning. Uncle Lu. Lu Chong paused and looked at him in confusion. What is it? Tang Ning smiled. I have an incompatible fate with Li Yaowu and the others. If I continue to live with them, the conflicts will only deepen. I am willing to move out from the male educated youth point. Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong exchanged glances. Move out. But apart from the male educated youth point, there's nowhere suitable for you to stay. Jiang Shui instinctively frowned. To be honest, she didn't want Tang Ning to leave. After all, if he stayed here, she could see him every day. However, Tang Ning was right. If he continued to live there, Li Yaowu and the others would keep causing trouble for him. The eyes of Li Yaowu and the others brightened. They hadn't expected that this beast would actually request to move out. Moving out would be great, then he couldn't cling to several female educated youths every day. They would have the opportunity to slander Tang Ning in front of Jiang Shui and the others. Most importantly, there was no place for Tang Ning to stay in the village, and he could only return to that dilapidated house. It had been raining every day lately and the lower areas of the village were flooded. Who knew when the house would collapse and bury him inside? Lu Cheng glanced at the United Li Yaowu and his group and realized that Tang Ning might really not be able to stay at the male-educated youth point any longer. He furrowed his brow contemplating where to arrange for him to stay. At that moment Tang Ning spoke again. Uncle Hongliang, you don't need to worry about my housing situation, I will handle it myself. Zhang Hongliang disagreed. How will you handle it? In the beginning Tang Ning had no place to stay, which was why the village arranged for him to live here. Who knew that within just a few days he had created such a huge conflict with the male-educated youths? Tang Ning appeared confident. Uncle Hongliang, trust me, I can resolve it. Zhang Hongliang was about to persuade him again when Lu Cheng caught on to something and pulled him aside, saying to Tang Ning, alright, since you have a plan in mind, then move out from the male-educated youth point tomorrow. But let me make this clear, you cannot return to that little dilapidated house. That house could collapse at any moment and Tang Ning living in there could get him buried alive. Tang Ning naturally agreed. Zhang Hongliang sighed helplessly, warning Li Yaowu and his group not to cause any more trouble before leaving with Lu Cheng. Li Yaowu strutted like a victorious rooster, pointing at Tang Ning and boasting. Move back to your dilapidated house, I want to see how long you can last there. When you get buried alive, I'll be the one to collect your corpse. Get lost. Jiang Shui's face flushed with anger as she picked up a wooden stick and swung it at him. Frightened, Li Yaowu scrambled away with Liang Cheng and the others following closely behind. As they ran he shouted, Jiang Shui, you can still come with me now. Once Tang Ning is dead, if you come looking for me, I won't go easy on you. Tang Ning, if you kneel down and call me grandpa, I might consider burning more paper money for you after you die. Ah! A horrified scream pierced the air as Tang Ning chased him down and gave him a beating, with each punch hitting flesh. You want to report me? I haven't settled the score with you yet and you dare insult me. Today I'll give you a proper mouthwashing. He pressed his head forcefully into the mud. The mud contained stones and gravel and soon Li Yao's mouth was bloodied and bruised from the abrasion. Seeing this, Liang Cheng and the others ran even faster. Unable to hold on, Li Yaowu howled in agony and begged for mercy before Tang Ning kicked him away. Jiang Shui and the four girls laughed heartily, feeling relieved. After laughing they became concerned about Tang Ning's living situation. Tang Ning, are you really going to move out from the male-educated youth point? Where will you live? Would he be setting up a hut outside? It had been raining every day and living in a hut wasn't safe either. Tang Ning met Jiang Shui's worried gaze and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I have a way. You'll see tomorrow. He had 1,000 Topophthalene super-intelligent luxury tents in his space. Living in one would be much more enjoyable than staying at the educated youth point. Jiang Shui knew he was someone with ideas and stopped asking more questions. She thought to discuss with Fang Hui and the other girls about letting Tang Ning squeeze in with them. The kitchen could be tidied up and was still livable, at least it was better than a hut. After such a commotion they lost their appetite for meat. Tang Ning said goodbye to the girls and left first. Jiang Shui was preoccupied with thoughts and didn't try to keep him, sending him out and closing the door before gathering her friends to discuss whether they would allow Tang Ning to move in. The next day Tang Ning woke up leisurely after the sun had risen high in the sky. Li Yaowu and Liang Cheng, with their typical forgetfulness of past injuries, couldn't help but mock Tang Ning upon seeing him open the window. Didn't someone say they were moving out today? It's almost noon, why aren't you leaving? Yesterday you spoke so righteously, you're not regretting it today, are you? Surely you don't want to linger here with us. What does it matter that you have the village chief backing you? You're still like a lost dog with nowhere to go. Hurry up and leave, don't dirty our place. Say that again. Jiang Shui stormed in, fiercely pointing at the group to defend her husband. Did you eat shit to be so foul-mouthed? Who says Tang Ning has nowhere to go? We are inviting him to stay with us right now. She had already sought the consent of Fang Hui and the others last night. Hearing her intent to invite Tang Ning, the others not only had no objections but welcomed the idea with enthusiasm, completely unbothered by any potential damage to their reputations. After all, it was Tang Ning. Their ability to enjoy meat, use electric fans, and light incense all stemmed from his good fortune. Now that he had nowhere to stay, they could not simply stand by. Moreover, the innocent would remain innocent. If anyone dared to gossip behind their backs, they were not to be trifled with and would tear that person's mouth apart. Determined, Jiang Shua led Feng Hui and the other 3 girls to tidy up the kitchen that morning, creating a small room inside. Although the conditions were a bit shabby, it was completely fine for Tang Ning to live there. Feng Hui glared fiercely at the others. "I've never seen anyone as disgusting as you. What skill is it to bully the weak?" "We are moving Tang Ning's things right now." Jiang Ai clenched her small fists tightly. "Do you think this place is a treasure? Brother Tang Ning wouldn't want to live with you." Li Wenwan didn't say anything but nodded vigorously several times. Li Yaowu and his group were so furious that their faces twisted, changing from green to red and back again. They simply could not understand who were these girls out of their minds. How could they let a grown man like Tang Ning live in the women's youth group? Wasn't that just giving him an even better opportunity? If they had known it would turn out this way, they wouldn't have forced Tang Ning out yesterday. Li Yaowu felt like he had shot himself in the foot, his face contorted in disgust. Tang Ning found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected these girls to be so fierce, nor did he expect them to defend him so fiercely, even risking their reputations to let him stay with them. However, since they were wholeheartedly thinking of him, he couldn't let them suffer. After all, in this era, reputation was too important for girls, and he couldn't put that pressure on them. Moreover, moving to the women's youth group wouldn't be any different from staying in the men's group. He would still be under Li Yaowu's watch, making it inconvenient to act. It would be wiser to stay away from here. However, he still wanted to annoy Li Yaowu and said loudly, "Then thank you, sisters." Jiang Shua looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Tang Ning, we're here to help you pack your things." Tang Ning nodded, opened the door to let the girls in, and then slammed the door shut with a bang, cutting off Li Yaowu's resentful gaze. Tang Ning didn't have much stuff. As soon as Jiang Shua entered, she went to help him fold the quilt. Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan tidied up the pots and pans, while Feng Hui rebundled the mugwort in the corner, ensuring not a single stem was left for Li Yaowu and the others. As the girls tidied up, they chattered excitedly about Tang Ning moving to the women's youth group. "Should we inform the village chief?" "Let's move Tang Ning's things over first, then we can tell the village chief. We are in the right, so there's nothing to hide." Tang Ning shook his head with a smile. "I won't stay in the women's youth group. It would be bad for your reputation. Just help me pack my things and I'll come to fetch them in the evening." Jiang Shua furrowed her brows, looking worried. "But if you don't stay with us, where will you go?" Feng Hui and Jiang Ai exchanged glances, also chiming in. "Yeah, we've cleared out a room for you." No matter how they insisted, Tang Ning maintained that it was inconvenient and that he had a place to stay. Seeing that it was almost time to meet Xiao Youqian, Tang Ning bid farewell to the girls and left with the backpack on his back. He didn't head to the entrance of Zhangzhuang village first, but followed the original owner's memory up the mountain. After crossing a mountain peak, he arrived at a narrow gorge that was not wide enough for a bullock cart to pass. Walking through the gorge to the north for about 200 meters, he encountered a patch of vine covered in ice crystals. This was the original owner's secret base, a place he would retreat to whenever he was bullied severely by Tang Erniu's family or felt upset. Aside from the original owner, no one else would come here. Tang Ning pushed aside the vines which hung down from the hillside, revealing a piece of flat land about 100 square meters suitable for storage. He took out a top-tier ultra-intelligent luxury tent that covered an area of 100 square meters from his space. The tent he had taken out yesterday was too small and did not have any partitions inside. However, this tent had 4 compartments. When unfolded, it was a complete 3-bedroom and 1 living room suite, a bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room. Living alone could not be more delightful. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of the 500 square meter big tent, and in a flash of inspiration, a bold idea formed in his mind. "Since I have this large tent which is waterproof and has a lighting system, can't I start building my house right now?" Using this 500 square meter tent to cover the construction site would ensure that the workers could continue working even in the rain. Moreover, this super big tent also had partitions that could be installed and removed at will. In that case, he could just install a few partitions for himself to live in, and the rest of the space could be used for the construction site. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Tang Ning clapped his hands and decisively took out the biggest tent, putting away the 100 square meter one. He also took out a double bed, a box of mosquito coils, and 50 solar-powered fans from his space and placed them behind the vines. Finally he took out a whole roasted lamb and a goat leg to put into his backpack. Then he headed down the mountain. The valley is not far from Zhang village, just over the nearby hill lies Zhang village. When they arrived at the village entrance, Zhao Yuqian was still waiting behind a large rock. Seeing Tang Ning, he rushed over eagerly. "Brother, you're here? Quickly look at what good stuff I've brought for you." As he spoke, he mysteriously lifted the tattered towel covering the top of his backpack. Tang Ning looked at Zhao Yuqian's proud expression, raised an eyebrow, and immediately widened his eyes. To his surprise, there were two little wolf cubs. The cubs seemed to have just been born not long ago, curled up together, shivering, still carrying the scent of milk. As if feeling hungry, they whimpered adorably. Zhao Yuqian laughed. "Didn't you ask me to help you find a dog last time? I couldn't find any puppies, but coincidentally my brother-in-law makes a living by hunting and dug up a litter of wolf cubs. I brought them all to you. If you train these, they will be excellent whether for guarding the house or hunting in the mountains. They are far superior to dogs." Last night his solar-powered fan had sold out again. In just 2 days he earned more than he had in the previous 3 months, waking up with a smile. In his eyes, Tang Ning was like the god of wealth. Remembering how Tang Ning had asked him to help find some dogs, he immediately ran off to his brother-in-law's house upon waking. He happened to catch him returning with the wolf cubs and immediately grabbed them all without leaving a single one behind. Originally his brother-in-law was reluctant, but when Zhao Yuqian offered him $5, he agreed to give him both cubs. A hint of surprise flashed across Tang Ning's face. Are they really wolves? He thought he might have seen it wrong. Raising wolves is great. People have trained wolves to help hunt since ancient times. Just as Zhao Yuqian said, these creatures are highly sensitive, aggressive, and alert. Once trained, they are better than dogs. He originally thought Zhao Yuqian would at most find a few mutts, but he unexpectedly found 2 wolf cubs. This was truly beyond his expectations. Zhao Yuqian nodded. "Yes, but the wolf cubs have a big appetite, so I worry about how to take care of them." Tang Ning's smile nearly reached his ears as he shook his head confidently. "I have a way. I guarantee that neither of these wolves will starve." In his spatial pocket he still had a roast lamb, and the system produces good items every day, so he wasn't worried about having nothing to feed the wolves. Even if they tried to starve, it would be difficult. Wolves grow quickly. Within 3 months they could help guard his home. If anyone else said this, Zhao Yuqian might not have believed it, especially in this famine-stricken era where people were starving. Few families even kept dogs. Raising wolves would be even harder. But when Tang Ning said this, Zhao Yuqian believed it wholeheartedly. The more he interacted with Tang Ning, the more he felt that Tang Ning was unfathomable. At least in his eyes, Tang Ning had great capabilities, able to achieve what ordinary people could not. Just like the solar-powered fan, before knowing Tang Ning he had never even heard of such a thing. Even his wealthy clients were hearing about it for the first time. If Tang Ning could get such items, he must be even more remarkable, inevitably instilling a sense of awe within Zhao Yuqian. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Ning's voice rang in his ears. "By the way, Lao Zhao, I want to ask you for a favor." Zhao Yuqian quickly replied, "Just tell me, I will definitely help if I can." Seeing his serious expression, Tang Ning smiled. "I want you to help me haul some things behind the canyon vines." Zhao Yuqian looked at the items inside, his eyes widening in astonishment. A large bed, a supersized tent, a box of mosquito repellent, 50 solar-powered fans, 1 roast lamb, and a leg of lamb. "Brother, are all these things yours?" Not to mention, just that big bed alone was enough to make people envious. If sold, it could easily fetch $10 or $12. Along with the roast lamb and leg of lamb, just looking at them made him drool. Tang Ning nodded. "Yes, Lao Zhao, lend a hand, and let's get the bed onto the cart first." They had come with an ox cart borrowed from the village. Since Tang Ning wanted to stay in a tent, these items couldn't just appear out of nowhere. He needed the villagers to see him bringing them back from outside so he could explain the origin of the items. Oh, all right. Zhao Yuqian finally came to his senses and hurried to help lift the bed. After securing the bed onto the bus, Tang Ning tossed the tent onto it as well. He then shouldered the backpack containing the roast lamb, lamb leg, and mosquito repellent. "Lao Zhao, how much stock do you want this time?" Zhao Yuqian looked at the solar-powered fans with fiery eyes and gritted his teeth. "Give me 50 sets. The solar-powered fans sell very well." He was willing to invest all his money at home into restocking. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow. He thought Zhao Yuqian would at most take 30 or 40 with the extras as a precaution. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuqian wanted 50 all at once. It seemed he had tasted the sweetness of making money. Brother, here's $100 and a receipt. You can count it. Tang Ning took the money and receipt, putting them into his pocket, but in reality placed them into his spatial pocket. Since we've worked together so many times, I trust your integrity. There's no need to count. After knowing each other for so long, he understood Zhao Yuqian. He was honest and wouldn't play tricks behind his back. Moreover, as long as Zhao Yuqian wanted to continue making money with him, he wouldn't dare to use underhanded means. Therefore, he was not worried that Zhao Yuqian would shortchange him. Zhao Yuqian indeed wouldn't dare. But seeing how much Tang Ning trusted him made him very happy. He scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, quickly putting the solar-powered fans into the nylon bag he had brought. The backpack still had 2 wolf cubs inside, so there was no way to fit them in. Once they finished packing up, they drove the ox cart down the mountain. The cart was loaded with the bed, tent, and other items which were unstable, so they didn't dare to ride it and could only follow the cart step by step. When they arrived at Lutang village, it was already getting dark. Many villagers had just returned from the cafeteria. Seeing Tang Ning with a man driving an ox cart into the village, they all stopped to watch the excitement. Tang Ning, where have you been? Dinner has started. Well, why are you pulling such a big bed? That bed must be worth at least $11 or $12, right? I noticed the pile of fabric on the bed looks quite nice. The navy blue color is bright and vibrant. It seems of good quality. It would definitely look good for making clothes. Hey, Tang Ning, what's in your backpack? Oh wow, is that a leg of lamb? Where did you get a leg of lamb? No matter who asked a question, Tang Ning always answered with a good temper. And I've moved out from the male educated youth point and the bed is mine. And what you mentioned is a tent. Yes, I plan to set up a tent next to my old house. The lamb leg is also bought by me. It's not expensive. All these things cost only about 20 yuan together. In just one evening, the news about Tang Ning living in a tent spread like wildfire. At that time, Jiang Shui and Fang Hui along with the other 2 saw that Tang Ning hadn't returned for a long time and they had just moved his things to the female educated youth point. Hearing that Tang Ning was going to live in a tent, the girls were all stunned. Li Yao's unrestrained laughter echoed in the air. Living in a tent? Ha ha ha, it's over 30 degrees outside and he wants to live in a tent. He's really something. Liang Chen was even more arrogant. You say with the wind blowing so strong, what can a tent withstand? If a tree falls on him, he would be done for. Tomorrow will there be a dead body in our village, a body crushed flat? It must look quite nice. Zhang Wentao was even more ruthless. Jiang Shui, if you're scared, we can accompany you to appreciate Tang Ning's corpse tomorrow. Jiang Haijuan spoke sarcastically. Oh, don't say that. Maybe Tang Ning is tough-skinned and won't be crushed to death. Jiang Shui was so angry she trembled, picking up an iron shovel from the ground and throwing it at the group. Get lost. Fang Hui and the others followed suit, grabbing hose and throwing them at the group. Did you not hear? Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Jiang Shui's eyes turned red with anger, hitting Li Yaowu a few times before running towards Tang Ning's old courtyard. Xiao Shui. Fang Hui and the others were worried and didn't care about Li Yaowu quickly chasing after her. Jiang Shui was anxious and angry, unable to help but complain to Fang Hui and the others. Why is he so foolish? How can he live in a tent with such strong winds? Not to mention there's no bed. How can a tent block the rain? Staying inside for an hour would turn him into a drenched chicken. No way, I can't let him live in a tent. I must bring him over. Fang Hui glanced at Jiang Ai and Li Xuanhuan. Well, go with you. They thought the same as Jiang Shui. Tang Ning must not live in a tent. Otherwise, with such strong winds, it would be too unsafe without any shelter. At Tang Ernia's house, Li Xiao was laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, it's karma, it's all karma. That little brat thought he could live well without us. He was driven out after just a few days at the male educated youth point. I spit, he deserves it. Tang An also wore a satisfied expression as if getting revenge. I heard he has no choice but to live in a tent now. With such strong winds, what use is a tent? Mother, maybe tomorrow that brat will be crushed by a tree and we can collect his corpse. This is what is called karma. Father, once that little brat is dead, his land will be ours and all his lamb legs will be ours too. Yes, and we can also get back the 150 yuan he gave to the village chief. Li Xiaoa added viciously. Tang Ning took a drag of his pipe, enjoying the moment with his eyes squinted. Little brat, this is the result of biting the hand that feeds you. Let's just wait to collect his corpse. Meanwhile, at Lu Cheng's house, Lu Cheng widened his eyes at his son. What did you say? Tang Ning is going to live where? Lu Yi replied, a tent, the whole village is talking about it. He bought a bed and a tent which is set up next to his old courtyard. Li Hongying slapped her thigh. Oh no, with such strong winds how could he go to the old house? If it collapses it could cost him his life. As the head of the family you need to hurry and check, we can't let anything happen. Lu Cheng's face darkened as he grabbed his pipe and ran outside. Isn't he just messing around? He secretly regretted it. He thought Tang Ning had found a way to settle down, but it turned out he was living in a tent. He shouldn't have trusted that kid. Just as Lu Cheng ran out of the house, he bumped into Zhang Hongliang and Tian Guang. Did you hear about it too? The three asked in unison, then fell into a knowing silence. The whole village knew about it. How could they not have heard? Zhang Hongliang had a gloomy face. Hurry up, we can't let Tang Ning live in a tent. If it comes to it, let him go stay at the male-educated youth point. They'll go warn Li Yaowu and the others. If they dare to trouble Tang Ning again, they won't get any work points this year. After all, they are from our village. How can we let a few outsiders bully him? Lu Cheng and Tian Guang both nodded repeatedly. Just as Jiang Shui and Lu Cheng's group were running towards Tang Ning, he had already set up the tent with Zhao Yuqian's help. Indeed, it was a large tent covering 500 square meters, not only covering the original house along with the yard, but also encompassing all the nearby open space. Tang Ning installed 5 compartments in the northwest corner of the tent. 1 room, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, with another room reserved for the 2 wolf cubs. His old courtyard was shrouded in the northeast corner of the tent, appearing quite small in comparison. Zhao Yuqian felt the cool breeze inside the tent, looking at Tang Ning with confusion. Brother, don't you feel how cool it is inside this tent? It's not stuffy at all? Tang Ning nodded. I can feel it. It might be because of the strong wind outside the tent allows airflow. He certainly wouldn't tell Zhao Yuqian that the tent had automatic cooling capabilities. While Zhao Yuqian helped set up the compartments, Tang Ning had already activated the cooling system. Zhao Yuqian nodded. That's true. However, brother, your tent is quite sturdy. With such strong winds outside, it doesn't shake at all. I was worried it would be blown away by the wind. Tang Ning smiled without replying. He took out the 2 wolf cubs from Zhao Yuqian's backpack and watched them curiously as they crawled around on the ground. Thinking of mosquito coils, Zhao Yuqian's eyes flickered as he tentatively asked, Brother, can you still get mosquito coils? Tang Ning raised an eyebrow at him. Oh. Are you looking to sell them? Zhao Yuqian scratched his head and grinned. I think this thing is good. It shouldn't be hard to sell at the commune. The commune is filled with wealthy people who can afford fans, so mosquito coils are even less of a problem. Tang Ning thought for a moment and didn't rush to agree. Lao Zhao, you first sell the solar-powered small fans and later I'll ask my friend. If I can get more mosquito coils, you can restock from me then. Zhao Yuqian was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Okay. He was thinking about going to sell the solar-powered small fans tonight. Seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye to Tang Ning and was about to leave. Tang Ning called him back, took out 2 jin of roasted lamb and stuffed them into his backpack, smiling. Yuqian, you've worked hard today. Take these 2 jin of roasted lamb to supplement your sister-in-law and children. No, I can't take this. Zhao Yuqian hurriedly declined. Tang Ning is a capable person. He is already very grateful that Tang Ning is willing to associate with him. How can he accept the meat for just a little help? Tang Ning, however, would not take no for an answer. If you don't accept it, then don't come to me for supplies in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqian had no choice but to accept it nervously. As soon as Zhao Yuqian left, Jiang Shui and the 4 girls ran over. Seeing the huge dark blue tent before them, they widened their eyes. Heavens, is this a tent? Wow, I've never seen such a big tent before. Where did Tang Ning's house go? Looking at this position, it can't be inside this tent, right? Oh my god, how can there be such a big tent? Jiang Shui didn't care about the size of the tent. She called out Tang Ning's name and ran into the tent. At that moment Tang Ning had just arrived at the old courtyard planning to see what else needed tidying up. Hearing the voice he hurriedly ran out and saw Jiang Shui rushing towards him with a worried face. He waved at her immediately. Jiang Shui, I'm here. Jiang Shui ran straight over, grabbing Tang Ning's wrist and pulling him outside. Let's go, we won't stay here. We don't care what others say, you should move to our place and you'll see who dares to gossip. At that moment Lu Chong, Zhang Hongliang and Tian Guang ran over with the three girls, Fang Hui, all wearing serious expressions. Lu Chong remarked, Jiang Shui is right, with such strong winds why would you come back to the old yard to stay? Are you trying to throw your life away? Listen to your uncle, you should sleep at the male youth point tonight and tomorrow I will find a place for you to stay. Others chimed in insisting that Tang Ning should not stay in the tent, worried he might get crushed. Tang Ning helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. Uncle, can you all seriously feel if this tent is shaking? Lu Chong was taken aback. The others exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what he meant. Tang Ning smiled and said, the wind outside is so strong, but you have been standing in this tent for quite a while, have you felt it shaking? That's true. They had been there for quite some time, how come they hadn't felt the wind blowing in? Logically the tent should be drafty. That's right, the wind outside is so strong yet this tent isn't shaking at all, Jiang Ai remarked, biting her finger in uncertainty. And why do I feel that it's quite cool inside the tent? Li Wenwan added, and upon her comment the others also felt it. It really is. Tang Ning chuckled. This tent is made from special materials, very sturdy, resistant to wind and rain and impact. It is very safe for me to stay inside. Since I have already moved out, I don't plan on going back to the male youth point. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang exchanged glances, seeing his firm attitude and recognizing the tent's sturdiness. They agreed. All right, since you want to stay here, then stay. After this rainy period we can build the house. Tang Ning had conflicts with Li Yaowu and others. He was worried they might clash again if he forced them to go back. Now that Tang Ning had solved the accommodation issue, they didn't want to create trouble for themselves. Seeing this, Jiang Shui felt relieved and looked at Tang Ning. Then we'll go back first and help you bring your luggage over. With that they pulled Fang Hui and the other girls and ran towards the female youth point. Tang Ning smiled at Lu Chong and the others. Uncle Lu, Uncle Hongliang, Brother Guang, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead, they replied. I want to start building the house in the next few days. Tian Guang looked at him in surprise. Didn't we agree the other day? We would start after the busy farming season. Tang Ning nodded and smiled. That was because we couldn't work due to the rain, but my tent is big enough to shield from the wind and rain, so we can work directly inside the tent without getting wet or affecting the progress. Moreover, during the day you can tend to your fields, and at night I can have lighting in this tent and you all can come help me for half a day. I will pay everyone as usual. The sooner we finish building the house, the sooner I have a place to settle down. The temperature inside the tent can be adjusted so it can be set to about 10 to 20 degrees, making it comfortable for working inside. Lu Chong glanced at Zhang Hongliang. Hongliang, what do you think? Zhang Hongliang pondered for a moment and nodded. Since the tent has lighting, working at night is not an issue. Since Tang Ning wants to build the house sooner, then let's do it. After all, we have gathered all the workers, Lu Chong said. All right, then tomorrow let Tang accountant go to the commune and have the brick factory deliver the bricks and tiles. Tian Guang scratched his head. Working inside the tent is fine, but it's still raining outside. We can't get mud and sand. In the village, houses are built by hauling mud from the river and cutting trees from the mountains. With the rain and wind, cutting trees is already challenging and digging for mud and sand is also difficult. Tang Ning hurriedly said, we can buy it at the commune. He reached into his pocket and took out 100 yuan along with some industrial tickets for bricks, tiles, and sand, handing them to Lu Chong. Uncle Lu, if there are any materials you can't get from the mountains, just buy them at the commune. Don't worry about saving money for me. Seeing that stack of large tickets, Lu Chong and the others were all wide-eyed in shock. Goodness! When did Tang Ning become so wealthy? Handing over 100 yuan as if it were nothing. Adding to the 150 yuan from before, in just a few days he had given the village 250 yuan. The key is he had just bought a bed, tent and lamb leg among other things. Altogether it must have cost him at least 300 yuan, right? Gosh. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they felt. What does 300 yuan mean? They could barely earn 100 yuan a year without eating or drinking. In just a few days he had spent their 3 years' worth of wages. Lu Chong steadied his heartbeat and did not accept Tang Ning's money. The 150 yuan you gave last time only covered the deposit for the bricks and tiles. There's still 100 yuan left, which I estimate is enough to buy the mud and sand, so it's temporarily not needed. Tang Ning directly shoved the money into his pocket. Regardless of whether it's enough now, just take this money for now. I'm in a hurry to start work and there are many materials I need, plus I have to pay the workers. If you have money on hand, things will go smoother. Having said this, Lu Chong no longer refused and smiled. Alright, I'll take it for now, and if I don't spend it all, I'll return it to you later. He then looked at Tian Guang. Alright Tian, tomorrow you go with Tang accountant to the commune and have the brick factory send the bricks and tiles over, and also order some mud and gravel. Prove to the village committee later. Okay, Zhang Hongliang replied slowly. Then tomorrow I'll go find Granny Zhang and ask her to help see which day is auspicious for starting work. Tang Ning did have some impression of Granny Zhang. He remembered her as a blind old lady. She was also known in their village as a master, and was rumored to have some skill. In the village, whenever someone had a wedding, built a house, or even wanted to arrange a match for their child, they would seek her advice. Although there is a push against feudal superstitions now, thousands of years of tradition have long been ingrained in the habits of Huaguo people. Including in later years, many wealthy bosses still believed in this. Whether starting work or opening a business, they would hold this ceremony. Zhang Hongliang mentioning that they should consult Granny Zhang was for his benefit, and he naturally wouldn't refuse. Tang Ning sincerely said, Alright, thank you Uncle Hongliang. Lu Chong nodded. Okay, then I'll go tell the workers. Since it's been raining every day now, they can't work the fields. If they come to help Tang Ning build the house, they can earn a little money, which is always a good thing. After discussing, Lu Chong and the others each returned to their homes. Tang Ning's place didn't have even a table or bench, so he didn't invite them in, only saying he would treat them to a meal once he found some free time. As soon as Lu Chong and the others left, Jiang Shui, Fang Hui, Jiang Ai, and Xuanhuan came over carrying large and small bundles. Jiang Shui was holding 2 quilts. Fang Hui was carrying a small square table with Tang Ning's clothes, shoes, and pillow on it. Jiang Ai was carrying pots and pans and other daily necessities in her left hand. Li Wenwan was even more incredible, as she had brought over the bundle of mugwort that Tang Ning had placed in the corner. Tang Ning was taken aback for a moment and quickly went over to help carry things. Jiang Shui hurriedly said, You don't need to come over to help, just open the tent door for us. Tang Ning jogged over to take the quilt off her shoulder, swiftly lifting the door curtain with his left hand, and headed straight towards the partition in the northwest corner. Only then did Jiang Shui realize that there was actually a partition inside this tent. Jiang Ai and the others entered one after another, gazing curiously at the tent. Wow, it's really spacious in here, and there are 5 compartments. This is far more comfortable than our place. At that moment, a small childish wolf's howl caught everyone's attention. A little wolf cub crawled out from the compartment behind them. The little wolf's nose twitched continuously, its small body wobbling unsteadily, almost tumbling every 3 steps, looking extremely adorable. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. Where did this little dog come from? So cute. Fang Hui caught a glimpse of another gray little creature crawling out from the compartment and exclaimed. Oh my, there's even a dog. Tang Ning, where did you get this dog from? Tang Ning had already entered the bedroom, just throwing 2 blankets onto the bed. It's not a dog, it's a little wolf cub. I got it for a friend and I plan to raise it to guard the house. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. It's actually a wolf cub. Oh my, are you really raising a wolf? Jiang Shui frowned. Isn't raising a wolf too dangerous? And this wolf is so small, can it survive? We barely have enough food for ourselves, how can we feed a wolf? Jiang Ai didn't think so. With her hands on her hips, she said boldly, I believe others can't raise it, but brother Tang Ning definitely can. Not only Jiang Shui but even Tang Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Ai tilted her small neck and said matter-of-factly, think about it, how much meat have we eaten while following brother Tang Ning these days? Haven't you noticed that you've all gained weight during this time? Just 2 wolves. Brother Tang Ning will definitely be able to take care of them. Jiang Shuai and the others exchanged glances. Indeed. The girls had all become much rounder. Tang Ning shook his head with a smile. Alright, it's getting late. I'd appreciate it if you beautiful ladies could help me tidy up a bit. Tonight I'll treat you to roasted lamb. They had a whole roasted lamb taken out from storage, giving Zhao Yuqian 2 pounds with about 10 pounds left untouched. Hearing there would be more meat to eat, the girls cheered and dispersed to take action. Those who were making beds began to make beds, and those organizing supplies did so. Jiang Shuai pulled Tang Ning into the bedroom and retrieved 5 pounds of pork from a canvas bag, handing it to him. This is the 5 pounds of pork left over from last night. You have nothing here, so keep the meat for yourself. The pork was what Jiang Shuai and Tang Ning had bought together from the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, and they had cooked 5 pounds, leaving another 5 pounds uneaten. Tang Ning lived here alone and had nothing on hand. Jiang Shuai was worried he might go hungry, so she brought over all 5 pounds of pork. Tang Ning glanced at her and pointed to the roasted lamb and lamb leg in the basket. I still have a whole roasted lamb and a big lamb leg. That's enough for me, so you can keep the meat for yourselves. Jiang Shuai turned around and indeed saw the basket containing the roasted lamb and lamb leg around the corner. Her eyes widened in surprise and she exclaimed, "Oh my God, did you buy meat again today?" They had just bought 10 pounds of pork from the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday. Today he had also bought a lamb leg weighing about 10 pounds and a whole roasted lamb. Was he moving the entire meat factory here? She looked at Tang Ning seriously. Tang Ning, how much money do you actually have in your hands to be so extravagant every day? Tang Ning was amused by her exaggerated expression and pinched her cheek. Well, it's enough to take care of my wife. Jiang Shuai's cheeks flushed and she playfully slapped him. Who's your wife? As he joked, Jiang Shuai forgot about the money. She pushed him out and started to make his bed. Just after finishing making the bed, the other 3 girls rushed in from outside. Seeing that huge double bed, they immediately erupted in excitement. Wow, what a big bed! Jiang Ai cheered and jumped onto it. So soft, so bouncy, so comfortable. Jiang Shuai angrily pounced on her. You little brat, you messed up the bed I just made you, let me tickle you. As she spoke, she pounced on Jiang Ai, pinning her down and tickling her. Feng Hui and Li Wenwan also rushed over and the 4 of them rolled together on the bed. Outside, heavy rain poured and strong winds blew. Tang Ning looked at the 4 crazy girls and shook his head with a smile. After their laughter, the girls began to prepare dinner. For dinner, besides the roasted lamb, Jiang Shuai ended up stir-frying 2 pounds of pork, leaving the lamb leg untouched. The 5 of them were happily eating inside, filled with laughter. Li Yaowu along with Liang Cheng and the others sneakily approached the outside of the tent. Tang Ning has been chased out by us, he must be unwilling. I guess he is definitely speaking ill of us to Jiang Shuai and the others right now. Let's listen outside. If he dares to say anything against us, we'll go in together and smash his tent, leaving him with nowhere to stay. Liang Cheng had a sinister look on his face. In that case, if Tang Ning comes to find us first, we can justify smashing his tent, and even the village chief won't be able to protect him. Jiang Ijuan nodded in agreement. Right, we will definitely not let Tang Ning have it easy. Zhang Wentao looked at the massive tent in front of him and said with hatred. I wonder where this beast got such a big tent from. And where are their people? Where should we eavesdrop? Li Yaowu said. In such a small area, let's separate and eavesdrop. Liang Cheng and the others nodded. The 4 of them split into 4 directions and crept in the pouring rain to listen outside the tent. However, no matter which angle they approached or from which position, they could not hear a single sound. Li Yaowu quietly approached Liang Cheng and patted his shoulder. Did you hear any noise? Liang Cheng shook his head. No, how about you? I didn't hear anything either. This damn dog, where could he have gone? It shouldn't be. Jiang Shuai and the others haven't gone back yet and it's raining. Where could this bastard have taken the girls? Li Yaowu said. Let's go find Wentao and Ijuan and ask them if maybe they heard something. Just as the 2 turned around, they saw Liang Ijuan and Zhang Wentao approaching with grim expressions. Meeting Li Yao's questioning gaze, Zhang Wentao shrugged, indicating they hadn't heard anything. Liang Ijuan was puzzled. Could it really be that they're not here? Li Yao's eyes flashed with malice as he sneered. Haha. If they're not here then it's just right. Well, directly destroy his tent. With this heavy rain I want to see how he can survive the night without a tent. Liang Qing looked excited. I heard he bought a lamb leg too, then tonight that lamb leg will be ours. Liang Aijuan agreed. Anyway, everyone is asleep. Even if we steal it no one will know. The four of them reached a consensus and were about to storm into the tent. Before they could reach the entrance they heard movement ahead. The four of them quickly hit the brakes and crouched behind a dirt slope, secretly observing the situation. Is that Tang Ning and xuanhuan? Isn't there supposed to be no one inside? They saw four girl intellectuals led by xuanhuan dressed in raincoats walking ahead, burping, looking satisfied as if they had eaten too much. Tang Ning trailed behind them. Xuanhuan waved at him and walked away with Feng Hui and the others glancing back every few steps. Tang Ning watched them disappear into the distance before planning to head back. His foot had yet to lift. Ding, today's lucky draw discount has been updated as follows. Tang Ning suddenly stopped in his tracks, tilting his head as he stared intently at the dazzling lottery panel. 100,000 buckets of 5L bottled water, 100,000 sets of level 4 English speaking training audio, 100,000 boxes of tissue, 100,000 large tractors, 1 bottle of flying fairy mitai, today's special price 6 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation Tang Ning immediately recharged. Ding! Congratulations host, you have won 100,000 buckets of 5L bottled water. Tang Ning was overjoyed. There was only one well in Lutang village and it was at least 400 or 500 meters away from his home. With such heavy rain it was too troublesome to go out just to fetch water. 100,000 buckets of 5L bottled water equated to 500 tons of water. Not to mention that he alone would use it. Even with xuanhuan and the other 3 young female educated youths it would last them for quite some time. With these 100,000 buckets of water he had resolved his drinking, cooking and washing problems for a long while. Similarly, the spatial cube opened another compartment automatically. Inside were 100,000 buckets of 5L bottled water. The system even provided an automatic water pump for each bucket. As long as he placed the pump inside and pressed the switch it would automatically draw water. This saved him the trouble of carrying buckets to pour out. Tang Ning gave a thumbs up to the system. Brother Tongzi is as thoughtful as ever. Tang Ning turned back to the compartment with satisfaction and took out 2 buckets of bottled water. 1 bucket was placed in the bedroom for direct drinking when thirsty at night. The other was left in the kitchen for cooking. He plugged in the smart water pump, filled a tea jar with water and tilted his head to gulp it down. On this day the bottled water was not cold and drinking it straight wouldn't cause any stomach issues. Just after finishing the water he felt something warm and damp on his foot. Looking down he discovered a little wolf was licking his foot. Tang Ning smiled and gently kicked the little creature. Are you hungry? Wait. He tossed the leftover roasted whole lamb meat and bones included into a large bowl. As soon as he placed it on the ground the 2 little creatures stumbled over and dove into the bowl. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Wolves are carnivorous and the roasted lamb bones were soft, so he wasn't worried about them being unable to eat. As the little wolf happily munched away, satisfied sounds escaping its throat, Tang Ning watched for a while before washing up and heading to bed. Unaware that 4 fools were sprawled outside in the rain. It wasn't until there was no sound that Li Yaowu raised his head from behind a dirt mound, realizing no one was around, and quickly patted Liang Qing beside him. Let's go. The 4 of them got up from the ground together and Liang Qing wiped the heavy rain off his face. Yaowu, Tang Ning is inside. I'm afraid we won't be able to steal anything today. Even if we can't steal it's fine. With the rain this heavy he lives so close to the mountain he might get crushed by a landslide. Zhang Wentao sneered. Right, let's wait until tomorrow to collect his corpse. Li Yaowu laughed coldly. You guys are right, so let's spare that bastard for today. They genuinely couldn't stand being drenched. Besides, Tang Ning was simply too strong. Even if all 4 of them teamed up they wouldn't be able to defeat him, making them too afraid to confront him openly. Thus while Tang Ning fell into slumber Li Yaowu and his group sneaked away. Tang Ning was awakened by the little wolf's calls. He opened his eyes and looked outside. It was still dark, barely 5 o'clock. Tang Ning helplessly grimaced. It must be that the 2 little creatures were hungry. He got out of bed, took some bottled water and brushed his teeth and washed his face. The temperature inside the room was around 27 to 8 degrees. It was neither too cold nor too hot, just right for him. After washing up, he made some dumpling soup with lamb. He served himself a bowl and placed 2 bowls for the wolves next to him to cool. By the time Tang Ning finished eating, the other 2 bowls had cooled down as well. He carried them towards the wolf room. While Tang Ning was feeding the wolves, Tang Ernia's family excitedly ran over. Li Xiao twisted her waist while reminding her 2 sons. With such fierce winds yesterday, many trees by the roadside were broken and old Wang's roof was blown off. That little bastard living in the tent must have been crushed to death. Xiao Xiaocong, you 2 wait outside for a moment. Dead bodies are scary, especially those crushed to death. Your father and I will go in first to take out the meat and money. You 2 can carry them home in your arms. Listen to your mother. When you 2 are moving things back home, be careful and avoid people. If someone sees you, it won't be good for your reputation. Right? Tang Song rubbed his fists together. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, my brother and I know what we're doing. Tang An stroked his chin. Dad, I heard Tang Ning has a nice big bed, should we move it back too? Li Xiao frowned. A bed that a dead person slept on is unlucky. Mom, we won't sleep on it ourselves, we can sell it to the commune for a good price. After all, if we don't say anything, others won't know. Tang Song's eyes lit up. Mom, my brother is right, let's take the bed too. And the tent, we can sell that as well. Li Xiao's face brightened. My son is smart. Alright, let's take it all. Not leaving that bastard with anything. As they spoke, the 3 of them spotted the large tent standing on the ground. Although they had heard yesterday that Tang Ning bought a particularly large tent, they were still shocked to see it with their own eyes. Li Xiao gritted her teeth, her eyes turning red with hatred. How could that little bastard buy such a large tent? That's all our money. While speaking, the 4 of them quickened their pace towards the tent. At that moment, a tall figure stepped out from inside the tent. Tang An was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Mom and Dad, is that Tang Ning? Before Tang Ernio and Li Xiao could respond, Tang Tsong was the first to exclaim. Is it him? What's going on? How is Tang Ning not crushed to death? Numerous trees were strewn across Tang Ning's entrance, a complete mess. How could he not have been crushed? It seemed he even saw 2 little dogs. Tang Tsong, unwilling to accept it, took 2 more steps forward and squinted. He saw Tang Ning bending down to shoo away 2 little dogs, but those sounds weren't dog barks, they were wolf howls. Tang Ning glared at the 2 little wolves, muttering, all right, after eating their fill it's time to pee and poop. Whoever dares to do it inside my house, I'll stew you into wolf meat. It was unclear if the little wolves were scared. They lay on the ground shivering, indeed doing their business. Tang Ernio and the others were puzzled. What on earth? After such a strong wind and rain yesterday, with so many trees toppled, how could Tang Ning not only survive but also raise 2 little wolves? What kind of joke was the heavens playing on them? While Tang Ernio and the others were in shock, the 2 little wolves were already taking care of their business under Tang Ning's supervision. Just as Tang Ning was about to take the 2 little ones back, he turned around and saw the incredulous faces of Tang Ernio and the others. Tang Ernio and the others stared at Tang Ning as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide like brass bells. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow and flexed his wrist. You all. As he took a step forward, Tang Ernio and the others turned pale with fear and retreated repeatedly. The scene of being beaten by Tang Ning was still fresh in their minds, and Tang Tsong's legs went weak as he collapsed onto the ground. Unable to withstand the pressure from Tang Ning, they rolled and crawled away. Don't hit me. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. As he fled, Tang Ernio, Li Xiao and Tang An's psychological defenses completely crumbled and they turned to run. Judging by their posture, their legs were almost smoking. The group ran wildly without watching where they were going, and the first runner, Tang Tsong, collided with Li Yaowu with a loud bang. Li Yao's right arm, which had been broken by Tang Ning, was still injured, and when Tang Tsong fell, he happened to land on Li Yao's hurt arm. Ah! A scream as piercing as a pig being slaughtered tore through the air. Liang Cheng and the others were momentarily stunned before hurriedly pulling the 2 from the ground. Li Yao's face twisted in pain and he opened his mouth to curse. However, before he could speak, Tang Tsong had already swiftly scrambled to his feet and ran away. Immediately Tang Ning and the others also ran over in terror, glancing back as if a ghost was chasing them. Li Yaowu followed their gazes and quickly spotted Tang Ning standing at the upwind side, arms crossed and looking mockingly at them. Liang Qing gasped in disbelief. Tang Ning actually wasn't crushed to death. How is that possible? Li Yao's head buzzed, becoming blank as he quickly looked down to avoid Tang Ning's gaze. Let's go, let's hurry and leave. His heart was filled with anger. How could this beast be so lucky? So many trees fell yet none hit him. It made him run back for nothing, and his already injured right arm was aggravated by that fall. Damn Tang Ning, he must be cursed. Zhang Wentao was unwilling. Are we just going to leave empty-handed? Jiang Aijuan replied, can you beat him? Zhang Wentao was at a loss for words. While he certainly couldn't defeat Tang Ning, he felt it was unfair to leave without any results. However, he didn't dare confront Tang Ning alone and could only glare at him resentfully before chasing after Li Yaowu and the others. Yaowu, are we really just going to let that beast Tang Ning go? Li Yaowu glanced at him and gruffly said, do you have any good ideas? Hearing this, Liang Qing and Liang Aijuan also turned to him. Zhang Wentao touched his swollen face, a hint of malice crossing his eyes. Everyone is eating in the cafeteria and he's cooking for himself every day. Isn't that creating division? For the sake of harmony in the village, those meats he has should be handed over to the village so everyone can eat together. Li Yao's eyes brightened. Exactly. In this day and age, who doesn't want to eat meat? As long as they stoke the villagers' emotions, everyone would rise against Tang Ning. He didn't believe Lu Chong would still protect Tang Ning. Tang Ning observed the panicked crowd and could roughly guess their intentions. They were merely here to see his misfortune. However, before he could even make a move, these people had already fled like clowns. It seemed that the beatings from earlier had psychologically intimidated them. Tang Ning clicked his tongue. Little ones, let's go home. Upon turning around, he found no trace of the two wolf cubs in the snow. Following the sound, he found the two little ones had gone back to the tent, complaining about the heat outside. Tang Ning didn't bother with them, and seeing it was still early, returned to take a nap. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright. Since there was nothing to do in the morning, he stayed in the tent to train the wolves. During this time, Zhang Hongliang came by once and said work could start in 3 days. In the next 2 days they should prepare bricks, tiles, sand, wood, and straw. 3 days later they would demolish the house and dig the foundation. Tang Ning naturally had no objections. He knew nothing about this and preferred to leave it entirely to those who understood. Today was a rare good day. The fields were flooded, making it impossible to plant. Under Lu Chang's arrangement, 8 laborers took the village's ox cart up the mountain to fell trees. The timber they brought back was all placed behind Tang Ning's living quarters in the southwest corner, distant from the old courtyard, so it wouldn't interfere with the upcoming construction. As the workers came and went, everyone who saw the tent couldn't help but marvel. My goodness, this tent is really cool inside. This is the first time I've seen such a large tent. The village head said yesterday that Tang Ning would start building soon. I thought he was joking. It's so cool inside this tent. If we hurry for half a month, we can build the house for him. Around 9 o'clock, Tang Wenshan arrived driving a tractor followed by 2 more tractors. The trucks were neatly loaded with red bricks. Tang Ning, should we unload the bricks outside? Tang Wenshan jumped off the tractor and asked Tang Ning for his opinion. Tang Ning shook his head. It's inconvenient for the workers to unload outside. Let's bring everything inside the tent. As he spoke, he ran to the front of the tractor, pointing at the tent's entrance and shouting to the driver. Driver, drive inside and you can unload the bricks along the southwest corner to the south. While the workers were pulling timber, he had already opened a large door about 15 meters wide in the tent, so driving the tractor inside was not a problem. The tractor driver glanced at the door and nodded. He turned the steering wheel and followed Tang Ning's instructions to drive inside and unload the bricks at the designated spot. Throughout the morning, the tractor made 3 trips back and forth for bricks and tiles. The mud and sand would arrive in the afternoon. The village children rarely had the chance to see tractors. Every time one came by, they would cheer and run alongside the back of the truck. Tang Ning was the first in the village to build a brick house, and the young girls couldn't sit still, rushing over to see the excitement. The rumble of the tractor, the screams of the children, and the voices of the villagers watching the spectacle combined to create a lively scene in front of Tang Ning's tent. Led by Jiang Shui, the 4 young female intellectuals worried that Tang Ning might be overwhelmed, so they hurried over to help. After a long morning of labor, the bell signaling lunch in the cafeteria rang and the people outside the tent finally dispersed. Tang Ning sent Jiang Shui and the other girls back to the compartment to cook, then he shouldered a backpack and went to the entrance of Zhengzhuang village to deliver a small solar fan to Zhao Yuqian. Zhao Yuqian still had some business acumen. During this time he had been visiting various communes, accumulating many old customers. He asked the old customers to introduce new ones, promising to give them 20 cents for each new customer who bought a solar fan from him. Even Tang Ning couldn't help but admire him. Although he hadn't studied modern marketing, he had a firm grasp of human weaknesses. However, the more Zhao Yuqian sold, the more Tang Ning earned, so he was glad to see it. Tang Ning smiled and asked, "How many items are you taking this time?" Zhao Yuqian rubbed his hands together and smiled, making a peace sign. "This time I want 200 pieces. The business of solar-powered fans was booming and Zhao Yuqian's appetite had grown accordingly. Taking dozens of fans at a time was simply not enough for him to sell. Today, after discussing it with his wife, he gritted his teeth and decided to take 200. He took all the money from his home and borrowed some from neighbors and relatives, barely scraping together 400 yuan. At that moment, holding the money made him tremble with excitement. As long as he sold this batch of goods, he would at least make a profit of 600 yuan. 600 yuan. He had never dared to dream of such a sum before. But ever since he met Tang Ning, not only did he dare to dream, he also dared to act. Zhao Yuqian pulled out 400 yuan and a stack of receipts from his pocket, handing them to Tang Ning with a flattering expression. "Brother, count it." Tang Ning looked at him in surprise. After taking the money, he stuffed it into his pocket without counting, taking the opportunity to store it in his space. He pointed at the backpack. "I didn't prepare that many today, there are only 50 here. You'll need to come with me to the mountain to get the remaining 150. The backpack was too small, holding at most 50 or 60 fans. Besides, he had not anticipated that Zhao Yuqian would suddenly want 200, and he couldn't take items from his space in front of him. Fortunately, the system would automatically help him deliver whatever he wanted to the designated location as long as it was within 500 meters. Zhao Yuqian rubbed his hands and nodded. "Okay." He loaded all the solar-powered fans from Tang Ning's backpack onto his ox cart and didn't return the empty backpack, instead placing it on the cart. The two drove the ox cart along a small path towards the canyon. On the way, Zhao Yuqian glanced at Tang Ning repeatedly, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He said nothing and Tang Ning did not ask. He was not the type to be overly curious. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yuqian who couldn't hold back any longer. He took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "Brother Tang Ning, I want to bring my younger brother along to sell solar-powered fans. What do you think?" Selling solar-powered fans was profitable, but his own strength was limited. If he brought his younger brother along, they could sell more goods and earn more money. Moreover, since his brother was family, he didn't have to worry about being betrayed. Besides, Zhao Yuqian couldn't bear to enjoy meat and soup every day while his younger brother's family went hungry. Tang Ning frowned slightly. "Your biological brother? Can you trust him?" Zhao Yuqian quickly nodded and solemnly assured him, "He's my brother from the same womb, absolutely reliable." Tang Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. "You can bring him to sell goods, but you must not let him know that the goods come from me. Moreover, each time you pick up goods, I will only meet with you. He will have to negotiate how much to take and the payment with you. As I said before, if anything happens to me, none of you will be able to obtain even a single item from me. So you should have a clear understanding of how to proceed, right?" Tang Ning did this to protect himself. After working together for so long, he had come to know Zhao Yuqian and he could reluctantly trust his character. However, Tang Ning had never met Zhao Yuqian's brother and had no intention of doing so. After all, having one less person in direct contact with Tang Ning reduced his risk in case of trouble. Zhao Yuqian looked serious and swore to the sky. "Brother Tang Ning, you can rest assured. I swear, my brother and I will never drag you down. We will keep this matter to ourselves." Tang Ning was his benefactor. Even if trouble arose, he would never betray Tang Ning. As for his brother, he was also a sensible person. Tang Ning helping them earn a living was their grace. Even if they were heartless, they wouldn't betray Tang Ning. Tang Ning nodded. Alright, from now on let's change our meeting place to the canyon where you helped me deliver goods last time instead of the entrance of xuanhuan village. Zhao Yuqian repeatedly agreed. With the discussion settled, the two fell silent. When they were more than 400 meters from the canyon, Tang Ning had the system deliver 150 solar-powered fans to the flat ground behind the vines. The two arrived behind the vines and Zhao Yuqian cheerfully loaded all the solar-powered fans onto the cart and happily descended the mountain. Tang Ning did not go with him but sat quietly in the canyon for a moment waiting for Zhao Yuqian's figure to disappear from sight before opening his space to begin calculating his current assets. 995 roasted whole lambs. 999 packs of special effect antipyretic medicine. 683 solar-powered fans. 1000 Type 95 automatic rifles. 999 double-sized spring mattresses along with 999 sets of bedding and pillow covers. 9,989 boxes of mosquito coils. 9,998 bottles of happy soda. 999 ultra-smart luxurious tents. 9,998 barrels of 5L bottled water. Half a wild goat. A pair of cloth shoes and a pair of sandals. 466 yuan in cash and various receipts including cloth tickets, steel tickets, feed tickets, and tickets for rice flour, oil, chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. The flour was running low with only 10 jin of flour and 20 jin of mixed grain left. Tang Ning squinted his eyes. It looks like I need to hurry and buy some food. Also, there are only about 600 solar-powered fans left. If Zhao Yuqian and his brother sell together. He lowered his head and calculated, continuing to murmur to himself. I estimate they will sell out in about a week. Otherwise I'll talk to Lao Zhao next time and see if he can sell something else. Now that it's hot and solar-powered fans are selling so well, the soda and mosquito coils produced by the system should sell easily too. With plans in mind, Tang Ning stood up and left the canyon. When he returned home, Jiang Shuai and Fang Hui had already prepared the meal and were waiting for him to come back to eat. For lunch they had spicy stir-fried lamb legs, cabbage stir-fried vermicelli, and Fang Hui had stewed radish soup. The staple food was mixed grain rice. The room was filled with the aroma of meat and the two little wolf cubs were whimpering, surrounding the people and howling non-stop. Having been busy all morning and climbing a mountain, Tang Ning was already starving. He had no time to care about the wolves and picked up his bowl to shovel in a couple of bites. Although it was mixed grain rice, it still had a fragrant taste. In this era, rural people were lucky to eat it more than twice a year. Jiang Shuai looked at him with a beaming smile and brought him a bowl of soup, reminding him, eat slowly, don't choke. Tang Ning nodded and picked up a piece of lamb. Seeing the several girls chewing slowly, he suddenly felt like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. He grinned and slowed down his pace. With a beauty beside him, eating should be an enjoyable thing. Jiang Ai took a sip of radish soup and asked with a smile, Brother Tang Ning, I'm really curious. You used to live so poorly, how did you suddenly get so rich? You even built a brick and tile house and eat meat every day. Jiang Ai was genuinely curious. During the time spent with Tang Ning, she had bought 4 to 5 dozen pounds of meat. Buying clothes and shoes for Jiang Shuai as well as the tent bed and blankets along with what Tang Ning herself wore and ate, did any of it come without a cost? And then there was the money spent on building the house. All totaled up it must have been 400 to 500 at least, if not 800. Half a month ago Tang Ning was just a penniless, homeless, poor soul. In the blink of an eye she had become so wealthy, it was something she simply couldn't understand. As soon as her words fell, Jiang Shuai, Fang Hui and Li Wenwan all looked at him curiously. Tang Ning paused, her eyelids slightly drooping, and said in a soft voice. It's nothing much, just did a little side business on the down low. Not wanting to say too much to them, she directly changed the subject. Come on, eat your vegetables, can't you see those two little ones down below are about to go crazy with hunger? Tang Ning had named them based on their wolfish sizes, the larger one called Da Bing and the smaller one called Er Bing. After a few days of training, the wolves had become quite intelligent, as if they knew Tang Ning was talking about them, wiggling their little behinds as they climbed up to his legs. After being gently kicked down by Tang Ning's lifted leg, they fell onto their backs. Seeing he didn't want to say much, Jiang Shuai exchanged a glance with Jiang Ai, signaling her not to ask further, though she was secretly worried and planned to ask him alone later. Just as they were eating, the worker bringing the sand and mud arrived. Tang Ning hurriedly shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice before rushing outside to direct the tractor driver to unload the sand beside the bricks. Tang Xuanhuan, wearing a liberation hat and holding an account book, found Tang Ning and called out loudly. "Tang Ning, I've reserved 30 tons of sand for you at 2.6 yuan per ton, totaling 78 yuan. Use it for now, and if it's not enough later, I'll go to the commune to buy more for you." The rumbling sound of the tractor echoed in the tent, and one couldn't hear what he was saying unless they shouted. Tang Ning glanced at the account book. As expected of an accountant. Sand, bricks, beams, and the wages for each worker daily. Every single transaction involving money was clearly recorded by Tang Xuanhuan, and it was all neatly organized, easy to understand. Tang Ning returned the account book to Tang Xuanhuan. "Uncle, just handle it as you see fit." Yet in her mind she was calculating quietly 78 for the sand, and the bricks would probably add up to about 200 yuan. The money she gave Lu Cheng would likely not be enough. By the time Tang Ning came down from the mountain, it was already close to 4 in the afternoon. After finishing here, not a single ray of sunlight remained. Fang Huili, Wenjuan, and Jiang Ai, seeing there was nothing they could help with, had already gone back to the female-educated youth point. When Tang Ning returned to the compartment, only Jiang Shuai was left in the room. While he was busy outside, Jiang Shuai quietly washed the dirty clothes he had changed out of her back, turned to him as she hung them up. Tang Ning felt a softness in his heart and gently walked over, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and kissing her ear tip with a light laugh. "Whose little wife is this? So diligent." The breath tickled her ear, making Jiang Shuai shrink her neck and laugh uncontrollably. "Hey, stop it." While laughing, she twisted her waist to dodge. In summer they were dressed lightly. As she twisted, her body bumped into Tang Ning and they both froze at the same time. Jiang Shuai's face turned completely red in an instant. She was no longer an innocent little girl. On the night they confirmed their relationship, the man had thoroughly taken advantage of her. Although they hadn't crossed the final line, he had taught her well in biology. "You let me go." Tang Ning smiled mischievously, tightening his arms so they were inseparable. "I won't let go." Just as Jiang Shuai was about to struggle, the next moment she was swept up in his arms as he strode toward the bedroom. The clothes she hadn't had time to hang up fell directly to the ground. It was unclear how much time passed, but Tang Ning contentedly kissed the girl's delicate lips. "It's so good to have you." Jiang Shuai looked at his lazy appearance, her eyes slightly lowered. "Tang Ning." Tang Ning's eyes were half closed, looking as if he were about to fall asleep. Jiang Shuai pushed him. "Can you tell me what kind of business you're doing?" Really worried about you." A month ago she had called her parents at the commune and her father had revealed some of the policies to her. Although the commune currently tolerated everyone doing business on the side, it was still illegal. Although she had willingly gone to the countryside, her identity was sensitive. Her father had repeatedly instructed her over the phone to be cautious and careful, extremely careful. Today when Tang Ning mentioned he was doing business, Jiang Shuai couldn't shake the feeling of unease in her heart. She was afraid something might happen to him. Not to mention anything else, just with Li Yaowu, Tang Ning had a grudge against him. What if Li Yaowu found out he was doing side business and used it to retaliate against him? With her parents far away in the capital, even if she wanted to help, she felt powerless. Tang Ning slowly opened his eyes, seeing the girl furrowed in concern, her brow tight. She had just been bullied by him and the corners of her eyes were tinged with a hint of red. Yet the worry in her eyes felt almost tangible. He pinched her cheek and smiled. "It's nothing much, just flipping some goods from an older brother to sell." "What older brother? Do I know him? Is he reliable?" Jiang Shuai hurriedly grabbed his hand, asking urgently. "You don't know him, he's very reliable." Seeing she was still not at ease, Tang Ning simply told a fib. "Don't worry, this older brother of mine has a strong background. With him backing me, nothing will go wrong. Moreover, I'm not selling myself, I'm getting goods from this older brother and then wholesaling them to second-hand vendors, letting them handle the sales. So there shouldn't be any risks." Jiang Shuai frowned, pondering for a moment before tentatively asking, "What's the name of your older brother?" Whether he's reliable or not, she'll call her father at the commune later to use his connections to investigate. If he's really trustworthy, Tang Ning working with him would put her mind at ease. If this person is a fraud or has ill intentions toward Tang Ning, he can also withdraw in time. Tang Ning played with her small hand casually saying. His last name is Tong, just call him Tongzi, go along with me. Huh? Jiang Shua's eyes widened in surprise. Tongzi go. Is there really someone with the last name Tong? She had never heard of anyone with that surname in her entire life. Tang Ning nodded seriously. In this vast world there are all kinds of surnames. Don't worry my wife, he wouldn't scam anyone, especially not me. We've got a life or death bond. After all, the system existed as an extension of him. If he died, the system would probably cease to exist. While he spoke, his hands began to roam more freely. It was already 8 in the evening when Tang Ning sent Jiang Shua back to the youth station. Jiang Shua held his hand and earnestly advised him, you must be careful when doing business out there, do not let schemers take advantage of you. Look, without saying much, those inside, including Tang Ernia's family, are waiting to take advantage of you. Tang Ning was a man of ideas, aspirations, and ambitions. This was evident from her insistence on giving Tang Ning money, which he stubbornly refused to accept. Tang Ning wanted to live but also had a strong determination to excel. Thus he could not give up his idea of doing business, and as his partner Jiang Shua should support him unconditionally. Jiang Shua lowered her gaze, secretly planning to call home tomorrow to ask her father to help investigate who this Tongzi Gu really was. Tang Ning listened with a smile to her murmuring. Having crossed into another world with no one familiar, he truly enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm, an intruder has illegally entered. An intruder has illegally entered. The tense and piercing mechanical voice echoed in his mind. At the same time, a flash appeared before Tang Ning's eyes. A scene emerged in his consciousness. The backdrop of the scene was his tent. Li Yaowu and 4 male youth along with Tang Ernia's family of 4 were all present. Li Yaowu had a bandage on his right hand and held a kitchen knife in his left. Zhang Wentao, Tang Ernio, and Tang An held sickles and scissors. Liang Aiju and Liang Qing, Tang Tsong, and Li Xiaoa each carried a wooden bucket filled with a yellowish-white substance. Just by seeing their sneaky demeanor, Tang Ning knew they were planning to cause trouble covertly since they couldn't do it openly. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he had activated the tent's surveillance system when he stepped out. Since the tent was produced by the system, the real-time monitoring footage and alarm sounds could automatically be transmitted to his consciousness. Tang Ning did not hesitate at all and immediately issued commands. Xiaozhan, activate the automatic defense system. Defense system activated. Activate the automatic attack system. Automatic attack system activated. The defense and automatic attack systems were both features of the tent. The defense system included fire prevention, theft prevention, and bulletproofing, capable of preventing all malicious destruction from the outside. The attack system would retaliate to prevent further damage when the tent suffered external destruction. Countermeasures included but were not limited to electric shocks and using force against force. The reason the electric shock function could be realized was that the tent was made of a special material which could convert solar energy into electrical energy like a solar panel, thus enabling electric shocks. Therefore, even at night the tent could provide power and lighting. After activating the defense and automatic attack systems, Tang Ning sat back and waited for the show to unfold. Li Yaowu stealthily approached the tent, glancing around. The moon was high, the north wind howled, and the tree shadows danced menacingly like ghosts. He looked around and whispered, hurry up. While Tang Ning is not back yet, let's quickly rip the tent apart and then dump the feces on it. I want to see how he can live here. On the way back from sending Jiang Shua, Tang Ning just happened to catch sight of them. The 4, realizing they couldn't defeat Tang Ning, still wanted to disgust him. They immediately ran to Tang Ernia's home and joined forces with them to cause destruction. After all, Tang Ernia's family hated Tang Ning even more than they did. Sure enough, as soon as they heard they were going to destroy Tang Ning's tent, the family of 4 did not hesitate at all and immediately expressed their willingness to cooperate. Tang Tsong whispered, Dad, Mom, you first steal Tang Ning's money and meet according to the plan. We will be responsible for destroying his tent. When we came, we all planned it out. First take the stuff and money, and after the job is done we will share it. Tang Ernio and Li Xiao nodded, put down their tools, and rushed into the tent. Li Yao's expression darkened as he grabbed the knife and went to cut the tent. Tang An and the others followed closely behind. However, to their surprise, the tent was as hard as iron. The knife struck and made a ding sound numbing Li Yao's hand. That was not the end. He didn't expect that this tent also had elasticity which directly bounced his hand back. At this moment a series of ding ding dang dang sounds were heard from the side. It was Zhang Wentao and the others using scissors and sickles to stab and slash at the tent. Zhang Wentao stared wide-eyed in astonishment. What kind of tent is this? How can it be so hard? Whose tent is made of iron? This can't be cut at all. Li Yao, not willing to accept defeat, gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. He took 2 steps back, raised the knife, ran a few steps and swung it down with all his might. Ah! In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he was directly bounced away and crashed heavily to the ground. Li Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with pain. Seeing this, Zhang Wentao and the others stepped back in fear, not daring to approach the tent any further. What the hell is this tent? Why can it even fight back? Tang Ning, watching the footage from the surveillance, couldn't help but smile. Secretly delighted, he thought this is what it means to use force against force. You should thank me for not activating the electric shock attack, otherwise you would have been electrocuted by now. Struggling to get up from the ground, Li Yaowu saw Tang Ernio and Li Xiao circling the tent. He shouted angrily, what are you doing? Hurry up and go inside to get the money. Li Xiao was anxiously running around. We can't get in at all. There's no door. She clearly remembered that last time when they came, Tang Ning had entered from this side. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find the main entrance, and now the tent was like an impenetrable solid box. No matter how they pushed from any direction, they couldn't get in. Moreover, after Li Yaowu had just been bounced out by the tent, they didn't dare to use force. Their old limbs couldn't withstand the fall. Li Yaowu was furious. He couldn't deal with Tang Ning, and now he couldn't even destroy a tent. He pointed at Liang Cheng and the others and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Hack at it. Change to another spot, I don't believe we can't cut it down. Liang Cheng, Zhang Wentao and Liang Aijuan instinctively shook their heads. We can't cut it. Having witnessed the miserable state of Li Yaowu, they no longer dared to violently destroy the tent. Li Yaowu gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red with anger. Tang Ning. However, even if they asked him to hack at the tent again, he did not dare. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, raised a bucket of yellowish-white substance and splashed it towards the tent. He was determined that he would disgust that beast Tang Ning today. Tang An and Tang Tsong exchanged glances and imitated him, also lifting their buckets to splash forward with force. Splash! In the next moment, a force rebounded from the tent. The substances they had just splashed were all poured over Li Yaowu, Tang An and Tang Tsong. Including Liang Cheng and Tang Ernio, beside them no one was spared, they were all drenched in excrement. At the entrance of the youth station, Jiang Shuo was still reluctantly holding on to Tang Ning as a strong foul odor rushed into her nostrils. She turned around and saw 4 individuals in a panic running towards her, quickly covering her mouth and nose, retreating in horror. What on earth is that stench? As the 4 approached, she realized it was actually Li Yaowu and a few other male youths. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my goodness, did they fall into a latrine? Tang Ning watched the spectacle unfold, feeling quite pleased. Perhaps it's a case of them harming others only to harm themselves. Li Yaowu did not expect Tang Ning to still be entangled with Jiang Shuo not having left. Thinking about how he was in such a predicament because of Tang Ning, he was nearly driven mad. His eyes glared at Tang Ning with resentment. Tang Ning. Tang Ning scratched his ear. Why are you calling for your grandpa? You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands, or I will make sure you have a hard time. Oh dear, with what you just said, I'm really scared, Grandpa. Just a few days ago, who was it that kneeled on the ground begging me for mercy? Just a few days later, you dared to speak harshly to your grandpa. Also, I suggest you hurry and wash off that stench. If you disgust me any further, I'll be sure to beat you up. These words made Liang Cheng and the others change their expressions, nearly causing them to have a heart attack. It wasn't just Li Yaowu who called Tang Ning grandpa. You. Li Yaowu paused, feeling a tightness in his chest from anger. Seeing Tang Ning raise his fist, he feared he would actually be hit and quickly turned to run. Jiang Shuo watched his hasty retreat and couldn't help but burst into laughter, tilting her head to ask, did he really kneel before you? Not only that, but he was kneeling while calling me grandpa? Tang Ning mimicked Li Yao's tearful expression back then, causing Jiang Shui to giggle uncontrollably. Alright, it's getting late. You should hurry back to sleep. Jiang Shui tiptoed and gave him a kiss before turning to run back to the youth station. When she returned to the bedroom, Fang Hui and the others were still awake. Seeing Jiang Shui with a smile on her face, they couldn't help but ask what happened. Why are you so happy? Jiang Shui chuckled a few times and told them about the embarrassing scene of Li Yaowu and his friends, instantly bursting into laughter. They all felt that Li Yaowu and his group got what they deserved. After laughing enough, Fang Hui wiped her tears and cautiously said, Xiao Shui, we want to discuss something with you. Jiang Shui looked at her in confusion. It's like this isn't Tang Ning doing business. We three discussed and want to join him in business to earn some money. Although Fang Hui, Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan all came from decent families, they were still not as wealthy as Jiang Shui. They could only manage to get by with tight finances. However, being away from home, they were far from their families, and when money was truly needed, it would take time to get help from home. Therefore, many times they tried to save money, living quite frugally. Seeing Tang Ning making a fortune in business, they were immediately tempted. They believed they were not foolish, and there was no reason Tang Ning could make money while they couldn't. Jiang Ai got up from the bed and linked her arm with Jiang Shui's. Sister Xiao Shui, it's a bit embarrassing to just tag along with Tang Ning for meals every day. We want to earn money too, so please ask Tang Ning to have us join him for meals. Li Wenwan shook Jiang Shui's arm and said sweetly, Xiao Shui, you're the best. Please help us talk to Tang Ning about doing business together. We will be very grateful to you. Jiang Shui helplessly raised her hand to her forehead. You know what the situation is. I'm already anxious about Tang Ning doing business alone. Adding the three of you. My goodness, if something goes wrong, I might just faint from fright. Fang Hui solemnly patted her chest and assured, don't worry, we won't cause any trouble. We will definitely be careful, absolutely won't disturb Tang Ning. Just let us try, please, I beg you. The reason they sought help from Jiang Shui was that they were worried Tang Ning would reject them if they approached him directly. After all, when it came to business in the afternoon, Tang Ning had appeared quite evasive and unwilling to discuss it further. Jiang Shui, being Tang Ning's partner, might persuade him. Jiang Shui felt dizzy from their agitation and helplessly raised her hands in surrender. All right, stop shaking. I agree to help you. The three girls were overjoyed. Jiang Shui continued, however, I can't guarantee that Tang Ning will agree. If he doesn't want to take you along, I won't force him. Jiang Ai smiled and squeezed her shoulder. Got it. We won't pressure him. If Tang Ning really can't take us, that's fine. Fang Hui and Li Wenwan chimed in unison, right. Meanwhile, Tang Ning had also returned home. He immediately disabled the tent's defense and attack systems. He stepped forward to take a look at the tent. The tent had a built-in cleaning function, and despite being soiled by Li Yaowu and the others, it was still spotless. There wasn't a single scratch, nor was there any residue stuck to it. Moreover, as the filth had bounced back onto Li Yaowu and his 8 companions, the ground remained untainted, so Tang Ning didn't need to clean up. Tang Ning nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the system's cold voice arrived as scheduled. Ding, today's special draw has been updated as follows: 1000 smart scales, 100000 boxes of papaya kudzu collagen drink, 1000 fruit gift packs, 100000 bottles of pet insect repellent, 1000 lighters. Looking at the second option, Tang Ning's face darkened. System bro, you're getting more ridiculous by the day. What is a papaya kudzu collagen drink? I'm just a straightforward man and don't need breast enhancement. Images of Jiang Shui's curves flashed through his mind. What a joke. His wife was not only well endowed but also had an excellent feel. Their future children would definitely never go hungry. As if realizing Tang Ning was thinking too far off, the system unemotionally reminded him today's special draw costs 6 yuan. Tang Ning pursed his lips, bringing his drifting thoughts back, and took out 6 yuan to recharge. As soon as the recharge was confirmed, the system's lottery pointer began to spin rapidly, finally stopping at the fruit gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully drawn 1000 fruit gift packs. Nice! Tang Ning couldn't help but clap in delight. After being here for so long, every day consisted of either lamb, pork, or coarse grains. It was just right to get some fruits to replenish his vitamins, otherwise even going number 2 would be a struggle. Moreover, due to poor transportation, there were virtually no fruits available on the market. These fruits were bound to sell well, he couldn't finish them all himself. A flash of gold appeared, the lottery panel disappeared, and a compartment in the magic cube space automatically opened again. Inside were 1,000 fruit gift packs, each beautifully packaged in boxes. Each box contained 20 jin. Tang Ning swallowed his saliva and eagerly took out a box. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. As soon as the cardboard box was opened, a rich fragrance of fruits wafted into the air. Apples, snow pears, bananas, dragon fruits, winter jujubes, kiwis, and ugly oranges were all present. Tang Ning immediately took out a banana, peeled it, and eagerly took a bite. Instantly, the unique soft and creamy texture of the banana filled his mouth, and the sweet flavor spread over his tongue. Could it be that every fruit in the gift package consists solely of these 7 types? The luxurious smart tent overseen by Brother Zong had thoughtfully been made in various sizes. Since it was a fruit gift package, it shouldn't be limited to just these few kinds, right? Tang Ning finished the banana in a couple of bites and then opened another box of fruits from his space. As expected, it's different. This box contained fewer varieties of fruits, consisting only of durian, jackfruit, and pomelo. Upon opening another box, he found 5 types of fruits: cantaloupe, giant grapes, strawberries, ginseng fruits, and wax apples. Tang Ning opened a total of 6 or 7 gift packages, and the fruits inside were mostly different. He speculated that the range of fruit varieties sold in the market in the future was basically all represented here. In other words, he had directly achieved fruit freedom. He kept what he liked to eat and sold what he didn't. The next day, Tang Ning went to the mountain first to deliver 300 solar-powered small fans to Zhao Yuqian. These 300 small fans were goods that Zhao Yuqian and his brother Zhao Jiatian had jointly procured. As for how they would split it, Tang Ning did not inquire about how much Zhao Jiatian initially ordered. With the remaining 460 yuan from before, his savings had successfully surpassed 1,000 yuan. However, there were not many solar-powered fans left in his space, with only 383 sets remaining. Tang Ning said, "Brother Youqian, I don't have many solar-powered fans left, less than 400 pieces." Zhao Yuqian was engrossed in the joy of moving goods and waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. "Is it because the roads are slippery on rainy days, making it hard to transport goods?" "No worries, we can wait a few days and just sell off these goods first." With 400 sets, even after deducting the costs, both he and Jiatian could still each earn 200 yuan. Tang Ning shook his head with amusement. "No, I mean once the goods in hand are sold out, I won't be selling solar-powered fans for a while. You guys can sell soda or mosquito repellent later." "Ah, soda." Zhao Yuqian was taken aback. A few years ago he had tried soda once. It was sweet and invigorating, a taste he would never forget in his lifetime. "Brother, can you get soda?" Tang Ning smiled. "I can." Zhao Yuqian swallowed hard, chuckling. "Soda is great. I can save a few bottles for your sister-in-law and the kids to drink later." Tang Ning laughed. "Alright then, if you can sell off all 400 solar-powered small fans in the next couple of days, I'll start bringing you soda the day after tomorrow. By the way, I also have roasted whole lambs. If you want to sell those, you can take them along too." He had met Zhao Yuqian through selling roasted whole lambs. Zhao Yuqian's eyes widened. "You have roasted whole lambs too?" Wow, he had indeed guessed right. Tang Ning was quite the capable person. Soda's mosquito repellent and roasted whole lambs were all great items. Tang Ning nodded. "Yes, whatever you want, I will supply it. And that mosquito repellent, it's non-toxic and smokeless, can burn for 7 to 8 hours, which is also a great product." Zhao Yuqian was excitedly rubbing his hands together. "Brother, let me try the roasted whole lamb first." "How do you procure them?" Mainly because the scene where Tang Ning sold roasted whole lambs that day was too explosive, this thing made even more money. Tang Ning smiled. A roasted whole lamb costs 30 yuan each, just like the tickets and solar-powered small fans. The roasted whole lambs in his space weighed around 15 jin each, costing 2 yuan per jin, consistent with the price he sold at the commune. Zhao Yuqian pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, let's start with a few roasted whole lambs." He looked at Tang Ning expectantly. "Brother, when will there be more solar-powered small fans in stock?" Having tasted the sweetness of selling solar-powered small fans, he still wanted to continue selling them if there was stock available. Tang Ning shook his head. I'm not sure when there will be stock. I will notify you when there is. If there isn't any, we will just sell other things for now. Don't worry, following me you won't miss out on good items to sell. The products generated by the system are random, and he had no idea when solar-powered small fans would be available again. Zhao Yuqian naturally believed his words. When Tang Ning returned to the tent, Jiang Shuai was wandering at the door. Upon seeing him return, a bright smile bloomed on her delicate face. Tang Ning. Jiang Shuai approached him, tiptoed to peek behind him, and asked softly, did you go to do business again? Tang Ning took her hand and led her to the partition. Yes, I just came back from delivering goods. Let's talk inside. I have some good stuff to show you. Back at the partition, Tang Ning took out 2 peaches from the backpack and stuffed them into her arms. Jiang Shuai's eyes brightened and her dimples looked sweeter than the peaches. Peaches? Where did you get them? Just bought them from outside, they're fresh. Hurry and try if they're delicious. Jiang Shuai immediately took a bite, and the refreshing fragrance of the peach filled her mouth. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment. So delicious, sweet and soft. Tang Ning, how are you so amazing you can even get fruits? She had gone to the commune that morning to call her dad, asking him to help investigate Brother Zong. On the way back, she passed by the supply and marketing cooperative and thought about buying some fruits. But the fruits at the supply and marketing cooperative were small and not fresh. They didn't look appealing, so she didn't buy any. She never expected Tang Ning could get such good fruits. This peach was almost as big as her face, and when she swallowed it, it was juicy and satisfying. Seeing her cheeks puffed out from eating, Tang Ning found her especially cute and reached out to poke her, smiling. Slow down, there are more. As he spoke, he took out a bunch of bananas, 4 apples, a bunch of grapes, and a cantaloupe from the backpack, putting them into the canvas bag for Jiang Shuai to take back and eat. Jiang Shuai squinted her eyes, squatting beside him to watch him busy. By the way, Tang Ning, AI and the others want to follow you to do business. They feel awkward asking you directly, so I'm here to ask if you're willing to take them along. Afraid of putting Tang Ning in a difficult position, she added, if you think it's not convenient, that's fine too. Don't feel pressured. I can tell them later and they will understand. Although the commune currently turned a blind eye to private transactions, if someone really reported it to the commune, Tang Ning would still be in danger. Moreover, she hadn't thoroughly investigated who that so-called Brother Zong was. The fewer people involved in Tang Ning's business, the lower the risk. Tang Ning paused, frowning in thought for a moment. Every day he could draw supplies from the system, and the items in the space would accumulate more and more. Relying on the Zhao Yuqian brothers to sell, the speed of clearing stock was rather slow. Jiang AI and the other 2 were good friends of Jiang Shuai, trustworthy by character. If he could have the Zhao Yuqian brothers sell goods, having the 3 of them would be no problem. Let's imagine more boldly. Could he possibly develop all the villagers into subordinates, bringing everyone along to earn money? It wasn't out of kindness or pity for the suffering of the people, but rather a need to secure a way out for himself. After all, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. What if one day someone discovered his business and reported it to the commune? If the commune truly pursued the matter, it would be difficult for him to extricate himself. However, if the entire village participated in this matter just because he was helping everyone earn money, the villagers would spontaneously protect him and cover for him. Thinking of this, Tang Ning nodded and joked, okay, since they want to do it, I'll take them along. But doing business is tough, braving wind and rain. Can they persist? Jiang Shuai took a bite of the juicy peach and mumbled, are you underestimating them? Great people have said that women can support half the sky, and besides, what could be worse than starving? If everyone is struggling to eat, what hardship is there that they cannot endure? But are you sure taking them along won't involve risks? Her biggest concern was still Tang Ning's safety. Tang Ning shook his head. Don't worry, I'll be careful. How about this, come find me at 10:30 tonight. If you have a backpack, bring it. If you have a bag, bring that too, and I'll take them to scout the route first. Also, I have one condition: if they want to earn money with me, they must put away their unnecessary curiosity and not ask where I got the goods. Otherwise, even if they are your friends, I won't take them. The steel mill workers work in shifts, and a batch of workers would get off work at midnight. At that time there wouldn't be anyone from the commune watching, making it safer to take a few girls to do business. However, the commune was a mixed bag and the girls would inevitably be timid on their first trip. They had never done business before, so he would have to personally guide them. He secretly opened the space to check the supplies. There wasn't much stock left of the solar-powered fans, and the Zhao Yuqian brothers wanted to sell roasted whole lambs. Let's arrange for Jiang Ai and the other two to sell mosquito coils and fruits. Jiang Shui nodded, secretly guessing that the leader must have made similar requests to Tang Ning. Okay, I'll clarify things with them later, telling them to work more and talk less. Following others to earn money and adhering to their rules is a perfectly reasonable request. The two lingered in the tent for a while, then Jiang Shui took the fruits Tang Ning had prepared for her back to the young women's dormitory, sharing this good news with Fang Hui and the others. How the three of them were rubbing their hands in preparation for a big endeavor is temporarily set aside. Time flew by quickly and soon it was 10:30 at night. With a creak, the door of the young women's dormitory was gently pulled open from the inside. Soon a head popped out, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth head, one stacked on top of the other. Looking around, apart from the shadowy outlines of trees, it was eerily silent. Jiang Shui hurriedly locked the door and jogged with Fang Hui and the others towards Tang Ning. Before long they arrived at the tent. Upon seeing the items on the ground, their eyes widened in surprise. Tang Ning, are you taking us to sell mosquito coils and fruits today? At that moment Jiang Shui guessed Tang Ning's intentions the instant she saw the items. With Jiang Shui's reminder, although Fang Hui and the others were curious about where Tang Ning got these things, they consciously kept silent. Anyway, it was best to talk less and do more. Moreover, the moment they saw the mosquito coils and fruits, they were certain that following Tang Ning would definitely earn them money. Tang Ning nodded. There are 100 boxes here, 50 pounds each of apples and pears. Today we're going to sell these items at the commune. Apples and pears are fruits that can be found in this era, so selling them wouldn't be too conspicuous. He had specifically picked them out from the fruit gift package after Jiang Shui left. Tang Ning directly assigned tasks to everyone. Fang Hui and Xuanhuan will be in charge of selling mosquito coils. The price is 80 cents per box, and for rice flour and oil tickets just collect 3 tickets. By the way, there are 40 coils of mosquito coils in each box, made from all natural ingredients, non-toxic, harmless, and smoke-free. One coil can burn for 7 to 8 hours without issue. You all have experienced it, so just introduce it to the customers based on your own experience. The women nowadays were all accustomed to farm work, so carrying 50 boxes of mosquito coils was no problem. Fang Hui and Li Wenhuan nodded in agreement while muttering to themselves to remember what Tang Ning said. Jiang Ai blinked her eyes, her excited face turning red. Big brother Tang Ning, what about me? Tang Ning glanced at her and smiled. You'll be responsible for selling apples priced at 4 dimes per pound, and you can collect any tickets, just 2 tickets total. Jiang Ai nodded vigorously and saw Fang Hui and Li Wenhuan already stuffing meat into their bags, quickly crouching down to pack apples into her bag. While packing, she hummed a tune. Jiang Shui watched the three of them in excitement, getting infected by their energy. She shook Tang Ning's hand. Tang Ning, what about me? I want to try too. With them gone, she didn't want to be left alone there. Tang Ning was taken aback. He had originally planned to have Jiang Shui stay behind to sleep, but seeing those big sparkling eyes, he softened. Then you can come with me to sell pears. The 5 of them carried their bags and walked out of the tent. Having learned from the previous night's experience, Tang Ning activated all the monitoring, defense, and attack systems in the tent. As long as anything or anyone appeared within 100 meters of the tent, it would be clear and every sound would be heard distinctly. What Tang Ning didn't expect was that as soon as he activated the monitoring system, an image appeared in his mind. About 50 meters behind him, behind a snowdrift, 4 sneaky figures were crouched down. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow, remaining composed. Was it really those fools Li Yaowu and his gang? After suffering such a huge loss yesterday, they still hadn't learned their lesson. Li Yaowu looked at them, each carrying a large bag, with a look of confusion. What are they doing out here in the middle of the night carrying bags? Liang Qun squinted. The night was thick, making it impossible to see what was in the bags, and speculated randomly, could they be carrying grains? Zhang Wentao's eyes widened. Grains? Where did they get so much grain from? Liang Aijuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Haven't you noticed that Tang Ning has become particularly wealthy recently? All the materials for building houses were bought, the tent, the bed, the meat, all his clothes were bought. He even bought clothes for Jiang Shua. How much money must that have cost? That son of a bitch is out late at night carrying so much grain out. Following this line of thought, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I get it now. That son of a bitch is probably doing business on the side. Is he stealing the village's grain to sell? Aside from stealing grain, he couldn't think of anything else Tang Ning could be trading. Li Yao's eyes turned red with excitement. Great. I knew something was off with how suddenly he became so wealthy. That 100 yuan he snatched from Tang Ernia's house simply couldn't sustain his extravagant lifestyle. So it turns out he's stealing the village's grain to sell. Liang Qing spat. Damn him, finally I caught that bastard. This can't be the first time he's done this, otherwise how could he earn so much money? Zhang Wentao saw that Tang Ning and the others had walked far away and quickly said, let's follow him and see where that bastard is selling it. Later we can directly take the village head to catch him. Jiang Shui noticed that Tang Ning was leading them up the mountain and tilted her head in confusion, asking Tang Ning, aren't we supposed to go to the commune to sell things? Why are we going up the mountain? A glint flashed in Tang Ning's eyes and he smirked. I'll take you to play a game first. What game? Jiang Ai, the most cheerful among the girls, immediately brightened her eyes at the mention of playing a game. With a piercing gaze on him, Tang Ning smirked and quietly said, someone is following us. We need to deal with these tails first. Hearing this, the girls immediately became tense, unable to resist looking back. Tang Ning admonished them, don't look back. Just act like you don't know. Jiang Ai swallowed hard, her eyes darting nervously. She didn't expect to be targeted on the first day of doing business. Her heart raced in fear and her face paled slightly. Brother Tang Ning, what should we do now? Fang Hui was almost in tears. Tang Ning, why are they following us? Do they want to rob us? Or are they planning to report us? Li Wenwan spoke in fear, her teeth chattering audibly. Seeing Tang Ning's calm expression as if he had everything under control, Jiang Shui took a deep breath. The cool air entering her chest helped her calm down a bit. No matter what their purpose is, they certainly aren't good people. Tang Ning, have you thought of a solution? Tang Ning gave her an appreciative glance, nodded slightly and quietly shared the plan with the girls. 20 minutes later, Liang Qing noticed that Tang Ning and the others were straying further away and questioned, Yao, why do I feel like they're going further off course? Those little mounds ahead. Don't they look like graves? What are they doing at a graveyard? They can't be selling food to ghosts, can they? As he spoke, a gust of cold wind blew past and Li Yao, Zhang Wentao and Liang Aijuan felt a chill run down their spines, shivering in unison. Shut up. Just follow them, Li Yao glared at him. Liang Aijuan and Zhang Wentao also looked at him disapprovingly. Liang Qing shrank back and awkwardly chuckled. I was just saying it casually, don't look at me, keep your eyes on Tang Ning. Before he finished, he stared in shock ahead, stammering. What are they doing? He saw something. In the middle of the night, Tang Ning was actually leading Jiang Shui and the 4 girls in worshipping a grave. What are you making a fuss about now? Li Yaowu felt Liang Cheng was overreacting, becoming impatient. It's just a few graves, is it that scary? Liang Qing exclaimed in horror, no, it's not that. They keep bowing down. Even if it's ancestral worship, who would come at midnight? Moreover, Jiang Shui and the 4 girls were all from different places and there were no ancestral graves here. The 5 of them were bowing down repeatedly as if possessed, and the scene was frightening beyond measure. Liang Cheng's calves began to tremble, his mind filled with images of vengeful spirits. Terrified, he quickly closed his eyes. Li Yaowu also saw it and sneered. Trying to be spooky? I want to see what kind of trick Tang Ning is pulling. Saying this, he ran ahead. Zhang Wentao and Liang Aijuan snickered disdainfully. Liang Cheng, you have such little courage, like a scared girl. After that, they stood up to chase Li Yaowu. Liang Qing, too afraid to stay behind alone, looked around and hurriedly followed after them. Wait for me. Following Li Yaowu around the bushes ahead, the group finally discovered that this was actually a huge graveyard. Counting roughly, there were not 300 but at least 100 mounds tightly packed together, making one feel a chill run down their spine. What was even more chilling was that before they got close they heard a series of sobbing cries and intermittent laughter. The cries resembled those of an infant barely a month old, and the laughter was not normal, it was broken as if someone was choking. Coupled with the cawing of crows in the trees, it was particularly eerie. However, that was not the end. The five who had just been fervently bowing suddenly stopped in unison. Tang Ning turned his head stiffly, fixing his icy gaze on Li Yaowu, his forehead already bloodied. Blood dripped slowly from his forehead, and in the moonlight his face glowed with a ghastly pallor. He opened his mouth slowly, smiling before he spoke. He. Are you here to play with me? The sound that came out was a sharp, chilling female voice, cold and terrifying, as if someone was choking her throat. Li Yaowu and the others gasped in shock. At that moment, Jiang Shuiliwen, Zhuan Jiang Ai, and Feng Hui also slowly turned around. Each of them held a bloody piece of meat in their hands, stiffly crawling towards the boys. He. Are you here to play with me too? Their foreheads were already smeared with blood, and when they opened their mouths, bloody teeth were revealed. Most terrifying was that the sound they made was identical to that which Tang Ning had just uttered, as sharp and eerie as if being choked. Ghost! Liang Qing screamed and scrambled down the hill. Zhang Wentao and Liang Aijuan, pale-faced, turned and ran. Li Yaowu was so frightened that his calves shook and his legs went weak, causing him to kneel down. Tang Ning mimicked the manner of zombies walking from the horror movies he had seen, staring blankly as he approached him. He. Come play, let's eat meat together. He reached out, holding a piece of meat that was already chewed to a pulp. Li Yaowu was so scared that he wet himself, desperately retreating. Seeing Tang Ning closing in on him, he summoned a burst of energy and fled. The speed at which they fled was astonishing. By the time they had vanished from sight, the four girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Tang Ning, you're truly remarkable. You came up with such a wicked idea, and Li Yaowu literally scared himself silly. Tang Ning smirked. It's just that their psychological resilience is too weak. Mainly the location was well chosen. In this relatively backward era, even in later times, encountering such strange behavior in a graveyard would evoke fear. Moreover, Li Yaowu and the others had no idea that they had been discovered. They wouldn't think that this was a place specifically aimed at them. Being terrified is perfectly normal. Jiang Shui wiped the red juice off her forehead and smiled. What fruit is this that oozes red juice? It tastes sweet and refreshing. Dragon fruit. The blood on their foreheads and teeth was actually the juice from the dragon fruit. Even the shredded meat that Li Yaowu saw was dragon fruit. If this were a later time, such an obvious prop would surely fool no one. But the issue was that it was the 1960s and huagua and bananas were a rare treat. Let alone dragon fruit, which was imported from abroad. As far as he knew, dragon fruit only began to be introduced for cultivation in the 1980s and gradually became popular. Therefore, using dragon fruit juice to replace blood would not raise any suspicion. Moreover, at that time Li Yaowu was still about 20 meters away from them, and as his mental defenses crumbled, he naturally couldn't distinguish between real and fake. We should leave soon, it's getting late. Tang Ning slung a bag over his shoulder and called out to a few girls, let's go. Down the mountain. He originally intended to head to the steel mill, but now he changed his mind and took a longer route to the brick factory. The brick factory in Lutang village is a bit farther away, but distance is not the issue. He is now pondering another question. It's almost midnight. As the clock struck 0000, there was still no sign of the system refreshing. Although the system had not refreshed at fixed times before, it had refreshed at midnight, morning, afternoon, and evening. However, it had never been this late before. There were only 2 minutes left in the day. Today the system wouldn't fail to refresh, would it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification sound ding echoed in Tang Ning's consciousness. His heart instantly relaxed. Today's special discount lottery has been updated as follows: 100,000 artificially raised ostrich eggs, 100,000 Shandong green onions, 1000 boxes of raisins, 1000 Huawei laptops, 1 free ticket for a 3-day tour at Huangshan Scenic Area. Today's special discount lottery price is 60 yuan. Damn it, brother Tongzi, you've raised the price again. Tang Ning couldn't help but complain. The system paid him no mind and inquired as usual, would you like to recharge for the lottery? Sure, as long as I don't draw the Huangshan ticket, anything else will be profitable. Tang Ning promptly took out 60 yuan and charged it, as he still had 1000 yuan in savings, so he wasn't short on money. Among the lottery items, the laptop was undoubtedly the most valuable. However, now that every household couldn't even afford electricity, there was no way to access the internet. He couldn't cash out his laptop, at least not right now. Yet besides the Huangshan tour ticket, the other 3 items could all be sold for money, just varying amounts, but he wouldn't lose out with 60 yuan. In fact, Tang Ning was more inclined towards the ostrich eggs, as he already had a fruit gift pack. Raisins weren't a pressing need. He had plenty of meat and fruits, but he lacked eggs and seasonings. If he couldn't draw the ostrich eggs, perhaps the green onions would be good too. Just as Tang Ning was talking to himself, he was suddenly pulled back to reality by the sound of the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 10000 green onions. As the system's cold voice fell, a new grid popped up in the cube space. Inside were 10000 green onions, all of uniform thickness. Great. Starting tomorrow, he would have seasoning vegetables. Li Yaowu and the others scrambled down the mountain, replaying the scene they had just witnessed in their minds. Bloody faces and a chilling female voice that seemed to be choking them. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. He hurriedly called out to Zhang Wentao and the others, who were still fleeing in panic. No, something's not right. Wentao, don't you think that female ghost's voice sounded familiar? Zhang Wentao's face turned pale, his chest heaving violently. He recalled carefully and replied uncertainly. Now that you mention it, it does sound a lot like that bitch Jiang Ai. Liang Aijuan exclaimed, his eyes wide open. So you're saying we were tricked? That scoundrel Tang Ning deliberately scared us. But how did he know we were following him? Liang Qing looked around, feeling overwhelmed. Li Yaowu gritted his teeth. Whether he was trying to scare us or not, we'll know when we go back. What if they really are possessed by something? Liang Qing said, his expression serious. After all, they looked abnormal. Li Yaowu glanced at Liang Aijuan and Zhang Wentao. What do you two think? Zhang Wentao clenched his fists. If that bastard is pretending to be a ghost, I won't let him off the hook. Reluctantly, Liang Qing had no choice but to follow them back. However, when they trembled to the graveyard, there wasn't even a ghostly shadow. Li Yaowu kicked a tree in frustration, almost exploding with anger. Damn it, we were indeed tricked. Liang Aijuan said. Who knows where that scoundrel went? What should we do now? Li Yaowu sneered. He must have gone to sell the stolen grain from the village. Where else would he go? Let's find the village chief and have him bring people to corner him. Stealing grain? The village chief definitely won't let him off. Right, let's go. When Tang Ning arrived at the brick factory with the 4 girls, he coincidentally heard the whistle signaling the end of work. The vendors waiting nearby quickly stood up, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the brick factory, searching for customers. Jiang Shuefeng Hui, Jiang Ai and Li Xuanhuan had never seen such a scene before. They felt both nervous and excited. Tang Ning pointed at an old woman selling goods and said to the 4 girls, if you want to sell things, you have to take the initiative. Do you see that lady? Learn from her. When you spot someone, just go up and ask if they want some mosquito repellent, and then introduce its benefits to facilitate the transaction. Ai, you too, highlight how big, sweet and juicy the apples are, ensuring they're fresh. Feng Hui and the others nodded, took a deep breath and mustered their courage to actively seek customers to sell their goods. Tang Ning searched around the entrance but didn't spot Zhao Youqian, nor did he find anyone at the solar-powered fan. He guessed that the 2 brothers should be at another factory. He glanced at Jiang Shui and smiled. Let's go sell pears. Jiang Shui nodded emphatically, following closely behind him. Meanwhile, at Lu Chang's home, Lu Chong frowned as he looked at Li Yaowu and the others. What are you guys doing up at this hour, making a fuss? These were the same people who had woken him up in the middle of the night last time. Lu Chang's expression immediately turned sour. Li Yao's eyes were dark, but he feigned a worried expression. It's bad, village chief. The village's grain has been stolen. What nonsense is this? Has a thief entered? Lu Chang's eyes widened and he gasped in shock. He was responsible for the village's grain, and if it was stolen, he would be the sinner of the village. Now with famine spreading everywhere, the villagers' rations were supplied in fixed amounts, and even a little less in winter could lead to starvation. In an instant Lu Cheng's heart raced to his throat, sweat breaking out all over him in the cold weather. He turned on his heel and rushed toward the granary. At that moment Liang Qing shouted loudly, "Village Chief Tang Ning is the thief. We saw him stealing grain from the village to sell. He not only sold it himself but also took Jiang Shui and the other young girls with him." Zhang Wentao was indignant, pointing to his face and saying with rage, "We intended to stop that scoundrel, but who would have thought he would pull a trick and conspire with Jiang Shui to scare us?" Liang Aijuan shouted hoarsely, "Village Chief, you must take care of this matter. If you don't believe us, you can go with us to the commune right now. We can definitely catch that son of a bitch." Lu Cheng paused for a moment, squinting as he scrutinized the few people before him. "You say it was Tang Ning who stole the village's grain?" Li Yaowu and the others nodded repeatedly. "It must be that son of a bitch. Think about it, Village Chief, if he wasn't stealing grain to sell, where would he get the money to build a house? Where would he get the money to buy tents, beds, meat and clothes? This bastard has probably stolen more times than we can count." Lu Cheng was so angry he nearly cursed, but he held back and shouted instead, "Can you bunch of bastards stop being such a nuisance every day? All you do is watch Tang Ning live his life, right? If you have nothing better to do, starting tomorrow all of you go collect manure. Get out of here." Half a month ago Tang Ning had given money to the village to help with building houses, a total of 250 yuan. He had the key to the granary and kept a daily account of how much grain was consumed and how much was left. In the evening after dinner he specifically went to check the granary, and the numbers matched. It was obvious that these little brats had gotten into a conflict with Tang Ning and were trying to frame him. Lu Cheng, fuming, slammed the door shut. Li Yaowu and the others were left staring at each other in disbelief. They never expected that instead of dealing with Tang Ning stealing the village's grain, Lu Cheng would scold them. Liang Qing was filled with resentment and muttered under his breath, "Is that old fool taking money from that son of a bitch Tang Ning? Otherwise why wouldn't he care about this?" Li Yao's face turned dark as he kicked the wall. "If he doesn't care, someone has to. Let's go find Zhang Hongliang. Today I must make that son of a bitch Tang Ning pay. Let's go." Lu Cheng returned to the house and saw his wife sitting up in bed. He glanced into the inner room and spoke softly. "Did I wake the kids?" Li Hongying shook her head. "No, what did Li Yaowu and the others want with you?" Lu Cheng kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. "Don't mention it. These little brats just can't stand Tang Ning for some reason. Every day they find trouble saying that Tang Ning's money for building a house comes from stealing the village's grain, and I chased them off." It was hot in the room and he picked up a fan to fan himself. Li Hongying looked at him, frowning. "That child Tang Ning is truly honest. He shouldn't be stealing grain. However, he has indeed changed a lot lately." As she spoke, she poked Lu Cheng's arm. "I was wondering if Tang Ning has secretly started doing business and Li Yaowu and the others found out." As soon as she finished speaking, the old man who had just lain down shot up from the bed, startling her. "What are you doing?" Lu Cheng got out of bed and put on his shoes, his expression serious. "You go back to sleep. I need to visit Hongliang." He grabbed the fan and left without looking back. Li Hongying shook her head and lay back down. When Lu Cheng arrived at Zhang Hongliang's house, he had just chased Li Yaowu and his group away, looking as though someone owed him millions. Seeing Lu Cheng arrive, Zhang Hongliang thought for a moment and understood his purpose. "Brother, you came about Tang Ning, right?" Initially, when Tang Ning offered 150 yuan to the village to help with building houses, they didn't think much of it. But later Tang Ning easily produced another 100 yuan and bought tents, beds, meat and a whole bunch of things, leading them to suspect that Tang Ning might be secretly doing business. Otherwise he couldn't just conjure up so much money and goods out of thin air. However, no one reported it to them and they didn't want to intervene. Moreover, since Tang Ning was a decent person, they didn't want to make things difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng guessed that Li Yaowu and his group had also come to find Zhang Hongliang. "Did Li Yaowu and the others come looking for you too?" Zhang Hongliang nodded. "Of course. Just before you arrived I just chased them away. Those guys were indeed a source of trouble. Last time they falsely accused Tang Ning of engaging in inappropriate relationships in the middle of the night, and this time they were falsely accusing him of stealing grain, which was becoming more outrageous. Although he didn't know what Tang Ning was secretly doing, the village leaders were all aware of the grain situation. They knew whether the grain had decreased or not. Lu Chong sighed. Li Yaowu probably discovered that Tang Ning was doing business secretly. He is the type to seek revenge for the slightest grievance. If we don't take a stand, I'm afraid he will cause trouble at the commune. Hong Liang, what do you think we should do about this? He definitely wanted to protect Tang Ning, and the best way to handle this situation was to minimize the conflict. However, he wasn't sure about Zhang Hongliang's attitude. Zhang Hongliang also didn't want to pursue the matter and offend people unnecessarily. Moreover, if this matter escalated to the commune, they might hold him accountable for mismanagement. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Let's talk to Tang Ning tomorrow and ask him to be a bit low-key during this time. If possible, let him apologize to Li Yaowu. After all, it's better to resolve conflicts than to provoke troublemakers." That's exactly what I was thinking. Shall we go over there early tomorrow? Just a moment ago, Li Yaowu wanted to drag him to the commune to confront someone. He figured that by now Tang Ning probably wasn't home. Alright. The sound of footsteps splashing in the water echoed through the darkness before dawn. Tang Ning, how much did we earn today? Jiang Shui bounced around, her face lit up with excitement. It was their first time doing business at the commune, and it was both nerve-wracking and thrilling. Earning money from their first sale felt incredibly fulfilling. Fang Hui, Jiang Ai and Li Wenwan looked at Tang Ning with bright eyes. Today was their first time doing business, and they didn't purchase goods themselves. They were helping Tang Ning sell products while learning how to do business. Therefore, all the money earned went to Tang Ning. Tang Ning silently calculated in his mind. Tonight went pretty well, but we should have around 60 yuan, right? They sold a lot of mosquito coils, around 60 boxes, earning 48 yuan. However, apples and pears are not necessities. People can take them or leave them, so they didn't sell as much. In total, they sold about 30 jin. The price for both apples and pears was the same at 0. 4 yuan per jin, totaling 12 yuan earned. Wow! The four girls widened their eyes in unison. 60. We earned 60 yuan in one night. My gosh, if I told my mom, she wouldn't believe it. My goodness, I never even dared to dream that we could earn so much in one night. Tang Ning, you can't be serious, earning 60 yuan in one night and you call that not bad? Tang Ning's expression was calm, not as excited as they were. After all, he had just received 600 yuan earlier in the afternoon. By the way, today counts as you helping me sell products, so I'll pay you a commission of 5 yuan each. Starting tomorrow, you can source goods from me to sell. I won't go to the commune with you anymore. After a whole night of hard work, the girls deserved at least a little compensation. Tang Ning took out 20 yuan from his pocket, giving 5 yuan to each person. Jiang Shui refused to take it and secretly handed the money back to Tang Ning. He didn't insist, as she was his woman and the money he earned was essentially hers. Jiang Ai, Fang Hui and Li Wenwan were even more excited with the 5 yuan in hand. At the same time, they felt a surge of motivation. Tonight Tang Ning had shown them hope. Tang Ning, how do we procure goods from you? If they went to procure goods and sell them themselves, they would earn more. Tang Ning replied, incense coils are 0. 7 yuan per box, apples and pears are 0. 3 yuan per jin and 2 tickets each. Thinking that the girls probably didn't have many tickets, he continued. You don't need tickets for the first procurement, but starting from the second time, well, do as we please. I won't extend credit. He explained the procurement details to the girls in just a few words. Jiang Shui looked at Tang Ning's profile with admiration. Tonight it felt like she had met a brand new Tang Ning who dazzled while introducing products to customers. Earning 60 yuan in a single night, he remained calm. When negotiating business with AI and the others, he exuded a powerful aura, strategizing with ease. Such an outstanding man was her partner. Bang bang bang. Jiang Shui could clearly hear her own heartbeat deafeningly loud. That was the sound of her heart racing. She seemed to like Tang Ning even more than before. While Jiang Shui was lost in thought, Tang Ning had already arranged the procurement time, location and types of goods with Fang Hui and the others. They felt that selling fruits wouldn't be very profitable and decided to sell incense coils instead. The 5 of them chatted and laughed, soon spotting Tang Ning's large tent. In front of the tent stood 2 men, Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang. Seeing the group with nylon bags, Lu Chang's gaze was heavy and his expression was unreadable. Zhang Hongliang frowned deeply, his face as grim as could be. The previously chatty girls instantly fell silent. Tang Ning stepped forward, shielding the girls behind him, and smiled. Uncle Hongliang, what are you doing here? Lu Chong glanced at him indifferently, countering with a question. Don't ask us first, tell us what you all were up to early this morning. We went out to take care of some business, Tang Ning casually made up an excuse. Lu Chong didn't reveal the truth, saying, Li Yaowu and his friends came looking for me and Secretary Zhang last night. Nodding, Tang Ning guessed it was about that. Uncle, it's hot outside, let's go in and talk. After disabling the tent's defenses and attack systems, Tang Ning led everyone inside. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang sat on benches. Jiang Shui and the other girls stood beside them, necks craned, looking frightened as if they had done something wrong. Tang Ning, however, sat calmly opposite Lu Chong. Lu Chong observed their expressions, letting out a helpless sigh. You little rascal, can't you be a little more low-key? It's one thing to do business privately, but you even brought a few girls along. How am I supposed to praise you for that? Zhang Hongliang added. We've already managed the situation with Li Yaowu. Both of us think you shouldn't do business, it's too dangerous. The money you earn is enough to build 3 tiled houses. The rest would be enough for your living expenses. You've been making too much noise lately, and there are already whispers in the village. If someone gets jealous and reports you to the commune, we won't be able to protect you even if we wanted to. Listen to your uncle, just work honestly for your labor points from now on. You can eat well on your own. Jiang Shui and the other girls initially thought the secretary and village head were coming to reprimand them. They didn't expect that they would actually stand up for Tang Ning, and they instantly felt relieved. As long as they didn't pursue the matter, they wouldn't do business anymore. Although they didn't want to give up, the village head was already aware, making it impossible for them to continue. Zhang Hongliang thought that this heartfelt speech would touch Tang Ning. To his surprise, Tang Ning smiled. Uncle, do you know how much we can earn in a day working hard enough to fill our labor points? 60 yuan. Even though Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong were mentally prepared, they were still shocked, gasping in disbelief. 60. Earning more than their half-year's salary in one night. Tang Ning looked seriously at the two of them. Uncle, I want to make money, I want to live well. I don't want to marry a wife in the future and let her and our children go hungry with me. Sigh, who wouldn't want that? Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong sighed together. They had lived to this age and could endure eating little, but seeing the pale, hungry faces of their children broke their hearts. They dreamed of letting their families eat enough and live well. However, there were policies from above. Seeing the two of them moved, Tang Ning spoke directly. Uncle, to be honest, I want to do business together with the villagers, make big money, and allow everyone to live well, eating meat whenever they want and white flour whenever they wish. Not only Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang, but even Jiang Shui and the other girls were stunned. Lu Chong thought of his grandson, who cried from hunger and couldn't help but ask. How much can you earn doing business with you in a day? Zhang Hongliang's eyes widened. Old Lu. Lu Chong glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Hongliang, I also want my family to eat enough. I believe no one wants to go hungry. Fearing both wolves and tigers, we can only starve. Perhaps we can let Tang Ning try with everyone. If something goes wrong, I'm willing to bear it alone. Zhang Hongliang's eyes turned slightly red, and he turned his head to take a deep breath before turning back, gritting his teeth. Who doesn't want their family to eat well? Tang Ning, are you sure you can help everyone make money? Tang Ning replied seriously. As long as you are willing to trust me and let me do my thing, I promise to ensure that everyone in the village can eat meat, have white flour, and even be able to afford electricity, so we won't have to burn kerosene lamps anymore. Good. Zhang Hongliang said. I'll trust you this once. Later I will gather with Uncle Lu to convene a meeting with the village representatives to ask each household who is willing to do business with you. Tang Ning, as long as you can fulfill your promise, if something really happens, we will take the blame for you. For the sake of their family, he was willing to take the risk. At worst, he wouldn't be the secretary anymore. For some reason, with this decision, a surge of hot blood rushed to his chest. Lu Chong wiped his wet eyes and asked. By the way, Tang Ning, what business are you running? Tang Ning smiled. I deal in various things, selling food, clothing, and daily necessities. Those willing to make money can come to me to procure goods. Currently I have incense coils, roasted whole lamb, green onions, soda quilts, apples, and pears available for sale with different prices for different items. Hearing Tang Ning's words, everyone once again widened their eyes. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang thought this kid usually looks so quiet, yet he can produce so many good things. Jiang Shui and the other three girls exclaimed, "What?" Besides mosquito coils, apples, and pears, Tang Ning managed to get so many more things. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang exchanged glances, and it was Lu Chong who spoke up to inquire. "Tang Ning, where did you get all these things from? Is that person reliable? After all, he was responsible for involving the entire village, and if anything went wrong, he and Zhang Hongliang would be the first to face the consequences. He had to be cautious about this matter." Tang Ning smiled and replied, "I got them from a big brother I know. Uncle, don't worry, this big brother and I have a bond of life and death. He is absolutely trustworthy. It's just that his identity is special, so he cannot show himself, and I must keep it a secret. Uncle, I can definitely help everyone make money, but I need you to tell everyone not to inquire about things they shouldn't. Otherwise I will cancel the cooperation with everyone." Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang were both smart and immediately understood upon hearing this. Tang Ning was doing business with someone backing him. The two felt a sense of assurance. "Alright, well, take care of this." Tang Ning was unaware that they had misunderstood. Even if he knew, he would still be pleased with the outcome. After all, his only goal was to involve everyone. With the discussion concluded, he watched as the dawn light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the distant mountains and awakening the earth. Lu Chong took a puff from his pipe and stood up from the bench. "Then you'll go back with Uncle Hongliang to find the village representative for a meeting." Seeing the two about to leave, Tang Ning hurriedly called out, "Uncle, wait for me a moment." He rushed into the bedroom, avoiding everyone's gaze, and retrieved 2 boxes of apples from his space. These apples were what he had specifically selected to sell, with 10 pounds in each box. To be fair, Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang had indeed treated him well. Whether it was building houses or dealing with Li Yao's repeated troubles, they had always supported him. It was only right to send some fruit as a token of gratitude. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ning also took out 400 yuan from his space and put it in his pocket before carrying the 2 boxes of apples outside. "What is this?" Looking at the 2 boxes of bright red apples, Zhang Hongliang unconsciously swallowed. Tang Ning smiled and said, "Uncle, you have been busy helping me build my house during this time. Please take these apples home to taste." Lu Chong waved his hands repeatedly. No, these apples are big and red. They clearly aren't cheap. You should keep them to sell." Previously, Tang Ning had already given him 2 pounds of mutton. He felt embarrassed to ask for the apples. If he didn't want them, Zhang Hongliang also felt too shy to take them. Tang Ning pretended to be angry and said, "Uncle, I will need your help with my house in the future. If you refuse my gifts, how can I come to you if I have any issues later?" Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang exchanged a glance and had no choice but to accept. Tang Ning then took out 400 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chong. "I noticed that after buying bricks, tiles, sand, and other materials, there isn't much left in the account. Here, take this 400 yuan. Later, please ask Uncle Wenshan to run an errand to the county town to order some large glass. I want to build a sunroom." Seeing Tang Ning casually pull out 400 yuan, everyone was at a loss for how to react. This guy is really wealthy now? Li Yaowu still called him a poor loser. Who is the real loser? In the entire Lutang village, there was no one richer than Tang Ning. Lu Chong accepted the money with a complicated expression, greeted everyone, and left with Zhang Hongliang. Until their figures disappeared from view, Jiang Shui and the other 3 girls finally sighed in relief. "I was scared to death. I thought the village head and secretary would punish us. I didn't expect he not only didn't punish us but also agreed to let us continue doing business." Jiang Ai patted her chest, looking somewhat apprehensive. Li Xuanhuan smiled brightly. "What I didn't expect was that the village head actually agreed to let Tang Ning lead everyone in business. With this, we won't have to do things secretly anymore. With the entire village doing business, no one will be envious, and we won't have to worry about being reported." Fang Hui nodded with a smile. "Tang Ning, you truly are impressive. I admire you more and more. If you can really help everyone make money, everyone will be grateful to you." However, Jiang Shui showed a worried expression as she bit her lip. Tang Ning, isn't it too risky to involve the whole village in business? The one who stands out gets shot first. If this goes awry, it would be fine if the villagers made money, but what if they end up losing? At that time they wouldn't care that Tang Ning's original intention was good, if they would only blame him. How would he be able to hold his ground in the village then? As the words fell, Feng Hui and the others also reacted, all looking at Tang Ning with concern. Tang Ning smiled. Don't worry, I have my reasons for helping everyone make money. I'm not a saint, other people's hunger has nothing to do with me. The reason I said that in front of Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang was merely to resonate with them so that they would agree to me leading the villagers in business. What reason? Jiang Shui blinked, asking in confusion. Tang Ning replied, first, to earn more money. The more people help me sell goods, the more I earn. Secondly, you should understand the principle that laws do not punish the many. By involving everyone, it also provides me with cover. If one day the situation really blows up, it won't just be me violating the rules. At that time, even if they want to punish us, they will probably only target a few representatives. I am confident that the villagers who have tasted the benefits will likely support me and not push me out. After all, if something happens to me, the villagers won't be able to make money. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. She was not foolish and quickly understood Tang Ning's point. You really think things through? She tiptoed and touched his head, smiling. How did you become so smart? I could never think of this. Tang Ning took her hand, pinched it playfully and joked, I must have eaten too many clever melons. Alright, it's getting late. Let's prepare something to eat, and after eating, quickly go back to rest and recharge for tonight's big push. The four girls cheered and began to prepare breakfast in harmony. On the way, Lu Chong glanced at the tempting apples in the cardboard box, his mind filled with the image of Tang Ning casually pulling out 400 yuan, and he sighed. Tang Ning has changed a lot during this time. He once doubted if this was still the same Tang Ning who used to be so timid and bullied, not daring to resist. Half a month ago he was still such a humble and weak person. Now he had become confident and strong. He spent money that would take others years to earn without batting an eye. Money can really change a person. Zhang Hongliang laughed. I see hope for our village in him. Perhaps this kid can really lead everyone to a better life. Let's go gather everyone for a meeting. In Lutang village, at the brigade headquarters in the conference room, Zhang Hongliang stood before the 8 immortals table, scanning the faces of the crowd. Everyone sat up straight. This is the situation. Whoever wants to do business can go to Tang Ning to acquire goods. The village won't hold you accountable, but we must make it clear that we need to act discreetly outside and avoid causing trouble. Otherwise, if it attracts attention from above, we will all be in trouble. After saying this, Zhang Hongliang took a sip from his teacup to moisten his throat. His eyes, however, peered through the mist, secretly assessing the expressions of the crowd. Aside from him and Lu Chong, everyone else momentarily froze, then a wave of chatter erupted. What? Doing business with Tang Ning? That kid couldn't sell a fart with 3 sticks. What business can he bring us? Right, secretary, we don't have much money either. What if we give all our money to that kid and he runs off with it? Who will we cry to? After a moment of surprise, Tang Wenshan glanced at the speaker with indifference. You can't say that. I think Tang Ning is a good kid, righteous. He made money doing business but still thinks of everyone. If he really had ill intentions, wouldn't he just shut the door and make money for himself? His impression of Tang Ning had always been positive. He was honest and straightforward. Especially after this period of interaction, he admired Tang Ning even more. Exactly, Tang Ning isn't like the Tang Erniu family. This kid's character is decent. My mother suddenly fell ill before, and it was Tang Ning who carried her to the clinic. I trust Tang Ning. Besides, he has already built a house. Where could he run to? You can't say that. Some people look decent, but for money they can do anything. I've worked hard all my life and we don't have much money at home. Seeing my children grow up, I can't afford to lose my family's money. I don't dare either. There are policies above. If we get caught doing business, there won't be any good outcomes. Seeing the crowd's faces turning red and necks thickening from arguing, Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. They did not expect to encounter resistance from the village representatives here. It seemed unnecessary to ask everyone door to door. Someone needed to make money first to show them, then they wouldn't be afraid to join. Lu Chong knocked on the table with his dry tobacco pipe, causing everyone to pause and turn to him. He stood up from the bench, supporting himself on the table. Everyone, what old Zhang and I mean is that it's voluntary. If you want to do it, feel free to go ahead. If anything happens, old Zhang and I will take the blame. Of course, if you don't want to, keep your mouths shut if anyone says a word outside. He slammed his hand on the table, causing ripples in the tea, showcasing the village head's authority. Don't blame me for being unsympathetic to our fellow villagers. His sharp gaze fell on whoever was speaking, making them hastily avoid his scrutiny. In this day and age, the village head and secretary are like the local emperors. No one dares to challenge their authority lightly. Zhang Hongliang cleared his throat and asked, "So who is willing to do business with Tang Ning? Raise your hands." With that, he raised his hand first. Lu Chong, Tang Wenshan and Tian Guang followed suit. The remaining 10 village representatives exchanged glances, and after a brief moment 3 people hesitantly raised their hands. 2 were young men in their 30s, both surnamed Tang. The taller one was named Tang Shuai, and the one with a square face was Tang Gaoyuan. The other was an elderly man with a long beard, a relative of Lu Chong named Lu Aigua. "Village head secretary, we want to give it a try." Zhang Hongliang scanned the others. "So the rest of you aren't participating?" The crowd averted their gazes, none responded. Zhang Hongliang lowered his hand. "Alright, currently those willing to do business with Tang Ning are just the 7 of us. In the future, if anyone changes their mind, feel free to come find me or Lu village head. Additionally, I hope that once we leave this door, everyone keeps their mouths shut, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." After a round of knocking and scolding, Zhang Hongliang let everyone leave. The 10 village representatives returned home, inevitably facing inquiries from their families. What did the village head and secretary say in the meeting? Can we get a bit more food? It's so hot these days, we only eat 2 meals a day and the elderly and children really can't handle it. What more food? I don't know what the village head and the others are thinking, making us follow that kid Tang Ning to do business. Do business? That's great. If we can do business, we can have money to buy food for the kids. We could even buy some clothes. The kids' clothes are all patched up and they can't wear them anymore. What's good about it? Do you think Tang Ning looks like a businessman? I'm just afraid he's teaming up with the village head and a few others to swindle our money. If he runs away with our money, we won't have a place to cry. Besides, Tang Ning stays in the village every day. Have you ever seen him handling goods? I think this is a pit. Only those fools like Tang Shuai would jump in. True, if someone is really making money, who would want to share it with others? It's better to close the door and make a fortune quietly, isn't it? As the head of the family, you think it through. If we don't do it well, see how Tang Shuai and the others end up losing their investments. Similar dialogues took place in the homes of the 7 village representatives unwilling to follow Tang Ning in business. Meanwhile, at Lu Chang's home, Li Hongying held a red apple, cutting a small piece and placing it in her granddaughter's mouth, letting her nibble slowly. She spoke softly, Yaya, is the apple sweet? Yaya. Looking at the adorable little one, the wrinkles on her face smiled. Lu Chong squatted at the door, smoking his dry tobacco while talking to his son Louis. There is still 200 yuan at home. Later you can take 100 to find Tang Ning for goods and keep the remaining 100 for emergencies. Tang Ning is capable. You should follow him well. Maybe you can make something of yourself. Louis looked at Lu Chong in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Lu Chong hold someone in such high regard. But he had been used to listening to Lu Chong all his life and never contradicted him. Upon hearing this, he nodded honestly. I understand, Dad. Li Hongying and his daughter-in-law Qin Jingjing exchanged glances. Qin Jingjing asked curiously, Dad, do you really believe Tang Ning has the ability to lead everyone to make money? They only had 200 yuan in savings and taking out half to follow Tang Ning in business if they lost it. Lu Chong took a puff of his dry tobacco, pointing to Yaya nibbling the apple, chuckling softly. If he didn't have the ability, could he bring such good things? Didn't you see? This kid is spending hundreds like it's nothing. Having lived a lifetime, one should have a bit of discernment. You follow Tang Ning and work hard, he won't let us down. Tang Ning was unaware of the happenings in the village. He slept until 4 in the afternoon, and when he got up, 2 little wolves were sitting obediently at the door of his bedroom. Seeing him come out, they quickly twisted their little waists and howled in greeting. During this time it had been nothing but meat or meat soup with rice, and the two little creatures had grown into little glutinous rice dumplings. Tang Ning picked up being and gestured. "Oh, not bad. You've grown half a hand's breadth in just a few days." Being was smaller in size, now measuring about 30 centimeters long. Being's length was almost 40 centimeters. Tang Ning sat down. Being opened the door and let the two little ones out to take care of their wolfish business. Both little wolves were very clever and never made a mess inside the house. After holding it in all day, they started frolicking in the snow, and with nothing else to do, Tang Ning leaned against a tree to watch them play. Hearing the system's voice, he raised an eyebrow. Today's updates from Brother Tongzi came quite early. I thought I'd have to wait until late at night again. Ding! Today's special lottery has refreshed as follows: 10000 disposable cups, 10000 packs of tissues, 10000 pieces of Korean fried chicken, 10000 cups of fragrant milk tea, and 10000 blood pressure monitors. Today's special price is 5 yuan. Tang Ning nodded secretly. This update was acceptable and the prices were reasonable. The most valuable item was definitely the blood pressure monitor, followed by the Korean fried chicken. But what he wanted the most was not the blood pressure monitor, but the Korean fried chicken. Since he planned to help the villagers make money together, everything drawn from the lottery had to be something that could be monetized. Only by showing the villagers tangible benefits would they be willing to support him. Compared to blood pressure monitors, people in this era generally struggled to have enough to eat, and there weren't as many high blood pressure patients as in later generations, so fried chicken better suited their needs. After all, everyone's basic needs were still a problem, and they would only spend money wisely buying food and clothing, and no one would be willing to buy something as trivial as a blood pressure monitor. As for milk tea, disposable cups, and tissues, those were not necessities for people in the country at the moment. Even if they were drawn, they would be hard to sell and would likely just wait for the system to recycle them. Tang Ning immediately recharged 5 yuan. Brother Tongzi, begin your performance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 10000 pieces of Korean fried chicken. The magic cube space appeared before his eyes again, and a slot lit up and opened automatically. Inside were 10000 pieces of Korean fried chicken. The pieces were not large, each weighing about 1.5 pounds, and there were various flavors. There were sweet and spicy amber flavor, cumin barbecue flavor, milky cheese, spicy powdered durian cheese, and so on. Just looking at them made one's mouth water. Tang Ning glanced at the two little wolves, who were in high spirits, and made a few chirping sounds. Being time to go home. The two little fellows, especially perceptive, ran towards him in a line. Back in the partition, Tang Ning spent 15 minutes installing another partition next to the bedroom as a storage room and instructed the system to wrap all the fried chicken in oil paper. He took out 500 portions to store, planning to sell the fried chicken to villagers in the evening. At 8 o'clock at night, many people had already finished dinner and gone to bed. However, Tang Ning's house welcomed the first wave of guests. 7 villagers led by Lu Yi came to Tang Ning's home. As soon as the 7 entered the tent, they were enveloped by a coolness that left them wide-eyed in surprise. Wow, why is it so cool in here? If it weren't for the scorching heat outside, I would think it was spring already. Oh, Tang Ning even raised dogs. These dogs are really plump. There must be quite a bit of meat on them if they were killed. The two little wolves, seeing so many people for the first time, were happily bouncing around. Upon hearing this, their fur bristled in alarm, baring their teeth at Tang Shui, ready to attack. The one who spoke of eating dog meat was him. Tang Ning smiled and kicked Being at his feet. Handsome guy, this isn't a dog, it's a little wolf. I keep them for guarding the house so they can't be eaten. Tang is a prominent surname in Lu Tang village. He and Tang Shui and Tang Gaoyuan are of the same generation, and by age he should call both of them brother. The crowd looked in surprise at the two little creatures on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they really were wolves. Unexpectedly, Tang Ning raised wolves. If these creatures could eat a lot. Tang Shui awkwardly scratched his head. I was just joking. Yet he was shocked inside. In nowadays, people struggled to fill their stomachs, and not many raised dogs. In all of Lu Tang village, there wouldn't be another family like Tang Ning that raised wolves. He thought to himself that it seemed Tang Ning had indeed made money, and he felt even more eager to follow Tang Ning to make money. While they were talking, Jiang Xiaoxue and the 4 girls arrived. As soon as Jiang Ai came in, she started bustling about. Tang Ning, quick, we're here to stock up. Take out the mosquito coils. When they returned from the commune, Shifang Hui and Li Wenwan unanimously decided to sell mosquito coils as they were more profitable. Tang Ning held up a finger and shook his head. No. We aren't selling mosquito coils today. I have something better. Originally he planned to let Jiang Ai sell mosquito coils, but now that he had the Korean fried chicken, they would sell that first. After all, based on the feedback from Zhao Yuqian and his first experience doing business at the commune, either refreshing items or food items sold the best. The crowd widened their eyes at him, filled with curiosity. Although they didn't understand what leak meant, they understood the value of good things. What good things? Tang Ning smiled and led everyone to the storage room. Korean fried chicken, crispy and delicious with various flavors. It smells so good. As soon as they entered the storage room, everyone was hit by a rich meaty aroma and their eyes lit up as they salivated. Is this the fried chicken you mentioned? It smells amazing. I've never smelled something so delicious. It must be really tasty, right? Definitely. Just smelling it tells you it's good. Tang Ning, how did you get the fried chicken? Tang Ning smiled. 2 yuan each with 2 tickets. Any tickets will do. Of course, considering that everyone might not have that many tickets this time, I won't collect tickets, but next time we'll weigh it properly and exchange tickets for the goods. By the way, when you take them to the commune, suggest keeping the price between 2.5 to 3 yuan each. Additionally, as long as you don't maliciously damage the products, if they don't sell, I will provide a return service. However, if the products are maliciously damaged affecting resale, no returns will be accepted. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They had originally thought the purchasing price was too high. If they couldn't sell the goods, wouldn't the fried chicken just be a burden? They had all been somewhat hesitant. Tang Ning's words directly reassured everyone. Since they could return unsold items, trying it out posed no loss. The worst-case scenario would be that they sold nothing and wasted a trip. But if they sold even one piece, even at 2.5 yuan, they could make a profit of 50 cents tonight. That was more than they earned from working. Louis immediately took out 100 yuan and said, "Brother Tang Ning, I'll take 50 pieces." For the first purchase, Tang Ning wouldn't collect tickets. From the second time onward, he would accept both money and tickets. Hiss! Everyone gasped in surprise. They didn't expect Louis to be so bold, coming in with 100 yuan worth of goods. But then they thought since Tang Ning would accept returns, if they couldn't sell, they might as well stock up. What if they sold well? The crowd could no longer sit still, each eager to pull out their money to buy goods. Tang Ning, give me 40 pieces. I want 30. Jiang Ai, Li Wenjuan and Fang Hui, the 3 girls, requested the most, directly taking 80 pieces. The girls felt it was too dangerous to act separately, so the 3 decided to pool their money to buy goods and split the profits equally. To increase their stock, they also borrowed money from Jiang Shui. Tang Ning took the money and stuffed it all into Jiang Shui's arms. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and collect the money, my little manager. Jiang Shui's face flushed, giving him a reproachful glance. This person is truly... With so many people around, how can he say everything out loud? The 3 of Fang Hui had long since become accustomed to it. Instead, Louis, Tang Shui, Tang Gaoyuan and the other 7 were taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, their meaningful gazes lingering on Tang Ning and Jiang Shui. Those who had not paid directly handed their money to Jiang Shui, teasing, "Sister-in-law, give me 10 pieces of fried chicken." "Sister-in-law, I want 15 pieces. Jiang Shui, shyly stamping her feet, nevertheless wore a sweet smile. While collecting money, she busily helped Tang Ning retrieve goods, utterly engrossed in the task. By the way, dear brothers and sisters, the communal area is full of mixed characters. You must learn to keep your eyes open and ears attentive. If you encounter someone from the commune, run quickly. Your safety is the top priority, understand?" Hearing this, the crowd felt warmed and nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, brother, we all know what to do." If something truly happened, they would protect their belongings with their lives, as these goods represented a significant portion of their assets. At that moment, Li Yaowu was frowning deeply, aimlessly wandering outside. Damn it! Tang Ning didn't even steal grain from the village to sell. What on earth were he and Jiang Shui, those bitches, up to? Having suffered losses at Tang Ning's hands repeatedly, Li Yao's feelings for Jiang Shui had long since turned from love to hate. He not only wanted to kill Tang Ning but also wanted to capture Jiang Shua, that shameless little slut, and humiliate her thoroughly. He wanted the little bitch to regret not choosing him. Imagining Jiang Shua begging and screaming in front of him and Tang Ning kneeling on the ground calling him dad made him excited and unable to sleep. He decided to put on his clothes and step out of the youth station. He needed to think of a good way to bring down that son of a bitch Tang Ning. Suddenly a commotion caught Li Yao's attention. He looked up. Only then did he realize he had unknowingly wandered close to Tang Ning's tent. What's going on? Why are so many people coming out from Tang Ning's tent? What schemes is that bastard up to now? Upon seeing the person at the forefront, he instantly widened his eyes. Louis. Zhang Keshua. What are they doing here? What are they carrying on their backs? Zhang Keshua was the son of Zhang Hongliang. Louis and Zhang Keshua walked at the front together. Both were shouldering large bundles that appeared to be hastily made out of bed sheets bulging with unknown contents. Seeing the crowd walking this way, Li Yaowu glanced around and quickly hid behind a large mound of dirt. Zhang Keshua smiled at Louis, who was bent over under the load. Louis, I didn't expect you to bring in goods worth 100 yuan all at once. Uncle Lou is generous. Louis glanced at him and smirked. Didn't you also bring in goods worth 100 yuan? You didn't bring in less than I did. Zhang Keshua chuckled a couple of times. I hadn't planned to bring in so much, but since Tang Ning said that if we couldn't sell it we could return it to him, I bought a bit more. These fried chickens smell so good, I feel like they should sell well. What if they sell out quickly and I can't restock? Louis nodded. Me too. I have a feeling that if we do business with Tang Ning we should be able to earn quite a bit. Just as he was speaking, he felt a poke in his arm and turned to see it was Tian Guang's younger brother Tian Youjiao. Tian Guang was the captain of the production team, and since the village chief and secretary had sent their families to do business, he naturally couldn't directly participate. So he sent his younger brother to do business with Tang Ning. Tian Youjiao had a baby face and was only 16 years old this year. Although young, he was exceptionally observant. He made a gesture to Louis and Zhang Keshua, whispering, "Brothers, stop talking, you be careful not to be overheard." Louis and the others immediately fell silent. Once everyone had walked far away, Li Yaowu cautiously emerged from behind the dirt mound. He glanced in the direction of Tang Ning's house and then at where the crowd had disappeared, piecing together the information he had just heard. Damn it. I said, why do Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang always protect that son of a bitch Tang Ning? So they really accepted benefits from Tang Ning. Damn it, do they think I'm a sick cat just because I haven't shown my claws? Wait and see, I'll report you bastards to the commune. While cursing, he rushed towards the youth station. He needed to quickly write a report. Tang Ning made so much money from private business colluding with village officials to violate policies. I don't believe I can't take down this bastard this time. Suddenly he paused. No way. What did Louis just say about how much goods he brought from Tang Ning? 100. Li Yao's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Keshua also brought in 100 yuan worth of goods. Plus Jiang Ai and those other bitches. That means Tang Ning's son must have earned at least 300 yuan tonight. He licked his lips, his face filled with greed. First I'll ask Tang Ning for money, then I'll kill that bastard. Since he now had Tang Ning's handle, he wasn't afraid of him not paying. He not only wanted to ask Tang Ning for money but also wanted him to kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. And that Jiang Shua? He wanted Tang Ning to personally deliver the little slut to his bed to watch how he played with her. Thinking of this, Li Yaowu coldly chuckled twice. He turned and strode toward Tang Ning's tent. He looked at the large tent before him and recalled the last time he was thrown back by the tent getting covered in filth. He nervously swallowed. Tentatively he reached out his hand. Oh! The tent didn't bounce him away. Li Yaowu immediately straightened his back. At this moment Jiang Shua was happily counting money while sitting on Tang Ning's lap. Tang Ning, feel how fast my heart is beating, I can't believe this is real. We made 590 yuan in such a short time. Tang Ning smiled upon hearing this and complied. Only then did Jiang Shua realize, her face instantly turning as red as an apple. She flusteredly tried to hide, but Tang Ning wouldn't allow it. Li Yaowu paused, his eyes turning red with jealousy, his teeth grinding audibly. That little bitch pretended to be a virtuous woman in front of me yet was so lewd behind my back. Let me watch how I make you regret. Hearing that Tang Ning had made nearly 600 yuan, his heart raced with excitement. Soon this 590 yuan would be his. With this thought he stormed in. Tang Ning, you bastard, get out here. Tang Ning was lost in kneading dough when he heard Li Yao's voice, and his expression immediately darkened. He hadn't set up any surveillance or defense systems in the tent. He didn't expect that idiot Li Yao would come. Jiang Shui quickly stood up from Tang Ning's lap and turned her back to button her clothes. Tang Ning told her to wait inside while he went out to deal with that fool. Oh! Isn't this Grandpa's good grandson? What is it? Want to bow to Grandpa again? You, Li Yao choked, remembering his purpose for coming, and swallowed his anger, sneering. Tang Ning, you're at your wit's end, and you still dare to be proud in front of me? I saw everything. You actually colluded with village officials to conduct illegal business. If I report you to the commune, Jiang Shui, just emerging from the partition, happened to hear this, her delicate face instantly turning pale and beads of cold sweat forming in her palms. Tang Ning's expression darkened. He suspected that Louis and the others had been seen by this bastard when they took goods from him. What do you want? Li Yao wore a smug expression, raising his index finger. They'll give you a day to pay me 1,000 yuan. Also. He pointed at Jiang Shui, his eyes gleaming with lewdness. Obediently send this little slut to my bed, kneel on the ground, and bow to me 3 times, calling me Grandpa 6 times. If you do this, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, just wait to die. You beast. Jiang Shui clenched her fists, a hint of humiliation crossing her face. She had been pampered by her family since childhood. When had she ever been insulted like this? Facing her scolding, Li Yao remained unfazed, confidently staring at Tang Ning. He didn't believe Tang Ning would dare to refuse him. Tang Ning looked coldly at him. He had initially thought this guy was just a little pest. Apart from being disgusting, he was not a threat. He never expected him to become so bold as to threaten him. It seemed like it was time to get rid of this bastard. Having finally seized the opportunity to pin Tang Ning to the ground, Li Yao bounced around the edge of self-destruction, pointing at his mud-soaked cloth shoes. Tang Ning, I command you to crawl over here and lick my shoes clean, kneel and call me father 3 times, and hand over 1,000 yuan along with that little wretch Jiang Shui, or else. I will ensure you die without a burial place. Jiang Shui trembled in anger. So you've been a grandson long enough and have come to be my son. Since that's the case, father will grant your wish. As she spoke, Tang Ning moved swiftly, charging towards Li Yao in an instant. Before he could react, 3 resounding slaps landed on his face, causing Li Yao to see stars, blood gushing from his nose and his face swelling visibly. Son of a dog. Unfilial descendant, call me father. Before Li Yao could finish cursing, Tang Ning delivered a swift set of shadowless punches. Li Yao was sent flying, landing with a loud wow as he spat out a mouthful of blood. With his eyes swollen shut, he saw Tang Ning pursue him, and in fear he curled up, trembling and weeping for mercy. Please, please don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Tang Ning grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the eye again. Weren't you going to be my son? Call me father. Li Yao. In that brief moment of hesitation, bang, another punch landed on his nose. Tang Ning's icy voice echoed in his ears again. Call me father. Li Yao, seeing Tang Ning raise his fist to strike again, he quickly closed his eyes and cried out, Father, father, father. Father. I was wrong, father. This was not his first time calling Tang Ning grandfather. Calling him father was not so difficult. Li Yao lowered his gaze to mask the malice in his eyes. He never expected Tang Ning to care so little about the leverage he had over him. Not only did he not give him money, but he also beat him up. Since it had come to this, he could only be ruthless. Tomorrow he would definitely report Tang Ning to the commune and ensure that rat meets his end. Go. Die. Jiang Shui's eyes widened slowly, her mouth slightly agape. She never expected Li Yao to be so cowardly that after being beaten a few times he actually called Tang Ning father. Tang Ning released Li Yao with satisfaction. Fearing another beating, Li Yao quickly got up from the ground and attempted to run. Just then Tang Ning spoke. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you come to ask father for money? Li Yao paused, looking at him in confusion, asking foolishly, You still want to give me money? Tang Ning nodded. Since you have dirt on father, if father doesn't give you money, wouldn't you report me to the commune? The reason father hit you earlier was that you didn't know how to speak properly, and that's why I couldn't help but teach you a lesson. It's a matter of principle. Li Yaowu felt a surge of confidence and straightened up. Ha, at least you're perceptive. He touched his swollen face and mumbled incoherently, you hit me earlier, so the price is no longer just 1,000 yuan. Give me 1,500 yuan, and let Jiang Shui spend a month with me. Otherwise I'll report you all to the commune and make sure you eat lead. Tang Ning squinted, his eyes a cold glint flashing. I'll give you 2,000 yuan, but don't lay a hand on Jiang Shui. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with a glint of excitement. Alright. Once he got his hands on the 2,000 yuan, he would take care of Tang Ning and have Jiang Shui for himself. Tang Ning said, I don't have that much money on me now. Come back tomorrow and I'll find a way to raise the money tonight. Li Yaowu snorted coldly. Fine, I'll give you a day. You better not pull any tricks or I'll make sure you can't walk away. With a lascivious gaze lingering on Jiang Shui, he turned around triumphantly and left. After he left, Jiang Shui expressed her concern. Tang Ning, are we really going to give that beast 2,000 yuan? We don't have that much money. Tang Ning chuckled coldly. Give a dime? I'd rather throw the money into the river than give it to that grandson. If Li Yaowu truly dared to come tomorrow, he would make sure that rat met his end. After all, with Jiang Shui here and Li Yaowu causing trouble at his doorstep, he didn't know if anyone had seen him. If he killed that grandson directly, he feared he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Thus he had to come up with a way to deal with Li Yaowu that would ensure he could kill him without getting his hands dirty. Looking into Jiang Shui's worried eyes, he pinched her cheek and comforted her. Alright, don't think too much. There's nothing to worry about with your man around. Now it's getting late, hurry back to sleep. Jiang Ai, Feng Hui and Li Xuanhuan had all gone to the black market for business. Tang Ning was not at ease with Jiang Shui sleeping alone at the female youth point, especially with the unscrupulous Li Yaowu next door. Tang Ning simply let Jiang Shui stay the night, planning for her to return with them when Jiang Ai and the others came back in the morning. After being threatened by Li Yaowu, Jiang Shui couldn't sleep at all. After Tang Ning caught her and rolled her around a few times, she finally fell asleep in his embrace. The two of them were deep in slumber while many others were unable to sleep through the night. At Zhang Hongliang's home, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He finally got up, and as he lit the kerosene lamp, he noticed someone sitting on the bed with disheveled hair staring at him. Zhang Hongliang jumped in fright. Oh dear, you scared the soul out of me. Didn't you say you were asleep? When did you get up without a sound? Lu Mingxia sighed. Scientific went to the commune for business. You can't sleep, so how can I? She was worried about her son's safety, fearing he might be captured by the commune. If anything happened, not only would her son suffer, but the position of the old head of the committee would also be at risk. Moreover, most of their savings had been spent by her son for business, and she was genuinely worried about losing it all. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but start complaining. It's all your fault, old man. You wanted to follow Tang Ning into business, but you thought 10 or 20 yuan was enough to test the waters. Taking out 100 yuan all at once if it really lost. She didn't finish her sentence and promptly covered her mouth. Pooh pooh pooh. Bad luck won't work, good luck will. It definitely won't lose. During the day, Zhang Hongliang had been suppressing a surge of energy and finally bit the bullet, taking out 100 yuan for his son to do business. But by night he was feeling uneasy. The pressure in his heart was palpable. Meanwhile, the old lady kept nagging at him without end. Feeling vexed, he grabbed his hat and headed out the door. Hey! What are you doing out this late? Zhao Hongliang whispered. I'm just taking a stroll by the village entrance, you sleep. Just as he reached the front door, he saw a figure stumbling towards him, and upon closer inspection it was Lu Chong. Coincidentally, Lu Chong spotted him too. The two exchanged a knowing glance and smiled wryly. Let's go, brother. After so many years of partnership, they didn't need to ask if they knew what the other was thinking. Worried. Li Yaowu, in a good mood after successfully threatening Tang Ning, hummed a tune as he returned to the male youth point. Liang Cheng had just gotten up to deal with the grain issue when he saw him coming in from outside, his eyes widening in surprise. What the hell happened to your face, Yaowu? Li Yaowu touched his face, a trace of malice crossing his eyes. I accidentally fell. He did not reveal that he had leverage over Tang Ning and had successfully extorted 2,000 yuan from him. The beating he received was his own fault and of course the money was his to keep. Liang Chen looked at him with a complex expression. What kind of bad luck did you have? His face was swollen like a pig's head, shiny, and his eyes looked like a panda's. Li Yaowu hid his left hand behind his back and glanced at him disdainfully. What do you know? After saying that, he walked into the room. Once he got the 2,000 yuan, he was determined to get himself a small courtyard to live in. Moreover, he intended to bring that little wretch Jiang Shui over to serve him on her knees every day. Thinking of this, he chuckled nervously. Liang Chen was astonished and thought to himself, did he hit his head? Or is the blow from Jiang Shui's rejection too great and he's gone mad? The cold moonlight spilled into the valley and the entire Lutang village lay shrouded in silence. A light drizzle began to fall, and as dawn approached, the faces of Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang grew increasingly solemn. The worry in their eyes was almost tangible. Zhang Hongliang, still carrying the dampness of the rain, looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Brother, the sun is about to rise. The two had not slept all night waiting at the village entrance, their clothes soaked. Lu Chong felt a heavy weight in his heart and was about to speak when he heard the sound of shuffling footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Tang Wenshan, Tian Guang, and the family members of Tang Shui coming over. As soon as they spotted Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang from a distance, Tang Wenshan and Tian Guang quickened their pace towards them. Seeing the two drenched from the rain, clearly having waited for a long time, a sense of unease settled in Tang Wenshan's heart. Hasn't anyone returned yet? Lu Chong shook his head. Upon hearing this, the others instantly grew anxious. With dawn approaching and no one back yet, could something have happened? Yesterday everyone had agreed that conducting business during the day was unsafe, so they had sent a few children out at night to work, thus avoiding the scrutiny of the commune. But there are always uncertainties here. With dawn nearing and no one returning, everyone worried whether the children had encountered the commune's personnel. Everyone waited anxiously, their hearts sinking deeper. I told Shui not to go, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on going. He said that the village head and the secretary were leading the way, so what was there to fear? But policies are in place. If something happens, who can save him? My family's Dao Yuan also took most of our money, claiming he would earn money for us to spend. Now I don't expect him to earn anything. If he incurs losses, so be it, but please don't let him get hurt. I don't know who came up with the terrible idea of following Tang Ning to do business. Now look, they didn't earn any money and likely lost their lives instead. Lu Igua, the village representative, knocked his cane and spoke coldly. At that time, neither the village head nor the secretary forced anyone to go. Everyone volunteered, and if something happens, no one can be blamed. He was one of the 3 village representatives willing to follow Tang Ning in business, but due to his age he couldn't go, so his grandson Lu Zhong went instead. The crowd was about to say more when Tian Guang's eyes brightened and he exclaimed, "Their back, village head, someone has returned." Everyone quickly turned to look. Lu Yi and Tian Youtiao were seen trudging towards them, followed by Jiang Ai and 3 young educated women. Youtiao. Tian Guang ran up to greet them, with others quickly gathering around. At the moment they met, Lu Chong hurriedly asked Lu Yi. "Lu Yi, why are only you few back? Where are the others?" Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Dad, we were afraid to all go to the entrance of one factory because of high competition, so we split into smaller groups to go to different factories. Youtiao and I were in one group and we sold out quickly and returned. On the way we ran into Fang Hui and her 3 friends who came back with us. As for the others, they should be on their way back from farther factories." Hearing this, everyone finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. So that was it. Lutang village was closest to the steel and brick factories and the others were farther away. It made sense that they might take longer. Zhang Hongliang, looking at the empty bundles in their hands, brightened up and eagerly asked, "What did you sell? How was business?" Before Lu Yi could respond, Tian Youtiao excitedly shouted, "Secretary, we sold fried chicken and the business was booming. You should have seen the scene. Lu Yi brother brought in 100 yuan worth of goods and sold them all, earning a direct profit of 25 yuan. I made 5 yuan too." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Earning 25 yuan in one night? What does that even mean? They wouldn't earn that much even if they didn't eat or drink for 3 months. Jiang Ai happily shook her head, looking like a seasoned veteran. What's so impressive about earning 25? We directly made 40 yuan. Wow. Again the crowd gasped. Heavens. Earning 40 yuan in one night. They were simply outrageous. It was money that easy to earn. Tian Guang looked suspiciously at Tian Youjiao. Youjiao, did you really earn 5 yuan? I've seen people set up stalls at the commune and earn only 3 to 5 dimes in a night. How did you earn so much? Tian Youjiao excitedly nodded, repeatedly pulling out a handful of cash from his pocket and handing it to Tian Guang. Really, brother, at the factory entrance my business and Louis Brothers were the best. The main thing is that the fried chicken from Tang Ning is delicious and everyone wants to buy it. Now everyone believed him. Following Tang Ning in business really was that lucrative. While they were talking, Tang Gaoyu and Tang Shui, Zhang Keshua and others returned one after another. Just by looking at the smiles on their faces one could tell that they had also made money. Sure enough, upon seeing their families they eagerly reported how much they had earned. The most anyone earned was over 20 while the least made 4 to 5 yuan. The crowd was in an uproar, joyfully dancing about. Oh, I told our Shui early this morning that whatever happens listening to the village head and the secretary is always right. They said following Tang Ning in business would earn money and it surely did. Tang Ning is quite capable, quietly leading everyone to earn so much money, truly impressive. Lu Igua didn't let up, smiling with a hint of sarcasm as he said, just a moment ago you were saying it was a bad idea to lose money and people. The few were caught off guard, but thinking of how they had earned money they were too happy to care about his words. Seeing that everyone had returned and made money, Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang exchanged relieved smiles, the heavy burden finally lifting. Lu Chong waved his hand and said with a smile, all right, the children haven't slept all night and are tired. Let them go home and rest well. Those who want to continue following Tang Ning in business can go back to him tonight for supplies. I still say when out and about act low-key. Everyone nodded, huddling together as they headed home. By noon, the news of Louis and the others making big money had spread to the ears of representatives from 7 other villages. Some representatives were dragged by their wives to the brigade office pleading with Lu Chong to let them join. Others were directly pushed to the brigade office by their parents. Without exception, they all wanted to follow Tang Ning in business. Tang Ning was completely unaware of this, having just delivered goods to Zhao Yuqian up the mountain. The remaining 383 solar-powered small fans were taken by Zhao Yuqian. He successfully earned 766 yuan, in addition to the 590 yuan from the previous night. Over 2 days he had earned a total of 1,356 yuan. Adding the 45 yuan earned from selling mosquito coils, apples and pears, originally 60 yuan, giving 15 yuan in wages to Feng Hui and the others, he had a total income of 1,401 yuan. He spent 400 yuan to have Lu Chong custom make a large glass, and after deducting the costs from several system lottery draws he had a total of 1,996 yuan left. He was close to having 2,000 yuan in savings. Tang Ning curled his lips in a smug smile. This money is enough to build a 2-story small villa. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification rang out. Ding, today's special lottery has been updated. 10000 Chanel lipsticks. 10000 tickets for the Phoenix Legend concert. 10000 free experience cards for health services. 10000 bottles of apple-flavored Mirinda. 10000 bottles of erguotu. Tang Ning looked at the third option, falling into deep thought. What did I do to make Tongzigo think I needed such services? After 10000 sessions, would I even be alive? Shaking his head, he cleared all the messy thoughts from his mind. Looking at the other lottery options, his eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing the last one. He thought of a great way to deal with Li Yaowu. Tongzigo, what is the prize for today's lottery? Tang Ning asked proactively without waiting for the system's prompt. 96 yuan. The system's response was simple and efficient. Tang Ning was too lazy to waste words and immediately took out money to recharge. Start the lottery. The golden pointer began to spin rapidly. Congratulations to the host for winning 10000 bottles of erguotu. With that, golden light flashed and a compartment in the cube space popped out automatically again. Inside were neatly arranged 10000 bottles of erguotu, each bottle containing 1 gene. He scanned the cube with his gaze. Including the erguotra he won today, he had a total of 12 types of products with the corresponding empty slots emitting a faint glow. Slots without products were dull and gray. He had already cleared out all the solar-powered fans, and the slots that originally held them had returned to a gray and dull state. So now there were only 11 glowing slots left in the cube space. Tang Ning smirked, stowed the cube space away, and leisurely walked back to the tent. Louis and the others would not come to pick up the goods until around 10:30 or 11 o'clock, and Jiang Shua would come back with Fang Hui and a few other girls. With nothing to do, he casually cooked something, filled his stomach along with the two little wolves, and then activated the tent's surveillance system, lying on the bed waiting for Li Yaowu to arrive. As soon as the dinner bell rang from the mess hall, Li Yaowu arrived right on time. He planned to pocket the 2000 yuan alone, purposely waiting until Liang Cheng and the others went to get their meals to feign a stomachache, allowing him to slip away and find Tang Ning. As soon as Li Yaowu appeared near the tent, Tang Ning saw him through the surveillance. He lazily got out of bed and noticed the two little wolves sitting side by side with their heads tilted, so he patted their little heads one by one. "Be good and guard the house. I'll cook meat for you when I get back." The little guys were growing quickly and had learned to bark softly to alert him at the sound of unfamiliar footsteps. The little wolves seemed to understand Tang Ning's words, grinning and wagging their tails stiffly at him. As Tang Ning stepped out of the tent, Li Yaowu had just arrived at the entrance. Seeing Tang Ning, he let out a smug laugh. "Hey, where are you going? Are you ready with the 2000 yuan? I warn you, if there's even a cent missing today, I will report you to the commune." He pulled out an envelope from his pocket and waved it in front of Tang Ning, threatening, "I'm not just talking, I've already written the report. As long as you dare not give me the money, this letter will be at the commune tomorrow." Tang Ning glanced at the envelope and then at Li Yaowu, lowering his eyes to conceal the murderous intent within. "You talk too much, follow me." Before he finished speaking, he turned and headed up the mountain. Li Yaowu hesitated for a moment, not moving. "Where to?" "Up the mountain," Tang Ning replied without looking back. "What kind of trick are you playing? Why go up the mountain if you won't give me the money?" Having been beaten by Tang Ning twice, Li Yaowu tried to maintain his facade, but facing Tang Ning alone, he felt quite intimidated. Damn it, if I had known, I would have called Liang Cheng and the others. If Tang Ning made a move, they could at least help share the burden. Seeing he wasn't following, Tang Ning turned around and mocked. "Who keeps 2000 yuan at home? I've hidden the money in the mountains. If you want the money, you have to come with me. You have my weakness in your hands. What are you afraid of? Don't you want the money anymore?" After saying that, he ignored him and slowly walked up the mountain. Thinking about the 2000 yuan coming soon, Li Yaowu gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. He stubbornly said, "Am I afraid of you? I have your weakness. You should be the one afraid of me. Who are you talking to? Forgot how you called me, Dad, yesterday?" Li Yaowu paused, afraid of being beaten, and didn't dare to argue back. The mountain wind howled, and there was still some twilight when they were at the foot of the mountain. By the time they climbed to the top of the mountain, it was completely dark. Fortunately, there was moonlight tonight, barely allowing them to see. Li Yaowu shrank his neck, feeling an intense unease rising in his heart for some reason. He hardened his gaze and suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife from his bosom, pointing it at Tang Ning. "Are you messing with me? Where's the money? Take it out quickly. If you dare to play tricks, I'll kill you." Tang Ning stopped, looking down the mountain where he could see scattered flickering lights. They were far enough from Lu Tang village. "There is money," he said, putting down his backpack, his voice cold. "Unfortunately, you don't have the life to take it." Li Yaowu was stunned. In the next moment, his expression hardened, and he raised the kitchen knife in his hand to slash at Tang Ning. "Damn you, how dare you mess with me?" Tang Ning's expression was emotionless, his gaze cold as he swiftly dodged the knife. At the same time, he took out a gun directly from the space and shot at Li Yao's feet with a bang. Li Yaowu never expected he had a gun, and he was so frightened that he wet his pants. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and he trembled as he dropped the kitchen knife, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Tang Ning. "Dad, no, Grandpa, I won't dare anymore. I don't want money, I don't want anything, please don't kill me." While crying and begging for mercy, he kept kowtowing to Tang Ning. Tang Ning didn't waste words with him, tossing a bottle of erguotra at his feet and ordering drink. "Huh?" Li Yaowu looked confused. Tang Ning frowned impatiently. Drink, don't make me repeat myself, otherwise the next shot will be in your head. Drink, drink, I'll drink. Li Yaowu dared not get up, grabbing the erguoto, opened the cap and poured it into his mouth. He took 2 big gulps cautiously, then said, I've drunk. Tang Ning coldly said, finish it. Li Yaowu was taken aback, and seeing Tang Ning about to move his gun again, he hurriedly drank more. He didn't drink often, and after 1 bottle his cheeks were already red like a monkey's butt. He burped but hadn't spoken yet. Another bottle of alcohol was tossed in front of him. Keep drinking. Tang Ning remained terse. Li Yaowu dared not resist, picked up the bottle and continued drinking. He finished the 2nd bottle. He finished the 3rd bottle. After just 2 sips of the 4th bottle, he suddenly vomited, unable to even kneel steadily as he felt extremely dizzy. Subconsciously remembering that Tang Ning had a gun, he stammered and pleaded for mercy. No, I can't drink anymore, Tang Ning ancestor, dad, please spare me. Before he finished speaking, he fell backward with a thud, lying on the ground with his chest heaving slightly. Tang Ning put away the gun in his hand, picked up the bottle on the ground and forced it into his mouth until the 4th bottle of erguoto was completely poured down his throat before stopping. As soon as he let go, Li Yaowu immediately began to vomit violently. Fortunately, Tang Ning was quick-witted and dodged just in time. Looking at Li Yao's miserable state, Tang Ning sneered, you bastard, I didn't want to argue with you, but you kept asking for trouble and dared to have designs on xuanhuan. She is my woman, how dare you even think you are worthy? Today's outcome is your own doing. Being a drunkard is still a cheap deal for you, you bastard. Saying this, he felt it was still not enough and kicked him in the stomach. Li Yaowu, who was unconscious, groaned like a dead pig, showing no other reaction, clearly heavily intoxicated. Until Li Yaowu completely lost consciousness, lying on the ground like a dead dog without any movement, Tang Ning opened the remaining 2 bottles of erguoto and poured them all over his head. Dragging him to the edge of the cliff, he directly kicked him down. Tang Ning picked up the bullet casing on the ground, also picked up the kitchen knife and threw both into the space along with the gun. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out the report letter from him, took a glance and tossed it into the space before heading down the mountain. The cliff was at least 10 stories high, and Li Yaowu would undoubtedly die if he fell. At the foot of the mountain at the male youth commune, Liang Qing pushed open the courtyard door and began to shout, Yaowu, you lazy donkey, hurry up and come out for dinner. I've brought your food back. Behind him, Zhang Wentao and Liang Ijuan laughed heartily and called out, maybe he's still squatting in the toilet, why not just take the food in for him? Squatting for so long? I wonder if his thing got bitten by mosquitoes. Yaowu, can you still use it? The 3 of them laughed uproariously. If this were usual, Li Yaowu would already be furious, but today he showed no signs of life. Liang Ijuan paused, a look of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Not here. Liang Cheng had already stepped inside, immediately spotting Li Yaowu's bed, which looked like a pigsty. Aside from the messy blankets and clothes, there was no one there. Zhang Wentao raised his eyebrows as he followed behind. Oh, he really isn't here? Usually he's the most eager to eat. How come he's not at home waiting? Liang Cheng glanced at Li Yaowu's portion of food and grinned mischievously. Since he's not here, let's help ourselves to his meal. Zhang Wentao and Liang Cheng's eyes lit up. Good idea. They both held out their bowls towards Liang Cheng, waiting for him to serve the food. These past few days had not yet become busy, and the rations had decreased accordingly, with each person only able to share half a bowl of porridge for dinner. Although Li Yaowu's half bowl divided among the 3 of them wouldn't amount to much, every extra bite meant having more in their stomachs. It would also help them stay full a little longer at night. Liang Qing carefully shared Li Yao's portion of porridge with the other 2. Zhang Wentao took a big mouthful of porridge and mumbled, do you think Yaowu will be angry if we eat his food when he comes back? And why would he get angry? Missing one meal won't kill him, it's not like he was here. Besides, he might be hiding away enjoying some good food, he's done that before. Stop talking, let's eat quickly before he returns. The porridge disappeared in just a few bites. Liang Qing held the bowl in his left hand, scraping the remaining porridge off the rim with his right index finger and licking it clean. Only then did he smacking his lips in satisfaction. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them tacitly removed their clothes and shoes and climbed onto the bed to sleep. This little bit surely wasn't enough to fill them up, rather it only whetted their appetites, making them feel even hungrier. To avoid feeling uncomfortable, they went to bed right after eating. It wasn't just them doing this, everyone typically did the same. Tang Ning returned home and deactivated the tent's defense system. Yesterday he had taken 500 pieces of Korean fried chicken, selling off 295, leaving 205 in the warehouse. After thinking for a moment, he took out another 500 pieces of fried chicken from his storage to replenish the warehouse, preventing Louis and the others from running out of stock when they came for supplies. At 10:30 p.m. the buyers began to arrive one after another. The first ones to come were the four girls Jiang Shui, Fang Hui, Jiang Ai, and Xuanhuan. As soon as Jiang Shui arrived, she nervously scrutinized Tang Ning's expression. However, there was nothing unusual about Tang Ning's demeanor, and she couldn't tell whether Li Yaowu had come to cause trouble. Did Tang Ning give him the money? But with Fang Hui and the others around, she couldn't ask, so she suppressed her worries and rolled up her sleeves to help Tang Ning arrange the goods. Tang Ning, big brother, these fried chickens you've brought in are selling like hotcakes. Everyone is fighting over them at $2.50 each. Louis and the others also made a good profit. I heard many village representatives went to find the village chief and secretary during the day to discuss doing business with you. Jiang Ai, who lacked subtlety, came in with a loud voice recounting everything that had happened in the village during the day. She even blurted out the selling prices they were offering. But even if Tang Ning found out, it wouldn't matter if they trusted him completely. Moreover, Tang Ning earned much more than they did and wouldn't care about this small sum. Fang Hui, unlike her, was less outspoken but didn't joke about it. Tang Ning, this time we want to take more supplies. Let's just take 100 pieces. 100 pieces weren't too many. The three girls could easily carry over 30 each. Li Wenwan nodded vigorously, pulling a straw hat out of her pocket and handing it to Tang Ning. By the way, Tang Ning, this hat was bought by the three of us at the commune last night. It's a gift for you. Thank you for taking care of us during this time. Although Tang Ning was only doing this for the sake of Jiang Shui treating them to meat and soup and doing business with them, they genuinely appreciated him. So once they made some money, they thought of giving Tang Ning a gift to express their gratitude. Tang Ning was taken aback. He had brought the three of them into business for a purpose, and treating them to meat and soup was just a side benefit. He had never thought about them repaying him. Jiang Shui smiled, taking the straw hat from Li Wenwan and stuffing it into his hands. Here, take it. These girls also bought one for me. I didn't bring it today since there's no sun. Tang Ning grinned as he tried on the straw hat. It's just the right size, thank you all. As he spoke, others began to come in one after another to pick up supplies. Not to mention Jiang Ai was quite well informed. Besides the people who came yesterday for supplies, Lu Chong brought 10 young men to look for Tang Ning to get supplies. These 10 young men were the village representatives who were unwilling to do business with Tang Ning last time, and some were family members of the representatives. However, it was their first time and they didn't dare to take supplies like Louis, who took 100 or 200 pieces. They only dared to take 8 or 9 pieces or 10 to test the waters. Of course, some wanted to take more, but their family conditions wouldn't allow it. Even so, the 705 pieces of fried chicken Tang Ning had prepared were all sold out. By the time everyone had left, the warehouse was in complete disarray. Jiang Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes shining bright. Tang Ning, how much did we earn tonight? Tang Ning counted the bills in his hand and smiled. $1,410. Jiang Shui froze for a moment, then erupted into a shrill scream. Ah! She jumped onto Tang Ning, wrapping her legs around his waist, excitedly kissing him several times. Tang Ning, you're so amazing. How can you make so much money? Before she could finish her sentence, she fell silent. Tang Ning held her hips to prevent her from falling. What's wrong? Hadn't she been quite excited just a moment ago? Jiang Shui jumped down from him, shaking her head. I just suddenly thought of Li Yaowu. Did he come to ask you for money? At 3 o'clock in the morning, it was the perfect time for a deep sleep. Lu Chong smacked his lips, turned over, and intended to continue sleeping. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the courtyard, urgent knocking on the door sounded, accompanied by the calls of Liang Cheng and others. Village chief, come out quickly, something big has happened. Inside, Ariel was so scared that she shivered and burst into tears. Angrily, Hung Ying kicked Lu Chong in the leg. Can't you let someone sleep in peace? Aren't you going to check it out? Having been woken up repeatedly in the middle of the night, Lu Chong's expression was dark and grim. You little brat. He put on his clothes, cursing as he walked out. Only then did he notice that it had started to rain again and the path in the courtyard which had just dried was now accumulating quite a bit of water. Lu Chong couldn't help but frown. This year's rain was particularly abundant and he wondered when they could plant the fields. He threw open the door and without looking at the few people outside scolded loudly. "What are you here to report about Tang Ning this time?" Liang Cheng was taken aback and after reacting he hurriedly replied. "No, village chief, it's Li Yaowu who is in trouble. He's missing." He and Zhang Wentao thought that Li Yaowu had secretly hidden away to enjoy some good food. So after finishing Li Yao's portion of food, the three of them went to bed early. However, when he got up in the middle of the night to use the toilet, he found that Li Yaowu had not returned. Only then did they realize someone was missing. Fearing something had happened, they hurriedly rushed through the rain to report to the village chief. Lu Chang's eyes widened. "What do you mean? What do you mean he's missing?" "Village chief, here's the thing." Liang Aijuan saw that Liang Qing couldn't explain, so he hurriedly clarified the situation. "We've searched all the usual places he would go, but we haven't found him. Village chief, please arrange for someone to help us look for him quickly. It's still raining and we are really afraid something has happened to him." Lu Chang's face was terrifyingly gloomy. "You few, move quickly, split up to call people. Wake up Secretary Zhang and Team Leader Tian. Tell Team Leader Tian not to come to the brigade office but to take the patrol team to look for him quickly. It's raining and a person going missing is no joke." No matter how little Lu Chong thought of Li Yaowu, he was still alive. Oh, good. Liang Cheng and the others received the orders and quickly split up to take action. The snow made it so that people couldn't open their eyes. Lu Chong rushed into the kitchen and tied a torch. Li Hongying heard the commotion and quickly came out to see what was going on. "Old man, what happened?" Lu Chong lit the torch and walked outside saying, "Li Yaowu is in trouble. I'm going to look for him. You and Jingjing stay at home and keep the door secured. It's raining and the ground is slippery. Be careful." Li Hongying looked at his hurried figure uneasily, reminding him. When Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang came to find Tang Ning, he was sleeping soundly with Jiang Shui in his arms. Hearing someone approach, Jiang Shui shrank slightly. Tang Ning gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "I'm going out to take a look. Don't come out." After all, they weren't married yet, and if others saw Jiang Shui sleeping here, it would be bad for her reputation. Fang Hui and the other two had a good relationship with Jiang Shui, so it didn't matter. They would tease her but wouldn't say anything outside. As Tang Ning walked out of the partition, he discovered that it had actually started raining. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang were wearing raincoats with a layer of water on them. The torch flickered gracefully in the wind and rain. He hurriedly approached them, expressing concern. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Hongliang, why are you both here so late?" Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang exchanged glances and replied, "Li Yaowu is missing. If the strong laborers in the village have gone to help look for him, you should also go. Don't let others gossip." "Missing? All right. Uncle, wait for me a moment. I'll put on a raincoat and come out right away." He ran back to the partition, put on the raincoat and slipped on sandals. Jiang Shui, seeing him about to go out, curiously asked from the bed, "What happened? Why are you going out so late?" Tang Ning glanced at her, his brows slightly furrowed, and said softly, "The village chief said Li Yaowu is missing and wants me to help look for him." Jiang Shui's eyes widened. "Missing? So something did happen. No wonder he didn't ask you for money. After doing so many bad things, he deserves whatever happens to him." Tang Ning smiled slightly and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "You continue to sleep. I'm going to look for people. The village chief and the others are still waiting for me outside." With that, he strode out, activating all the surveillance, attack and defense systems of the tent. This way, as long as someone approached the tent, he would immediately be aware. Soon Lu Tang village became lively. In the wind and rain, the torches converged into a fire dragon with the name Li Yaowu echoing throughout the valley. In the early morning, the rain stopped and the entire valley was shrouded in mist. Li Yaowu. After searching all night, Tang An felt like his entire leg was not his own. However, with Tian Guang beside him, he didn't dare to slack off. He shouted loudly, striking the bush with the stick in his hand. He curiously leaned forward to take a look at a dark object inside. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly frightened, pale, sitting down on the ground. Dead people? Ah! Someone is dead. Before Tianguang could react, Tang Ning jumped onto him, trembling all over. Captain Li Yaowu is dead. Tianguang was about to scold him when he paused, following the direction Tang Ning was pointing. Sure enough, he saw a man lying in the bushes, a broken branch piercing through his chest, blood flowing everywhere. His eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to close in death, and half of his face had been chewed off by something, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Tang Ning was still shaking on him, and Tianguang disdainfully threw him down. Get away! Oh my god, how tragic! How could he die here? There's a strong smell of alcohol. He must have fallen after drinking too much and got eaten by a beast. Captain, what do we do now? Besides Tang Ning, there were 5 strong laborers with Tianguang who began to discuss the situation. Tianguang's face was grim. First, let's carry him back. Lucy, go tell the village chief we found the person so they don't keep searching. Get 2 people to help. In Lutang village, the brigade office. Li Yao's corpse lay quietly in the courtyard. Surrounded by people, they whispered while pointing at his body. Lu Chong squatted on one side, smoking a pipe, his brows furrowed tightly. A young intellectual had died in the village, and if the commune found out, it would be troublesome. He glanced at Tianguang and asked in a deep voice, "Do you mean he fell to his death after getting drunk?" Tianguang nodded, pointing at several empty bottles on the ground, his expression complicated. He emptied a total of 6 bottles. I don't know what got into this guy running up the mountain at night to drink. The bottles were all found on the cliff above Li Yao's corpse. He was astonished at the time. Having seen many people drink, it was the first time he saw someone drink themselves to death. Tang Ning stood among the crowd, tiredly pinching his brow, diligently playing the role of an invisible man. Sure enough, things were developing in the direction he predicted, and it was time for this to come to an end. Just then Tang Tsung suddenly rushed out and pointed at Tang Ning, shouting loudly. Li Yaowu was killed by Tang Ning. Tang Ning's heart skipped a beat. What nonsense are you talking about? Yesterday when he and Li Yaowu went up the mountain, they happened to coincide with the cafeteria serving meals. Everyone had gone to eat and his home was on the outskirts of the village, so logically he shouldn't have been seen. Could it be that Tang Tsung was trying to deceive him? Tang Ning felt a surge of panic, and in an instant countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet his face remained as calm as an old dog. At this moment he could not show any signs of abnormality. Tang Tsung pointed at him, swearing earnestly. You killed Li Yaowu. I saw it with my own eyes. Li Yaowu went up the mountain with you yesterday evening. Now that he is dead, how can you stand here unharmed? If you didn't kill him, then who did? His gaze at Tang Ning was filled with pride. After suffering repeated losses at Tang Ning's hands, Tang Tsung had become wiser. He no longer confronted Tang Ning directly, realizing he couldn't defeat him, but it was still possible to secretly trip him up. Thus he began to keep a watchful eye on him daily, hoping to catch Tang Ning making a mistake so he could deal with him directly. Coincidentally, he had seen Tang Ning and Li Yaowu go up the mountain together yesterday. The distance was too far and he couldn't hear what they were saying. At that moment he wondered why Li Yaowu, who hated Tang Ning for stealing his love, was now mingling with him. Why had they gotten entangled together? The mountain was rife with poisonous insects and wild beasts, and he feared encountering a beast, so he did not follow them. More importantly, he was afraid Tang Ning would discover him and beat him up. However, he was certain that Li Yao's death was definitely related to that scoundrel Tang Ning. Tang Ernio and Li Xiao, seeing Tang Tsung's fervor, quickly jumped in. Oh wow! So the murderer is you? How cruel of you! Just because Li Jiqing didn't let you stay at the youth station, you went so far as to kill him over such a trivial conflict? A little scoundrel is still a scoundrel. He could even attack the benefactor who raised him for over a decade, and it's not surprising that he would kill. The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar. Those standing beside Tang Ning instinctively moved away from him, eyeing him with suspicious glances. No way, Tang Ning usually seems so quiet. Could he really be capable of murder? Well, as they say, a dog that barks doesn't bite. Li Yaowu drove Tang Ning out of the youth station. Perhaps he really bore a grudge and killed him. I think what Tang Ernio and his wife said makes a lot of sense. Have you all forgotten how Tang Ning single-handedly made Tang Ernio's family spit blood? Li Yaowu really wasn't a match for Tang Ning. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Jiang Shua's heart raced and she couldn't help but speak up in rebuttal. What nonsense are you all talking? How could Tang Ning possibly kill someone? Didn't you hear Captain Tian say that Li Yaowu died from drinking too much? She believed that Tang Ning would never commit murder. Those who did business with Tang Ning also spoke up in his defense. You all shouldn't make wild accusations. If Tang Ning really killed Li Yaowu, how could he not run away? Exactly. We were all at Tang Ning's place getting goods last night and didn't see Li Yaowu at all. Don't slander him. Lu Chong knocked on the dry tobacco pipe in his hand. Everyone be quiet. The crowd fell silent. He glanced at Tang Ning and said solemnly, Tang Ning, is what Tang Tsung said true? Did you really go into the mountains with Li Yaowu? Did you cause his death? He didn't really believe that Tang Ning had killed someone. After all, he had watched Tang Ning grow up and knew him quite well. This child, although stubborn and not talkative, was not a ruthless person. Otherwise he wouldn't have suggested making money together with the entire village. However, as the village chief, he couldn't ignore it when someone came out to accuse Tang Ning. All eyes turned to Tang Ning. He lowered his gaze to hide the emotions in his eyes and slowed his breathing. He shook his head firmly and said, Village chief, I didn't see Li Yaowu at all yesterday. He turned around, casting a heavy glance at Tang Tsung, then looked at the crowd and declared loudly. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, you all know what kind of life I've lived before. Tang Ernia's family, disregarding my father's life-saving grace, seized my homestead, took advantage of my illness to drive me out of my home, swindled all my money and treated me like a servant. I only acted against them because they were too oppressive. I had no choice but to resist. The conflict I have with them is real, and Tang Tsung's claim that I killed Li Yaowu is simply a scheme to frame me. As Louis said, if I really had killed Li Yaowu, why wouldn't I run away? Why would I wait here to be caught? Tang Tsung noticed the change in the expressions of the crowd, clearly believing Tang Ning's words, and suddenly became anxious. You have to believe me, I really saw him go into the mountains with Li Yaowu. He was the one who killed Li Yaowu. Don't let him deceive you. Tang Ning took a step forward, coldly staring at him. You say I killed Li Yaowu. Do you have any evidence? Other than seeing me go into the mountains with Li Yaowu, is there anyone else who saw us together? Also, even if I did kill Li Yaowu, would he just stand there waiting for me to kill him without defending himself? But everyone, do you see any wounds on Li Yao's body that would indicate a struggle? And look at me, do you see any wounds from a fight on my body? As he spoke, Tang Ning deliberately took off his shirt, revealing his arms to the crowd. The crowd saw that his arms indeed bore no scars, and all fell silent. Tang Ning continued, moreover, even if I did go into the mountains with Li Yaowu, if he wanted to drink, could I stop him from drinking? If he drank himself to death or fell to his death, what does that have to do with me? Tang Tsung was taken aback. He hadn't followed them, so how could he have evidence? At that time everyone had gone to the cafeteria to eat, and aside from him no one else had seen Tang Ning with Li Yaowu. Li Xiao, seeing that Tang Ning had effectively countered Tang Tsung's accusations, was infuriated. I saw it. I saw you kill Li Yaowu. Tang Ning glanced at her. What you saw doesn't count. You hold a grudge against me? The lady in charge of serving food laughed. Li Xiao, I saw you in the cafeteria yesterday. Do you have eyes that can see 1,000 miles to watch Tang Ning kill Li Yaowu? Many others chimed in, yes, yesterday evening I also saw Li Xiao and Tang Erniu draining water in the yard. So are Tang Erniu and his family really lying? How cruel-hearted they must be. After all, Tang Ning has been their servant for over a decade, yet they wrongfully accuse him of murder. Hey, didn't you hear Tang Ning? Tang Erniu's family wants his homestead. If Tang Ning dies, that homestead will belong to them. Ugh, this is terrifying to think about. There isn't a good person in that family. Tang Tsung was so anxious that he jumped up, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Liang Cheng and a few others pointing at them and shouting loudly. Liang Cheng, do you think Tang Ning has a conflict with Li Yaowu? Do you think Tang Ning killed him? In an instant the already unattractive faces of Liang Cheng and the others turned pale as paper. None of them expected that Li Yaowu would suddenly die. During this time Li Yaowu had a deep enmity with Tang Ning, and they secretly guessed that this matter should have something to do with Tang Ning. However, when faced with Tang Ning's deep-set eyes, they only felt a chill run down their spines and dared not say a word. Liang Chen was so frightened that his tongue stumbled. WWE. Enough. Li Yaowu went up the mountain to drink and fell to his death. You can't blame anyone else. This matter ends here. As soon as Zhang Hongliang spoke, Liang Jun quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say another word. What was there to say? The secretary and the village chief supported Tang Ning so much. With Li Yao as president, he just wanted to keep a low profile. Lu Cheng also stood up, casting a warning glance at Tang Ernyo. You're half buried in the ground already. Shouldn't you think before you speak or act? No matter how dissatisfied you are with Tang Ning, he has lived with you for over a decade. Have you ever thought about whether he can survive this mess you've created? If anything happens to him, I'd like to see how you explain it to the Shan couple. Don't forget it was Shan Tang who saved your life, Tang Ernyo. If it weren't for him, it would have been you lying dead. Adopting Tang Ning was also your promise to Shan Tang. Are you not afraid that Shan Tang will come looking for you in the middle of the night after doing such a heartless thing? Lu Cheng scanned the crowd, the village chief's aura fully emanating, creating a heavy sense of pressure. Now that things have escalated to this point, there are some matters that I must address with everyone in advance. In recent days, Tang Ning has been busy helping the villagers with business to earn money. With people coming and going at home, he couldn't possibly have committed the murder of Li Yaowu. Li Yaowu drank himself to death. From now on, I don't want to hear anything in the village that tarnishes Tang Ning's reputation. Otherwise, none of you will be allowed to do business with him. With a sincere heart, Tang Ning was leading everyone to make money. He couldn't let the villagers lose faith in him. Doing business? What kind of business? Isn't there a policy against doing business? An uninformed villager couldn't help but ask. Zhang Keshua replied loudly, Tang Ning plans to lead everyone to do business and earn money. In the past few days, the village chief and the secretary have been testing the waters with the village representatives. We haven't fully implemented it in the village yet, but we've all participated, and last night I earned 30 yuan again. Tian Yutia also spoke loudly. I earned 20 yuan too. Brother Tang Ning is a good person, he would never kill anyone. If anyone dares to throw dirt on him again, don't blame me for being rude. Following that, Zhang Keshua, Lu Zhongjiang, Ai, and others who were doing business with Tang Ning all stood up to testify for him. Hearing that they had made so much money by following Tang Ning, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and the next moment they erupted in excitement. Putting aside the matter of Li Yao's death, they surrounded Tang Ning, clamoring to do business with him. I told you Tang Ning is a good kid, he wouldn't even kill an ant. How could he possibly kill someone? Some people just have black hearts, throwing all sorts of accusations at you. Tang Ning, do you need anyone else? I want to join you and earn money too. No matter what others say, we don't believe you would kill anyone. What kind of business are you doing that makes so much money? Let me join in too. If anyone says again that Tang Ning killed someone, I'll be the first to tear their mouth apart. Such a good kid, how could he possibly kill? Tang Ning, do you think Auntie can join you in business? Brother Tang Ning, take me along. Brother Tang Ning, count me in as well. Liang Cheng and the others were pushed into a corner, shivering. The family of Tang Ernyo looked on in astonishment at the scene before them. They couldn't fathom how Tang Ning had suddenly transformed from a murderer into someone so sought after. What surprised them even more was that Tang Ning was secretly doing business. No wonder he had been building houses and buying meat and beds recently. So he was making a fortune. But why, if this little brat had a way to make money, was he not bringing them along, instead choosing to associate with outsiders? Has he forgotten who raised him with so much hardship for over a decade? A brat is still a brat, totally ungrateful. The eyes of Tang Ernyo and his family turned red with jealousy. They wanted to follow Tang Ning into business, but having just wrongfully accused him of murder, none of them could bring themselves to face him now. Lu Cheng looked at the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction, and raised his voice to interrupt everyone's enthusiasm. All right, let's talk about business later. Now each household should send a strong laborer to help bury Li Jiqing in the back mountain. Li Yao's corpse was still at the entrance of the brigade office. He has no family here, so the village must take care of the funeral. Normally any family having a wedding or funeral would set up a couple of tables. However, Li Yaowu was a sent-down youth and had no relatives in Lutang village. Liang Cheng and a few other youths had no money and were unwilling to spend for his funeral. Thus the village took the initiative to organize people to bury him. Seeing the village chief had spoken, no one pursued the matter further and began to prepare for Li Yao's funeral. Zhang Hongliang came to Tang Ning's side, patting him on the shoulder. You don't need to go later. Li Yaowu had conflicts with Tang Ning while alive and now he was wrongfully accused of being killed by Tang Ning. He was worried that Tang Ning would feel uncomfortable. Tang Ning nodded. He didn't want to be involved in such matters. He didn't go, nor did Jiang Shui and Jiang Ai, the 4 female youths. While alive they had already fallen out with Li Yaowu. After his death they saw no need to maintain appearances. With the time they had they might as well go back to sleep, especially after being busy all night yesterday. Li Yaowu was buried by the villagers in the back mountain. Liang Qing, Zhang Wentao and Liang Aijuan followed the villagers down the mountain, their eyes red. After all, they had lived with Li Yaowu for several years. With him suddenly dying they couldn't possibly feel nothing. Liang Qing wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and glanced back at the small grave mound of Li Yaowu. He opened his mouth. Wentao Aijuan, do you think Li Yao's death has anything to do with Tang Ning? Before he finished, Zhang Wentao covered his mouth. Sure. Are you looking for death? Memories flashed back to the night before when his sleep had always been light and he could be startled awake by the slightest noise. He had been sleeping soundly when Li Yaowu elbowed him awake and he was about to explode in anger when he heard that guy cursing Tang Ning. Damn Tang Ning, the moment I get the money you're dead. At that time he hadn't paid it any mind, thinking it was just Li Yaowu obsessing over his thoughts and blaming Tang Ning. It wasn't until he discovered Li Yao's corpse on the mountain that he realized. He was afraid that Li Yaowu had done something behind their backs that completely enraged Tang Ning, leading to his untimely demise. He knew what Tang Song said might be true, but he dared not speak out. Tang Ning was doing business with the villagers and all the villagers were protecting him. It was not something they could turn against. Haven't they seen how Tang Ernyo's family repeatedly suffered losses at his hands? Zhang Wentao trembled in fear, his face pale as a ghost. Liang Aijuan noticed something was off and tentatively asked, Wentao, do you know something? Zhang Wentao hesitated for a moment, nodded and whispered, if you two believe me, avoid Tang Ning from now on. You both saw what happened today. Li Yao's death is clearly suspicious, but both the village chief and the secretary chose to let it go. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. If you don't want to end up like Li Yaowu, just keep a low profile. Li Yao's death did not ignite any sparks in the village. After burying Li Yaowu, everyone moved on, flooding into the brigade office to inquire about business dealings with Tang Ning. To this end, Lu Chong specifically held a mobilization meeting. The meeting's content was simple, encouraging everyone to actively engage in business with Tang Ning but to avoid trouble and maintain a low profile when outside. No one in the village was allowed to disclose any information about their business dealings. Meanwhile, the patrol team's nighttime duties were reinstated. Although Lutang village was small, its security measures were well in place. Day and night there were patrols in every season. However, due to the recent rain and the lack of food supplies for the villagers, Lu Chong cancelled the nighttime patrol. Engaging in business collectively was a significant matter, especially since the village officials were leading the charge in risky endeavors, thus caution was paramount. Therefore, Lu Chong and several village officials unanimously decided to restore the nighttime patrol. If any rumors or disturbances arose, they could receive early warnings and take countermeasures preventing surprises. While the brigade office was in session, Tang Ning began today's special discount lottery. Ding! Today's special discount lottery updates are as follows: 1000 bags of fine flour, 1000 rainbow lollipops, 1000 phone holders, 1000 bottles of Qingdao beer, 1000 world maps. Today's special price is 10 yuan. Holding a hefty sum of 3310 yuan, Tang Ning directly opted for a recharge. As soon as the recharge was completed, the system began the lottery for him. After the pointer spun wildly for several rounds, it finally landed on the fine flour. With food at home, he felt at ease, especially since this era was rife with famine. Fine flour was a necessity in any era. During wartime, it was even more important than gold or oil and would certainly sell well. Most importantly, he had primarily been eating coarse grains lately with no refined staples. With this fine flour, his staple diet would surely become more varied. Dumplings, buns, steamed bread, various beef and lamb noodles, just thinking about it made Tang Ning almost drool. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 1000 bags of fine flour. As the system notification dropped, a magic cube space materialized before Tang Ning, automatically popping up a compartment. Inside were precisely 1000 bags of flour, each weighing 50 jin. Since being dragged out of bed by Lu Cheng early yesterday morning, he hadn't eaten anything. Glancing at the sun, he estimated it was close to noon. Well, then he might as well combine breakfast and lunch. Tang Ning directly took a bag of flour to the kitchen. First he poured some mineral water, then took out some green onions from the space, intending to make some scallion pancakes. After mixing the flour, chopped green onions, and mineral water into a batter, he heated the oil and started frying pancakes. While busy, he also took out a whole roasted lamb from the space, tearing it into pieces and placing it on a plate. The little wolf with its keen nose had long since caught the scent and rushed over, whining incessantly. Tang Ning smiled and tossed the meat-laden bone to them. Catch! Oh, the agile big pancake caught the bone in midair, fearing the second pancake would snatch it, and ran off with it. The second pancake, who missed out on the meat, immediately turned to chase after it. Tang Ning shook his head at the meat in his hands. Their IQ is concerning. Before long he had everything prepared. As Jiang Shui came out from the brigade office, she followed Fang Hui and the others back to the female-educated youth point. Thus only Tang Ning was left to eat. He savored a scallion pancake with a bite of roasted lamb, enjoying his meal slowly. After lunch, Tang Ning rested for a while. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Wenshan came over. Today was the auspicious day calculated by Grandma Zhang for starting work. However, after the incident with Li Yaowu in the morning, Tang Wenshan, fearing Tang Ning might mind, specifically came to ask. Tang Ning, how about we postpone the work for a few days? After all, I see you're quite comfortable in this tent, and there's no rush in the next couple of days. He was also feeling unsure. Grandma Zhang's calculations were indeed off. On the auspicious day to start work, someone in the village had died, and the deceased was nearly connected to Tang Ning. From any perspective, this did not seem like a good day. Tang Ning shook his head. It's fine, uncle, I don't mind these things, let's start today. Seeing that he truly didn't care, Tang Wenshan nodded in agreement. He went back to call the workers over and set off a string of firecrackers at Tang Ning's entrance. The crackling sounds attracted the attention of the villagers, yet upon seeing that Tang Ning's house was about to start work, everyone thought to lend him a hand. Without needing to be called, they all came over to help. In addition to the 8 laborers, Tang Wenshan had found the 7 village representatives who were doing business with Tang Ning also brought people to assist. Many other villagers who wanted to engage in business with Tang Ning also arrived, and for a moment the tent was bustling with excitement and noise. The old house was built with mud bricks and hay, making it easy to dismantle. Moreover, with so many hands, the work progressed rapidly, and before night fell the house was completely torn down. Tang Wenshan clapped the dust off his hands and smiled. We've taken down the house today, tomorrow we can start digging the foundation. Your tent is cooled, and with everyone working hard it will surely be done in less than 2 months, and you'll be able to move into a solid brick house. Hearing this, other villagers couldn't help but echo in agreement. Oh, Tang Ning will be the first in our village to live in a brick house, how impressive. It's a pity that the couple from the Shantang family passed away early and couldn't enjoy the blessings. Sigh. If only the couple could see from the underworld, they would surely be proud of Tang Ning's capabilities. Fearing that everyone might touch on Tang Ning's sore spot, Tang Wenshan quickly waved his hand to stop the chatter, smiling at Tang Ning. Then we'll head back now and come again tomorrow. Thinking of Tang Ning wanting to engage everyone in business, he paused and added, if you have something to do, just go ahead. The village head and the secretary will keep an eye on the project so there won't be any issues. Tang Ning nodded. Once construction began, the tent would be bustling with people, making it indeed inconvenient for him to act. It seemed that in the future he should still let the villagers go to the canyon to get supplies. Otherwise, if the workers didn't see anyone delivering goods and they asked, it would be difficult for him to explain the source of the items. Seeing Tang Wenshan about to leave, Tang Ning quickly ran back to the tent to avoid the crowd's gaze and took out 2 bags of flour, 50 jin of green onions, and 10 whole roasted lambs. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he smiled and said, everyone has worked hard today. I'm not much of a cook, so I won't keep everyone for dinner. These things, Uncle Wenshan, you can arrange for the brothers to have a feast. I will trouble everyone a lot in the future regarding my house. As the aroma of the roasted lamb filled the air, the crowd's mouths watered. Tang Ning has really made money. He took out so much meat just like that. And green onions, he took out such a huge bunch all at once. Those 2 bags must be flour, right? I can smell it. How much did all this cost? Tang Ning shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid really didn't want to owe anyone any favors. Tang Ning, you are making money together with everyone. Everyone is grateful to you. Helping you with some work is only right. You don't need to do this. Tang Ning smiled gently. Uncle, business is business. Everyone's life is tough. How could I let you help me for free? These items are just my small token of appreciation. He brought out these items to let the villagers see his strength. Human nature always prioritizes benefits. Only when the villagers gain tangible advantages from him would they genuinely trust and willingly support him. Only then would they sincerely believe in him and be willing to safeguard him. In the future he wouldn't have to be as cautious in his actions in the village as he was now. With things reaching this point, Tang Ning had no choice but to let someone take the items back to the team headquarters. Everyone who helped Tang Ning would receive their share. Starting from 9:30 p.m. the villagers began to come in one after another to collect their goods. Tang Ning took a rough glance and noted that apart from Tang Ernia's family and the 3 young men from Liangqing, the entire young and middle-aged population of Lu Tang village had come. Some couples came together. Under Lu Chang's arrangements, the patrol team focused on monitoring the entrances of each village. They must ensure that no outsiders suddenly intrude or that anyone with ulterior motives goes out to report. Tang Ning was busy with fervor on his side. Zhao Yuqian had just crawled out of bed, stretching with messy hair and letting out a long yawn. Wife, what are we having for dinner tonight? His youngest son suddenly jumped from the Kong onto him, blinking his eyes and whispering, Dad, Mom said we're having pork and radish dumplings for dinner. She's cooking them in the kitchen right now. Zhao Yuqian chuckled, bouncing the little one. You little rascal, you've put on weight lately, haven't you? The little guy, just over 4 years old, laughed joyfully as he was bounced. Seeing this, the other 3 children also stretched out their arms to join in, clamoring, Dad, I want a hug too. Zhao Yuqian had 4 children. The 2 older ones were daughters and the 2 younger ones were sons. His eldest daughter was only 10. At this moment, Zhao Yuqian's wife Tian Xia walked in with a large bowl. Seeing the little ones making a ruckus, her expression darkened as she softly reprimanded them. Be quiet. If you wake someone up, let's see if you still get to eat dumplings. The temptation of the dumplings was too great and the children instantly quieted down, timidly covering their mouths as they looked at Tian Xia. Zhao Yuqian chuckled and patted his eldest daughter Zhao Ixio's head. Big girl, what are you dawdling for? Go help your mom set the table. We're about to eat dumplings. Zhao Ixio's eyes curved into crescents as she quickly jumped off the bed to help Tian Xia set the table. Tian Xia shot Zhao Yuqian an annoyed glance. It's all your fault for spoiling them. These little rascals used to sleep as soon as it got dark, but now they pester me every night to make them delicious food. While speaking, she placed the large bowl on the table, first serving Zhao Yuqian a bowl of dumplings, then serving each of the children a bowl. Zhao Yuqian glanced at the large bowl. After serving 5 bowls of dumplings, only a little broth remained and Tian Xia didn't have any for herself. He handed his bowl to Tian Xia. Wife, you eat. Tian Xia playfully hit him and smiled. You eat, there's more in the pot. They'll get some later. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yuqian stuffed a dumpling into her mouth. Zhao Yuqian glanced at Zhao Aixiao and commanded her, Big girl, go get some dumplings for your mom. Zhao Aixiao ran over with a bowl, grinning widely. Tian Xia feigned annoyance, saying, I'm not hungry yet. Yet deep down she felt sweet. She had married a good man. Zhao Yuqian treated her well even when he was poor, and now that they had money he treated her even better. Zhao Yuqian stuffed dumplings into his mouth, chewing noisily. If you're going to eat, then eat together. What kind of thing is it to just watch us eat? In the past, when they were poor, it was one thing not to have meat to eat, but now that they had money, why should she act like he was mistreating her? He could almost carry her in his pocket and pamper her. During the time he partnered with Tang Ning in business, his family had saved 400 to 500 yuan. This amount was reserved for small expenses at home. He still had 600 yuan in hand, which was meant for purchasing goods from Tang Ning. Given their situation, they might not eat meat every day, but at least they no longer faced the hardship of going hungry. The children had all grown a bit taller and could wear new clothes. Moreover, he had indeed managed to get a fan for both his parents and his own family. His parents and children could all sleep well at night. Tian Xia gave him a light slap and said impatiently, The kids are here, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Yuqian chuckled a few times, falling silent. Tianxia glanced out the window and said with concern, "It's raining again outside. Why don't you skip going today?" "How can I not go? How can I earn money if I don't go? If I don't earn money, what will you and the kids eat?" "Just drink the northwest wind." Tianxia sighed. "But you're out in the wind and rain every day and I worry about you and the kids." Suddenly, as if thinking of something, her eyes brightened. "By the way, dear, do you think you could do what that brother does and sell goods to others? That way we can both make money and you won't have to suffer every day." Tianxia looked at Zhao Youqian, who was exposed to the elements daily. Even though he was only in his 30s, he looked like he was in his 40s. Zhao Youqian was taken aback. He knew that the brother Tianxia referred to was Tang Ning. Apart from himself, he hadn't even mentioned Tang Ning's name to his wife or younger brother. They only knew that he had procured goods from a capable little brother, but they had no idea what this little brother looked like or where he lived. Seeing him in a daze, Tianxia couldn't help but nudge him. "Dear, why don't you go talk to that brother tomorrow and see if he agrees? What if he does?" "But I promised him before that apart from my younger brother I wouldn't bring anyone else in." "We're not bringing anyone else in right now, we're only involving our relatives, my family members and your relatives. These people we know well, if they want to make money they won't go around talking. You can wholesale the goods to them and you'll save yourself from working so hard every day. Moreover, the more people who sell the goods, the more that brother up top can earn, right?" Zhao Youqian furrowed his brow, thought for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, I'll go look for my brother tomorrow and ask. Just don't tell my sister-in-law or anyone else until I hear back from him. If he agrees, we'll bring those relatives in to work together. However, we must agree that if you're going to work with me in business, you have to keep your mouth shut. If anything happens, you can't expose my brother, otherwise we won't have any relatives left." In his heart, Tang Ning was his great benefactor. The fact that he could sit here with his wife and children enjoying warm pork dumplings was all thanks to Tang Ning. Thus he absolutely would not allow anyone to betray Tang Ning. Tianxia nodded repeatedly. "Okay. Good." At that moment, Zhao Aixiao also brought over the dumplings. The family happily sat on the kong enjoying their dumplings. Lu Tang Village. They say fortunes change every 10 years. Tang Ning is really making a name for himself. I heard that those who helped him build his house today received 2 jin of roasted lamb, 2 jin of white flour and even 2 large green onions. Isn't that the truth? My son Luzi went to help and I was shocked when he came back with so much stuff. Tang Ning really knows how to get things done. Hee. I wonder what Tang Erniu was thinking. If he had treated Tang Ning well back then, it would be his family building the brick house now. But now, TSK. Bah. Does he even deserve that? A heartless creature like him. If it weren't for the charity hall saving him, could he have lived well and raised a family? An ungrateful wretch treating Tang Ning this way, he will meet his retribution sooner or later. By the way, how much did you get? Well, I don't have much money, I only took 30 yuan worth of goods. How about you? I took even less, only 20 yuan worth. I saw Shui Gao Yuan and Lu Zhong, those who initially did business with Tang Ning, all took a lot. They directly took goods worth 100 yuan. Hiss, so that means Tang Ning made quite a fortune tonight. Indeed, if we work well with Tang Ning we can enjoy meat and soup too. Tang Erniu squatted at the door of the main room listening to the discussions outside with a dark expression. Tang and Tang Tsung and Li Xiao also wore grim faces. In the past they would have been sound asleep by this time. However, seeing the comings and goings outside with everyone bustling to take goods from Tang Ning, how could they possibly sleep? Li Xiao glanced at Tang Erniu. Head of the family, do you think Tang Ning really earned so much money? Wow, to earn back several hundred in just one night. If that money were theirs, what kind of daughter-in-law could they find for their son? Would they still be quarreling over that 10 or 8 yuan of betrothal money? Tang Erniu took several puffs of his dry tobacco, drooping his eyelids, and said in a deep voice, "The village head, the secretary, and those village officials are all doing business with him. If this matter should be true." Li Xiao's eyes brightened. If I had known that little brat was so good at making money, we wouldn't have treated him this way. Head of the family, why don't we talk to Tang Ning and have him take Xuanhuan and Xiaotsong into business? After all, we raised him for over 10 years. If he can take outsiders to do business, why wouldn't he take us? Tang An frowned, displeased. I won't go. Mother, are you getting old and confused? Tang Ning has already severed ties with us, and don't you forget this morning my younger brother just wronged him for murder. He hates us so much, how could he possibly take us to make money? When Tang Ning lived in their home, if he told Tang Ning to go east, Tang Ning wouldn't dare go west. Now to have him do business with Tang Ning, just look at that brat's face. Unless he dies. Otherwise he would never bow his head to Tang Ning. Tang Tsung glared at Tang, and his face flushed and neck thick. What do you mean I wronged him? Didn't you and our parents all take a bite out of him? You haven't bullied him less. What? Now that you see him making money, you want to push all the blame onto me? Tang Ning frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Enough. What do you look like making such a ruckus? Tang Ning kicked the door, his coarse voice stopping their argument filled with disappointment. Tang Ning hasn't done anything yet, and you two are already fighting among yourselves. Useless things. Tang Ning and Tang Tsung glared at each other, unwilling to back down, but under Tang Ning's imposing presence they dared not say anything further. Li Xiao sighed. Head of the family, should we go find Tang Ning? Tang Ning snorted coldly. Xuanhuan is right, we treated Tang Ning that way before. The little beast must hate us deeply. This morning with the incident involving Li Yaowu, I'm afraid that if we lower our faces to beg him, he won't even want to do business with us. He might even humiliate us, and by then we would truly have no face left. Li Xiao stomped her feet anxiously. What should we do? She felt regret again for not having killed that little beast when Tang Ning was still small. Then none of this series of events would have occurred. Tang Ning remained expressionless as he smoked, his brows tightly furrowed. What to do? If only he knew what to do. That brat doesn't know what kind of medicine he took wrong in the past. A slap would get him a date, yet he still worked tirelessly for him. Ever since he got sick once, that little beast has been completely unyielding. Seeing the neighbors all following Tang Ning to make money, he felt anxious. Tang Ning's eyes flashed with a cruel glint as he said coldly, Father, Mother, I have an idea. Tang Ning was taken aback. What idea? Li Xiao and Tang Tsung looked at him in unison. Tang Ning sneered, if he can do business, we can do business too. I heard that Tang Ning seems to have gotten close to a big shot. The goods in his hands are all acquired from that big shot. As long as we find that big shot and put in a few words making sure that big shot doesn't supply goods to Tang Ning but supplies them to us instead. In that case we can run our own business and make money. When the time comes we can sell the goods to the villagers and they will be thankful to us. Once we earn money we must kick that dog Tang Ning out of the village. And that little bitch Jiang Shui too. Since she defends Tang Ning so much and cannot see my true feelings for her, then I have no need to cherish her. I will take her to bed and have my fun, then throw her away. Tang Ning's eyes instantly lit up. Tang Tsung slapped his thigh. Right? How come I didn't think of that? If we snatch Tang Ning's business, let's see if he still dares to be arrogant before us. When that time comes I will definitely make him kneel and bow to me. Li Xiao's face brightened with joy. Xuanhuan is so smart, but where do we find that big shot? Tang Ning smiled. Tang Ning will definitely go to him to get goods or have someone deliver goods to Tang Ning. I will take turns with my younger brother to watch over him, and as long as we follow Tang Ning we will definitely find that big shot. Tang Ning chuckled twice. As long as we find the big shot it will be easy. Then you two handle this matter. That little beast is cautious, so make sure he doesn't find out or the plan will be ruined. He could already imagine Tang Ning crying bitterly after they snatched his business. Most importantly, he looked forward to the villagers, including the village head and the secretary, bowing and scraping to him once his family earns money. Tang Tsung nodded excitedly, clenching his fists, and lightly tapped Tang Ning. Big brother, when are we going to watch over him? Just say the word, he'll follow your lead. That little bastard, we finally have a way to deal with him. Tang Ning squinted his eyes and said quietly, you watch him during the day and you'll watch him at night. As long as he behaves unusually we will follow and take a look. At 7 in the morning, in front of the Huai Mountain Commune Textile Factory. The people from the commune are coming, everyone run. Run everyone run. A sharp voice pierced through the crowd like water dropping into hot oil, instantly exploding among them. Jiang Ai shuddered in fright and turned to look, only to see several men in liberation outfits rushing towards her, brandishing sticks with fierce expressions. Stop, don't run. I'm talking to you, stop right there. Jiang Shui turned pale, shoved the mosquito coil into the man's arms, snatched the money from his hands, and took off running. Your mosquito coil? As she rushed past Jiang Ai, she quickly pulled her along. Ai, don't sell it, run. Jiang Ai was so scared her legs felt weak, stiffly running as she was pulled along. She glanced back. 2 burly men had tackled an old man to the ground and were tying him up with ropes. A young man in his 30s tried to resist but was knocked down with a punch, his basket of sweet potatoes rolling all over the ground. A woman with a wrinkled face knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the burly men. Please let me go, I'll give you everything, I have children at home to take care of, I'm bowing to you, I beg you, I beg you. Her cries were heart-wrenching, yet they did not elicit a shred of pity from the burly men. The workers on the street hid far away, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Their eyes reflected a mix of sympathy, indifference, schadenfreude, and numbness. A complex web of gazes sent chills down Jiang Ai's spine. After dealing with the woman, the burly man raised his head and met Jiang Ai's terrified gaze. He pointed at the 2 fleeing figures and called to the 2 young men beside him. There are still 2 left, come chase them with me. Yes. The 3 of them immediately set off in pursuit of Jiang Shui and Jiang Ai. Sister Shui, they are catching up, what should we do? I'm sorry, Sister Shui, I shouldn't have dragged you along. I never thought we would run into the commune people, boo-hoo. By the end she was sobbing uncontrollably, terrified to the extreme. Alongside her fear there was also guilt. Last night Fang Hui and Li Xuanhuan had gone out to sell fried chicken as soon as they got it. She felt that the villagers went out to sell fried chicken at night and didn't want to squeeze in with them. To catch the morning shift of workers, she hadn't gone out last night and only took 30 boxes of mosquito coils from Tang Ning, waiting until morning to drag Jiang Shui along with her. Who would have thought that those who sold fried chicken last night would be fine, yet today they would run into trouble? Jiang Shui was also scared, glancing back at the 3 burly men who were hot on their heels, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. She tried hard to calm herself, her mind racing. Don't talk, just run. Ai, let's split up, if one of us can escape it's worth it. She didn't come to the commune just to help Ai sell goods, she also wanted to call her father to ask if he had investigated that Tongzi. Tang Ning was now doing business with everyone in the village. Though they earned more, she was also filled with anxiety every day. She hadn't expected to run into the commune people before finishing selling her goods. Jiang Ai took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Okay. But before they could split up to run, they were surrounded by the men behind them. Jiang Shui and Jiang Ai hurriedly stopped, anxiously looking at the men who had encircled them from all sides. The leading man, upon seeing Jiang Shui's appearance, immediately revealed a look of astonishment. With dark hair and fair skin beneath arched willow-like brows, her eyes clear as water hid fear and unease. Her small lips, naturally rosy, were slightly pursed, with faint dimples appearing on her cheeks, sweet and intoxicating. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Dafu placed his hand on his chest, his heart nearly leaping out. Jiang Ai let out a whimper, her mind filled with despair. Caught. She clutched Jiang Shui's sleeve, already terrified to the point of tears. Sister Shui. Jiang Shui herself trembled in fear, her eyes red as she hugged her, pretending to be calm. You. The other 2 burly men glared, speaking in gruff voices. What do you mean, you? Dare to engage in speculation and do business privately while still trying to run away? Just wait and see how I deal with you when we get back. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Zhang Dafu. Shut up. The burly man was taken aback, glanced at Jiang Shui and the others, and silently shut his mouth. After all, Zhang Dafu's father was the director of the commune, who wouldn't give him some face? Zhang Dafu glanced at the 2 of them, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Shui. Seeing her shrink back, he quickly forced a gentle smile and reassured her. Don't be afraid, we are from the commune, all good people, not bad people. Jiang Shui recalled how he had just beaten someone and could hardly believe his words. It was precisely because he was from the commune that he was frightening. Seeing that he hadn't harmed them, Jiang Shui felt a bit bolder and nodded slightly. Comrade, can you let us go? I can let you go, but since you violated the rules, you must first come back with us for registration. Which village are you from? What's your name? Show me your identification first. Jiang Shui was taken aback. Naturally, she didn't want Zhang Dafu to know which village she was from or what her name was. After all the villagers in Lutang village were doing business now. If the commune people went to investigate, it would put Tang Ning and the villagers in greater danger. Jiang Shui broke out in a cold sweat, pondering left and right, but couldn't come up with a perfect solution. Seeing that Zhang Dafu spoke gently, she gathered her courage and said, "Comrade, I don't know what you mean. We two sisters just came out for a stroll. We didn't do anything speculative." Jiang Ai also calmed down, pleading pitifully. "Yes, comrade, we just came out to buy a few things." "Buying things? If you were buying things, why did you run?" The burly man on Zhang Dafu's left interrupted her, scolding her harshly. Jiang Ai blinked, speaking softly. "Then you were chasing us, wouldn't we be scared and run?" Jiang Shui nodded. "In any case, they just wouldn't admit to speculation." The burly man was amused by her words, reaching out to grab her basket. "Buying things? Which family buys 7 or 8 boxes of mosquito coils at once? Are you trying to fool me?" Jiang Ai hesitated. The mosquito coils hadn't been sold out. There were still 8 or 9 boxes left in the basket. The other burly man, growing impatient, reached out to start pulling the two of them. "Enough, stop the nonsense, hand over the goods and come back with me to the police station." His big hand was like a steel claw, one hand snatching her basket while the other restrained her, lifting her like a chick. Jiang Ai struggled continuously, her face turning red. "Let go of me, you let go of me." Zhang Dafu glanced at Jiang Shui and smiled. "Let's go for a walk. I assure you nothing will happen to you." Jiang Shui looked at him, then at another burly man eyeing her intently, bit her lip and could only turn and follow. Zhang Dafu signaled to the burly man. The man scrutinized Jiang Shui, revealing an ambiguous smile, and strode forward. Only Zhang Dafu remained beside Jiang Shui. After taking a few steps, Zhang Dafu's attention was drawn to a piece of letter paper. Jiang Shui noticed it as well. It was a letter of introduction from Jiang Ai. It must have fallen to the ground when she was struggling. Jiang Shui's expression changed. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but was a moment too late as Zhang Dafu snatched it up first. Zhang Dafu picked up the letter and glanced at Jiang Shui. Seeing her nervous demeanor, he understood. His gaze fell on the letter of introduction and he quietly read it aloud. Jiang Ai, Lutang Village First Production Team. "So you are from Lutang Village? It's quite far from here. It must take at least an hour and a half to walk, right?" He raised his arm, revealing a mechanical watch on his wrist. "It's not even 8 o'clock yet. You folks came out pretty early. The supply and marketing cooperative isn't even open yet." The cooperative opens at 8, so Jiang Ai's earlier claim about buying something was instantly debunked. Jiang Shui clenched her fists, lowered her eyes, and bit her lip, saying nothing. Zhang Dafu smiled, knowing she was wary of him and he didn't want to push her. He offered a quiet reassurance. "Don't worry, it's just a formality. With me around, they won't give you any trouble." In other places he might not have been so confident, but once they were at the police station, who to pursue or release was entirely within his control. He glanced at Jiang Shui again. The young girl had her lips tightly pressed together and her beautiful brows were furrowed like 2 little earthworms. She must be terrified. Meanwhile, in Lutang village, Zhao Yuqian finished selling his goods and went directly to find Tang Ning. Originally, it was Zhao Yuqian who delivered Tang Ning's tent with a cart. It was also Zhao Yuqian who helped him put it up. Therefore, Zhao Yuqian knew where Tang Ning lived. He was surprised to see workers bustling in and out of the tent. Some were bare-chested, digging the foundation. Others were using shovels to work with mud and sand, while some helped move bricks. There were also those sawing wood to make furniture. Tang Ning has started building houses. However, this was somewhat expected, as he had earned quite a few $100s following Tang Ning, and Tang Ning had undoubtedly made even more. Building a few brick houses was no big deal. Zhao Yuqian even silently calculated that he would need to build a couple of brick houses himself in the near future. His family lived in a thatched cottage, which was manageable most of the time, but when it rained it leaked. Moreover, the ground inside his house was low, and when it rained heavily, water would flood in, making the floor sticky and difficult to walk on. Tang Ning happened to be coming down the mountain with 2 little wolves. He had gone up early to find a suitable spot for storage. Although the gorge could accommodate goods, it had no cover from rain, making it easy for the goods to get wet. Fortunately, he discovered a secluded cave about 300 meters east of the gorge. The cave was not large, roughly 70 to 80 square meters. It was sufficient for storing goods. Additionally, the ox cart could go directly inside, making it convenient for villagers to collect their goods. With this cave, he could also conceal the items in his space. Otherwise, if he stayed in the tent every day without going out to purchase goods, they couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Therefore, the cave provided him with excellent cover. From a distance, Tang Ning spotted Zhao Yuqian standing outside the tent holding a large watermelon, and he called out, "Lao Zhao." Zhao Yuqian turned to look and saw Tang Ning approaching with two little wolves at his feet. He hurried to meet him. "Brother Tang Ning, wow, these two little ones have grown so fast. Standing up there almost at my knee." These two little wolves were the ones he had retrieved for Tang Ning, and they were only as small as a palm back then. In just a few days they had grown quite a bit. Tang Ning laughed and playfully kicked the frolicking wolves. "They eat a lot, so they grow quickly. By the way, why are you looking for me at this time?" Zhao Yuqian usually sold goods at night and caught up on sleep during the day. Given his weary appearance, he must have just returned from selling goods. Why wasn't he going back to sleep? Was something wrong? Zhao Yuqian awkwardly grinned, suddenly unsure of how to start. Tang Ning observed the chaotic surroundings and the workers' vague gazes, smiling. "It's noisy outside with the construction, let's talk inside." "Hey!" Zhao Yuqian responded and followed him into the tent's partition carrying the watermelon. The two figures vanished into the construction site, and only then did the workers start whispering. "Who is visiting Tang Ning? He's carrying a watermelon and it's huge, it must weigh at least 8 or 9 pounds. He must be quite wealthy. Yeah, who has money to buy watermelons these days? Do you think it's that big shot Tang Ning knows? Are you saying the goods in Tang Ning's hands came from him?" Tang Tsung, hiding in the bushes, brightened at the news. "A big shot has appeared." In the partition, as soon as Tang Ning walked in, he activated the soundproof system. "Lao Zhao, make yourself comfortable." He turned and poured Zhao Yuqian a glass of pure water, placing it on the table. Zhao Yuqian took a sip and got straight to the point. "Brother, actually, I came to discuss selling goods with you." Tang Ning nodded, sitting across from him, signaling him to continue. Zhao Yuqian nervously clenched his hands and stammered. "Brother, do you think I can wholesale some goods from you and pass them to a few relatives to sell? You can trust me, my integrity is guaranteed." After he told Tang Ning about his plans with his wife Tian Xia from the previous night, he anxiously looked at Tang Ning. In his heart, he silently regretted coming here. After all, Tang Ning had previously said he would only do business with him alone, and later when he asked to bring along his younger brothers, Tang Ning agreed. Now he was asking to bring relatives. Not only would Tang Ning be displeased, but even he felt he was overstepping. To his surprise, he saw Tang Ning nod. Tang Ning agreed. The next moment he heard Tang Ning laughing as he said, "Sure." Zhao Yuqian said all this because he wanted to be a supplier like Tang Ning, wholesaling goods to others without having to brave the elements himself. As long as he wasn't dragged into it, Zhao Yuqian could take whoever he wanted. Zhao Yuqian, in disbelief, asked, "Really?" Tang Ning nodded. "Yes, not only can you bring your relatives, but people from your village can also come. However, just like we initially agreed, I will only deal with you regarding money and goods, and no one else will be involved. If I find out you're selling me out, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. If Zhao's family got involved, the entire Lutang village's business would be under scrutiny." It was equivalent to giving himself an additional layer of insurance. Zhao Yuqian quickly shook his head. No, I would never sell you out. I have been working with you for so long, and I haven't even told my wife who you are." He truly didn't dare to leak any information. It was no joke, once it got out he wouldn't make any money. After discussing official matters, Zhao Yuqian was about to leave. He pointed at the watermelon on the ground and smiled. "I bought this from the commune, it's very sweet. You should try it." Tang Ning nodded with a smile, not declining the offer. Although he had a large gift of fruits in hand and was not short of watermelons, accepting Zhao Yuqian's gift would put his mind at ease. Just as Tang Ning saw Zhao Yuqian off to the entrance of the tent, he noticed Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang hurrying towards him with serious expressions. Trailing behind them was Tang Shuai, who, unlike the confident demeanor he had a couple of days ago after making money, looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant today. A closer look revealed that his hands were trembling slightly at his sides. Tang Ning's heart skipped a beat as an ominous premonition surged within him. Had something happened? As the thought crossed his mind, Lu Chong and the others rushed up to him. The commotion was so great that all the workers inside the tent looked over curiously. Lu Chong's face was grim as he said in a low voice, "Tang Ning, something's happened." His gaze caught Zhao Yuqian standing nearby and he quickly clamped his mouth shut. He had not noticed that Zhao Yuqian was an outsider standing next to Tang Ning, and only after speaking did he realize this. Tang Ning's brows furrowed as a suspicion began to form in his heart. Villagers typically sold goods to the commune in batches, some went at night, some in the morning, and others in the evening. This coincided with the 3 peak times when workers were coming and going. At this moment, the only possibility that could make Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang appear so tense was something had happened to the villagers who went to sell goods in the morning. Suddenly he thought of Jiang Shui and Jiang Ai. Those 2 girls had gone to the commune together today just in time for the workers' morning shift. Tang Ning felt anxious inside, but he maintained his calm demeanor. He couldn't show any signs of panic, otherwise everyone would be unsettled. He let out a deep breath. Glancing at Zhao Yuqian beside him, he said softly, "Uncle Luo, Zhao is not an outsider, you can speak freely about what happened." Zhao Yuqian was like a grasshopper tied to their rope. If something had indeed happened at the commune, knowing in advance would allow him to prepare. Lu Chong looked at Zhao Yuqian in surprise. Tang Ning was someone with a strong sense of caution, yet being able to regard him as one of their own meant, could this person before them be the one delivering goods for Tang Ning? He quickly suppressed his thoughts as the situation was urgent. He glanced at the frightened Tang Shui and said in a deep voice, Shui, you explain it." Tang Shui rubbed his face hard, trying to calm himself down. "Tang Ning, we encountered commune personnel while selling goods at Gao Yuan Yu Tiao and Lu Zhong have been captured. Luckily I ran fast and escaped." At that moment they had gathered at the entrance of the brick factory to sell goods when a group of sturdy men in liberation uniforms suddenly jumped out. He was so startled that he didn't even have time to collect the money and just ran away with his things. Tang Gaoyuan and the others were slower to react and were all captured. Thinking about how the commune dealt with captives, pressing them to the ground, beating them, seizing all their belongings and money, his heart raced. If the commune discovered that all the villagers were doing business, then the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, and Tang Shui's body began to tremble slightly. As soon as Tang Shui finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly a woman with a gray towel on her head buckled at the knees and sat down on the ground. "What? Our Gao Yuan has been captured. Oh my god, he is my lifeline. Village chief, what should we do? Village chief, will the commune find out about us? Will Yu Tiao and Gao Yuan give us away? What if the commune finds out that we are all doing business? Village chief, everyone be quiet." Zhang Hongliang shouted loudly, his face grim enough to drip water. Usually not a smoker, he snatched the cigarette from Lu Chang's hand and took a deep drag. Things haven't escalated to that level yet. If something really happens, I and the village chief will take the lead. Everyone stay calm and listen to what Tang Ning has to say first. With a swish, everyone's attention focused entirely on Tang Ning. Tang Ning clenched his fists and looked at Tang Shui. Shui, apart from the brick factory, did any other factories encounter commune personnel? At this moment several villagers gradually stood up, lowering their heads. The steel factory was swept by the commune personnel. The meat processing plant was as well. The textile factory too. Hearing about the textile factory, Tang Ning's heart sank. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Shui had mentioned yesterday that she was going to sell goods at the textile factory today with Jiang Ai. Many villagers had returned, but Jiang Shui and Jiang Ai were missing. They might have been captured too. Tang Ning's brain raced as he spoke rapidly but clearly. The situation is worse than I imagined. Starting today, everyone must stop selling goods and lay low until the storm passes. Everyone should hide their goods. If the commune personnel come to inspect, we must ensure they can't find a trace of the goods. Of course, those who trust me can temporarily hand their goods to me. Once the storm has passed, I will return them. He had to prepare for the worst. What if Tang Gao Yuan Tian Yu Tiao and Lu Zhong revealed the entire village's business activities? He had his space. As long as he stored all the goods there, no one would find them. Without evidence, even the commune personnel couldn't do anything about them. Of course, he still believed that Tang Gaoyuan and the others wouldn't betray Lutang village. After all, their parents and children were still in the village. He was just accustomed to preparing for the worst. Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong nodded first. We trust you. We will hand over all our goods to you for safekeeping. It was Tang Ning who helped us profit from doing business. If we can't trust him, who else can we trust? As Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong spoke up, everyone voiced their agreement. We trust you as well. Whatever you say, we will do. Tang Ning nodded. All right, let's mobilize all the adults and children in the family to move the goods into the tent. I will handle it. Uncle Wenshan, please help keep track of everything. Once the storm has passed, I will return the goods to everyone according to the count. Tang Wenshan nodded and quickly called the villagers. Hurry, don't just stand there. Quickly go back and move the goods. Immediately the villagers surrounding them ran back home. The situation was urgent. There was no time to waste. He then turned to Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang. Uncle Lu, Uncle Hongliang, we need to strengthen the patrols in the village. If any unfamiliar faces approach, we must seize them immediately and report it. Also, no matter who inquires about Gaoyuan and their business, we must ensure everyone in the village maintains the same story: we know nothing. They must say they know nothing no matter what they are asked. The two nodded. I have already sent Tian Guang to handle it. The number of patrollers has doubled and they will patrol around the clock. They arranged it as soon as they received the news, fearing that the commune personnel might suddenly come over and catch them off guard. Tang Ning turned to look at the tent and said calmly, I will also stop work here. Since the rain has stopped recently, Uncle Lu, if the ground isn't muddy, we can arrange for everyone to start farming. Furthermore, arrange for someone to inquire at the commune and see if there's any way to get the person out first. Tang Ning continued. Thinking of Jiang Shue's fair and delicate face, he felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. He was still too weak. In this era, he had no family, no connections, and all his confidence came from the system. Without the system, he might still be struggling to make ends meet, even going hungry. Tang Ning took a deep breath, his gaze transforming from anxious to resolute. No matter how difficult it was, he had to carve out a place for himself in this era. Only then could he protect those he wished to safeguard. Instead of being constrained in every aspect as he was now. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang looked troubled. Their ancestors had been upright farmers for 3 generations, and they could still hold some sway in Lutang village. The commune was a whole different world where they truly had no influence. However, even if they had no influence, they had to try, otherwise these children would be lost. At that moment, Zhao Youqian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I am quite familiar with the commune. I'll go over and help you inquire. He had fought guerrilla battles with those in the commune for several years and knew where to start asking. He wouldn't be like Lu Chong and the others, floundering around like headless flies. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had sold his goods at night, otherwise he might have been caught by the commune people today. Tang Ning nodded. All right. Since the commune just had an incident, old Zhao, let's put off what you said today. Don't let anyone know, and we'll discuss it again once this tempest has passed. Zhao Youqian nodded. He had the same intention. He needed to tell his younger brother to halt the business for a while and remain low-key. Fortunately, they had finished dealing with the goods they had, and they hadn't had time to get new stock today, so they didn't need to think of ways to handle their existing goods. However, they still had to find a way to hide their cash and inform their wives and children not to go out or speak carelessly. After bidding farewell to Tang Ning, Zhao Youqian hurried towards the commune. Not long after leaving Lutang village, he heard footsteps behind him. Big shot, wait for me. Zhao Youqian chuckled. Was there really someone calling that name? What a peculiar flower. Yet he walked even faster, as the matter at hand could not be delayed for a moment. Tang Tsung was already panting heavily. Seeing that the more he called out to the big shot, the faster he walked, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace to catch up. He directly overtook Zhao Youqian and blocked his path. Zhao Youqian looked at the young man in front of him suspiciously, feeling a hint of wariness. Tang Tsung placed his hands on his hips, panting, and tentatively asked. Big shot, you must be the one supplying goods to Tang Ning, right? Zhao Youqian. Did the one calling, big shot, from behind just refer to him? However, was he the big shot he spoke of? Little did he know Zhao Youqian's contemplative expression was interpreted by Tang Tsung as an affirmation. Tang Tsung was instantly excited. He nervously rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile appearing on his face as he spoke rapidly. Big shot, my name is Tang Tsung, also from Lutang village. I know you are doing business with Tang Ning, but you can't work with him. His character is problematic. Zhao Youqian frowned at him, his mouth opening slightly. What nonsense was he spouting? Who said Tang Ning was the one working with him? It was clearly he who had teamed up with Tang Ning. Besides, how could Tang Ning have character issues? However, Tang Tsung didn't give him a chance to speak. Big shot, to be honest, I am Tang Ning's half-brother. My parents raised him for over a decade, and not only did this brat not show gratitude, but he also caused my parents to vomit blood. Tang Ning is a white-eyed wolf. Working with him will lead to loss. You see, people from our village already know that Tang Gaoyuan and the others have been caught by the commune, yet this brat Tang Ning is doing just fine. If you collaborate with him, he might sell you out at any moment. When Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang went to find Tang Ning, Tang Tsung was hiding in the shadows. He naturally knew about Tang Gaoyuan and the others being caught while doing business. He had also heard the big shot say he was familiar with the commune. Tang Tsung analyzed that the big shot must have connections within the commune. As long as he clung to the big shot's thigh and did business with him, he would definitely earn more than that brat Tang Ning. The more he thought about it, the more excited Tang Tsung became. He straightened his posture, patted his chest and promised, but I am different. I am a model youth. If you take me along for business, I will definitely serve you loyally and will never betray you. Big shot, I am definitely more capable than that brat Tang Ning. Please consider me. Zhao Youqian looked Tang Tsung up and down. He understood in his heart that this guy was an idiot. An idiot who held a grudge against Tang Ning at that. The way he gritted his teeth while mentioning Tang Ning as if he wished for him to die immediately made it very easy to notice. Zhao Youqian initially wanted to explain that it was Tang Ning who was working with him and Tang Tsung had it all wrong. Now he just wanted to say, are you sick? Tang Tsung was taken aback, suddenly at a loss for words. Big shot. What was going on? Had he offended the big shot? Why did the big shot start cursing at him? Could it be that his display of loyalty wasn't obvious enough? Tang Tsung anxiously scratched his head and jumped around like a monkey. Big shot, too, don't have an illness, I just want to be with you. Before he could finish, Zhao Youqian coldly interrupted him. If you're sick, go see a doctor. An idiot like you wants to compete with Tang Ning? Get lost, don't waste my time. He brushed Tang Tsung aside and ran off without looking back, fearing that the idiot might catch up. Most importantly, he was with Tang Ning. Tang Ning's enemies were his enemies. How could he help him deal with Tang Ning? Dream on. Although he grumbled inwardly, Zhao Youqian still kept a lookout, thinking that when he returned from the commune he would mention this Tang Tsung to Tang Ning. He needed to remind Tang Ning to be cautious, as this was a crucial moment. He mustn't fall into the hands of a schemer. Tang Tsung watched as Zhao Youqian disappeared into the distance, unwillingly extending his hand. Big shot. Tang Ning was unaware of the commotion occurring on this side. The workers had stopped construction and people of all ages were carrying their goods in and out, their faces filled with seriousness. The families of those who had been caught were even shedding silent tears, murmuring, how will we live these days? Tang Wenshan stood by holding an accounting book recording the inventory from house to house. Tang Ning glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze, secretly pondering how to get through this crisis. Not to mention anything else, he had to rescue Jiang Shui first. That girl had been so frightened when she first found out she was doing business, her little face turning pale. Now that she had been captured by the commune, who knew how terrified she must be? However, he didn't know anyone in the commune. How was he supposed to operate? Just then the system refreshed. Tang Ning absent-mindedly glanced at the lottery panel. He pulled out a wad of cash without even counting it and charged into the lottery. In his usual style, he would have undoubtedly mocked the system for its pricing. However, today he was preoccupied with other matters, lacking the mood to even clearly hear the system's offer. This behavior was unusual for him, leaving the system feeling out of sorts. After all, Tang Ning would usually ramble on a bit before each lottery, which often annoyed it, but now that he was silent, the system felt as though something was missing. Unable to resist, the system inquired, Host, aren't you going to wish for a specific prize today? After all, it was connected to Tang Ning's consciousness, and he would typically estimate the value of the prizes in his mind before each lottery. Today, however, his mind was blank. Tang Ning weakly replied, "Whatever." His thoughts were consumed with other matters, making him indifferent to what he might win. The urgent task at hand was to resolve matters with the commune. The system, the pointer on the wheel, spun faster than ever before. It spun round and round. Finally, ding. "Congratulations, host, you have won 10000 stealth drones." The cube space reappeared, one grid lit up and automatically opened. Inside were 10000 stealth drones, all with silver bodies, each roughly the size of an adult man's palm. They were printed with different codes. The key point was that the intelligent stealth drones were all solar-powered. When out of battery, they just needed to be placed in the sun. 1 hour in the sun could keep them on standby for a whole day. How convenient. Tang Ning immediately felt excited. Wow, I can't believe this lottery actually has something like this. He hadn't even noticed it earlier. He was worried about the situation at the commune. Zhao Yuqian and the villagers sent to gather information had yet to return. With this gadget, he could directly control a drone to check real-time conditions at the commune. It was undeniable that this intelligent stealth drone arrived just in time. If the system had a form, he would have loved to give it a big hug. "Brother, you will always be my dear brother. Rest assured, I will take care of you in your old age." The system, "There's no need for that." Tang Ning glanced at the noisy tent, lifted his foot, and aimed to find a quiet spot to operate a drone to check on the commune. The next moment, a commotion erupted. "They're back, they're back. Jiang Shua and Jiang Ai, the two educated youth, have returned." Louis shouted excitedly as he ran. Upon hearing the noise, Fang Hui and Li Wenjuan's eyes immediately turned red, rushing out of the tent. Since learning that Jiang Shua and Jiang Ai had been captured, they had been anxiously waiting for news here. "Xiaoxua Ai." The villagers unloading in the tent also heard the commotion and rushed out. Especially Tang Gaoyuan, Lu Zhong, and Tian Guang's families, who ran faster than anyone else. If Jiang Shua and Jiang Ai were back, then could it mean Tang Gaoyuan and the others returned too? "Xiaoxua Ai, oh no. You two scared me to death. How are you? Are you alright? Did the people from the commune hurt you? Where are you injured?" Fang Hui and Li Wenwan rushed up and hugged Jiang Shua and Jiang Ai. While crying, they examined the two. They were terrified that the commune's people had hit them. Jiang Shua shook her head. "I'm fine." She looked up and was immediately met with a pair of deep, soulful eyes. Those eyes held affection, pain, guilt, joy of reunion, and ecstatic happiness. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined, nearly overwhelming her. Jiang Shua bit her lip, released Fang Hui, and slowly walked towards Tang Ning. "I'm back." Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled into his embrace, the strength of his hold almost merging her into his body. Jiang Shua froze. All her feigned strength crumbled in an instant. Disregarding the gazes of others, she buried her face in his chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. "I'm sorry I didn't protect you well. This will never happen again." Tang Ning's voice resonated through his chest into her ears, causing Jiang Shua's nose to tingle, and she smiled while shaking her head. Fang Hui, Jiang Ai, and Li Wenwan watched the scene, unable to hold back their tears. Just then an elderly voice interrupted the warmth between the two. "Where is Lu Zhong? Why are there only the two of you back from the commune? Where is my Lu Zhong? Yes, Ai, did you see my Gaoyuan? You're all back. Why haven't they returned yet? What about my Yu Jiao? Did you see him? How is he?" Hearing the murmurs, Jiang Shua finally realized and hurriedly pulled away from Tang Ning's embrace. She looked at everyone with red eyes and shook her head. They were detained and haven't been released. They might be criticized. As she recalled the scene she saw at the police station, her eyelashes trembled and her face turned pale. The remaining words were stuck in her throat. When she and Jiang Ai were brought to the police station, they had seen Tang Gaoyuan and the others. They had not only had all their money and goods confiscated, but had also been beaten black and blue. In that moment of eye contact, Tian Yutiao couldn't control his emotions, abruptly standing up from the ground. But he was struck on the calf by a whip wielded by a burly guard. The blow left him bruised and battered. Thinking of Tian Yutiao's contorted face in pain, Jiang Shui felt a weight in her chest. She had originally thought the three of them would crack under the beatings and reveal Tang Ning. To her surprise, the three of them curled up on the ground, gritting their teeth, not uttering a single word. After all, behind them were their parents, wives, and children. They would rather die than betray Lu Tang village. Jiang Shui closed her eyes, unwilling to look at the families of Tian Yutiao, Tang Gaoyuan, and Lu Zhong. If it weren't for Zhang Dafu releasing her and Jiang Ai, they would have also been taken to be criticized. However, she knew that Zhang Dafu would not have released them without reason. What was his true motive? Hearing about the impending criticism, the families of the three collapsed to the ground, women and children unable to hold back their tears. Yutiao, my Yutiao is still so young. How will he survive if taken for criticism? He hasn't even married yet. Dad, I want Dad. Wu. Mom, I want Dad. Tang Ning, don't you know any big shots? Just then a military jeep roared in from the village entrance, kicking up dust wherever it went. A sharp creak echoed through the air as a military jeep halted before the tent. Instantly every villager flinched, their faces draining of color in terror. Had the commune discovered their clandestine trading and sent officials to arrest them? That single thought consumed everyone's mind, and many already regretted their greed, regretted following Tang Ning into business. Had they never entered commerce, they would still be laboring dutifully for work points, starving, emaciated, clad in threadbare rags, but at least alive. Now they had money, but if arrested by the commune and convicted of illegal speculation, not only would all their possessions be confiscated, but their very survival would hang in the balance. This was no exaggeration. Countless people had been severely punished and perished during these years. Even those who survived emerged broken, stripped of dignity, haunted into silence, driven mad, or reduced to vacant stupor after public struggle sessions. Terror truly gripped them all. As despair spread like frost across the crowd, a crisp metallic click resounded, the jeep's door swung open. A tall, strikingly handsome officer descended first, followed closely by a young man dressed in a zhongshan suit. Lu Chong and Zhao Hongliang, rushing over in haste, instantly recognized the man, Gao Wei, the county party secretary of Xianhuan County. They had glimpsed him once distantly at a commune meeting. Their hearts lurched with dread. What wind had blown this high-ranking official here, of all times? And who was the uniformed man beside him? What extraordinary influence did he wield to command the county secretary's personal escort? Jiang Ming's piercing gaze swept across the chaotic scene, his brow furrowing in quiet disapproval. At that moment a voice bright with delight rang out, "Big brother." Jiang Shui froze, her dark lustrous eyes widening like polished grapes, then bursting into radiant joy. She dashed toward him, beaming. With a warm smile, Jiang Mingza caught her in his arms and spun her, once laughter dancing in his eyes. Setting her down gently, he smoothed the stray strands from her forehead, then flicked her lightly on the brow, his tone scolding yet steeped in unmistakable tenderness. "Wild child, you've been gallivanting about for so long without returning home. Do you even remember you have an elder brother?" He and Jiang Shui were the only two children in the family, and she was nearly 10 years his junior. He had doted on her since infancy. 2 years earlier she had secretly answered the national call to go down to the countryside, leaving without telling her family. And when she did go, fearing her parents might drag her back, she vanished over 1,000 li away to Huaishan commune. When her parents learned of it, they nearly collapsed from shock. Frantically they phoned the Huaishan county government, pleading, overtly and covertly, for her protection, only then finding a sliver of peace. Tang Ning, watching from a distance, stared in astonishment. The medals adorning the man's uniform marked him as a senior colonel. He had never imagined Jiang Shui's elder brother was a military officer. She'd concealed it masterfully. He'd long suspected she came from wealth. After all, casually producing 50 yuan was beyond the reach of any ordinary household. Yet he'd never guessed her family included a serving officer. Judging by Jiang Ming's youthful bearing, he was barely 30, yet already held the rank of senior colonel, a future luminous with promise. Jiang Shui rubbed her reddened forehead with a sheepish giggle. Catching sight of Tang Ning approaching, she whirled around, seized his hand, and shyly introduced him to her brother. "Brother, this is my boyfriend Tang Ning." "Tang Ning, this is my eldest brother Jiang Mingza." She had mentioned her relationship to her family earlier while requesting help tracking down Tong Zige during a trip to the commune. At the word boyfriend, her cheeks flushed faintly. Big brother hello, Tang Ning said, extending his right hand with a courteous confident smile, humble yet unyielding. Jiang Mingzi gave a subtle appraising nod. Though a rural youth, the young man carried himself with an aura that commanded respect. Still, whether he was truly worthy of his cherished younger sister remained to be seen. After all, Jiang Shua was the family's treasured jewel, and choosing a life partner demanded utmost care. His visit served not only to see her, but also to meet Tang Ning in person. His thoughts churned silently beneath a calm exterior as he grasped Tang Ning's hand firmly and shook it twice. Hello, comrade Tang Ning, thank you for looking after Xiao Shua these past days. As he spoke, he subtly increased pressure in his grip. Tang Ning glanced down at their joined hands, Jiang Mingzi's knuckles whitened, veins rising along his top forearm as he steadily intensified the force. Tang Ning felt his right hand begin to numb. In that instant, understanding dawned. He faced a devoted older brother fiercely protective of his sister. After all, he had claimed her heart. A small private discomfort was a fair price to pay. He smiled unruffled. She is my girlfriend, caring for her is my duty. There's no need for thanks, big brother. A flicker of surprise flashed deep in Jiang Mingzi's eyes. Born with prodigious strength, even his fellow soldiers rarely endured his full grip. Yet Tang Ning bore it without flinching, or uttering a sound. In that moment, Jiang Mingzi added another point to his mental tally. Perhaps, just perhaps, this young man qualified as a true man of substance. Jiang Shua, blissfully unaware of the silent contest between the two men, basked solely in the joy of her brother's arrival. Like a joyful lark, she looped her arm through his. Brother, why did you come so suddenly? You didn't even warn me. Jiang Mingzi released Tang Ning's hand and smiled. I'm accompanying a superior on an inspection tour, passed through here, so I requested leave to visit you. At that, Gao Wei stepped forward from behind him, grinning warmly at Jiang Shua. Squad leader, so this is our little sister? The one you've talked about non-stop all the way here. Gao Wei, roughly Jiang Mingzi's age, had once served under him, a comrade forged in the fires of the Peninsula War, a brother bound by shared peril and sacrifice. After the war, wounded in action, he was reassigned to civilian posts. His exceptional ability propelled him steadily upward, until he became county party secretary of Xuanhuan County. Jiang Mingzi remained in the military, advancing even further than Gao Wei, yet the two had maintained close ties across the years. So when Jiang Mingzi arrived in Xuanhuan County, he sought out Gao Wei immediately. Gao Wei had long known Jiang Mingzi's younger sister was a sent-down youth in Huaishan Commune, but had never found occasion to meet her. Learning Jiang Mingzi planned to visit her, Gao Wei insisted on joining, uninvited but unwavering. Jiang Mingzi paused, then remembered to introduce his dear friend. Xiao Shua, this is Gao Wei, an old comrade in arms of mine. Call him Big Brother Gao. Jiang Shua nodded, smiling. Big Brother Gao. Gao Wei chuckled, waving a hand dismissively as he retrieved a package of pastries from the jeep and pressed it into Jiang Shua's hands. First time meeting, Big Brother Gao, didn't know your tastes, so I picked up some sweets. Try them. Lu Chong and Zhao Hongliang watched, breath catching in their throats. They'd always known Jiang Shua's background was extraordinary. Superiors had repeatedly stressed with grave urgency that she must be protected at all costs. Yet even in their wildest imaginings, they could never have foreseen such stature, so formidable that the county party secretary himself arrived bearing gifts. After some casual greetings, Jiang Mingzi, Gao Wei, Jiang Shua and Tang Ning were invited by the village officials to head to the brigade office. Just as they left, the villagers who had been holding their breath finally began to whisper among themselves. My goodness, I didn't expect Jiang Shua's elder brother to be a soldier. Did you see that? He has a row of medals on him, he must be quite a high-ranking officer. Isn't he even higher than our county's secretary? Didn't you hear the county secretary has to call him chief? Isn't Tang Ning the most impressive one? When it comes to relationships, he has made quite a connection. With Jiang Shua's support, he will surely rise to great heights. What was it? Rise to prominence. Oh right, rise to prominence, soaring to the skies. By the way, with Jiang Shua's brother being so capable, Gao Yuan's mother, why don't you go ask Jiang Shua? Maybe her brother can help get Gao Yuan and the others out of the commune. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zuizui, Gao Yuan's mother, flickered her eyes and pushed through the crowd to chase after Jiang Shua and the others. If this were the past, she would have kept her distance from such a high-ranking official, but now her son had been captured. She couldn't just stand by and watch her son get beaten to death, even if it meant risking everything she had to rescue him. Jiang Shuai was still basking in the joy of her brother Jiang Ming's sudden visit, walking while linking her arm with his. Brother, I called home last time and Dad seemed to have a cold. Is he feeling better? Also Mom, her stomach isn't well, has she been eating on time? By the way, you said you would help me check on Tong Zigu. Did you find out anything? Where is his family from? How many people are there in his family? What does his family do? Is he reliable? And how many days off are you taking? Can you stay a few more days with me? I miss you so much. It was rare for her brother to come to see her, so she was naturally filled with joy. She wished he could stay here longer. Although she hadn't returned home in the past 2 years, she still thought about her family. Jiang Mingza made a face and rolled his eyes in annoyance. You ask so many questions at once, which one should I answer first? Despite the complaints, he still answered her questions one by one earnestly. Mom and Dad are fine, you don't need to worry about them. As for me, I should be able to stay here for 3 days unless something unexpected happens. But who knows what might come up in the military zone, he could suddenly be called back due to an urgent mission. He briefly explained the situation at home to Jiang Shuai. When he mentioned Tong Zigu, his expression instantly grew serious. He discreetly glanced at Tang Ning and lowered his voice, saying, regarding the Tong Zigu you mentioned, I had your elder brother investigate, but we searched the entire Xuanhuan county and couldn't find any trace of him. How could there be no such person? Jiang Shuai frowned. Tong Zigu provided so many goods to Tang Ning, with my brother's connections it should be easy to find him. Jiang Mingza shook his head and analyzed cautiously. If we really can't find him, it's as if this person doesn't exist at all. I suspect that either he has a significant background and has carefully erased all traces, which is why we can't find him, or this so-called Tong Zigu is a pseudonym. He didn't mention that regardless of the reason, this Tong Zigu was a deeply scheming individual. The collaboration with Tang Ning was fraught with both danger and opportunity, and it all depended on whether Tang Ning could handle the relationship between the two. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuai's heart sank. Just as she was about to say something, a sob interrupted her. Jiang Jiqing, I beg you, please save my Gao Yuan. I'll bow to you, please save my son. Lu Zuizui hugged Jiang Shuai's thigh, kneeling down beside her with a thud, crying uncontrollably. Jiang Shuai was startled and quickly reached out to help her up. Auntie, please don't do this, get up quickly. Lu Zuizui shook her head, pounding her chest in despair. Jiang Jiqing, please save Gao Yuan. If anything happens to him, I can't go on living. Auntie begs you, I'm willing to trade my life for his. Besides her, Lu Zhong's mother also knelt before Jiang Shuai. Jiang Jiqing, I beg you, save my Lu Zhong. I'll bow to you too. Tian Guang stood among the village officials, his eyes reddened to the point of tears, gripping his hands tightly at his sides. His younger brother was also captured, how could he not be anxious? However, as the captain of the production team, he had to suppress his pain and assist the village chief and secretary in maintaining order in the village. Although he didn't kneel like Lu Zuizui and the others to plead with Jiang Shuai, he couldn't help but step forward, looking at Jiang Shuai with hope. If anyone could save Yu Tiao and the others besides Jiang Mingza, there was no one else to be found. Jiang Mingza looked at the two weeping women, his brows furrowed as if he could squash a mosquito. Girl, what's going on? He couldn't understand why everyone was crying and begging his sister to save someone. Jiang Shuai pulled Lu Zuizui up and glanced at Jiang Mingza, softly pleading, Brother, can you help me with a favor? Brother Yu Tiao and the others are good people, they have always taken care of me. They are only resorting to business out of desperation. Can you help them, please? She gently shook Jiang Mingza's arm, sweetly acting cute. She didn't mention that she had also been taken away by the commune. After all, she had already been released, and telling Jiang Mingza would only needlessly worry him. Seeing that Tian Yu Tiao and the others had been beaten nearly to death but still didn't betray Tang Ning, she had decided to save them. However, she had originally planned to discuss it privately with her brother. Unexpectedly, Lu Zuizui and the others suddenly knelt before her, pleading. Jiang Mingza glanced at Gao Wei and teased, Xiao Shuai, I can't manage this, you have to ask your elder brother Gao for help. Gao Wei hurriedly waved his hands, smiling. Hey, we're all like family here, there's no need to plead. Since they are first offenders, just write a guarantee that they won't commit any more offenses in the future. Sister, don't worry, this matter will be handled beautifully by your elder brother Gao, alright? He was joking. The old squad leader cared the most for this sister. Back in the army, he couldn't stop talking about her. Now that Jiang Shui had spoken, he had to give her face. No, to be precise, he had to give the old squad leader face and ensure that the people were safely returned. Otherwise, with Jiang Ning's temper, he would definitely kick him behind the scenes. They were both from military backgrounds and had gone through life and death situations together many times. Therefore, although one was the county secretary and the other a colonel, they never let their identities constrain them in private. What needed to be done was done. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Jiang Shui, let out a huge sigh of relief. If the county secretary said so, then Tang Gaoyuan and the others would surely be fine. Jiang Shui smiled and gently patted Lu Quicua's hand. And now you can rest assured that Brother Gaoyuan and the others will definitely return safely. Lu Zuizui smiled as she wiped her tears, nodding repeatedly. Hey, don't mention it, Jiang Jiqing. And thanks you are our family's great benefactor. From now on, whenever you need anything, Aunt will definitely help you accomplish it, even if it means going through fire and water. I feel the same way. Lu Zhong's mother quickly expressed her agreement. They were genuinely grateful to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui smiled, her dimples like two little suns warming people's hearts. And don't say that, it's what I should do. After all, they had also been caught because they were doing business with Tang Ning, and despite being beaten so badly, they did not betray him. Such people she was willing to save. Meanwhile, Tang Tsung returned home disheartened after being scolded by Zhao Yuqian. Tang Ernio was squatting at the door of the living room smoking. Seeing him looking like a frostbitten eggplant, he couldn't help but frown. Aren't you supposed to be watching Tang Ning? Why are you back so early? He intentionally lowered his voice. Tang An was responsible for watching at night and was still asleep inside. By the way, it's quite noisy outside today. What happened? Ever since they publicly framed Tang Ning for killing Li Yaowu, the villagers began to look at them with colored glasses. As soon as he went out, he could hear the cold mockery from everyone. Therefore, not only Tang Ernio but even Li Xiao was too lazy to go out. Anyway, there was no work in the fields these past 2 days, so they simply stayed at home. Early this morning they heard the commotion outside and wanted to inquire, but as soon as the villagers saw him they became wary and didn't reveal a word. Angered, he returned and smoked 2 more pipes of dry tobacco. Hearing this, Tang Tsung immediately became gleeful, raising his voice a few decibels. Dad, good news. That son of a dog Tang Ning is in trouble. Tang Ernio paused, his eyes lighting up. In a flash, Tang An, who was asleep, sat up like a ghost, staring intently at Tang Tsung. Li Xiao immediately put down the soul she was working on and rushed in front of Tang Tsung, excitedly asking, what happened to the little bastard? She prayed daily, asking the Buddha to take the little bastard to paradise. Could it be that the Buddha truly showed mercy? Tang Tsung replied, Tang Gaoyuan, Tian Youtiao, and Lu Zhong have all been taken away by the commune people. By the way, Jiang Shui and Jiang Ai, those 2 little bitches, were also captured. This time Tang Ning was really finished. The village head and the others had decided to stop doing business. Tang Gaoyuan and the others would definitely pin the blame on Tang Ning. At that time, the commune people would deal with Tang Ning without them having to lift a finger. After Zhao Yuqian left, Tang Tsung chased after him but returned home after being scolded, not continuing to watch Tang Ning. Thus he did not know that Jiang Shui had already returned. For a moment Tang An was lost in thought. Jiang Shui was captured. With a steely gaze he sneered. She deserves it. The little bitch brought this upon herself, insisting on associating with that dog Tang Ning. Her current fate is her own doing. Li Xiao slapped her thigh, overjoyed. Ha ha ha, karma. It's all karma. I said the little bastard wouldn't have a good end, and sure enough I was right. Relying on making a few stinky dollars from the villagers, she looked down on us. Now she can't do business anymore, right? Ha ha ha. Falling into the hands of the commune people, even if she doesn't die, she'll definitely suffer. Finally, I can vent my anger. Having repeatedly suffered setbacks at Tang Ning's hands, Li Xiao had long hated him. Knowing that Tang Ning was going to be unlucky, she was so happy that she almost wanted to set off firecrackers at the door to celebrate. Tang Ernio also grinned. This was indeed good news. Evil will be punished by heaven, he brought this upon himself. Tang Song nodded. By the way, Dad, there's one more thing. He glanced at the open door, promptly shut his mouth, jogged over to close the door, and then ran back. Tang Ernio and the others looked at him suspiciously with a mysterious expression. Li Xiao asked, Son, what are you doing? Just say what you need to say, why close the door? Tang Song hushed and whispered, Dad, I saw a big shot today. Tang Ernio frowned. What big shot? In a flash of inspiration he seemed to realize something, his eyes suddenly widening like bronze bells, his breath becoming heavy. You mean the big shot who supplies Tang Ning? Tang An and Li Xiao were taken aback. Tang An suddenly threw off the quilt, jumped out of bed, and shook Tang Song's shoulders vigorously. You say you saw a big shot? Where is he? What is his name? Where does he live? How do we usually contact him? When will he supply us? Tang Ning is about to be in trouble. As long as he can get connected with the big shot and obtain goods from him, he would make a fortune. At that time everyone in the village would have to flatter him. The wealth would be his, the status would be his. At that time what kind of woman wouldn't he want? The reason Jiang Shui followed Tang Ning was precisely because she saw him making a few stinky dollars. Acting all virtuous in front of him, wasn't she just a greedy little whore? Once he became wealthy, with just a slight gesture Jiang Shui would kneel and lick him like a dog. The more he thought about it, the more excited Tang An became, gripping Tang Song's arm tighter. Tang Song grimaced in pain and shook him off. What the hell is wrong with you? You're hurting me. Tang An froze, awakening from his daydream. Although he was annoyed by Tang Song's cursing, he was still preoccupied with the big shot, so he didn't hold it against him. Instead he asked softly, Quick, tell me about the big shot. Tang Song scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. I don't know the big shot's name, don't know where he lives, and I don't know how to contact him. He didn't say he would supply us either. Tang An's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. You don't know anything? Didn't you chase after him to talk? His voice sharpened a few notches. What an idiot, he met the big shot and didn't know anything. Then what was he acting all mysterious for? Is he sick? Tang Song scratched his head again, looking aggrieved. I did chase after him. I sincerely said I wanted to do business with him and even hinted at Tang Ning in front of him. Li Xiao asked expectantly, what did the big shot say? Tang Song pouted. He told me to get lost and asked if I was sick. Tang Ernio, Li Xiao, and Tang Song glanced at the three, his head lowered submissively. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, the big shot completely ignored us, what should we do? Tang An looked up at the sky, exhaling a breath after a long time. It's okay, as long as we keep a close watch on Tang Ning, the big shot will definitely appear again. It should be that you offended him by not knowing how to speak, which is why he doesn't want to do business with us. Next time I see the big shot, I will personally go find him. I will definitely make him take us into business. Gao Wei handled matters with remarkable efficiency. That night Tang Gaoyuan, Tian Youtiao, and Lu Zhong were personally driven back by members of the commune. The three were battered and bruised, their faces swollen and covered with wounds. Originally resigned to their doomed fate, they never expected to be suddenly pulled into a vehicle. Throughout the journey anxiety gnawed at them, fearing they were being taken to a remote place to be executed. Only upon reaching Lutang village and seeing their families did they truly believe they had been saved, breaking down into tears of relief while embracing their loved ones. To express gratitude for Jiang Shui rescuing their children, the three families offered her the eggs and meat they had saved. However, Jiang Shui respectfully declined all their gifts. Under the village chief's arrangement, the canteen specially prepared a sumptuous feast with fine wine and dishes to welcome Jiang Mingzi. Most of the food, of course, was brought out from Tang Ning's space: roast whole lamb, fried chicken, fruits, soda, white flour scallions, and erguotu liquor. Whatever was edible and drinkable, he spared no expense. He even took Jiang Shui on a special trip to the commune to purchase eggs, pork, fish, and more. Combined with the vegetables gifted by villagers, they prepared a table brimming with dishes. Tang Ning made a fine impression in front of his brother-in-law. At the dining table, even the well-experienced Jiang Mingzi couldn't help but marvel quietly at the spread of chicken, fish, meat, eggs, fruits, and drinks before him. Gao Wei nudged Jiang Mingzi under the table. Your brother-in-law certainly has a generous hand. This table must have cost at least 30 yuan. Goodness! A single meal consumed his entire month's salary. Tang Ning was truly extravagant. At first he had thought Tang Ning, a rural lad, was out of his league courting the Jiang family's young lady. But now it seemed this boy was no ordinary person, a rare gem. Jiang Mingze clicked his tongue and cast an annoyed glance at him. What brother-in-law? There isn't even a shred of a relationship yet, don't call him that recklessly. In his mind, Jiang Shui was merely dating Tang Ning. The capital was full of promising young men, the suitors lined up from one end of the Great Wall to the other. He had not consented to Jiang Shui marrying Tang Ning. Gao Wei glanced at Jiang Shui opposite them. The way she looked at Tang Ning was almost palpable. He grinned. You don't get to decide on this matter. After dinner, the village chief arranged for Jiang Mingze to stay at the male-educated youth quarters. Not in the large dormitory but in the western room specially prepared earlier for Tang Ning. Close to Jiang Shui, the siblings could catch up properly. Gao Wei left for the county town after eating. The siblings reunited at last had enough space as Tang Ning returned to his tent. Jiang Shui helped Jiang Mingze make his bed and filled a thermos with hot water to prevent thirst at night. By the time she finished, it was nearly 8 in the evening. She plopped down on the bed, blinking her large sparkling eyes with a look of hesitation. Jiang Mingze glanced at her. Is there something you want to say? He casually poured a cup of warm water with a hint of honey, mildly sweet and soothing the effects of alcohol. A warmth blossomed in his heart. Still the considerate little sister. Jiang Shui clasped her hands and whispered, Brother, I want to get engaged to Tang Ning while you are here. She had barely finished when Jiang Mingze sprayed out the water he was drinking, choking and turning red in the face. Once recovered, he glared and shouted. What did you say? His voice sharpened with disbelief. What had he told Gao Wei at the table? No relationship established yet? And now his dear little sister had already drawn the first stroke. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Mingze wished he could find that scoundrel Gao Wei and give him a beating. Why must someone be burdened with such a jinxed mouth? Jiang Shui looked him straight in the eye and said firmly, I said I want to get engaged to Tang Ning. With our parents not here, brother, will you stand in for them and witness my engagement? This was the secret plan she had made with Tang Ning at the dinner table. Everyone in Lutang village knew she was dating Tang Ning, and she had no idea when she could return to the capital. They couldn't keep dragging things out forever. She was determined to marry Tang Ning and no one else. If that was the case, it was better to settle it sooner. That way, when she was with Tang Ning, no one would gossip. Most importantly, her elder brother was here and she wanted family by her side during the engagement. Jiang Mingze's mind raced, nearly losing control, refusing resolutely. Absolutely not. He sat down heavily beside Jiang Shui and earnestly advised, Xiao Shua, I don't oppose your relationship with Tang Ning, but you can't put all your eggs in one basket. There are so many fine young men in the capital, shouldn't you explore more? Perhaps Tang Ning isn't the perfect match for you yet. Jiang Shui pouted and muttered softly. There are plenty of fine men, but I just like Tang Ning. No one else but Tang Ning. You. Seeing her resolute expression, Jiang Mingze felt a headache coming on. He wanted to find Gao Wei and give him a good beating. Since a direct approach failed, he resorted to a roundabout plan. Little sister, mom and dad haven't met Tang Ning yet. You're rushing into engagement. They would be displeased if they knew. Also, nothing is prepared. It's too unfair to you. How about this? Wait until the new year. Bring Tang Ning home so mom and dad can meet him first, then decide on the engagement. His idea was simple: stop Jiang Shui from getting engaged at all costs. It was absurd. How young was his little sister? There were plenty of good men for her to choose from. How could she decide so casually? Inwardly, he cursed Tang Ning as worthless. Wanting to whisk his sister away without any preparation. Dream on. Jiang Shui's eyes reddened. She looked at him with grievance, blinking repeatedly until tears welled up. Brother, everyone in the village knows I'm dating Tang Ning. If I don't get engaged to him, they'll drown me in slander. Sniff, even if we get engaged and then bring Tang Ning back to the capital, it's the same. Besides, mom and dad love me very much. They will respect my choice. Seeing her like this, Jiang Mingze panicked and fumbled to wipe her tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Why cry when everything is fine? Sniff, brother, don't you care for me anymore? Are you willing to watch others talk badly about me? Of course not. I only want what's best for you. Then agree to my engagement with Tang Ning, please, brother. With tears hanging on her eyelashes, Jiang Shui clung to his arm, swaying and coquettishly pleading. Brother, just say yes, I beg you. Jiang Mingze was powerless against her charm. Reunited after so long, he couldn't bear to see her upset. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Mingze steeled himself and agreed. All right, I promise. Stop swaying, I'm getting dizzy. An engagement wasn't the same as a wedding. Letting his little sister be happy for now was good enough. If it didn't work out later, they could always break off the engagement. Given their family background, it wouldn't be difficult to find her a better match. Just as Jiang Shui was playfully clinging to Jiang Mingze, Zhao Yuqian arrived under the cover of night to seek out Tang Ning. Brother Tang Ning, I went to the county town to inquire, and there are at least more than 40 people arrested by the commune today. I heard that some leaders are coming down for inspections in the next few days, so the commune is keeping a close watch. Those brothers who were arrested are likely to be charged with the crime of speculation and will face severe punishment. If it were in the past, giving a bit more money might have allowed us to bail them out, but at this critical moment, getting them out. He sighed and shook his head. One can only say that fortune has not favored them. How unfortunate that those brothers were caught just when the leaders were inspecting. The people at the commune will certainly not let them go easily to show off in front of the leaders. Tang Ning smiled and poured him a glass of water. Old Zhao, you've worked hard to make this trip. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. The people have already been released. Zhao Yuqian looked at him in disbelief. Ah, released? When did this happen? In the evening, the people from the commune personally drove them back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqian's gaze flickered. After the incident, he had hurriedly pulled every possible connection to gather just that little bit of information. He originally thought that those from Tang Gaoyuan would be doomed, but unexpectedly they were released in the evening, and it was even the people from the commune who brought them back. Realizing this, he understood immediately. It must have been Tang Ning who rescued them. Instantly, Zhao Yuqian's respect for Tang Ning increased a level. Suddenly remembering the lunatic who had blocked his way in the morning, he glanced at Tang Ning and tentatively asked, Brother, is there someone named Tang Tsong in your Lutang village? Tang Ning was taken aback and nodded. Yes, how do you know him? Zhao Yuqian immediately recounted how Tang Tsong had stopped him in the morning and insisted he take Tang Tsong to conduct business. This guy probably misunderstood, thinking I was supplying goods to you and wanted to steal your business. However, I ignored him and chased him away, not revealing a single word about you. After saying this, he did not forget to express his loyalty. Tang Ning pondered for a moment, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Old Zhao, there's something I need to trouble you with. Zhao Yuqian sat up straight, looking serious. Brother, just say it. I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire. Tang Ning smiled. It's not that serious. To be honest, I have a grudge against Tang Tsong's family. He briefly explained the enmity between him and the Tang Erniu family. Hearing this, Zhao Yuqian frowned. Those ungrateful bastards are really something. Brother, you say how you want to deal with these beasts, and I'll be the first to charge in. He despised those who were ungrateful above all else. Moreover, Tang Ning had done him a favor, and he saw this as a good opportunity to repay him. Tang Ning said, Since Tang Tsong was able to find you so precisely, I guess they must have been keeping an eye on me during this time. From what I know about them, they certainly won't give up on you easily. They will likely come looking for you again, and I want you to play them at their own game. The Tang Erniu family hates him to the core, and since they suspect Zhao Yuqian is the important figure he mentioned, they will surely try to get close to Zhao Yuqian and follow him in business to push him out. While thinking this, he activated the monitoring system of the tent in his mind. Sure enough, he saw Tang Ning hiding behind a mound of earth. Play them at their own game? A glimmer of doubt flickered in Zhao Yuqian's eyes. Tang Ning smirked, adding a hint of roguishness to his demeanor. He leaned closer and whispered, Let's do it this way. Tang Ning had been waiting outside the tent so long that the flowers were about to wilt with a pile of mosquito corpses at his feet when he finally saw Zhao Yuqian walk out of the tent. Zhao Yuqian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly lowered, looking down on everyone with an air of superiority, followed closely by a nodding and bowing Tang Ning. Tang An's eyes immediately brightened as he instantly judged that the person before him was the important figure Tang Tsong had mentioned. It was worth the night he spent feeding mosquitoes. He truly stumbled upon a big shot. He saw the big shot casually say something to Tang Ning before leaving with a swagger. Tang Ning acted like a sycophant, and only after the big shot walked far away did he happily return to the tent, not knowing if it was his imagination, but he felt that Tang Ning had glanced back at him just before entering. Tang Ning snorted coldly. That bastard, usually acting all high and mighty only to be as servile as a dog in front of the big shot. After cursing, he hurried to chase after Zhao Yuqian. As expected, Zhao Yuqian was stopped again. Big shot, my name is Tang Ning. That stupid fellow last time is my little brother, he can't speak and offended you. Please don't hold it against him. Zhao Yuqian secretly sighed at how perceptive Tang Ning was. If the Tang Erniu family really had come looking for him again. Yet he pretended to be aloof and impatiently interrupted Tang Ning. What do you want to say? Tang Ning paused, his face showing a fawning smile. Big shot, we also want to do business with you. Trust me, we will definitely do better than Tang Ning. He also realized that since Tang Ning had been mingling with the big shot for a while, the big shot would certainly trust Tang Ning more than him who was meeting him for the first time. He decided not to speak ill of Tang Ning in front of the big shot, but instead to gain the big shot's trust first and secure a supply of goods. Later on he could slowly push Tang Ning out. You want to do business? Right now the commune is unstable, aren't you afraid of being caught by the commune? Tang Ning immediately flattered him. Doing business inherently carries risks, rest assured, even if I get caught I absolutely won't give you away. Please give us a chance, we also want to make a fortune. Zhao Yuqian stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment, and finally revealed a smile. You do have some guts. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. However, my minimum requirement for purchasing goods is 100 yuan. Do you have the money? Tang Ning was taken aback. He didn't expect that doing business would require such a large investment. He hadn't made any money yet and was being asked to put in 100 yuan right off the bat. Seeing the hesitation on his face, Zhao Yuqian's expression darkened immediately. What? You can't even bear to invest 100 yuan. Then what are we even talking about in business? Go home and play in the mud. With that he turned to leave. Tang Ning was startled and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait, please don't be angry. He thought about how the villagers who followed Tang Ning could earn at least 4 to 5 yuan a day. On the first day, Louis and the others invested 100 yuan in goods and made back over 20 yuan that same night. Doing business with a big shot, the more he invests, the more he earns. The more he earns, the greater the chance he has to push Tang Ning out. Thinking of this, Tang Ning's heart raced a little faster and he gritted his teeth. 100 yuan is 100 yuan, we are willing to invest. Zhao Yuqian finally showed a hint of appreciation in his smile. That's the spirit in business, you cannot be afraid to invest, otherwise how can you make money? When Tang Ning was working with me, he didn't even blink before taking out 100 yuan. Look at him now, he has even built a brick house. If you work with me, I guarantee you will make big money. Yes, you are absolutely right, big shot. When will you supply us? Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to deliver the goods to your door, just prepare the money. Tang Ning was filled with gratitude. Oh, thank you. I will definitely follow you and work hard. Since the engagement has been decided, the necessary preparations must be made promptly. Tang Ning has no elders and he does not wish to make Jiang Shuai feel slighted. He must provide her with the respect she deserves. Especially with Jiang Shuai's distinguished family background, he must ensure that this engagement banquet is extravagant. Early the next morning, Tang Ning went to find the two village heads Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang to ask for their assistance in organizing the engagement. Li Hongying also brought several ants from the village to help cook in Tang Ning's tent. Louis Zhang Kashue Tian Yo Tiao and other young people helped carry 4 or 5 large tables from the cafeteria into the tent. In addition to the whole roasted lamb, fried chicken, white noodles, water, liquor, soda and green onions, Tang Ning rushed to the commune with an ox cart to buy 6 large red quilt covers. There were down comforters in his space, but the color of the comforters was rather light. For the engagement, the more festive the better, these covers were to be used for the down comforters. Furthermore, he bought 2 of each daily necessities like teapots, basins, toothbrush holders and towels at the supply and marketing cooperative, all in bright red. In addition, he bought 2 packs of big white rabbit candies, 2 packs of pastries, 2 strings of firecrackers, and 2 boxes of snow flour cream. He also bought Jiang Shuai 2 red dresses, 2 pairs of red high heels, and 2 red hairbands. After communicating so many times, he knew Jiang Shua's measurements by heart. He loaded everything onto the ox cart and thought for a moment before taking out 2 boxes of fruit from his space. When he returned to Lutang village, it was already close to 5 p.m. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang as matchmakers immediately urged Tian Youtiao to set off the firecrackers. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, Tang Ning, surrounded by the crowd, went to propose to the female educated youth. Just as he was excitedly heading to propose, Tang Ernia, Tang En, and Tang Tsung had successfully obtained a bit of mosquito repellent. The 3 of them stealthily left Lutang village with their bags to sell things at the commune. As for the unrest in the commune these days, they weren't worried. After all, Tang Gaoyuan had been arrested and released, so the big shots would surely protect them as well. Moreover, based on the hints dropped by the big shots, it was clear that Tang Gaoyuan and the others were able to come out safely because of the behind-the-scenes operations of the influential figures. With the strong backing of these powerful figures, they felt even more at ease. Jiang Shua specially dressed up today, wearing a red polka dot dress paired with the red sandals that Tang Ning bought for her. She applied a layer of snow flower cream on her face, making her skin appear as white as jade, exuding a faint fragrance. Her full lips were adorned with a layer of lipstick resembling a vibrant rose that one couldn't help but want to pick. Tang Ning had always known that Jiang Shua was beautiful, but seeing her made up at that moment still took his breath away, causing his heart to race. Ahem. Jiang Mingzi saw the two gazing at each other affectionately, unable to resist interrupting their intimate moment with a loud cough. He felt as if his carefully tended little cabbage was being pushed around by a pig. He found everything about Tang Ning displeasing. However, since his little sister liked him, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Zhang Hongliang reacted quickly and stepped forward. Comrade Jiang Shua, today we are representing the Tang family to propose to you. Now let village head Lu read the marriage contract. Lu Chong, as the village head, read the marriage contract on behalf of Tang Ning's elders. He took out the marriage contract he had prepared earlier and began to read it aloud. A union of 2 surnames, a contract signed in one hall, a good fate forever bound, matching names in harmony. Look at the peach blossoms blooming today, suitable for a family. This is the certificate. As soon as he finished, Zhang Hongliang spoke loudly again. To marry Comrade Jiang Shua, the Tang family is willing to offer a bride price of 1,000 yuan. In addition, there are 6 quilts, 2 boxes of fruit, 2 sets of dresses, and 2 pairs of leather shoes. The villagers, youths, and even Jiang Mingzi outside were stunned. What Tang Ning had prepared exceeded their understanding. After all, everyone was poor now. Some offered 3 to 5 yuan as a token, while the majority didn't offer any bride price at all. Who would go to such lengths as to transport a cart full of items just to marry a wife? Well, they knew that the cartload of items must have cost a lot of money, but at least they had never seen Tang Ning spend money, so it was easier to accept. However, when they saw Tang Ning take out 10 thick stacks of bills as the bride price from his pocket, the impact was simply indescribable. Even Jiang Mingzi had to admit at that moment that Tang Ning truly valued Jiang Shua. Such a level of commitment even in the capital was rare. Few would be so lavish as to take out 1,000 yuan to marry a wife. Jiang Mingzi's dissatisfaction with Tang Ning instantly vanished. Willing to spend so much money on Jiang Shua, Tang Ning must be deeply devoted to her. At this point, he, as her older brother, felt completely reassured. Once Zhang Hongliang finished reading the lengthy list of bride prices, it was finally Tang Ning's turn to speak. Time is short. I could only prepare these things, and I hope you won't feel wronged. I promise that when we marry, I will give you a grand wedding. At that time, bicycles, sewing machines, watches, and radios, whatever others have, you will have too, and even things that others do not will be yours. With a buzzing sound, everyone erupted in astonishment again. A bride price of 1,000 yuan along with so many items, and he was saying that Jiang Shua was wronged. Heavens, what kind of extraordinary man is this? Many villagers began to regret secretly. Had they known Tang Ning was so capable, they should have acted first when he was still young. Now Jiang Shua had it easy. However, with her powerful family background and good looks, the two standing together looked like a perfect match. Jiang Shua was already moved to tears. She had thought that due to the rush, her engagement banquet with Tang Ning would be very simple. She never expected him to prepare so many things. Jiang Mingzi nodded secretly, finally willing to acknowledge Tang Ning as his brother-in-law. He placed Jiang Shua's hand in Tang Ning's palm and said earnestly, "Kid, I entrust my sister to you. Treat her well. If you dare to bully her, my gun won't recognize anyone. Tang Ning glanced at Jiang Shui, smiled, and solemnly assured him. Brother, rest assured, as long as I am by Jiang Shui's side, she will never feel wronged. Jiang Ming's eyes turned red and he turned his head to wipe the corner of his eyes. Forget it. No matter how reluctant a younger sister's happiness is not up to the brother. Having someone who understands and cares for her in this unfamiliar place is indeed a stroke of luck. Seeing that neither Jiang Shui nor Jiang Mingza had any objections, Zhang Hongliang hurriedly declared loudly, all right, the marriage between the two families is settled. He set off the firecrackers, wishing the two a swift marriage and a chubby baby soon. Jiang Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Outside, firecrackers went off again and the laughter of children mixed with the endless congratulations from everyone. Tang Ning responded while having people distribute wedding candies and gifts to spread the joy. At the same time, he invited everyone to the tent for the banquet. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, just as the atmosphere was lively, a figure rushed in hurriedly. Village head, something has happened to Tang Ernio and the other two have been captured by the commune. Oh no, Tang Ernio and his two companions have been captured by the commune. With this sharp voice, the lively scene suddenly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lu Chong was startled and abruptly stood up, knocking over the drinks in front of him. What did you say? How could they be captured? What crime did they commit? Because Tang Ernio had grievances with Tang Ning. Tang Ning did not involve Tang Ernio in business. Therefore, no matter how Lu Chong racked his brain, he couldn't figure out why they were captured for speculating. He only believed they had committed a crime in the commune. Zhang Hongliang's expression was also grim. Quickly tell us what happened. Tang Gaoyuan and the others had just been released and they hadn't even caught their breath. It was Tang Ernio and his companions who had gotten into trouble. Initially, their troubles were not a big deal, but Tang Ernio knew that the whole village was involved in business with Tang Ning. Tang Ernio was not the kind of person with principles. He was afraid that he might blurt out this matter. If that happened, the whole village would be doomed. A young man from the patrolling team, faced with the simultaneous questioning from Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang, scratched his head and pointed outside, saying, I don't know, someone from the commune came over. The crowd looked up to see a young man with glasses walking in. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow. It was actually Bao Tianyo, the secretary beside the commune director. Last night he personally drove Tang Gaoyuan, Tian Yotiao and Lu Zhong back. Unexpectedly, just one day later, Bao Tianyu came again. It seems the commune was now paying great attention to Lu Tang village. Bao Tianyu glanced around and spotted Jiang Mingza at the main table. At that moment he was lazily looking this way with a wine glass in hand. Bao Tianyu's scalp tingled and he quickly walked over, bowing respectfully beside him. Director Jiang, the patrolling team captured 3 villagers from Lu Tang village tonight, Tang Ernio, Tang En and Tang Tsong, who claimed to be father and son. The people below didn't know how to handle these 3, so Director Zhang asked me to come and inquire. Yesterday the police station had captured 3 villagers from Lu Tang village who were personally driven back by the director. However, today the people below, not knowing any better, captured another 3 villagers from Lu Tang village, causing the responsible person to hastily call and ask how to handle it. They were afraid of offending important figures and facing dire consequences. Bao Tianyu really wanted to curse. How should I know how to handle it? However, since the capture was done in front of everyone, they couldn't just openly release them. So Zhang Er hurriedly asked him to drive over and see if they were the people Jiang Mingza wanted to protect. Jiang Mingza swirled the wine glass in his hand and glanced at Jiang Shui sitting beside him. Xiao Shui, what do you think? He was not familiar with the villagers and did not know the relationship between this so-called Tang Ernio and Jiang Shui. So he decided to leave it to Jiang Shui to handle. When Bao Tianyu appeared, everyone was silently paying attention to the situation here. Upon hearing Jiang Mingza ask Jiang Shui for her opinion, all eyes fell on her. Jiang Shui frowned slightly, turned to look at Tang Ning and smiled. I'll listen to Tang Ning. Tang Ernio had conflicts with Tang Ning, so only Tang Ning had the right to decide whether to save them. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Mingza beside her clicked his tongue. He was very dissatisfied with Jiang Shui's favoritism towards Tang Ning, but still, together with the others, he looked at Tang Ning slowly. Bao Tianyo, standing beside them, was sweating nervously. Isn't saving them just a matter of saying a word? Why are they playing tug-of-war over these few people? Don't they know it's hard for those below them? Fortunately this time Tang Ning did not shirk responsibility. He looked around and smiled. Tang Ning has nothing to do with me. If he gets caught for his wrongdoing he deserves it, right? I don't have the ability to save him. Whoever among you has the ability to help him, just go ahead and help him. Save Tang Ning? What a ridiculous joke. He had originally pushed him out together with Zhao Yuqian to avoid being monitored every day. Now that he had been captured by the commune, it was already good enough that he didn't applaud in glee. How could he possibly save him? Upon hearing this, everyone except Jiang Mingze, who was unaware of the situation, revealed expressions of understanding. It was true that Tang Ning had enmity with Tang Ning. Their family was captured and it was already commendable that Tang Ning didn't kick them while they were down. How could he possibly save them? However, since it was Tang Ning's family that bullied Tang Ning in the past, even if Tang Ning didn't save them, they felt it was only natural and wouldn't harbor any blame. To put it bluntly, Tang Ning and his family brought this upon themselves. Instead, Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang showed worry, their brows furrowed. However, since Tang Ning was unwilling to help, they couldn't force him. They just thought that tomorrow they would arrange for someone to inquire at the commune and see if they could rescue them. After all, it was 3 lives. Jiang Mingze raised an eyebrow but didn't say much. Whether to release them was just a matter of words, but since Tang Ning was unwilling to do so, he didn't want to meddle further. Without Jiang Mingze saying anything, Bao Tianyu quickly nodded. Okay, I know how to handle this. After Bao Tianyu left, the villagers whispered a few words about the capture of Tang Ning and his companions, but with the delicious food in front of them they quickly forgot about it. By around 1100 p.m. after the engagement banquet ended, the villagers helped clean up and went home. However, Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong stayed behind. Seeing the two of them looking like they had something to say, Tang Ning knew they wanted to talk to him. He ruffled Jiang Shui's hair and smiled. You and your brother go back first. After a long day you should rest well. I'll talk with Uncle Lu and the others. Both of them were engaged, and while he also wanted to engage in a deeper conversation with Jiang Shui, since before they had only been playful, too superficial, without depth. But with his brother-in-law still present, he believed that as long as he dared to keep Jiang Shui overnight, Jiang Mingze would dare to take action. Sure enough, seeing him being so perceptive, Jiang Mingze revealed a satisfied smile. Before Jiang Shui could say anything, he dragged her away. Then I'll take Xiaoxue back to rest. You all keep busy. Jiang Shui stumbled a bit as she was pulled, laughing at Jiang Mingze's overly serious demeanor. She softly said to Tang Ning, don't stay up too late, you rest early. Tang Ning nodded, sending her to the door, watching them disappear around the corner before turning back to sit opposite Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang. Uncle, why so serious? He had drunk quite a bit today, and as soon as he opened his mouth the smell of alcohol wafted out. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang exchanged glances, and it was Lu Chong who spoke first. Logically speaking, on such a joyous occasion we shouldn't bring this up with you. But first, several people from Daoyuan were captured, and now Tang Ning and his sons have been captured again. We both feel uneasy and want to discuss with you whether we should continue with this business or not. Zhang Hongliang quickly interjected. Don't feel pressured, we both think it's fine if we stop. During this time everyone has made quite a bit of money with you, enough to have a good year. After all, there are policies from above and the situation is still tense. Although we are a bit poor, life isn't unbearable, there's no need to walk on a tightrope every day. His mood these past few days could be described as heart-pounding. Doing business with Tang Ning is indeed profitable, but it's also incredibly thrilling. At any moment something could go wrong and the entire village could be taken down. Just like this time, if it weren't for Jiang Mingze intervening, Tang Gaoyuan's kids would truly be in jeopardy. However, Jiang Mingze can't always protect them. Does he have to be called every time something happens? Moreover, Jiang Mingze is leaving tomorrow. If the mountain roads are treacherous, and even if he wanted to help he couldn't. Tang Ning furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. The commune has indeed been unstable these days. It's okay to pause business for now. After all, he has several thousand yuan saved up, enough to build a house. As for the rest, he could take it step by step. He nodded. Then let's listen to Uncle, who will pause business for now. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a ding sound. The system refreshed. Ding, today's special lottery has refreshed as follows: 10000 night lights, 10000 fortune beads, 10000 car ornaments, 10000 sets of disposable underwear, 10000 smart small wireless intercoms. Looking at the items refreshed on the lottery wheel, Tang Ning couldn't help but curl his lips. Brother Tongzi, the items you're refreshing are getting worse and worse. Previously, whether it was a roasted whole sheep or a solar-powered fan or even mosquito coils and fruits, at least he could sell them for money. Even if it was a tent, he could use it himself. But what on earth are today's items? There isn't a single one he can sell. And not a single one he can use. That smart small wireless intercom is the funniest. He is not shooting a police film to go undercover. Tang Ning paused and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He isn't going undercover, but this smart intercom can be used to communicate with the villagers. He slapped his forehead. Right, he also has a smart invisible drone. Combining the drone and the wireless intercom, isn't this a ready-made surveillance system? Let the villagers take the wireless intercom to sell goods at the commune, and he can control the invisible drone from home to monitor the movements at the commune. As long as there's any movement at the commune, he can promptly instruct the villagers to leave. That way business can continue. The more Tang Ning thought about it, the more excited he became, unable to resist cracking his knuckles. Brother Tongzi, you must be strong this time. Help me draw the smart wireless intercom. The system ignored him and directly reminded him coldly. Today's special price is 3 yuan. Tang Ning's eyes lit up. At least today Brother Tongzi is acting human, not robbing him. He immediately took out 3 yuan to recharge. Draw immediately. The golden pointer began to spin rapidly. After about 3 seconds it slowed down, swinging back and forth between the disposable underwear and the smart wireless intercom. Tang Ning's eyes widened, his hands clenched into fists, nervously staring at the pointer. In his heart he silently chanted, "Intercom, intercom, intercom." Clack. With that sound the pointer indeed stopped at the smart wireless intercom with a slight margin. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 10000 sets of smart small wireless intercoms. Damn. In his excitement, Tang Ning suddenly stood up from the bench and vigorously waved his fist. Turning around he met 2 pairs of astonished eyes. Tang Ning, are you okay? Just a moment ago he was talking fine, and suddenly Tang Ning froze, staring blankly ahead, mumbling something. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang still didn't understand what was happening. He suddenly shouted, "Damn," and then seemed to go crazy, standing up from the bench and throwing punches. No matter how you look at it, it seems abnormal. This kid wouldn't have gone mad because business couldn't continue, would he? Tang Ning's smile slowly faded. Damn. He was so focused on the lottery that he forgot there were 2 people at home. Fortunately, during the lottery the system directly deducted money from the space. All the actions were completed in his consciousness. Otherwise he would have been exposed. He awkwardly coughed and pretended to stretch his muscles. Ahem. Well, uncle, I'm fine. I just stood up to stretch after sitting for too long. Zhang Hongliang and Lu Chong nodded. Zhang Hongliang asked, "So is our business stopped?" Although Tang Ning's previous words were unfinished, his tone suggested he agreed to stop. Tang Ning shook his head, smiling. "No, we continue doing business." "What?" Lu Chong and the others looked at him in surprise. Just a moment ago he said he couldn't do business, but how come he suddenly says we can continue now? Lu Chong earnestly advised him. Tang Ning, the situation at the commune is getting tighter. Doing business is too dangerous. If someone gets caught again, our entire Lu Tang village might be finished. Tang Ning smiled confidently. Uncle, I suddenly thought of a good plan that can prevent everyone from being caught and still allow us to make money. After all, with the smart invisible drone and the smart wireless intercom, every move at the commune will be under his surveillance. Even if they want to catch someone, they wouldn't be able to. Zhang Hongliang's eyes brightened. What's the good plan? To be honest, if Tang Ning really has a way to keep everyone out of danger, he really wouldn't want to stop business. After all, it's genuinely profitable. Tang Ning smiled. I can't tell you yet. I'll prepare tonight and tell you tomorrow. After sending Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang away, Tang Ning closed the door and eagerly opened the cube space. The cube space indeed lit up, another grid neatly containing 10000 sets of smart wireless intercoms. He couldn't help but take out a set to examine closely. This smart small wireless intercom is black, smaller than the wireless Bluetooth earphones of later generations, easily fitting into the ear canal. Even during vigorous movement, it's not easy to fall out. Moreover, it's solar powered. As long as there's sunlight, it can charge infinitely, with an hour of charging lasting at least 60 hours. According to the system's introduction, this wireless intercom can be used alone or connected freely. This means Tang Ning can directly communicate with all the users of this headset through the system's intelligent brain, whether simultaneously or individually, and the communication distance is unlimited. Thinking about how he had been busy since yesterday, he still hadn't tested the flight of the invisible drone. Tang Ning took out a smart invisible drone from the space. It was silver, all over, palm-sized, equipped with a matching-sized controller. But the system introduced that Tang Ning can also control it directly using the system's intelligent brain, just like he does with the wireless intercom. With a thought, the drone's wings flashed twice and then buzzed softly as it flew up smoothly, hovering 3 meters in front of him with almost no noise. An option appeared before Tang Ning, asking whether to activate the invisibility feature, and he chose yes. Immediately a magical scene occurred. The drone vanished into thin air, but the system showed it was right in front of Tang Ning, just invisible to the naked eye. It seems to automatically simulate the surrounding environment, blending into it. Wow, this is amazing! Tang Ning, realizing the true capabilities of this drone, couldn't help but exclaim. Disabling the invisibility feature, the drone reappeared out of nowhere, and Tang Ning instinctively controlled it to fly towards him. The 2 little wolves, having eaten their fill, were lying beside Tang Ning's feet, but upon seeing this they curiously pounced towards the drone. The little guys were also ready to fight, flanking the drone from left and right, and just as they jumped at the same time, Tang Ning immediately maneuvered the drone to dodge, and it zipped away. The 2 little wolves instantly crashed into each other with a loud bang, tumbling over. Tang Ning shook his head with a smile, controlling the drone to fly quickly towards the commune. The smart invisible drone can fly to the commune or even to the county or provincial city as long as there is enough battery. This drone produced by the system can charge while operating as long as there is light, theoretically allowing for virtually unlimited endurance. Watching the footage transmitted back by the drone, Tang Ning was once again astonished. It was already past 1 in the morning, and without streetlights, everywhere was pitch black. He had initially thought the image quality would be blurry, but to his surprise the footage before him was as clear as a pristine 1080p. Leaves, insects and running beasts were all clearly visible, and it even had a 3D effect. It was no different from watching a blockbuster in the cinema. Most importantly, Tang Ning discovered a screen mirroring function and immediately projected the image onto the wall. Instantly the virtual screen in front of him expanded to fill the wall, providing immense satisfaction. Tang Ning casually reclined on the bed, watching the projected image while controlling the invisible drone to fly towards the commune. The drone was fast. A journey that would take 1 or 2 hours on foot was completed in just a few minutes. Following his memory, he flew into the police station, and just as he entered, he heard a conversation coming from a half-open window. The voices were familiar. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow and directly controlled the drone to activate its invisibility, flying towards the window. The image displayed the bruised and battered faces of Tang Ernio and his son. All 3 of them had likely been whipped, their skin torn and bloodied. Tang Tsung was curled up in a corner, looking resentfully at Tang An. "Elder brother, didn't you say that the big shot would rescue us? Why are we still being beaten so badly?" Tang Ernio trembled in pain, unable to hold back. "Yes, Xuanhuan, when will the big shot come to get us out? Father is barely holding on. They had already been beaten 3 times today." Tang An stared intently at the half-open window and said firmly, "Just wait a little longer. The big shot will definitely rescue us tomorrow. The people from our village are all doing business with him. If he could save Tang Gaoyuan, he would definitely save us as well. Have you noticed that every time we mention being from Lutang village, those people dare not hit us anymore? It must be arranged by the big shot." Hearing this, Tang Ernio and Tang Tsung reignited their hopes and nodded in agreement. Yes, they must be afraid of the big shot, which is why they don't dare to continue hitting us." Tang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. He never expected that even at this point they still believed in that so-called big shot. For a moment he didn't know whether to marvel at Zhao Yuqian's performance being so convincing, or to lament that Tang Ernio and the others were foolish yet oblivious. Having familiarized himself with the operation of the smart invisible drone, Tang Ning no longer looked at the miserable state of Tang Ernio and the others, and instead controlled the drone to fly back to the tent, retracting it into his space. Time passed quickly. Watching Jiang Shuai and Tang Ning complete their marriage registration, Jiang Mingze was also set to return to the military district. Aside from Lu Chong, Zhang Hongliang, Tian Guang, and other village officials coming to send him off, Tang Gaoyuan and Lu Zhong's families to express their gratitude to Jiang Mingze for rescuing them specially brought eggs and chickens from home as gifts. Their words were filled with gratitude towards him. However, Jiang Mingze declined them, stating that as a soldier he could not accept even a thread from the people. Moreover, Jiang Shuai had benefited from everyone's care during her time in Lutang village and would need to continue relying on them in the future. His words left everyone feeling both respectful and cheerful, and they all pledged to take good care of Jiang Shuai, ensuring she would not be bullied. In addition, Gao Wei specifically drove to bring Zhang Er and Bao Tianyu to send him off. Glancing at Jiang Shuai, who had red eyes and was reluctant to part, Gao Wei directly pulled Zhang Er over and smiled. "Xiao Shuai, let me introduce you to Gao Ge. This is Director Zhang from our Huai Mountain Commune. Director Zhang, this is the girl I mentioned to you. It's not easy for this little girl to come all the way here. You must show her proper hospitality on your turf and not let her suffer any grievances." Jiang Shuai smiled, extended her right hand and graciously said, "Hello, Director Zhang." Hello. Since you are here, we are all family. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask me. Having finally found an opportunity to impress the higher-ups, Zhang Er was eager to flatter, his face almost cramping from smiling. Gao Wei then pointed to Tang Ning and said, "This is Xiao Shuai's fiancé named Tang Ning. They just got engaged yesterday." He shot a disapproving glance at Jiang Mingze. "You didn't tell me in advance that our sister was getting engaged, so I rushed over without even preparing a gift." He only found out when he arrived that Jiang Shuai had gotten engaged to Tang Ning yesterday. Jiang Mingze curled his lips, looking somewhat cheeky. "Well, since she's right here with you, you can just prepare the gift slowly later." Gao Wei clicked his tongue twice and pointed at him from afar, but still took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Shuai. "Sister, take this. This engagement counts as a gift, but don't forget to invite Gao Ge to your wedding feast." Jiang Shuai glanced at Jiang Mingze, saw him nodding, and smiled as she accepted it. At this moment, Zhang Er also finished chatting with Tang Ning and hurriedly took out a red envelope from his pocket to give to Jiang Shuai. "This is a little token of my appreciation. I wish you both a swift marriage and a harmonious union for 100 years. Jiang Shuai and Tang Ning thanked him simultaneously. Once everyone had finished greeting each other, Jiang Mingze ruffled Jiang Shuai's hair and smiled. "Brother is leaving now." He then looked at Tang Ning and reminded him, "I'm entrusting her to you, so you must take good care of her. If even a single hair is lost, I will hold you accountable." Tang Ning squeezed Jiang Shuai's hand and promised earnestly, "Don't worry, brother, I will definitely not let Jiang Shuai suffer any grievances. By the way, brother, I put some local specialties in your car for you to take back and try." While Jiang Shuai and her brother were chatting earlier, he had placed 2 boxes of fruit, 2 roasted whole lambs, and 10 fried chickens in Jiang Mingze's car. All were packed neatly into empty fruit boxes. He had considered giving Jiang Mingze some guns from his space, thinking that as a soldier he would surely need them. However, firstly, he could not explain the origin of the guns. Secondly, he feared that suddenly presenting so many guns would make him appear as an enemy, which would lead to serious trouble. After much consideration, he decided that for safety he would only prepare some food for Jiang Mingze. As for other high-tech items, he would look for opportunities to donate them to the country later. Otherwise, he certainly did not want to be taken for dissection. After Jiang Mingze left, Tang Ning began to intensively train the villagers, teaching them how to use the smart wireless intercom. Currently, there are a total of 45 households engaged in business alongside Tang Ning. Everyone obediently sat in the courtyard of the brigade headquarters, looking curiously at the small devices in their hands. "Tang Ning, you called us over not to teach us how to do business, right? Are we going to be caught by the commune people? What is this little device you gave us for?" As soon as this was said, everyone began to discuss animatedly. Tang Ning raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. At the same time, he held the smart wireless intercom in his hand to demonstrate to everyone. "Dear uncles and brothers, what you have in your hands is an intercom. When conducting business, you just need to tuck it in your ear like this, and a light tap on the middle part will turn it on. Once activated, I can communicate with you. I will monitor the situation at the commune in real time, and if the commune people come out to arrest someone, I will convey the information to you through the intercom. At that time you can follow the route I tell you and leave quickly before the commune people arrive, they will definitely not catch you. While speaking he manually operated it to show the villagers. The smart wireless intercom had been pre-connected and debugged by the system. When everyone uses it they only need to tap the middle part to turn it on. Thus it was very convenient for the villagers to operate. This little thing can transmit information. With so many of us, how can you notify everyone? Hey, I got it, isn't this just a phone? But isn't a phone supposed to only call one person at a time? Can we all hear it at once? Tang Ning smiled. Everyone try putting the intercom to your ear and you'll find out. Curiosity prompted everyone to mimic Tang Ning, carefully tucking the intercom into their ears and tapping the middle area. Suddenly a faint buzzing sound echoed in their ears. Tang Ning also picked up the smart wireless intercom, turned it on and began to test the sound softly. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Please raise your hand if you hear a sound in your ear. The crowd paused for a moment, then all widened their eyes in disbelief, excitedly pointing at the smart wireless intercom in their ears. Oh my, there really is a sound in mine. I have sound in mine too. Goodness, I can hear it when it's in my ear, but when I take it out I can't hear anything at all. Everyone was immersed in their own astonishment, with no one raising their hand to cooperate with Tang Ning. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow, waiting for the excitement to pass before testing the sound again. Please raise your hand if you can hear a sound in your ear. Although the system produced quality products, he wanted to confirm again to ensure that everyone could be contacted and no one would be left out. This time everyone obediently raised their right hands. Tang Ning nodded and began to test the connection with individuals one by one, contacting only one person at a time. The results of the tests were naturally good. The crowd, seeing such a miraculous device for the first time, became more confident about going out to do business. Tang Ning methodically arranged for everyone to go to his place to collect goods. When Tang Gaoyuan and the others were captured by the commune people, it caused panic in Lutang village, and everyone with stock at home handed everything over to Tang Ning. Tang Wenshan kept accounts and they could just collect the goods according to the records. Lu Chong also arranged for workers to continue the construction of Tang Ning's house. While the men went out to earn money, the women and children at home began to busy themselves buying seeds, fertilizers and farming under the leadership of Tian Guang. It was only around noon that everything was properly arranged and the villagers' meeting could finally come to an end. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly came from afar. Village Chief Secretary, help! Everyone turned to look. They saw Li Xiao, disheveled, stumbling towards them. Tears had soaked the creases on her face, her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked haggard, clearly having cried all night. As soon as Li Xiao rushed in, she saw Tang Ning standing in the center of the crowd, pointing out directions. She paused, bypassed him, and knelt down at Zhang Hongliang's feet, hugging his thigh. Secretary, help! Please save my husband, save my little Tsung and little An. They were taken away by the commune people and haven't returned yet. Li Xiao was filled with regret. Her family truly suffered a loss of both money and people this time. All the money at home was used for her husband and sons to do business, and she originally thought they would make a fortune and gain the favor of important figures. Who would have thought that those three would never return? After inquiring, she found out they had been captured by the commune people. At first, when she heard this news, she didn't feel anxious, as Tang An had boasted that the important figures were unparalleled and even the commune director had to listen to them. Didn't Tang Gaoyuan and the others get returned by the commune director himself? Who else but important figures could have that power? So when she first heard that her husband and sons were captured, she thought they would be back soon. Who knew that she would wait a whole day and night, and not only had they not returned, but even the important figures disappeared without a trace. She couldn't find any trace of the important figures. In a panic, she went to the commune to inquire, only to find out that Tang Erniu and the others were almost beaten to death. She had no other choice but to return to plead with Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang. The men were the pillars of the family, the sky of the household. If all three of Tang Erniu fell, how could she survive? Zhang Hongliang was nearly pulled down his pants by Li Xiao's sudden hug. His face flushed and he hurriedly fumbled to pull his leg out from her grasp. You should speak properly, stand up to talk. Li Xiao sniffled, tears streaming down her face. Secretary, my husband and son have been captured by the commune people. Please save them. Zhang Hongliang sighed and looked up at Tang Ning. What good would it do to ask me? You should be asking those who have the ability to rescue them. Asking me is useless. Meeting Zhang Hongliang's gaze, Tang Ning shrugged, indicating he was unable to help. He didn't want to waste time watching Li Xiao's predicament and turned to leave. Zhang Hongliang looked at the two leaving, shaking his head helplessly. Get up, you'll arrange for someone to inquire about the situation shortly. As for whether we can rescue them, I can't guarantee that either. After all, he didn't have much say at the commune. As Tang Ning walked to the front of the tent, he saw a familiar figure. He raised an eyebrow and called out, Lao Zhao. Zhao Yuqian turned around, chuckling twice, and walked over while pulling a wad of cash from his pocket and handing it to him. Brother, everything's settled. This is 100 yuan collected from Tang Ernia's home. Count it. Tang Ning glanced at him, smiling as she tucked the money away. While leading him to the partition, she teased, a big shot is indeed a big shot. You can tell right away if they are capable. I thought it would take a few days before they would be caught. Ah, Zhao Yuqian waved his hand. I coordinated with the family in the fields. When my family delivered goods to them, I had someone report them to the commune. The commune officials had been lurking at the steel plant early in the morning. As soon as the three of them appeared, they were targeted and were seized just before completing their first transaction. There was no chance to escape. When Zhao Jiantian went to deliver goods to Tang Ernia's house, he inadvertently let slip that the business at the steel plant was thriving. The goods fetched a higher price, earning more profit. Tang Erniu and his two companions were blinded by profit, wholly immersed in the joy of making money and stepping on Tang Ning, unaware that it was a trap laid specifically for them. From beginning to end, Zhao Yuqian couldn't believe how smoothly everything went. After hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Tang Ning nodded in appreciation. Though the idea originated from him, the entire plan was orchestrated by Zhao Yuqian, showcasing the strength of his execution. Tang Ning poured Zhao Yuqian a glass of water and began discussing business matters. Upon mentioning this, Zhao Yuqian immediately sat up straight. Isn't the commune on high alert recently? Wouldn't starting a business now be too risky? Of course, he hoped to do business and make money, but he was also afraid of being caught by the commune. Tang Ning shook his head, taking out 15 smart wireless intercoms from the warehouse and placing them before him, explaining the methods to teach the villagers once more. Zhao Yuqian's eyes lit up, immediately expressing his eagerness to start. He took 1000 boxes of mosquito coils from Tang Ning to wholesale and sell to his relatives. He also took 10 smart wireless intercoms with only 10 relatives currently willing to join him in business. Tang Ning wholesaled the mosquito coils to Zhao Yuqian at a price of 0.4 yuan per box. After all, Zhao Yuqian also had to wholesale to the workers selling the goods, so he needed to leave some profit margin for Zhao Yuqian. Otherwise, if the wholesale price was too high, the workers wouldn't be able to sell the goods. Although the price was lowered, the large quantity sold meant Tang Ning could still earn a significant amount. He tucked away the 400 yuan just received and a stack of receipts, and soon the villagers came to collect their goods. Meanwhile, at the Huai Mountain Commune Police Station, a heart-wrenching, agonizing scream pierced the sky, startling a flock of birds. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Tang Erniu was covered in cold sweat, his face twisted in pain with a clear whip mark appearing on his face. Blood kept oozing out and his face was visibly swelling. As he cried out in agony, it was clear that 2 of his front teeth were missing. Tang An and Tang Tsung huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. Another whip cracked down, causing Tang Tsung to scream in terror. Big shot, save us. Big shot, please save us. After being beaten for 2 consecutive days, Tang An was utterly terrified, kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. Please stop beating us, we are people of the big shot. You should ask around, the big shot won't abandon us. We are from Lutang village, just like Tang Gaoyuan and Tian Youtiao, all selling goods under the big shot. You can't let them go while keeping us here. If the big shot finds out, he won't let you off. Be smart and release us quickly. His words were jumbled and he was speaking incoherently, not even knowing what he was saying. The muscular man wielding the whip looked at the 3 of them with disdain. Big shot. What nonsense is that? Once you are in my hands, even a dragon must bow down to me. Saying this, he struck down another whip. With a crack, it tore into Tang An's skin. The muscular man sneered, you dare to threaten me after committing the crime of speculation? Just wait and see if I don't beat you to death today. With each lash the whip struck solidly against the three of them. Before long their clothes were soaked in blood. Tang Sung simply couldn't endure the beating any longer, crying out in despair. Stop, please stop. Don't report, spare me. I know others who are speculating. Tang An's eyes lit up as he crawled and grabbed the muscular man's pants leg. I will also report. In Lutang village, besides us, all the villagers are secretly doing business. They are also guilty of speculation. Tang Sung nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was all initiated by that Tang Ning. He led us into business, profited a lot, and is currently building houses. If you don't believe it, you can check. Tang Ning struggled to roll on the ground, weakly saying, and the village head and the secretary, all the village cadres in Lutang village are leading the violation of policies, openly allowing villagers to do business, and they protect Tang Ning without distinguishing right from wrong. You should quickly arrest them all. At this moment the three of them all shared the same thought of wanting to make amends. With so many people in Lutang village committing crimes, reporting on so many people could be seen as a merit, and logically the commune should release them. Unexpectedly the muscular man remained unmoved, kicking Tang Ning aside and sneering. The entire village is secretly doing business. And the village head and secretary are leading it. You're talking nonsense. Why don't you say that everyone in the commune is secretly doing business? The muscular man felt he was being played and lashed out several more times with great force. The three of them fell to the ground, rolling their eyes, dramatically gasping for breath. Only then did it stop. Spitting, he said viciously. Just wait to rot in jail. The door slammed shut, cutting off the light from outside. Tang Ning, distressed and desperate, buried his face in his hands, sobbing. How could this happen? Didn't the big shot save Tang Gaoyuan and the others? Why aren't we being taken care of? Tang Sung turned his head, glaring fiercely at Tang Ning. What happened? They had not earned a single penny before being captured, ending up with empty hands and pockets, all because of that big shot. Yet they still didn't even know what the big shot's name was or where he lived. Tang Ning lay on his back, his gaze vacant. Not only Tang Ning and Tang Sung, but even he wanted to ask what was going on. What exactly went wrong? Clearly they were all doing business under the big shot's leadership. Why was Tang Ning fine? Why was Tang Gaoyuan able to be released after being caught? Yet when it came to them, why did nothing work out? Tang An's mind was a complete mess, unable to grasp anything, but deep down he had a vague intuition that the big shot not saving him must have something to do with Tang Ning. It must be that Tang Ning had planted something in front of the big shot. He clenched his teeth, feeling both regretful and hateful towards Tang Ning. He was unwilling to accept it. Why was he always losing to Tang Ning? It must be that Tang Ning, that bastard, was scheming behind the scenes. Otherwise the big shot wouldn't be ignoring our plight. While Tang Ning and his companions were getting beaten, Tang Ning was lying on his bed watching the images projected onto the wall. The screen was divided into a 9-grid display showcasing footage from the commune police station. The footage also included several major business locations such as the steel factory, textile factory, brick factory, and meat processing plant. The entire Lutang village was under his surveillance. Hello, is Tang Ning there? Are we safe? The commune people haven't come over, right? If they do, you must tell us. A nervous voice came from the smart wireless intercom. It was Tang Gaoyuan. Tang Ning glanced at the screen on the wall and saw Tang Gaoyuan cowering in a corner, looking as if he was guilty of theft. He was just short of writing the words "speculating for profit" on his face. Tang Ning smirked, tossing a giant grape into his mouth, savoring the burst of juice, and mumbled with a mouthful. Calm down, Gaoyuan. I'm keeping an eye on things here. There hasn't been any movement from the commune. If there is, I'll notify you. Just focus on selling your goods and stop looking guilty. Oh, okay. Tang Gaoyuan's cautious voice came through. Tang Ning shook his head helplessly. After being caught and beaten by the commune, Tang Gaoyuan was quite timid about doing business. He directly cut off the intercom, no longer listening to the conversation on the other end, and focused on watching the surveillance footage. At that moment a notification pinged. Ding, today's special offer lottery has been refreshed as follows. Tang Ning's eyes brightened. Oh, the system has refreshed. 10,000 sets of Spring Festival couplets, 10,000 handheld makeup mirrors, 10,000 peach wood combs, 10,000 fish, 10,000 gene of eggs. Today's special price is 15 yuan. The items refreshed today didn't particularly amaze him at first glance. However, the eggs and fish could be sold for money. But if the fish were frozen, they would likely not sell for a good price. More importantly, he loved fresh fish. Thinking this way, he preferred to draw eggs instead. He directly took out 15 yuan to recharge. Tongzi, go give me 10,000 jin of eggs. The system ignored him, and once the money was credited, the pointer began to spin rapidly. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 10,000 fish. Tang Ning. Damn, my money was wasted. I wanted eggs, not fish. Tongzi, go, why aren't you following the rules? The system continued to ignore him. Meanwhile, a compartment in the cube space lit up and opened automatically. Inside were 10,000 fish. The moment Tang Ning saw the fish inside, he jumped up from the bed, his eyes wide and bright. What the hell, live fish? It turned out to be live fish. He saw various types such as carp, flatfish, blackfish, and bass, as well as big yellow croaker, tuna, sturgeon, and cod. The variety was diverse, many of which were precious fish species that Tang Ning had never seen or eaten in his past life. They were mixed together from a few taels to dozens of pounds. The key point was that all these fish were alive. Tang Ning took a breath. Since awakening the system, all the items he had drawn were inanimate. This was the first time he had drawn live fish. If that's the case, does that mean he might also have the chance to draw live chickens, ducks, or pigs in the future? Perhaps sensing Tang Ning's confusion, the system's cold voice sounded again. Ding detected that the host's lottery draws have reached 17 times. The system space has upgraded by 1 slot, which can be used to store any living things produced by the system. Except for living things from the real world. Tang Ning nodded. He understood. It turned out that the system's rewards and storage space automatically upgraded with the accumulation of lottery draws. He upgraded 1 space slot after 17 draws, so does that mean if he drew another 17 times the space would continue to upgrade? Thinking of this, he asked out loud. However, this time the system did not respond to him. Tang Ning shrugged helplessly. Well, Tongzi Go is still that Tongzi Go. When it doesn't want to say anything, it won't say a word more. It seems he still doesn't know enough about the system, but that's okay, he can explore it gradually in the future. Tang Ning, am done washing up. As Tang Ning was lost in thought, a clear voice entered his ears. He quickly looked up to see Xuanhuan wearing his white tank top. The tank top barely reached her hips, revealing 2 smooth straight legs. Her fair jade-like feet were in his slippers. Perhaps noticing his gaze, she curled up a little, looking adorably shy. Looking up further, the girl's hair was wet with droplets sliding down her cheeks and onto her neck. Gulp. Tang Ning swallowed hard and lifted the quilt to walk towards her. Xuanhuan nervously took a step back. I'll go dry my hair first. Xuanhuan had been called over by Tang Ning. The two were already engaged, and Tang Ning was finding it hard to restrain himself. This girl was deeply in love with Tang Ning, thinking that since they were engaged, she wanted to move in and live with him directly. But considering that living together before marriage was too forward and would inevitably lead to gossip in the village, Tang Ning did not let Xuanhuan move in. He wanted her because he loved her. But he also didn't want her to be the subject of gossip, which was also out of love. These feelings were not contradictory. Xuanhuan naturally understood Tang Ning's intentions and followed his arrangements. After they had dinner together, she felt hot and went to take a shower first. Just as she took a step, she was pulled back by Tang Ning. He directly picked her up in a princess carry and placed her on the bed, pinching her face that had turned red from the steam. Wait, I'll dry you off. He turned around to grab a dry towel, climbed onto the bed, and sat behind her, starting to dry her hair earnestly. Xuanhuan was a bit nervous at first, but Tang Ning was gentle and she unconsciously relaxed her body, enjoying the moment with her eyes slightly closed lazily like a cat. Tang Ning raised his eyebrows, and as her hair became half dry, his movements slowed. He tentatively touched her cheek with the back of his right hand, sliding down along her face. Hiss! Xuanhuan suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping in surprise, her face turning visibly red. You! She leaned in and bit into his luscious lips, her words hanging at the tip of her tongue, both teasing and shy. Sister, I'm so thirsty, I want to eat peaches. Xuanhuan genuinely thought he was thirsty. She pushed him gently, saying, You let me go, I'll get you some. There had never been a shortage of fruits here. The kitchen had clean washed peaches as well as grapes and cantaloupe. After meals he liked to eat some fruit and she prepared some for him every day. Just as she was about to stand up, Tang Ning pushed her back down onto the bed and immediately his tall figure descended upon her. The fire in the man's eyes was scorching. Before Fang Hui and the three girls returned, Tang Ning sent Jiang Shui back. After a night of entanglement, Tang Ning was exhausted and returned to catch up on some sleep. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright. As he stepped out of the partition, he saw Li Xiao kneeling at the door crying her heart out. Tang Ning, please save your uncle and your two brothers. They've been taken for struggle sessions. For the sake of the years we've raised you, please help them. Your uncle is getting old and can't handle this. And your two brothers haven't even found partners yet. If they are paraded through the streets, their lives will be ruined. Tang Ning, I beg you, please help me find someone important to intercede for them. Li Xiao cried hoarsely. She had just returned from the brigade office where she heard that Tang Erniu and the others had been taken for struggle sessions. After the struggle they were to be paraded through the streets and it was said sentenced. When Li Xiao first heard this news, her legs went weak with fear. After much thought she could only come to plead with Tang Ning. After all, he was closest to the important figures and was the only one who could speak to them. Li Xiao didn't even know the names of the important figures or where they lived. Moreover, she had heard that Tang Gaoyuan, Tian Youjiao and Lu Zhong were released by the commune's people because of Tang Ning. Though unwilling, since she couldn't rely on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hongliang, she had to plead with Tang Ning. At this moment workers were arriving to build houses and her cries had already attracted everyone's attention. Tang Ning glanced at her and then turned his gaze away. I don't know any important figures. Even at this moment she still wanted to morally blackmail him. Moreover, the original owner was killed by this family. He had dug a pit for them, and how could he possibly pull them out? Tang Ning raised his foot to leave, but Li Xiao grabbed his leg. You can't go. If you have any conscience, you must save your uncle. If you don't, I won't let you live in peace. She threatened fiercely as Tang Ning remained unmoved. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang, who had rushed over, happened to hear this. Lu Chong stepped forward and pulled Li Xiao away, shouting angrily, no one here can save Tang Erniu. If you have the ability, go plead with the important figures yourself. Stop this crying and drama. Given that we are from the same village, he and Zhang Hongliang also wanted to rescue her. Unexpectedly, Tang Erniu had revealed that the villagers of Lu Tang village were doing business. When he heard the news, his heart sank. The thought of saving Tang Erniu and the others was extinguished. Save who? Such people should rot in jail. Zhang Hongliang exchanged glances with Tian Guang, and Tian Guang ordered the patrol team to take them away. Li Xiao was held by two young men, her feet kicking against the ground as she struggled. No, I won't go. Tang Ning, please save your two brothers. If you don't save them, you won't have a good death. Being ungrateful will bring down divine retribution. Her curses gradually faded into the background. Lu Chong said to Tang Ning, something's wrong. Lu Zi went to the commune to inquire about news, and Tang Erniu and those beasts reported us. They reported us for speculating? Otherwise, should we halt our business? Lu Chong's face turned ashen with anger. Tang Erniu clearly wanted to drag everyone down with him. How could someone be so malicious? Zhang Hongliang added, I and your uncle Lu are afraid the commune will come to investigate, and when that happens, we'll all be in trouble. Money can be earned slowly, but we can't fall into this trap. Hearing Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang, everyone realized that Tang Erniu and the others had sold out the entire Lu Tang village to reduce their punishment. Suddenly, everyone could no longer hold back their curses against the Tang Erniu family. They had worked hard with Tang Ning in business, enabling their families to have enough to eat. This report from Tang Erniu directly cut off their livelihood. Originally, some still felt sympathy for them, but now they all gritted their teeth in hatred. Tang Ning thought for a moment and shook his head. I've been keeping an eye on the commune. There hasn't been any movement for now. We can continue with our business, and they'll notify everyone if there are any changes. Also, brothers from the patrol team should strengthen their patrols. If anyone comes to inquire about our village's business, don't say a word. The children at home should also be warned not to talk nonsense. It should be fine. He had been using an intelligent invisible drone to monitor the commune's every move, and indeed there was no indication of an investigation. Therefore, there was no need to halt business. If there were any movements from the commune, it wouldn't be too late to stop. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang felt relieved upon hearing this. Tang Ning's brother-in-law was Colonel Jiang Mingza, and with him as a guarantor everyone indeed felt safer. After sending Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang off, Tang Ning sat at home monitoring the footage transmitted back from the intelligent invisible drone. He also kept an eye on the workers building the houses. Besides the workers Lu Chong had initially recruited, villagers would also come to help whenever they had free time. Thus the construction progress was not slow. The foundation had been dug and everyone was piling up stones, with 8 skilled workers working together to build the walls from 4 directions. The junior workers mixed mud and the brick carriers were busy. The sounds of clattering bricks filled the air. 2 little wolves happily surrounded Tang Ning, acting cute. Around noon, while Tang Ning was watching the monitoring, Li Wenwan rushed over with a panicked expression. "It's bad. Xiao Shui has been harassed by a rogue." "Tang Ning?" He abruptly stood up from the bench. "What rogue? What's going on? Where are they?" Li Wenwan felt flustered under his gaze, anxiously stamping her feet. "I don't know. Anyway, he's not from our village." He came up and grabbed Xiao Shui's hand, saying he liked her and wanted to marry her. Xiao Shui was almost in tears with anger. They were by the river, so hurry and check. The 4 of them had been washing clothes by the river when 3 strong men suddenly appeared. The leading strong man approached with flowers for Jiang Shui, saying he wanted to date her. Jiang Shui had already told him she was engaged, but the strong man was relentless. Li Wenjuan, sensing something was wrong, hurried to find Tang Ning, fearing Jiang Shui would be at a disadvantage. Tang Ning didn't have time to think and rushed toward the river. These days the sun had been blazing and the ground was mostly dry and not slippery, allowing him to run quickly. When Tang Ning reached the riverbank, he saw 3 strong men surrounding Jiang Shui, Fang Hui and Jiang Ai. Zhang Dafu squinted his small eyes, grinning as he looked at Jiang Shui. "Shui, I liked you the moment I saw you. What future do you think you can have staying in this remote mountain village? I work at the police station and earn 20 yuan a month. If you follow me, you can live a good life. I don't mind that you were once engaged. As long as you break off that engagement with that mud-fruited guy, I promise I will fetch you the stars from the sky." "So what if you have a partner?" Zhang Dafu was very confident. With his good conditions, how could he be worse than a mud-fruited guy? Following him, Jiang Shui would enjoy a good life and it would make her look good when she talked about it. Following a mud-fruited guy, Jiang Shui would only face hunger. Any woman would know how to choose. Looking at his arrogant demeanor, Jiang Shui almost laughed in anger. How can you even say that a monthly salary of 20 yuan can provide her a good life? Not to mention that Tang Ning earns hundreds or thousands in a single night. Even before Jiang Shui dated Tang Ning, her family would send her 50 yuan a month as pocket money. After dating Tang Ning, he spoiled her, providing her with all the good things. Every day she enjoyed roasted whole lamb, steamed buns made of white flour, and a variety of fruits. During this scorching summer, she enjoyed a fan and mosquito coils. She drank iced soda. She wore a cotton dress that Tang Ning had carefully bought for her, along with beautifully designed sandals. May I ask how many families in the commune can achieve such living conditions? This Zhang Dafu really dares to boast, not fearing that the wind might twist his tongue. However, since Zhang Dafu was from the police station, Jiang Shui did not dare to speak out, fearing to cause trouble for Tang Ning. She could only impatiently say, "I've told you that my heart belongs to my partner. I'm willing to live a simple life with him. I don't like you, so please leave." Repeatedly rejected, Zhang Dafu's expression grew grim. He was the son of the commune director, and even the leaders of the police station had to give him some face. When had he ever been rejected like this? And right in front of him. Zhang Dafu immediately became furious, pointing at Jiang Shui with mockery. "You little slut, it's your fortune that I have my eyes on you. How dare you act ungrateful? Don't you remember? If I hadn't let you off the hook privately, you would already be sentenced for speculation and paraded through the streets. And you still dare to talk back to me? If you're smart, immediately break off your engagement with that mud-fruited guy and come back with me. Otherwise, do you believe I'll throw you in jail and let others have their way with you?" Before he could finish his insulting words, he was struck hard in the face by a punch. Zhang Dafu let out a cry of pain, and fortunately he was supported by 2 of his subordinates, preventing him from falling. He looked up and saw Tang Ning glaring at him with a dark expression. Zhang Dafu spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who is this dog bastard? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who I am? Listen well, dog bastard, my name is Tang Ning and I am Jiang Shua's fiancé. Jiang Shua looked at the man standing in front of her eyes lighting up, but after being insulted by Zhang Dafu she felt wronged. Tang Ning. Tang Ning responded with a soft sound, beckoning her with his finger, comforting her. I'm here, don't be afraid. Jiang Shua nodded with a smile, finally feeling a sense of security. Li Wenwan hurried over to stand with Fang Hui and the others. Jiang Ai glanced at the pale-faced Zhang Dafu and whispered. Tang Ning, be careful. He works for the police station. Last time she and Jiang Shua were captured by Zhang Dafu and taken to the police station. That day Zhang Dafu did not pursue their responsibility, and at that time she and Jiang Shua were puzzled about why they were let off so easily. Only now did she realize that this beast was actually coveting Jiang Shua. Hearing Jiang Ai's words, Zhang Dafu pushed aside his subordinates, standing tall and proud like a rooster. Did you hear? I'm from the police station. Kid, if you want to be a hero saving the beauty, you should weigh whether you're worthy of it. Now crawl over and bow to me twice and obediently break off the engagement with Jiang Shua and I'll let you off. Otherwise I'll lock you up together with this little slut. As his words fell, his subordinates erupted in arrogant laughter. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Our brother Fu is the son of the commune director, he is not someone you can offend. Woman, following our brother Fu you will live a good life. Don't be ungrateful. Zhang Dafu felt a great sense of vanity under the flattery of his subordinates. He shot a sidelong glance at Tang Ning. Kid, life in the countryside must be hard, right? As long as you obediently give Jiang Shua to me, I can reluctantly offer you a job. In this day and age, having a formal job is not easy. I don't believe Tang Ning can refuse it. Seeing them go further and further, Jiang Shua trembled with anger. How can there be someone so shameless? The police station is clearly a place for upholding justice for the people. Yet he uses his position to openly oppress them. Tang Ning scoffed disdainfully. The police station? The son of the commune director? Haha. Do you think I'm someone to be intimidated? If you kneel down now and apologize to Jiang Shua 3 times, I might consider sparing you. Zhang Dafu's flamboyant smile faded slightly as he glared fiercely at Tang Ning. You bastard, you're seeking death. When had anyone ever dared to speak to him like this? He waved at the 2 strong men beside him. Zhang Er and Lu San, go together. Beat this brat up, I want to see if this little slut will still follow me. Zhang Er and Lu San were 2 strong men brought by Zhang Dafu. They wore plain clothes for convenience, which is why Tang Ning's drone surveillance failed to detect them in advance. Upon receiving Zhang Dafu's order, the 2 clenched their fists and charged directly at Tang Ning. Zhang Dafu followed closely behind. Tang Ning gently pushed Jiang Shua and placed her among Fang Hui and the others. Then he turned to face Zhang Dafu and the others. Left jab, right hook, spinning kick, shadowless punch. He handled them effortlessly, forcing the 3 back and giving Zhang Dafu 2 black eyes. Zhang Dafu was so furious that his teeth were grinding, completely irrational. He grabbed a stone from the ground and charged again. Tang Ning clicked his tongue, reached into his chest and pulled out a 95-style automatic rifle, loaded it and fired. Bang! The bullet hit Zhang Dafu's leg. Blood sprayed and Zhang Dafu didn't even realize it, taking a few more steps forward before collapsing to the ground. Bang! Another shot hit Zhang Dafu's right arm. At the moment the bullet penetrated flesh, Zhang Dafu, Zhang Er and Lu San's faces turned as pale as paper. Although Zhang Er and Lu San were not shot, they immediately knelt down before Tang Ning. Tang Ning pointed the gun at the 3 men, her voice as cold as frost. Either kneel and apologize or die. Choose one. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Er and Lu San began to bow to Jiang Shua, banging their heads. The riverside was littered with gravel, and with each bow they struck their heads against the stones, causing blood to flow in no time. I'm sorry, we were wrong, we didn't recognize the great mountain. Please let us go. Who could have imagined that a country bumpkin would possess a gun and that this person would shoot without a hint of fear for Zhang Dafu's identity, not even giving them the chance to negotiate. With 2 shots fired, Zhang Dafu fell to the ground screaming in agony. Jiang Ai and the other 2 girls exchanged glances, their faces turning pale from the sudden turn of events. They were all pampered flowers protected well at home and had never witnessed such a bloody scene. In an instant their gazes toward Tang Ning were filled with both respect and fear. Yet Jiang Shui, aside from being startled at first, quickly regained her composure. Her family, besides her elder brother Jiang Mingzi, had elders who had fought on the battlefield and now held significant influence in the capital. She grew up listening to their stories and had personally witnessed the brutality of war. Thus, aside from her initial shock, she quickly accepted the scene before her. Moreover, Tang Ning shot Zhang Dafu for her own sake. Instead of fearing her, she found Tang Ning particularly majestic and imposing at that moment. However, she felt curious about where Tang Ning had gotten the gun. Could it be that Jiang Mingzi had given it to her before leaving? Zhang Er and Lu San were banging their heads until blood flowed, and Tang Ning frowned, kicking one of them aside as she stepped in front of Zhang Dafu, coldly saying, "Kneel and apologize to Jiang Shui." Zhang Dafu's screams halted for a moment as he glared at her fiercely. Seeing that he dared to glare back, Tang Ning immediately loaded the gun and slowly pulled the trigger. "You can refuse to apologize, but then you shall die." As he realized she was truly going to pull the trigger, Zhang Dafu panicked, immediately raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. "Ancestor, ancestor, don't kill me. I will kneel and apologize, just don't shoot." Damn it, this Tang Ning is a madwoman. He did not dare to provoke a madwoman and could only imitate Zhang Er and Lu San, banging his head on the ground while apologizing to Jiang Shui. Blood flowed from his legs and arms and his face turned pale at a visible rate. Finally, when he was on the verge of fainting, Tang Ning mercifully let him go. "Get lost. If you dare to harass Jiang Shui again, I will beat you every time I see you." Zhang Er and Lu San, as if granted a pardon, rushed forward to help Zhang Dafu up from the ground and dragged him away. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Dafu was the son of the commune director whom they couldn't afford to offend, they would have long since abandoned him and fled. Now they could only carry a dead weight. As they dragged Zhang Dafu, he glared at Tang Ning with a cold stare. "Tang Ning, Jiang Shui, I remember you both. I will definitely come back and capture you." As those threatening words escaped his lips, Zhang Er and Lu San felt their legs tremble in fear. They wished they could cover their ancestor's mouth to prevent him from saying anything that would anger Tang Ning. After all, she had a gun in her hand and they were on her turf. Their ancestor did not know when to hold back, pointing fingers and cursing. Their expressions instantly darkened. They ran faster, disappearing in a flash. Fang Hui looked at Tang Ning and Jiang Shui with a worried expression. "Tang Ning, you hurt Zhang Dafu. After such a big loss, he probably won't let it go easily." Thinking of Zhang Dafu's earlier threats, she felt a sense of dread. After all, he was the son of the commune director. If the director truly pursued the matter, they would be in deep trouble. Tang Ning smiled and shook her head, putting away the gun as she looked at Jiang Shui. "I promised my elder brother that I would not allow anyone to harm Jiang Shui, not even the son of the commune director." He dared to shoot at Zhang Dafu because he was confident he could ensure their safe return. After all, Jiang Shui was Jiang Mingzi's sister, and even the county party secretary Gao Wei would treat her politely. Zhang Er was even more obsequious, not daring to provoke. As long as he did not kill Zhang Dafu, Zhang Er would not dare to do anything to him. At least not overtly. After all, if the matter escalated, one couldn't say who would end up worse off, and moreover, Zhang Dafu was in the wrong. His decision not to kill Zhang Dafu was well thought out. If Zhang Dafu died in Lutang village and Zhang Er found out, it could lead to mutual destruction, which would be detrimental to both sides. Thus it was acceptable to shoot at Zhang Dafu to teach him a lesson, but directly killing him was not an option, at least not here. When Zhang Er and Lu San brought Zhang Dafu back to the commune and sent him to the hospital, he had already lost consciousness. Zhang Er stayed behind to care for Zhang Dafu while Lu Er hurried off to inform Zhang Er. By the time the bullet extraction surgery was completed, Zhang Er and his secretary Bao Jianyo rushed over in a hurry. "Where is my son? How is Dafu? Who dared to hurt my son? Who doesn't want to live anymore, huh?" He had just finished a meeting when Lu Er rushed over to say that Zhang Dafu had been shot. Scared out of his wits, he hurried to the hospital without taking the time to ask questions. Zhang Dafu was his beloved son, pampered since childhood and arranged to work in the police station at a young age. Although he was not particularly capable with his father's support, he had lived a smooth life. Little did he expect to be shot today. Just as Zhang Dafu was groggily waking up, he met the concerned face of Zhang Er. With a pout he began to wail. Dad, someone shot me. You have to take charge for me or I won't be able to swallow this anger. It was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Zhang Er quickly sat by the bed patting his hand in concern. Don't worry, take your time and tell me who did this to you. I will seek justice for you. Zhang Er was genuinely angry. In the entire Huai Mountain commune no one dared to look down on him. To beat his son was to challenge his authority. This was a slight he could never tolerate. Without waiting for Zhang Dafu to speak, Zhang Er stepped forward and recounted the entire sequence of events. Director Harris, the thing Dafu likes a woman and wanted to pursue her. Who knew she had a fiancé? When her fiancé saw Dafu pursuing her, he rudely pulled out a gun and shot him, not giving us a chance to speak at all. He even forced us to kneel and admit our mistakes. If we hadn't run fast we would have been killed by him. With the last word, Zhang Er slammed his hand on the table beside the hospital bed. Lawless. Truly lawless. To dare shoot someone in broad daylight, such people are a menace to society. Where does he live? Take me to him. Zhang Dafu excitedly sat up from the bed. Dad, I want to go too. I want to see that beast suffer. Zhang Dafu, seeing Zhang Er coming to support him personally, excitedly sat up from the bed. Dad, that bastard is in Lutang village. He shot at me. You have to lock him up and bring that little vixen back to me. I want to make her suffer. In his excitement he forgot about the wound on his arm, clenching his fists and waving them vigorously in the air, which pulled at the wound, causing him to scream in pain. He hugged his arm and fell back onto the bed. Ah! Zhang Er hurried over to check. Son, please don't go. They'll go bring the person back for you and then you can deal with him however you want. Bao Tianyu, hurry and call the doctor. Can't you see Dafu is in so much pain? Bao Tianyu was momentarily stunned when he heard Lutang village, just about to ask who from Lutang village had injured Zhang Dafu. This sudden turn of events startled him so much that he completely forgot the question he had in mind. He quickly ran to call the doctor. In the corridor, Zhang Dafu's wails could still be heard. Dad, I have to go. I must make that bastard apologize to me in person and bring him back myself. All right, go, go, go. Seeing his determination, Zhang Er could only comply. Noticing that Zhang Er and Lu San were still frozen in place, he couldn't help but shout angrily, what are you two still doing? Hurry up and bring the stretcher. Dafu's leg is injured like this, are you going to make him run? Zhang Er and Lu San, already frightened for not protecting Zhang Dafu well, were even more terrified by his shout. He even forgot to mention Tang Ning and Jiang Shui's names. They scrambled to prepare the stretcher. When the group arrived at Lutang village, Tang Ning was fiddling with a smart stealth drone in the brigade office. After inquiring about the system, he learned that the smart stealth drone could register facial recognition. So he needed to register the villagers of Lutang village in the facial recognition system. In that case, if an unregistered face appeared within the monitoring range of the smart stealth drone, it would issue a warning. This was to prevent incidents like this one where people from the commune appeared in plain clothes in Lutang village and the drone failed to detect them. One could say that Zhang Dafu's unexpected situation served as a wake-up call for him. Just then the villagers who had gone out to sell their goods returned and he withdrew the drone surveillance, registering each person's facial recognition individually. Everyone just had to walk past him in line and the smart stealth drone would automatically register the face it scanned into the facial recognition system. Even the children were not spared, taking over half an hour to register all the villagers. Tang Ning had just put away the smart stealth drone when 3 jeeps suddenly screeched to a halt at the brigade's entrance. First, Bao Tianyu got out from the passenger seat and quickly walked to the back to open the door, revealing Zhang Er's sullen face. Zhang Er and Lu San then dragged the wailing Zhang Dafu out from another side of the vehicle. 10 police officers got out from the other 2 vehicles, all armed and looking solemn. The villagers were directly frightened by this display, retreating in fear and looking at them with trepidation. Even the children hid behind their parents, covering their eyes, too scared to look, their small bodies trembling. Fang Huili Wenjuan and Jiang Ai, who understood what was happening, turned pale with fright, tightly gripping Jiang Shui's hand. Zhang Dafu, being dragged out of the vehicle, cried out in pain. Ouch, it hurts. Are you two going to be gentler? Zhang Er's pained expression contorted and he slapped Zhang Er and Lu San each once. Be gentler. After being slapped, Zhang Er and Lu San did not dare to speak, nodding and bowing in agreement. When Zhang Er turned around, he saw Tang Ning standing in the crowd. Tall and handsome, he was the most eye-catching one among the villagers. Moreover, beside him stood Jiang Shui, the sister of Colonel Jiang, whom he wanted to curry favor with. However, when he met Tang Ning's seemingly smiling yet serious gaze, he felt a sudden pang in his heart. With a flattering smile quickly plastered on his face, he took a step forward to greet the two. Just then Zhang Dafa's roar came from behind. "Dad, it's him. It's that bastard Tang Ning who shot me. Openly harming a public servant with a gun. Tang Ning, you son of a turtle, you can't escape today. I told you I will personally lock you up and make you suffer to death. And you Jiang Shui, you little vixen, I caught you in the act of colluding with him. If it weren't for me, you would still be getting beaten in prison." Not willing to back down, he relied on Zhang Er being the commune director and the 10 armed police officers as his backing, and his confidence surged. He pointed at Tang Ning and Jiang Shui, cursing vehemently, his filthy language hard to bear. Zhang Er trembled, his heart racing. He turned sharply to see his favorite son grinning smugly and pointing forward. Following his gaze, he met Tang Ning's dark eyes and Jiang Shui's angry little face. Zhang Er quickly averted his gaze, turning to look nervously yet expectantly at Zhang Dafu. "Who said someone hit you?" Bao Tianyou, standing beside him, felt his eyelids twitch. It suddenly occurred to him that he had forgotten to ask Zhang Dafu who had shot him. "Dad, it was him. It was that bastard Tang Ning who shot me. Hurry and arrest him." Zhang Dafu's light dimmed and he could no longer smile. He glanced at Tang Ning and Jiang Shui, gritting his teeth and cursing. "You bastard." He turned around and slapped Zhang Dafu across the face. Zhang Dafu's smug expression froze and he covered his face, looking at Zhang Er in disbelief. "Dad, you hit me? What happened? Wasn't Dad here to help me get back at them? Why did he hit me?" Zhang Dafu was puzzled. Zhang Er looked at his foolish expression, furious, pointing at him with shaking hands. You ungrateful child. As a public servant you don't serve the people well, yet you dare to harass someone else's girl. Just wait for me to beat you to death." Saying this, he slapped him again. Zhang Dafu was already injured on his leg, and this slap was heavy and sudden, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. In pain he cried out, a layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Er felt heartbroken and stepped forward to help. Thinking of Tang Ning and Jiang Shui still watching behind, he forcefully stopped and shouted at Zhang Dafu. "You bastard, get up quickly and apologize to Jiang Shui and Tang Ning." Zhang Er felt like his guts were turning green with regret. He never expected that Zhang Dafu's affection was actually for Jiang Shui. He openly insulted Jiang Shui after failing in his pursuit. No wonder he was shot twice with Zhang Dafu's dirty mouth. If Tang Ning really shot him dead, there would be nothing he could do. "Apologize to Tang Ning." Zhang Dafu trembled with anger, his eyes wide open as he shouted in disbelief. "Apologize? Dad, what are you thinking? It was that damn Tang Ning who shot me. You want me to apologize to those two wretches? Have you lost your mind? The one who was rejected in love was him, the one who took 2 bullets was him, and now he was the one being publicly slapped in the face. He had lost all his dignity. When Zhang Er came, he had confidently vowed to seek justice for him. Why was he suddenly changing his tune? Not only did they not arrest Tang Ning and Jiang Shui, those two wretches, but they were hitting him too. Bao Tianyou saw him getting more out of hand and hurriedly ran over to cover his mouth. In a low voice filled with frustration, he said, "Ancestral, please stop cursing. Do you know who those 2 people you are talking about are? Enough already. Does this person not have any brains?" Zhang Er had to be cautious in front of Jiang Shui and Tang Ning. He, a mere nobody with no position, relied on Zhang Er to assert his authority at the police station. Who did he provoke? He ended up provoking 2 big shots. Zhang Dafu was taken aback, feeling indignant. What could those 2 possibly be? No matter how big their background is, can it surpass my father? His father was the director of the commune. Tang Ning and Jiang Shui were just 2 country bumpkins. How could they challenge his father? Bao Tianyou in despair gritted his teeth and said, "Jiang Shui's elder brother is Colonel Jiang. Forget about Director Zhang, even our county's secretary Gao would have to show him some respect. With someone like him, how dare you provoke him? Tang Gao Yuan and his 3 companions are just villagers from Lutang village. They were caught for smuggling and it was Secretary Gao himself who called Director Zhang to have them released. You didn't know about this? It's unbelievable. Tang Yuan could get away with smuggling, yet this fool loudly accused Jiang Shui of smuggling in public. What does Jiang Shui smuggling make them dare to arrest people? Plus, why did he have to compete with Tang Ning for a woman? Tang Ning was personally recognized as the brother-in-law by Colonel Jiang, and they had already held an engagement ceremony with Zhang Er, even giving a red envelope. Zhang Dafu, after failing to win her affection, wanted to resort to violence to snatch her away. It was a miracle that Tang Ning didn't shoot him. Zhang Dafu was taken aback. Colonel. Jiang Shui's elder brother was actually a colonel. He truly didn't know about this. He knew that a few nights ago Zhang Er had rushed to the police station to get someone. But at that time he had been busy drinking with a few friends, so he didn't pay much attention. Who knew that Jiang Shui was involved? Zhang Dafu stared blankly as he looked up. He saw his father approaching those two with a flattering smile, bowing and scraping as he pleaded for his son. Miss Jiang, Mr. Tang, this child Dafu has been spoiled by me, which is why he did something so outrageous. I will definitely give him a good lesson when we get home. He won't dare to do this again. Please, esteemed ones, forgive him this once. Zhang Dafu has offended you greatly. He doesn't dare to get close to Jiang Shui and Tang Ning anymore. He can only humbly use honorifics, hoping that the two can forgive him. Tang Ning snorted coldly. He just humiliated both me and Jiang Shui. You think it's all over? Before my brother-in-law left, he specifically instructed me not to let Jiang Shui suffer even the slightest grievance. You should personally explain this matter to him. Zhang Er was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. Deep down he regretted not knowing that Zhang Dafu had offended these two. How could he still dare to bring people to cause trouble? No, that's not what I meant. He caught sight of the dazed Zhang Dafu, whose face was dark, his eyes fierce and desperate. It was all this little brat's fault. If he didn't appease these two ancestors today, he feared that his own career would be ruined. He stomped over to Zhang Dafu's front and slapped him hard across the face, gritting his teeth. Beast, aren't you going to kneel and apologize to Miss Jiang and Mr. Tang? You blind fool, you've caused me so much trouble. Zhang Dafu, hit by this slap, finally regained his senses and realized the gravity of the situation. He didn't care about the wounds on his legs and arms and hurriedly kneeled down, banging his head on the ground toward Jiang Shui and Tang Ning 3 times. While banging his head, he slapped himself, and in no time his face began to swell. I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness. You two esteemed ones, please forgive me this once. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Zhang Er, seeing his son like this, couldn't bear to watch and turned his head away. But he couldn't plead for him. If Jiang Shui didn't feel better, their entire family would be finished. Seeing Zhang Er and Lu San staring blankly at Zhang Dafu as he slapped himself, Zhang Er was furious and stepped forward, kicking each of them in the knees. He directly knocked both of them to their knees. You two dog-like things, why didn't you pull him back when you saw him acting foolishly? Kneel down and apologize to Miss Jiang and Mr. Tang. If they don't forgive you, you better kneel here until you die. Zhang Er, Lu San didn't dare to resist and knelt down, slapping themselves while crying and begging for mercy. Who could have known that these two had such a big background? Forget about them, even the villagers of Lu Tang were shocked by this scene. Zhang Er, with about 10 police officers, stormed into Lu Tang village thinking they were there to arrest people. Yet unexpectedly he slapped his own son in front of everyone and made him apologize to Tang Ning and Jiang Shui. For a moment everyone looked at Jiang Shui and Tang Ning with a mix of reverence and fear, secretly deciding to cling tightly to these two big shots in the future. Slapping sounds echoed non-stop and Jiang Shui was already impatient. She tugged at Tang Ning's sleeve. Seeing this, Tang Ning said solemnly, "All right, stop hitting." Zhang Dafu, Zhang Er and Lu San froze and looked up at the two. Tang Ning glanced at Zhang Er and said calmly, "Director Zhang, let this matter end here today. I do not wish to see you next time." Zhang Er hurriedly replied, yes, Dafu knows he was wrong. He knows he was wrong. Don't worry, he won't dare again." While speaking, he signaled Zhang Dafu with his eyes. Zhang Dafu quickly affirmed, stating that he would change his ways and become a better person. The group arrived in a fierce manner but left in a pitiful state. Not only did Zhang Dafu not manage to do anything to Tang Ning, but he also got himself hurt. The extent of his frustration was beyond words. After Zhang Er and the others left in disgrace, Tang Ning took Jiang Shua and the 4 girls back to the tent. They hadn't eaten dinner yet, and it was just right since the 5 of them hadn't gathered for a meal in a long time, so tonight they would all have dinner together. As the 4 girls prepared dinner in the kitchen, Tang Ning once again controlled the smart invisible drone to monitor the commune. As soon as the footage was projected onto the wall, the system refreshed. Seeing the first 2 options, Tang Ning couldn't help but start to complain. "Brother Tongzi, you're being inappropriate again. What is this 3-on lasting delay?" He was so strong that if it hadn't been for Sister Jiang Shua's pitiful crying for mercy last night, he wouldn't have stopped. The title of 7 times a night was not given lightly. As for that toy family, it could indeed be drawn to entertain his sister, adding some fun between them. He was quite tempted. But given Jiang Shua's shy demeanor, she probably wouldn't be willing. They had just started to communicate more deeply, and if he brought out something so flashy, it would likely scare her. As for the hairpin, forget it. Nowadays girls are all into braids. No one really wears hairpins anymore. Even if he drew it, he probably wouldn't be able to sell it. What truly made Tang Ning's heart race was the compound fertilizer. At this time, chemical and compound fertilizers had not yet been widely used in rural areas. Everyone primarily relied on farmyard manure such as human and animal waste, ash pond mud, and decomposed straw and grass. These were the fertilizers used in agriculture, and while farmyard manure was harmless, its nutrient content was relatively low. This could not meet the growth needs of crops, so the grain yield at this time was generally low. It wasn't until later that chemical fertilizers, compound fertilizers, and pesticides gradually became popular, leading to an increase in grain yield. If he could draw the premium compound fertilizer and sell it to the farmers, it could be considered a good deed. After all, the more grain produced, the more food everyone could share at the end of the year. Of course, if he could draw 10000 gene of pork belly, he wouldn't mind either. After all, pork belly could also be sold at the commune, making money just the same. Upon careful consideration, aside from the hairpin, everything else drawn by the system refresh was quite to his liking. If he drew the first 2 options, the profit would be his. If he drew the 4th or 5th options, the profit would still be his. As for the hairpin, it wasn't in his consideration. With only a 1/5 chance, the system shouldn't be that cruel to him. Tang Ning rubbed his hands and took out 50 yuan to recharge. "Brother Tongzi, please don't draw the hairpin." The golden pointer spun rapidly. "Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 10000 bags of premium compound fertilizer." Tang Ning was stunned. The system had suddenly refreshed 2 small pleasures. He had thought he would draw the raincoat and the toy family. He had to admit that when the pointer stopped at the 4th option, he felt a tiny bit disappointed. "Sigh, it seems I can only look forward to next time to play with Sister Shua again." As soon as he finished speaking, a head suddenly poked playfully from the doorway. "What are you playing with?" Jiang Shua walked into the bedroom, looking at him with curiosity. Tang Ning, feeling guilty, touched his nose. Nothing. Seeing her insistently staring at him, Tang Ning shrugged and smiled. "Pulling radishes, you like it, right? Shall we continue tonight?" Jiang Shua was taken aback, and upon realizing it, her face visibly flushed. Seeing that Fang Hui and the others hadn't noticed, she playfully punched him. "You shameless, who likes it?" Tang Ning frowned. "Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Shua covered her face and stubbornly said, "I'm unwell." Tang Ning understood. "That's not acceptable tonight, you must feel comfortable." Jiang Shua compared to being thick-skinned. She knew she could never compete with Tang Ning. She shot Tang Ning an annoyed look, pouted, and said, "Hurry up and eat." Then she ran out as if escaping. Tang Ning smiled and took a moment to glance at the cube space. Sure enough, another square was lit up containing 10000 bags of premium compound fertilizer. In addition to tolment, threelement, and multi-element compound fertilizers, there were also organic, inorganic compound fertilizers, compound microbial fertilizers, functional compound fertilizers, and more. In short, the compound fertilizers in the system could meet all the nutritional needs for the growth of crops. Additionally, they had effects like water retention, nutrient retention, drought resistance, and pest resistance. Each bag weighed 80 gene, just enough for 1 mu of land. Hearing Jiang Shui calling him to eat again outside, Tang Ning contentedly put away the space, secretly pondering how to let the villagers promote the compound fertilizer in several nearby villages. It was just the right time for planting, so it could be used immediately. Dinner was prepared by Jiang Shui, Jiang Ai, Fang Hui and Li Wenjuan, 4 girls together. Since Fang Hui and the other 2 started doing business with Tang Ning, they hadn't eaten at his place. It had been so long, yet this was the first time the 5 of them gathered for a meal together. The 3 girls felt embarrassed to eat Tang Ning's food for free, so they took out their own good stuff, all bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. There were eggs, desserts, and cured meat. Having earned some money, they were also willing to buy some good things to eat. The dinner was quite lavish. Stir-fried pork belly with chili, roasted whole lamb, cucumber stir-fried with eggs, garlic shoots stir-fried with cured meat, braised large yellow croaker, and cold mixed black fungus. The staple food was steamed buns made from white flour and millet porridge. For dessert there were blueberries, winter jujubes, and strawberries. There was also chilled happy soda. With such a spread, let alone the villagers of Lutang village, even city dwellers wouldn't dare to eat like this during festivals. The 5 of them sat together happily enjoying their meal. Fang Hui and the others chattered about their experiences at the commune. Suddenly Li Wenjuan bit her chopsticks and said, "I saw Tang Ning today." Everyone paused, instinctively looking at Tang Ning. Tang Ning picked up a piece of cured meat, putting it in his mouth as the salty fragrance of the meat intertwined with the rich aroma of the garlic shoots, constantly stimulating his taste buds. Seeing the girls staring at him, he helplessly smiled. "What are you looking at? I've long severed ties with the Tang Ning family, and whatever happens to them has nothing to do with me." Seeing this, the 4 girls were completely reassured. Jiang Ai chattered, "I also saw Tang Ning, Tangan and Tang Song were all beaten pretty badly. Tang Ning's leg was broken, Tang An's arm was broken, and Tang Song's head was smashed. All 3 of them were paraded through the streets with big signs on their chests, and many people threw vegetable leaves and stones at them, looking quite miserable." Fang Hui continued, "I heard they were sentenced, they have to serve 5 years in prison. Moreover, while they were being criticized, Li Xiao also rushed over, crazily tearing at the police station staff, demanding their release. She was directly beaten by the commune staff and pushed to the ground. At that time there were many people, and she was stepped on several times. When she got up from the ground, her face was disfigured, and she was shouting crazily about how some big shot was making money for them, and how Tang Song and Tangan were getting married and having big fat babies. She looked as if she had gone mad, and then she ran away without a trace. No one knew if she had returned by now." Saying this made her unable to help but sigh. Back then the Tang Ning family had flaunted their power in front of Tang Ning, criticizing and scolding him at every turn. Evil begets evil. In the end, some went to prison and some went mad. In contrast, the wrong Tang Ning had endured hardships and was now living a better life day by day. One couldn't help but wonder if given another chance would they treat Tang Ning any better. After dinner, Jiang Shui and Fang Hui along with the other girls helped tidy up and then left together. Tang Ning wanted Jiang Shui to stay, but since Fang Hui and the others weren't going out to sell goods that night, he didn't feel comfortable keeping anyone. After they left, Tang Ning stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then took out 500 bags of premium compound fertilizer from his storage space and put them in the warehouse. He also counted his assets. 990 roasted whole sheep. 999 special fever-reducing medicines. All the solar-powered small fans had been sold out. 1,000 Type 95 automatic rifles. 999 double mattresses with bedding sets, 993 sets. 8,899 boxes of mosquito coils. 9,900 bottles of happy soda. 999 ultra-intelligent luxury tents. 9,900 barrels of 5L bottled mineral water. 8773 Korean-style fried chickens. 990 fruit gift packages. 9,000 green onions. 950 bags of premium white flour. 9,950 bottles of erguotu liquor. 10,000 smart stealth drones. 9945 smart wireless walkie-talkies. 9,999 fish. 10,000 bags of premium compound fertilizer. His original savings were close to 5,000 yuan, and after deducting the 1,000 yuan for the engagement as well as expenses for building a house, lotteries and various living costs, he currently had 3,000 yuan in cash. Various tickets for cloth, steel, manure, rice, flour, oil, chicken, fish and meat. With this configuration, he dared to say that the villagers of Lutang village could eat well even without working for a whole year. Tang Ning found a basket and lined it with newspaper. He opened a bag of compound fertilizer and poured it in. He then put the basket on his back and headed towards Lu Chang's house. Upon arriving at Lu Chang's house, they were having dinner. The dinner consisted of mixed grain rice, sweet potato, chicken soup and cucumber salad. Li Hongying was holding Arya and feeding her chicken soup, and the little girl happily bounced after every sip. Seeing Tang Ning, she pointed with her little hand and greeted him with "Wu Wu ya ya." Only then did everyone notice that Tang Ning had come, and Lu Chong quickly wiped the grease from his mouth and stood up. "Tang Ning, why are you here at this hour? Have you eaten? Come sit down." Qin Jingjing quickly moved a stool for him and warmly invited him. "We just made chicken soup, let me serve you a bowl to try." The fact that they could drink chicken soup and have a bowl of mixed grain rice at home was all thanks to Lu Yi making money by following Tang Ning in business. Otherwise the whole family would still be hungry and she wouldn't have enough milk to feed Arya. Since the family had money, Lu Yi would secretly bring some meat back from the commune every time. She ate well and her milk supply was ample. Arya had been fed plump and chubby, and she no longer cried out in hunger at night. Not only Arya but even her in-laws had gained some weight. They were no longer just skin and bones. Thus Qin Jingjing genuinely appreciated Tang Ning. Even when he caught them secretly cooking extra food, she was unafraid. It wasn't just their family in the entire Lutang village whose family wasn't secretly cooking extra food. After all conditions had improved, it wasn't that they couldn't afford to eat. Life was flourishing and there was hope. Of course everyone still went to the cafeteria, they had to maintain appearances. Tang Ning quickly tried to stop her. "Sister-in-law, don't worry about it, I've eaten at home and can't drink anymore." Li Hongying followed up with a few words of persuasion, and seeing that he really didn't want to drink, she gave up. Lu Yi was out doing business and wasn't around. Lu Chong didn't treat Tang Ning as an outsider. He placed a bowl on the table and squatted down to chat with him. "What's up? Do you need something from uncle?" Tang Ning nodded, putting the basket on the ground, lifting the towel covering it, and smiled. "Uncle, take a look at what this is." Not only Lu Chong but Li Hongying and Qin Jingjing also leaned in with Arya. What came into view were grayish-white particles about 23 millimeters in diameter with a pungent smell wafting up, leaving the three adults looking puzzled. None of them had seen this thing before and truly had no idea what it was. Lu Chong reached out and grabbed a handful of the particles. They felt cool to the touch, melting from the warmth of his hand, and after melting they produced a burning sensation. He frowned and stared for a long time. What is this? After living for half a lifetime, he truly didn't recognize this thing. Seeing Arya stretching her little arms over, Tang Ning smiled and took Arya from Li Hongying's arms, letting her stand on his legs and bounce a little before answering. "It's compound fertilizer used for farming." After a pause, he continued to explain. "Uncle, you can think of this as processed farm manure, but the nutrients are higher than that of farm manure. When you sprinkle this stuff in the ground, it can prevent crops from being infested by pests, resist drought, and retain water. It can significantly increase the yield of crops." "Huh?" Lu Chong and the others exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. "What fertilizer is this? Compound fertilizer?" "Right, this compound fertilizer can increase the grain yield." "Has anyone conducted experiments? Why haven't I heard of it before?" It wasn't that he doubted Tang Ning was lying, but he was worried that Tang Ning had been fooled by someone else. If this thing is really that amazing, why hasn't the higher authorities promoted it? Tang Ning removed Arya's small fist from his face, casually replied. "Uncle Lu, I know what you're worried about. This compound fertilizer is a good product that my brother brought back from the big city. The big city has already started using it, it's just that it hasn't reached us here yet. It's been experimentally verified that using this to farm can double the grain yield, so you can use it with confidence." "Really?" Li Hongying gasped. "Oh, this is truly wonderful. Most of our production team's land is sandy soil, and every year's harvest is among the lowest of the production teams. If this compound fertilizer can really increase the grain yield, maybe next season's harvest our team won't be the last. She happily patted Lu Chong on the shoulder. Husband, you won't have to be criticized by the leaders every time anymore. Each production team has tasks and their village's land was poor, they couldn't meet the tasks set by the leaders every year. This led to most villagers in the village not only having no surplus grain but also owing grain to the authorities. With no food and no money, everyone was starving and all their hard work throughout the year was for nothing. Over time everyone became numb. If it weren't for Tang Ning helping them make money and improve their lives, who knows how many people would have starved to death. Lu Chong's eyes also lit up as he looked at Tang Ning and chuckled a couple of times, repeatedly saying, "This thing is good, this thing is good. Ning, how do you use this compound fertilizer?" Ya's eyes were spinning bright like stars, and upon hearing her grandfather's words she also chimed in with a couple of "oh-ohs." Tang Ning was delighted and couldn't help but pinch her little face. He thought to himself that if he had a child with Jiang Shui, it would surely be as adorable as Ya. Just sprinkle it evenly in the field before plowing, a 1 bag per acre. After the seedlings grow and you sprinkle it again, then sprinkle it one more time when the ears of grain appear, and that's it. It's not complicated, it's easy to operate. Tang Ning patiently explained according to the system's prompts. Lu Chong nodded. Alright, tomorrow I'll hold a meeting with Uncle Hung Liang and the others. Well, use this compound fertilizer for farming this year. By the way, how much does the compound fertilizer sell for? Tang Ning pondered for a moment and replied softly, 3 yuan per bag. Based on work points, a strong man could only earn about 5 or 6 yuan a month. If the price is too high, no matter how well he speaks, the farmers would be reluctant to buy. After all, the costs are too high. Having invested all their money, what would they eat and drink? Lu Chong nodded and said without hesitation, 3 yuan per bag is not expensive at all. Everyone fell silent, all gazing at him in astonishment. Lu Chong quickly realized he was surprised that he found 3 yuan to be nothing. He remembered how in the past he would have thought thrice over even spending 1 cent, ensuring it was spent wisely. Thinking of this, he cast a grateful glance at Tang Ning. Child Lu, uncle must thank you. If it weren't for you, we would still be starving to this day. And as for this compound fertilizer, if it really can increase the grain yield, you would be the great benefactor of our village. If it weren't for the current crackdown on feudal superstitions, he would have wanted to set up a longevity tablet for Tang Ning. This child is a great philanthropist and will surely be rewarded in the future. Tang Ning smiled and noticed that Ya had eaten her fill and was getting sleepy, her little head nodding as she struggled to stay awake. He quickly handed her over to Qin Jingjing. As soon as Qin Jingjing laid the little one down to sleep, Tang Ning could still smell the lingering scent of milk in the air. Uncle, let's not talk about that. I said before, as long as everyone follows me in doing business, I will ensure everyone can have enough to eat, use electricity, and live a good life. Right now it's just about getting everyone enough to fill their bellies, yet the revolution has not yet succeeded. His playful words made Lu Chong chuckle incessantly. Tang Ning continued, by the way, uncle, there's one more thing. I will reserve enough compound fertilizer for our village, the rest I intend to sell to other villages. This matter will probably need you and Uncle Zhang Hongliang to handle. Compound fertilizer is agricultural supplies, unlike sodas or mosquito coils, which can be purchased privately. Currently the land is public and the crop seeds are provided uniformly by the state. This includes farming tools and organic fertilizers, which are distributed by the village. Therefore, the sale of compound fertilizer cannot be done like selling mosquito coils, with villagers dragging it to the commune to shout out, no one would buy that. It can only be handled by Lu Chong or Zhang Hongliang, the village leaders, with authority to discuss with the leaders of other villages. Whatever quantity they need, we will send it over when the time comes. Lu Chong was taken aback and tentatively asked, you want to sell to other villages? With such a good thing, can't we keep it for ourselves? If we don't use it up this season, there's always next season. Li Hongying and Qin Jingjing nodded, repeatedly disapproving of Tang Ning selling the compound fertilizer. Tang Ning felt helpless. Uncle, it's hot now. The compound fertilizer is prone to dissolve. If we don't sell it, it will turn into water. He glanced around the dim room and smiled. If I sell it, I will find a way to have that big brother get a generator back for me. By then our village will all have electric lights and you will all be able to use electricity. A great vision indeed. Lu Chong's face lit up with joy and he nodded repeatedly. Alright, I will go with Uncle Hung Liang to nearby villages to inquire and strive to help you sell all the compound fertilizer. Ah, good. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu. After discussing the matter, Tang Ning left. The sun slowly rose from the east, and the moment Tang Ning opened his eyes, he met a pair of sorrowful eyes. The sorrow resembling lilacs manifested at that moment. Tang Ning gently stroked the corners of her eyes, his voice hoarse from just waking up. What's wrong? The workers from the tent will come to work early. The two little wolves can guard the house now. Hence he didn't activate the defense system before sleeping. Jiang Shui often stayed over here, and the little wolves were already familiar with her, so it was normal for them to not alert at her presence in the tent. Jiang Shui pursed her lips and said softly, Tang Ning, Li Xiao has died. The villagers returning from business discovered her. She had drowned and her body was so bloated that she was unrecognizable. It was only because someone had seen her wearing the clothes from her life that she was recognized. Tang Ning slowly sat up from bed, lowering his gaze to hide his emotions, and replied softly. Jiang Shui thought he was grieving and hugged him tightly, saying, It's okay, you have me from now on. Although Tang Ning repeatedly claimed that he had severed ties with Tang Ernia's family, he had grown up in their home. She didn't believe he had no feelings at all. Now that Tang Ernia's family had been sentenced to 5 years and Li Xiao had died, Tang Ning truly had no relatives left in this world. Tang Ning smiled helplessly, ruffling her hair. Silly girl, I'm fine. Only she thought he would feel sad. Tang Ernia's family had caused the original owner's death. He merely repaid them in kind. How could he possibly feel sorrow? Having avenged himself, whether Li Xiao lived or died had nothing to do with him. Jiang Shui nodded and said softly, The village chief has arranged for someone to bury her in the back mountain. Do you want to go see her? Tang Ning shook his head. I won't go. With a person's soul gone, his grievances with Tang Ernia's family were completely settled, and there was nothing worth seeing. Jiang Shui nodded. The two lingered for a while longer before Tang Ning finally got out of bed. After eating, it was already past noon, then Tang Ning was surprised to find that he had slept straight until midday. With nothing else to do, he sat at the door watching the two little wolves frolic. Not long after, Lu Chong, Zhang Hongliang, and a group of village officials came rushing over. They were there to buy compound fertilizer. Lutang village had the lowest grain yield every year, and the village officials had long been eager to make a big move. With this compound fertilizer available, there was no reason not to use it. Most importantly, after all that had happened, they firmly believed in Tang Ning, so the village agreed unanimously to try using compound fertilizer for farming. Tang Wenshan looked at the ledger in his hand, calculating quickly. Our village has a total cultivated area of about 221.9 acres. Calculating based on 225 acres, we need 1 bag of compound fertilizer per acre, totaling 225 bags, and we need to fertilize 3 times in a season, which means we need 675 bags of compound fertilizer. In total, we need to pay you 2,025 yuan. Tang Wenshan directly pulled out a savings book from his pocket and handed it to Tang Ning. The savings book has exactly 2,025 yuan. I won't go to the commune to withdraw it. You can take it yourself later. Tang Ning nodded, accepted the savings book, and tucked it into his pocket, cleverly putting it into his space. At the same time, he instructed the system to take out 500 bags of compound fertilizer and place them in the warehouse. He didn't know how many acres of cultivated land the village had, and having prepared only 500 bags yesterday was clearly insufficient. A couple of days ago, the villagers began plowing the fields, but unlike in later generations, farming was not mechanized. Now the plowing is done with the help of an old yellow ox. After plowing, the soil must be harrowed to break the large clumps into smaller granules, maintaining the soil's softness and moisture retention. At the same time, this also brings the weeds to the surface. Therefore, farming is quite a large project, and it cannot be completed in less than a month. In recent days, not even half of the village's fields have been plowed, so now is the perfect time to spread the compound fertilizer. Even if the fields were already plowed, it wouldn't matter. Spreading the fertilizer directly onto the soil and then harrowing will ensure it is thoroughly mixed in. Lu Chong and Zhang Hongliang are both action-oriented. After paying, they immediately arranged for the villagers to transport the compound fertilizer. Women, the elderly, and youth all pitched in. In no time, all 675 bags of compound fertilizer were loaded onto the ox cart and taken away. After the villagers left, Tang Ning peeled a pomelo and sat in his room eating while watching the surveillance feed projected onto the wall. The intelligent invisible drone continuously monitors the movements of the commune 24 hours a day. In his spare time, Tang Ning quietly entered all the commune members into the facial recognition system. As long as they appear within a mile of the steel mill, brick factory, and other locations, the intelligent invisible drone will issue a warning. Tang Ning can immediately notify the villagers through the smart wireless intercom, urging them to escape as quickly as possible. If the intelligent invisible drone doesn't issue a warning, there's no need to pay much attention. Tang Ning was focused on the surveillance monitor because he noticed a problem. In recent days, the villagers have been selling less and less, leading to a decrease in the number of people coming to collect goods. Since Xiao Yuqian took 1000 boxes of mosquito repellent last time, he hasn't returned. Tang Ning's brows furrowed deeper. It seems the market has become saturated. After all, the Huaishan commune is only so large and there are only so many workers, which limits the purchasing power. No matter how good the products are, it's all in vain if no one buys them. It seems he needs to think of ways to expand the market quickly, but he needs to consider who would be the best to send. Just as Tang Ning was lost in thought, a sudden urgent alarm sounded. He abruptly looked up to see a dozen strong men in liberation uniforms rushing out of the police station armed. Everyone had a solemn expression as they split into 3 groups and ran towards the meat processing plant, brick factory, and textile factory. Quickly, someone reported that there are speculators at the entrances of the meat processing plant, brick factory, and textile factory. Act fast and bring everyone back. Tang Ning's heart sank and he hurried to check the corresponding surveillance feeds for those 3 factories. Tang Gaoyuan, Tian Yo, Tiao Jiang, AI Feng Huai, and Li Wenwan appeared on the screen. He closely watched the movements of the commune members and swiftly contacted Tang Gaoyuan and the others through the intercom. Attention, attention everyone at the meat processing plant, brick factory, and textile factory, immediately stop all transactions and leave quickly. The commune members are already on their way. Repeat after me, everyone at the meat processing plant. While issuing the notification, Tang Ning's gaze never left the surveillance video. He observed as Tang Gaoyuan and the others, after a moment of panic upon receiving the notice, quickly regained their composure and began to disperse, retreating in an orderly manner. By the time the commune members arrived at the factory, the people had long since vanished. Strange. Didn't they say there were people illegally trading here? Where is everyone? Maybe the information was incorrect. It could also be that they sold everything and left early. What a waste, we came for nothing, let's head back. Watching their puzzled expressions on the surveillance video, Tang Ning happily took a bite of his pomelo. Phew. Tang Ning, are we safe now? Phew. Jiang AI's rough breathing came through the smart wireless intercom. Tang Ning lay on the bed watching the commune members wandering around the streets and nodded. We're safe, the commune members have retreated. But for safety's sake, don't do any business today, come back first to prevent them from launching a counterattack. By the way, don't take Renmin Middle Road, use the back roads instead. The commune members were heading towards Renmin Middle Road. Alright. Not just Jiang AI but Tang Gaoyuan and the others also responded in unison. With this monitoring system and smart wireless intercom, they truly felt a sense of security. Except for the last time, they had never been caught by the commune members. Time passed quickly, the sounds of the workers outside diminished and the sun began to set. The sky was adorned with magnificent fiery clouds. Zhao Yuqian arrived at Tang Ning's tent with his ox cart, and upon seeing Tang Ning he sighed heavily. Brother, can you help me exchange for a batch of goods? These products aren't selling well. He took 1000 boxes of mosquito repellent along with 10 relatives to sell the goods. He divided among them, each person only got 100 boxes. Originally thinking they would sell out quickly, but to their dismay, after several days they hadn't sold even 200 boxes. The sales were abysmal. Zhao Yuqian's subordinates were immediately unhappy. After all, they followed Zhao Yuqian to make money. Now money had been invested and goods had come in, but they weren't selling as well as Zhao Yuqian had promised. They all felt deceived, but since they were relatives, they didn't want to say anything harsh. They just wanted Zhao Yuqian to refund their money and they would not continue this business. Having already received the money, Zhao Yuqian certainly didn't want to refund it and tried to persuade everyone to hold on and keep selling. However, today's sales were even worse. The 10 of them didn't sell even 2 boxes, making it feel like a complete waste of effort. Now everyone was thoroughly unsettled and clamored for Zhao Yuqian to refund their money. Zhao Yuqian managed to calm them down with great difficulty, promising to let them try different goods, which finally eased their anger. However, when he mentioned changing goods to Tang Ning, he clearly lacked confidence, fearing that Tang Ning might refuse to work with him in anger. Tang Ning smiled and shook his head. Even if I change goods for you, they probably won't sell either. The problem doesn't lie in the products. Zhao Yuqian's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. Then where does the problem lie? Before, sales were good and those workers had money, often willing to spend on new and interesting items. The solar-powered mini fans were a prime example, weren't they? Logically, with so many mosquitoes in summer, mosquito repellent should sell well, yet why can't they sell now? Zhao Yuqian was utterly perplexed. Tang Ning tapped the table and said in a calm voice, "The market." Zhao Yuqian scratched his head, asking, "What do you mean?" Tang Ning smiled. To put it simply, there are too many products and too few people. Everyone can't buy that much, so the goods don't sell. The demand is there, so even if you switch to different products, they probably won't sell well either. After all, Tang Gaoyuan and the others are now selling Happy Soda and their sales are just about the same. Zhao Yuqian furrowed his brow. What should we do? Tang Ning took a sip of water and said in a calm voice, "At present the best solution is to explore new markets. If Huai Mountain Commune cannot accommodate us, then you will have to work hard and go to other communes or the county town. Relatively speaking, the living conditions in the city are a bit better and their purchasing power is stronger than ours, making business relatively easier. The county town is only about 20 miles away from Lutang village, and he can utilize smart stealth drones to set up monitoring points, ensuring that the patrol team cannot catch Zhao Yuqian and the others. The smart stealth drones can charge in sunlight and can work continuously without worrying about running out of power. The smart wireless intercoms are the same, with no distance limitations, allowing for constant communication and message exchange." Thinking of this, Tang Ning couldn't help but marvel again at the quality of the products from the system, which completely alleviated his worries. Zhao Yuqian is a clever person and has been doing business with Tang Ning for a long time. He understands it instantly, his mind suddenly opening up. "I heard the county town has very strict regulations. Is it too risky for me to take 10 people there to do business, especially since I'm not familiar with the place? After all, he is bringing his own relatives, and if something goes wrong it might ruin even those family ties. This matter must be approached with caution." Tang Ning was confident about this issue, as he had been pondering how to proceed since the afternoon. There are certainly risks, but high risks are often accompanied by